Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Thunderpick here. And I have to say welcome in to Thunderpick. South America is ready to pop off the quarterfinals immediately. No round 16s. We're just dropping into it out here. And we've got some bangers to start out with. But first, we've got some banger casters to be getting you guys through these games out here today. Zola and Nuke are going to be joining you on to the commentary. Boys, how are we feeling? Zola, let's start with you, buddy.
Honestly, I feel a little bit outclassed by the England shirt that Nair's wearing. I feel like maybe I need to go upstairs in the break between the maps and get on a football shirt because I'm loving the vibes. I'm loving the kind of the outlook that we have on these games. And look, I'm just excited to be here. Honestly, I feel like we've got some good games.
I gotta say, yeah, Zolly, you're missing the vibe here. Actually, he's got an NFL jersey on, like sports jersey summer. They've been calling it. I've been hearing it on the grapevine, but it's too damn hot in England to be wearing anything else. So yeah, I'm looking forward to this though. We got some great Counter-Strike to kickstart the day. Loads of good games. 4 best of 3 start the day for the quarterfinals. 2 to kickstarters for us. I'm really looking forward to it.
Big names in all of the games, by the way, coming up right now. Let's take a look on down to the schedule if you can, because ODDIK and Red Canids, what we're going to be starting off the day with is just the cream of the crop, right? We're just starting out with a really good game, but after this is going to be actually Imperial going up against Bounty Hunters, who are the favorites to come into this whole really tournament to try to take it. Then up next is going to be BESTIA versus 9Z, which again, 9Z, they went up to great heights out here, and DGT, after he just left this team, managed to go all the way up to the major, right, and do so much work. So there's a lot of talk about that team as well. And then you might see FURIA there, and you might get really excited to see FURIA. It's actually FURIA Females, right, joining up here into the squad, but still a big game.
If they invite Flamengo, I think if they invite FURIA, there's no point even in the playoffs. We know. I think we all know where we're going.
You've got Imperial. You've got 9Z. You know, maybe. You've got Canids.
I like what you said about. I feel like this first game is a bit of a teaser because we've got Red Canids who are making waves and looking pretty decent in the South American region overall. Obviously, ODDIK have had that deeper run at Astania. I say deeper run, but they upset some teams at Astania. They beat G2. They beat Pain. So yeah, I'm actually just quite excited for this first game. I don't think there's many kind of initial outlooks that any one of us are going to have when it comes to kind of predictions or thoughts. I think we're just all going to enjoy this first series.
Yeah. Yokai, what are you thinking about the bracket that we get out to see right here, right now? I mean, of course, we're jumping in straight to the quarterfinals, right? So there's not really a lot of thoughts you can bring up from the previous group stages to be like, yeah, maybe these guys, they're in a good form or not. But how are you feeling like the semifinals are going to shape up here?
Yeah, I mean, I'd argue that left-hand side of the bracket is actually a little bit more even in terms of we can have flip-flop results. 9Z can perform pretty well, but also, as we've seen throughout this year, can really underperform. Same for Imperial, right? We've seen this side look really good and then really not so good, and they're going through changes themselves. So I think that left-hand side of the bracket is considerably more even. The right-hand side, I would be unbelievably surprised if we don't see FURIA make it all the way to the final, as we've kind of just touched on. But ODDIK Red Canids is quite an interesting case. Red Canids came in 2025 with the changes they made, and I fell for it the way a lot of people did, say, all right, like, I see what they're cooking. This is actually quite an interesting development as a side, but unfortunately, kind of where we're at, I don't know if I believe in that the Red Canids side have what it takes to take down ODDIK, who are pretty stable.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, with that being the case as well, right, we're taking a look at a lot of the invited teams being out here and being the big names, being the guys that have made a lot of changes to their rosters, but are still being the top dogs into the series. And I want to take a look on down to the ones that actually fought their way to get to this point in time into the playoffs. We got the group stage to be popped up as well here as we start off the day, right? Just a bit of a reminder as to how things did manage to go around about here. Oh, I believe this is Group A coming up into this game, and Flamengo actually managed to have some really decent wins. I mean, Keed Stars, they managed to beat them both, but I mean, Keed Stars are also a name, just like Flamengo, that came out of really nowhere in the South American scene and just brought a decent roster together and really managed to get a lot of results out the gate. And Flamengo did really good to actually manage to go up against them. But 9Z came out of this group without any real worries, right? They were the favorites coming into it, and they will still stay favorites into the playoffs, I reckon. So what do you think out here, Zola, as we're going to be jumping into the next group as well? And this
honestly, I feel like 9Z is a bit of a tough one with that team, because I think for quite a lot of the time, they were, a top 30 team. They were kind of looking to push for all these big events when you look at the organization. And then we saw kind of those roster changes. And I think a lot of people question, okay, well, no GGT, no Buddha. Buddha's obviously made a kind of a lateral move to where 9Z are now on crew. And I feel like you look at where the 19 roster was, and you're kind of questioning, look, why are we making these changes? Obviously, there could be interpersonal issues that we're, maybe synergy's not really working out. But honestly, the fact that 9Z had to qualify through the kind of through the Swiss stage or through the group stage, it really just goes to show how far they've fallen, right? Don't get me wrong, I'd love to see them back at the top of the mountain. I think little events like, smaller kind of events in comparison to the some they've played in the past will be really beneficial for their kind of synergy and beneficial for this team to make that way back to the top. But this isn't the 9Z kind of the past. So the fact that BESTIA certainly could take them down. Obviously, we've already spoken about how Imperial, that side of the bracket, is going to be quite tough for them. So I don't know. I'm kind of just looking forward to see what 9Z have to offer. Obviously, that's not going to be a game that us three get to see, but I'm sure that I'm going to be staying tuned because look, I feel like both of these, all four of these games have that kind of crazy kind of output potential of look, who knows?
Yeah, and I would actually go out on a whim to say that out of all these 4 best-of-3s, you guys might be looking at FURIA Female and Flamengo and say, okay, that's the worst one out of all of them. But Flamengo have been doing really good for themselves as well into these little tournaments, into like CCTs, into Thunderpicks. They managed to break it through, right? So we take a look on down to the other side of the groups, right? Of course, we're talking about Red Canids, right? All coldzera and the boys that have managed to bring this team back to the newer heights than they were expecting. Still, though, I feel like me and a lot of other people, when we see the names, when we see Dropout here being on the IGLing role, Kawa is joining in as well, like we expect them to hit even bigger highs. And Yokai, I want to know your thoughts on this. Do you think Red Canids are still trailing by a little bit than what they were expected to gain and to make with these roster moves, and are they kind of staying in a still spot, or are they right where they have to be and they're still on an upwards trajectory?
No, I mean, I actually really think that this Red Canid side are kind of quite badly underperforming compared to what a lot of people thought was going to happen. When the sides started to come together, we saw kind of, for example, not even just coldzera in terms of name value, but Kawa's coming from Pain. Obviously, when he was on Pain, they were making some pretty decent runs. They were still, as much as they are kind of now, heavy hitters, underdogs, dark horses in towards tournaments. You had Venom's era coming in as this kind of young, fresh talent that a lot of people had a lot of high hopes for. Drop, a lot of experience of him. So, you look at this side and I'm thinking, this is where a team should have done a lot better than what's happened for Red Canids. They feel like they've dropped in the pecking order in South America quite considerably. The fact that we can come into a game now, especially, when you look in the scope of the last kind of couple of years and say ODDIK are actually technically on paper quite clear favorites here, is a wild statement to say. Red Canids should have been in 2025 one of these sides that could have made a push in towards a major, could have looked good at a thing like an MRQ, right? So I think for them, they're in a massive rebuild as an entire roster, but also actually to kind of just figure out what is their identity, because I feel like they don't even know right now.
Yeah, and I think for the Red Canids roster as well, when it was like Henny and Phelps, don't get me wrong, it's always such a fun team to watch. And kind of as casters who would have been watching these players kind of grow throughout their career for years and years and years, it's always nice to see. But I actually quite like the fact that Red Canids have kind of gone, actually, look, let's try and push for something here. We can actually make waves. And obviously a lot of people would be questioning, okay, well, Ponta, his stats aren't amazing for this Red Canids roster. I actually feel like the supportive kind of... not only supportive utility, but kind of the entry and trading that you'll see from Ponta in so many of these rounds, so many of these T-side rounds, is always ridiculous. I feel like this Red Canids roster, they kind of stick to the basics and just kind of, I guess, a lot of the time they'll play kind of as that pack. Ponta will go in, he'll either get a kill or he'll get traded and then another will come. They're so good at disarming bomb sites here, this Red Canids roster, and I think we're going to see it on whatever map you play, because whether it's something like Mirage, Ponta's going to be pushing out ramp, finding a pick towards CT, he's going to have coldzera, he's going to have players like Quez ready and waiting, just so close by to kind of be there to trade and also capitalize on the entry. So I actually feel like the impact that Ponta brings, okay, yeah, you're not going to see it in the stats, but sometimes you do need to really highlight what this player does bring, because it's so much more than meets the eye.
I do want to also point out, right before we swap the team over to see their opponents out here, the fact that for Drop, it's also going to be an IGLing challenge as well, because you do have coldzera playing that old style of Counter-Strike, being a little bit more defaulty, trying to play the safe routes, right? And then you had Henny back before, who was kind of doing the same thing, was trying to upvoke that kind of narrative of being safe, being by the book, and trying your best to just out-aim them. Right now, you get Koez, you get Ponter being a little bit more aggressive, dropping some young guns into the roster out here. I also feel like it's a really good surge of just energy into the team that's definitely needed. Because don't get me wrong, coldzera is coldzera. No one can even light a match to this man. But right now there needs to be other voices that also influence drops decisions, and not just the veterans coming throughout here, with Cold Zera, with Venom Zera being around for like a year and almost 2 years into this roster, right? Like, yeah, sure, he was a young prospect to join in, but he's been around the side of Red Canids for ever since I can remember him out here onto like Thunderpicks and CCTs ever since we've started. So, you know, it's this turnaround of ideas that could also change the side of Red Canids. But we do look on the other side, quote unquote, the favorite side, as Nuke kind of brought them up, right? How do we feel about ODDIK? Coming into this one, Woody also has to have had definitely a lot of build-up time up against Red Canids. So what are we thinking?
Yeah, you know, I actually kind of do like this ODDIK side. I mean, I got to catch them quite a lot back at the America's RMR for the PGL major, right? And the thing that I really liked about this side is they actually have individuals who can step up in a big way. I mean, for example, Nate or Nighty, depending on who your horse has to pronounce. Yeah. I actually think it's a lot of firepower. The guy can bring numbers, but he's woefully inconsistent, and I think his stats do show that. He has these pop-off moments, but on paper it doesn't look very good. You look at Woody as well. This is a guy who I actually think, if you strip them away kind of the burden of IGLing, I actually think he's a really stable AWPer, but it's one of those things that when he's doing both, he can also dip in terms of form. But I think generally speaking, this ODDIK side did make kind of the right change. I didn't think Ponta was bringing enough towards this side. I look at them now as well, and I feel like I kind of like what I see on paper. I don't think they're a side that rely on a star, maybe as much as kind of Red Canids do in a way. They're a little bit more holistic in that sense. And I actually think in this sort of a game, that might work in their favor.
Look, guys, as well, obviously we've got Togs back in the roster. Matios was obviously playing for this team kind of between, I want to say like February, like March time, and, you know, until very recently. I don't think anyone really kind of found out why, because we had, maybe it was something to do with like, I don't want to say visa issues or something like that, because we had Togs playing for the team. Then they obviously they kind of went off to Astania and they played with Matios, and now they brought Togs back in. And obviously you have to say, look, Togs' performance in the last, the one series he's played in the last 3 months, pretty poor, but they did lose 2-0 to Bounty Hunter, so I guess you can understand as to why. But I think we do have to say, what's happened there? Surely that kind of change in I guess, well, change of roster is going to have a bit of a negative effect. There's going to be so much synergy that you would have gained with Matios. I actually really rated Matios as a player. I thought he provided quite a lot for this team. So I don't know how that's going to fare. But look, Veto's come through, and let's be honest, quite interesting. Very
interesting Veto indeed. It's going to prove to us maybe a lot about what you were talking about as well, with Matios leaving out here, leaving the scene from ODDIK's side. But we are jumping into Nuke first up for Red Canids, Ancient up next for ODDIK. So it's going to be a battle of wits coming throughout here. It's going to be a little bit aggressive once we get to the side of Ancient. And then Train as the decider, I absolutely rate it. I love to see a little bit of uncertainty being brought around. The Red Canids are going for it, thinking it's a bit of a safer pick, but ODDIK have only played it 3 times across the season so far. So there's still a lot of unknowns to be joined out here into this best of 3, and a bunch of fun to be had. So
now, I've got to jump here, right?
Yeah.
Red Canids, this is so unlucky with the vetoes. Because they ban their opponent's worst map is Dust. Dust is ODDIK's, you know, statistically their worst map, and that's Red Canids insta-ban. And then the map that Red Canids seem to be picking nearly every series, being Mirage, is obviously ODDIK's insta-ban. And I feel like ODDIK on paper coming in as the more favored team, playing against these tough opponents and besting them as well. I feel like this is just not fair for Red Canids. I feel like it just couldn't have gotten worse for them. Obviously, maps like Nuke, maps like Ancient, they certainly can take Train as well. But I feel like the uphill battle has just gotten steeper for Red Canids. And I guess it means that there is the positive of, okay, if it's a close game and they lose, we can say, well, things have fallen quite nicely into play for ODDIK. But if Red Canids win here, they're probably going to take the whole event. Think of the confidence that will bring them.
Maybe, but we don't really know until we get to the server, and that server has been cooking up for a little bit, boys. So I'm going to be sending you straight out into Nuke to have yourselves a bit of fun, and we'll see what these two teams have got to cook up.
All right.
Okay.
I guess we're waiting on the
jump
game.
the gun.
We can.
Excuse me.
Just touch on the veto a little bit. You look at this Nuke. I think this Nuke makes or breaks this entire series, right? I do think if this goes 3, there's actually a decent chance for Red Canids, but they've actually got to topple Nuke. I don't think they've got a chance in Ancient. Ancient's actually always been such a strong pick for ODDIK for the last couple of years. This has been a very strong part of their pool. It's actually a map in which Woody feels very, very confident on in terms of how he likes to run things. So I look at that one in particular, and I think that's where it's kind of a guarantee. But then because Nuke's a pretty decent map for ODDIK ODDIK as well. That's the big worry for me. If Red Canids can't beat them there, I don't know if they've got that much of a chance. So I would love to see if we can kind of get something like a train coming through, but I think you're right, Zola. I do think Red Canids have got very unfortunate when it comes towards this Veto. If they could have had that Mirage, that could have really helped.
Okay. I do also want to mention, well, I kind of want to ask you boys, right, as we do have a little bit more time. I got kind of ahead of myself. No, I don't even need to mention anything. I was gonna ask around about Anubis or, you know, Inferno, but I'm just gonna send you guys to Nuke, talk about it for a little bit, and maybe we'll pick up our conversation after that game. You boys have fun. We're jumping into Cedar Creek.
Yeah, look, I'm happy that Atcho actually brought up the Inferno or Anubis, because I think we could have quite easily alluded to them being third mappers, and maybe this is where Red Canids are thinking, okay, yeah, low sample size for ODDIK, for Train, who knows, Woody on the orb, are you really going to give him that? But at the same time, maybe Red Canids are just saying, look, it's a map neither of us play that often, we're not the greatest there, let's just have some fun on Train, let's see if we can do it there. But a very speedy approach here out of Heart, we see Woody chiming in, Drop will get one, but with Quest finding Woody, the A-bomb site has been taken, and with the amount of advantage here for Red Canids, this round could fall into place quite nicely.
That actually would have been a considerably cleaner execute, but Colzera got stuck on the Thor's head. That made it look a little scrappier, but they're still making light work of it. Kawa's going to find Pank, and in a matter of moments, 2 versus 3. Tag on towards the main player as well. Down goes Togs. So this one, safe to say it's over. There's no real chance. It's 1 versus 3, and Drop should have it dead to rights, and he does. Very, very good start here for Red Canids.
Yeah, obviously we talk about Nuke being very CT-sided and how kind of a lot of teams generally, the trend is to be heavily favoured on the CT side. Both these teams actually really like the C side on Nuke. Red Canids, in fact, have a more positive win rate there. But we talk about the T-side pistol and about how it builds such a great foundation for kind of just your chance at the map. You know, you get the pistol, maybe your opposition goes for a risky force like this. You could be 3 rounds up, and ODDIK have kind of yet to have a full buy. So for Red Canids, they've got to capitalize on this reinvestment from ODDIK, because if they can find it, it poses so many strengths regarding kind of just the remaining rounds here. Because a five round total, if you get on the T side, you can be quite happy with that. And the fact that they could be just 2 rounds away from that, Red Canids needs to pounce here.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, a slower approach by Red Canids. I think they're probably quite rightfully expecting this to be some level of a force buy here. So they just don't want to kind of overpress this situation. Just see what kind of pops up. See where they can catch somebody overextending. See where they can look and maybe even find a bit of a gap. It looks like for now we're veering towards a ramp pop. It's just a pistol there as well, so they should have the advantage. They don't even need to move once they get there. Minute on the clock, plenty of time to make a decision. Single doors laid it open as well, so they can hold for all these rotations.
Yeah, I do really like the slower approach, just kind of prodding and poking and you know, seeing if you are met with a barrage of USPs or it is the investment. Obviously, ODDIK, they have sent a little bit of utility, and with the scout seeing outside, a good indication that it is this force. And in fact, Red Canids may be going into the harder of things, as they might go into a stacked bomb site here. Togs is taking space towards Hut. He's got his teammate there as well. And Woody finally activates towards top Hut, but the kills aren't just not coming through for ODDIK. It's so unfortunate, because honestly, they had a really good kind of setup for it. 2 pushing in Hut, Woody holding from top Hut. That should have been a great opportunity for ODDIK, but sadly, just shots not connecting.
Yeah, the idea really wasn't bad at all. You know, they gamble stack towards that top site, and then they're sticking around looking for trades. They just can't hit their shots. That could have been considerably worse for wear. And now they're being hunted right down to the last man. It's a scout, and I don't really expect to stay alive. You might be able to get a consolation kill, but even that is a big arse. Ponta will see off the last, and a flawless second to put on the ball by Red Canids. You've got to love it, right? That's as good as it gets, really.
Yeah, and honestly, if Woody gets 1 kill from top Hut, you know the T's are going to look to pivot and maybe push through kind of lobby 2 Hut, but it's just the fact that Woody goes down from top Hut. We see the casualty come through on the bomb site as well. Drop's kind of forced into, not Drop, or Drop finds a kill on a player, forced into pushing into lobby. It seemed as though ODDIK could have just sat silent, could have been a bit more passive there, but once Woody goes down, it seems like they want to press the issue. They want to try and find kind of that gap of space, maybe a lack of holding there from ODDIK, from Red Canids, but I think the idea was quite bad for Red Canids going into the stack. But look, we talk about it time and time again. You know, it's not always about the strategy. A lot of the time, it's the individuals that can really make or break a game, can make or break a round. And in a moment like that, clean shot from Quez.
Just making sure. I like it. I mean, you know, it's for Red Canids, that second round is more or less as good as it gets. You're talking about your opponent's a force bot after losing a pistol. A thing that I already kind of hate anyway on the CT side. I don't like force buying when you lose a pistol. It puts you at a weird spot. I actually prefer the FURIA buy, like a double MP9 to kickstart your CT side, regardless of pistol result. But they put themselves in a round now where they don't really have any sort of chance. Any consolation kill is good, but it's also a decent opportunity for Red Canids to not only extend the lead, but actually build up decent econ as well, right? So
yeah,
where they're at the moment, they're kind of loving life. They've built up real decent stability on the T side of Nuke, no less. That's exactly what you want to see, and they're just making sure at the end. Colds are going to find Togs. Nice and simple. Gayslock's going to have a look over towards Ramp, but I don't expect him to find too much for the USB. Getting out with the luxury that he's somehow given. The nade might say otherwise.
Well, look, it's just a USP. There's no Max 10 in play for Red Canids. They don't really need to go searching. And obviously, the fact that they do have so many rifles in these rounds, it means that, okay, yes, 3 of them are Galils. You know, it's not the perfect AKs, it's not AWPs in play currently, but it just means there's no real need to kind of have any idea of an upgrade or a reinvestment. Red Canids, they're in a position now financially where they can probably invest in the next 2 rounds, regardless of the outcome. And I think that's something that is always so valuable when you're trying to get kind of a hefty lead, especially on the unfavored side, because, okay, yeah, let's say ODDIK win this round. Let's say we could see the AWP and Woody or whatever. If they don't have 3 survivors, they're going to be fighting off with a worse buy than Red Canids can provide. So this is where Red Canids are in a really good spot, but they have to capitalize on this, because as we mentioned and as you pointed out, if we do see, oh, that is devastating for Gayslock's. But if we see Nuke go away and it go the way of ODDIK, that's where we're maybe already thinking 2-0.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right. Gonna find the first put down, goes ponder damage on towards the bomb carrier too of Venom's era. Help, ironic here, but in transition gets caught. Drop Cold Zera combined. Bomb goes down on towards lower, and this now becomes a next to impossible round. With Nate barely alive, you've just got to save once again.
Yeah, it's tough, but ODDIK, when it comes to the kind of the opening frags, you see what they do there towards Squeaky. It looks really nice, but even with that kind of elevated angle towards Tetris, it's caught out. Great find from Quez, obviously. But Red Canids are looking really potent when it comes to the individual. I feel like the calling, it's not what's won them these rounds. It's just been the kind of the clinical nature of these individuals. And this is something that ODDIK, maybe it's just kind of a bit slow to warm up into the game. But you can't be having that, especially on the CT side of Nuke. I've been really impressed with Red Canids. Look, you know, you pointed out, I feel like their current results aren't actually a true kind of a alignment of how they actually have looked. And maybe it's some tough losses, maybe it's some kind of unfortunate OT losses, but I feel like there's definitely a team here, and it seems like Red Canids are looking to build for the future, especially with bringing in players like Quez, like Ponta. Obviously, Drop, he's only been in this team for a couple months, but it's clear to see what he's done regarding results.
Yeah, absolutely. 4-0 start, though. I am loving life from what Red Canids are offering up. And I think it's safe to say there's no surprises that we see attack timeout get called. A serious conversation has to be had by ODDIK. They're kind of getting dismantled without too much of a fight right now. And that's not what we want to see on a map in which, you know, they've actually looked okay on it in the past. Yeah,
look, you look at some of the teams they've bested on Nuke. They beat G2, they beat Pain. Obviously, kind of a shallow loss to Bounty Hunters. But some of these results are incredible. Like 13-2 victory against Solid, 13-5 against Crew. Red Canids are kind of on a similar plane to those rosters. And right now, Red Canids looking as the side to be in the ascendancy here on Nuke. But I like that ODDIK have kind of already identified, look, we need to change something up. Maybe it's this aggression towards outside, but Quez, the elevated angle, will find 90. And opening kills have been so consistent for Red Canids. ODDIK have been in a disadvantaged scenario nearly every round, and Quez, he will spot that. Might attempt to make his way down, but a bit of chip damage always going to be helpful. Oh, 7 HP on K-Slox, but back to a 4-on-4. Ooh, timing on this ramp play could be perfect.
Yeah, they're going to retract her back towards lobby. And they might actually go for a pause again. This seems to be a pretty standard thing for Red Canids on the default, is just keep things quiet over towards lobby. I don't like that his drop with the bomb that's first to face, but he's actually able to come out on top. There's a real risk involved there. If he dies, it buys time for rotations to come through. But luckily, hits that shot, and now gives Red Canids a really decent shot. You know, it's a 3 versus 4, but K-Sox is barely alive. They should see this over the line for a 5th, and they're going to swing out. Full blind on the turn. Down goes Pank as well. This should be the round once again. We've got to say.
Yeah, unfortunately, Pank's playing towards rafters there. I think if he's in heaven, I think ODDIK just going for the save with all three would have been a better call, because then Woody can drop over the rifle, maybe bring out an AWP. We can see a kind of a perfect investment. Don't get me wrong, I feel like ODDIK are going to have a pretty decent buy if both Woody and K-Slox can save, but it's a 5-0 start for Red Canids. Just a really impressive performance. Don't get me wrong, we expect good things from this Red Canids roster, but I think it's just in tandem. Not only has the kind of the team synergy and I guess the kind of protocols going so well for them, but the individuals are just making it look so much easier.
My God. Yeah, Red Canids looking fantastic. I did say, you know, in the pre-show, the big worry for me was Nuke, in the sense that it's not a bad map for ODDIK, and if they do lose it, it puts a lot of pressure on Ancient, in which I value ODDIK quite highly on, but my God, Red Canids are not pulling any punches right now. On the T side, looking lights out.
Yeah.
And heading towards this next round, we're going to see an AWP out for Woody, but I think right now, that doesn't seem to be the difference maker for me. I need to see this rifling core of ODDIK step up. They're getting overwhelmed.
Yeah, and I think the problem is as well, ODDIK are being quite static and looking to play reactive based on what Red Canids have to offer, which I think sometimes can work on the CT side of Nuke, and a lot of the time you'll see a team that maybe are a little bit unfavored on Nuke and don't play it too much, maybe not have many systems in place on that CT side, whether it's kind of a lobby crunch, whether it's kind of a cheeky play towards outside, something like that. And I think another issue as well is ODDIK maybe just need to get a player down towards Secret early on, can look to kind of create another, you know, another point of attack or another point of defense, more like, towards outside, because we're seeing Quez looking to take that space, whether he's finding frags, whether he's just being a nuisance towards outside. And that's why we are seeing so much of kind of a limited defense on the A-bomb side, because either the Heaven player is being brought across or kind of the ramp needing to be bolstered up. It just seems like in so many of these rounds, just because one or two players for Red Canids are showing just some form of aggression, whether it's towards outside or ramp, ODDIK are having to thin out their defenses massively. Hopefully the AWP can be the difference maker here for Woody, but I feel like Red Canids, they're going to read into the investment. They're going to have the idea that Woody's on the AWP, and maybe we'll just see a fast A. Honestly, yeah. I feel like sometimes you'll see it from teams, and especially with a kind of a team and a player like Coldzera is going to have so much experience, obviously not only on the AWP himself, but on this map. He's going to know, okay, well, the AWP's in play. As an AWP myself, what do I struggle most with when AWPing on the CT side? It was a fast A, because you can't get into the round. Yeah. You're just sat in heaven behind 4 smokes, nothing you can do. So I'm excited to see whether we see a speed change here for Red Canids. Obviously, this isn't a real round. We all know that this is a tech issue.
Stop having a bit of fun. It's all right.
Hey, look, it's the late A play.
There we go. He's just testing his util, making sure it hits. And I actually missed because he didn't shoot the window. So it's all good. That's why we practice. But yeah, no, a bit of a tech pause here. Looks like we lost Venom Zero. So hopefully get him back in as soon as. But really good spot that kind of Red Canids are in, I think, generally speaking. I need to see a massive change come through for this ODDIK side where a complete overhaul. Like I said, all coming in play is good here, but for me, it's this rifling core just not stepping up. You know, you're even looking at kind of Pank, 0-4, not putting up the numbers we need. Nate, again, similar for him, where this is a guy who, yes, he's inconsistent and, you know, recently hasn't been lights out, but when he gets going and when he starts finding his form, actually looks pretty strong. It's, yeah, a bit of a weird spot for it. They just look completely overwhelmed at the moment.
And I think another big issue that I've already said for ODDIK is the finances of Red Canids is going to be really difficult to break. There's 3 players above 10k. Obviously, Ponta and Quez can get drops across. We're going to be seeing 3 rounds in a row. Red Canids can lose 3 rounds in a row, and they're still going to be getting a buyout. And I think that's the really scary thing.
Looks like Venom's back, so that's good. We'll take that. We'll take that at the very least. So it should be back underway momentarily.
What are we thinking? Is 5 already too much? Is Red Canids already displaying too much form here on Nuke? Or is it still kind of possible? Are ODDIK going to need to get maybe 6 or 7 here to kind of recover?
Yeah, I mean, you know, normally when I look towards Nuke in the past, I think things are changing at the moment towards Nuke. It's becoming a bit more even, and actually we're seeing really decent T-sides. People start to figure it out, but generally I would always say, you know, you get like 4 rounds on your T side of Nuke, and I'm actually like relatively happy. 5 or more, and you're loving life. But you know, Red Canids have already got this, and for ODDIK, I mean, the best case scenario is seeing out the rest of this half. That is completely unlikely. So at this point, are we maybe vying for like 3 rounds and a hope and a prayer?
Yeah, I feel like for ODDIK, We need a change of pace, we need a change of ability, but looking at the shots coming through. Oh, look, what did I say? What did I say? Woody's going to have the AWP in play. Red Canids are going to read into it. They're going to know that the AWP is going to be a factor to deal with. Fast A.
Yeah, this is insane. I mean, it's a great call by Red Canids. Read them like an absolute book here, but ODDIK cannot hit anything. No shots are being connected right now. This is so rough to watch, and this is a side who generally do bring bits of firepower. The best they can bring is exit kills. I mean, that's a dire spot. Canids having a look in. He's got the right idea as well, but it's dropped to get the kill on towards Pank. The quick trade, and well, that'll be that. I mean, fantastic work, it has to be said. Woody saved in the AWP. It is what it is, and he will get the shot. So consolation kill, sure, but Red Canids continue to just run away.
Yeah, look, the individual for Red Canids are looking just insane at the moment. I don't know whether you saw it when we were on Drop's POV. He only has 20 armor now, because obviously he hasn't died yet. And obviously not going to be reinvesting in it because you've just survived from the last round. It's the last thing you think of. So I hope there's not a fight where Drop takes a little bit of nade damage or something and then he's going to get aim punched because of it. Honestly, I don't think he'll care, but still. I always find moments like that quite funny.
Yeah, 6-0, dude. I mean, this is brilliant. Another attack pause, and I think, again, completely fair enough. For ODDIK, they've already lost control of this, and I think, you know, the way things are playing out right now, we can kind of get rid of sort of veto conversations and just say the individuals are looking 10 times better for Red Canids, that it might not even matter what maps we go to. I know Ancient's been a map that has been very good for ODDIK, but the way they're actually playing right now, I can't see a world they win on towards that map. They are getting overrun in terms of firepower.
Yeah, look, ODDIK. I hope we see a turnaround on map 2 because, look, we were kind of giving the idea that maybe there could be a 2-0 in this game, but certainly not for Red Canids.
All right, so, ODDIK, what have you got for us? At least with times being so dire, we can rebuy back in. And falls around the AWP. Bank this spot one towards outside. It's named for the first. They'll take that every day of the week. Down goes Drop. Playing out by a Ram. Like for now, won't be tested. But I think, if I'm right in saying, for the first time this game, an opening kill coming through for ODDIK. So you're going to take that. Yeah, exactly. We've got to now. One of the ways to approach this is actually kind of, in a way, sort of fall out of your default and actually just try and play off the back of trades. Try it as desperate as you can. Keep the numbers in your favor.
Obviously already rotating a player down towards Secret. I think for ODDIK, it's the idea that Red Canids have been towards the A bomb site nearly every single one of these rounds. So they are just, I guess, limiting the defenses. Woody's AWP can rotate in. Great find here onto Ponta. And that's why Pank is just going to drop this smoke. Try and be that kind of form of resistance. Pank will find one, no trade seen. And this should be the round. There is no reason that Red Canids should find this 7th. It is going to be this way. Yeah, it's near impossible, especially with Woody already rotating down towards ramp. Not been spotted, so they should assume there's a player here. Coldzera gets 1. 2 versus 3 now. This was a 2 versus 5 at one moment. Quez on the back of the bomb site. It's such a tough scenario to be in. And with his teammate falling as well, near impossible will eventually be found. So ODDIK, they will finally put pen to paper here on Nuke. And about time too. This was looking quite scary.
Better late than never, I think, is ultimately the statement here. But yeah, for a moment, I think especially when the AWP gets clipped and Woody gets deleted, I thought there might be a bit of a chance because Coldzera actually manages to reposition back over towards Toxic. But in the end, doesn't matter. And we look now where it is finally around to the board. They've broken this awful loss streak that ODDIK were in, and we can start building upon it. We've got to find some way to stabilize this first half. Like I said, there's no way we can talk about a real positive first half. That's already well and gone out the window. But if we can get somewhere in the region of like 4 rounds, I will take the silver linings there. 4 rounds, going towards that seaside, get a pistol, then we can start to discuss the potential of getting back in towards Nuke. But this whole first half now is about recovery, it's about finding consistency and just waking up a little bit.
Well, I think as well, like, it's not as though ODDIK are useless on their T sides. You know, as I pointed out from the get-go. Both these teams are pretty even when it comes to their preferences on both the C side and CT. So there's still the chance, still the opportunity for ODDIK. But like Red Canids, not only are they so strengthy in the financial department, they're going to be getting buys in these next couple rounds. ODDIK have just got to play such perfect CS, just got to keep as many players alive because their money is not stable whatsoever. But with the opening kill coming through onto Quez and Pank finding Venom Zera, we're seeing a little bit more of a different approach here from Red Canids.
Oh, all right, 1 for 1. Down goes Woody, down goes the AWP again. Not really having the impact just yet, but it's Pank who will deliver. Fighting on towards drop, looking for a second as well. And he finds it. Ponta falls, and that is actually a really good round from ODDIK. A round that is A, workable, but B, and I think most importantly, that is a replicable round. Shots here, the setup's solid, and that's how you shut down Red Canids. And you see it very instantly. They go for attack timeout. They realize themselves that we've actually been overrun and maybe been slightly figured out now. So we've got to change things up.
Well, I think as well, look, 6 is an incredible scenario to be on the T side of Nuke, but obviously with still 4 more rounds to play with. ODDIK seemingly have kind of hit their groove and got into form, and if it can continue for them, Red Canids, okay, yeah, it's still worst case scenario tied up half, which is very impressive on Nuke, but it's not guaranteed. It's not kind of, well, the rest of this game's a formality. So I think Red Canids, I like the fact they're identifying this early on. Honestly, I see this time and time again from some of the South American teams where they might go on a hefty loss streak and then they'll call like a pause when they're 10 rounds down and you're questioning, well, look, you could have done that too, 2 rounds into it. So I'm happy that both ODDIK and Red Canids are looking to identify the issues early on. And it just goes to show not only is there such great ability in the server, there's obviously so much experience, there's so much kind of, I guess, mental resilience for these teams because they know how much that just 1 round can massively change the outcome.
Absolutely. I can't hide this from Pine. This is an unbelievably risky move to make this early in a round, but he's gone away with it. And now all he has to do is wait here. He is an incredible information gatherer. Any noise made towards lobby, he can relay it. But any rotation made towards Ram, he's there prime already. And like this early in towards the game with someone kind of pseudo holding that position, I don't know if they'll check that close corner. So he can get away with a lot here. He could line up a few if they are to make that choice. It does look like Venom Zera is at least slightly aware of it. Pushing towards lobby. Down goes Woody. Tries to make a difference and he will fall. Nate, same for him to the hands of Kawes, who continues to have a fantastic game. In a matter of moments, ODDIK, they go for something a little bit proactive, not quite a lobby crunch, but they've been punished twice forward. Here it is. Like I said, I don't think he's going to check it. He gets 2 for it. Actually could have got 3, but this round's back on 2 versus 2. Uh-oh.
I don't know how this has been made possible, and Quez, he was the one to look to take that space towards outside in the meantime, but what a round there between K-Slox and Pank. And it's just the second that Pank activates there and ramp, we see K-Slox pushing through Squeaky. But as you said, they just don't check it. Why would you ever check this? ODDIK have been so kind of disciplined towards ramp.
Yeah, man, I just think it's a really, really nice idea. It very, very nearly falls apart. The fact that Kawes gets a kill towards outside and simultaneously Woody goes down with a bit of a lobby crunch of his own. I don't like the fact that he's driving with the orb there, I've got to be said, but in the end, it's the rifling core, like I spoke of, that step up in a big way. So I'm happy with that. 6-3. This is already now sort of workable. Just 1 more round for ODDIK, and I actually think they're in an okay spot. Even if it was to end 8-4, I think that's a recoverable position. If they can get a pistol round, that is. But well, any more, you're happy with.
Yeah, look, as well, the fact there was the deep control taken from Pank and obviously in ramp, and we saw Nighty actually push kind of deep towards outside. It's clear that ODDIK are looking to take kind of more aggressive space, and it's going to work out really nicely for them. A lot of damage to drop through the nade, but Venom Zera's double gives them the advantage. K-Slox, though, aggressing through Squeaky, will find Cold Zera. Flashbang's coming through, and out of the heavens is Pank. Where did he come from? He was up the ladder and just silently snuck on out, and that's because of just all the attention that K-Slox takes. But that is now 4 found for ODDIK. Finances finally for Red Canids in a bit of a precarious spot, and ODDIK can look to kind of extend this. They can look to maybe even get themselves 6.
I don't know if we've got that from sort of Pank's angle, but we're right in saying he transferred there as well, and it was a pretty mean transfer coming through in towards Rafters. So fair play, great work, and 6-4. Red Canids are now looking very muted, and you can kind of see it in their investment too. A double AK setup, triple tech 9, going for a half buy in towards this one. ODDIK have got a prime opportunity to be able to make this a one-round game, and that, you know, from 6-0 down, that's a really decent recovery. They're on track for making something quite special out of this half, despite being pretty woeful at the start.
Yeah, massively so. Again, we've got Quez looking to take some space here towards outside. Drop and Quez going to send the smokes, and obviously, this is all to draw some rotations to allow for these A players, but with Quez falling now, yes, it's a rifle that can be retrieved, but it just takes so much threat around this, I guess, potential outside play. Already there's a player down in secret. Caselocks can just say, look, no one's here, it was all a ruse. Nice find from Ponta. Rifle can be upgraded to. Woody with the AWP, though, finding Coldzera. 2 versus 4 gone 2v3 as Drop finds 90 towards outside, and Drop, he's heard in the vent. There is a player in lobby. Caselocks needs to be dealt with. Flashbang coming through. Woody still playing reserve from heaven, and the reposition from Ponta could be excellent, but needs to worry about Hart. Woody rotating in. The retakes have been pretty decent here for ODDIK as well, but that's now 5 found. Yes, it will be an investment from Red Canids, but as you mentioned, from a 6-0 start to this, what's gone on? What's happened?
Yeah, what a game. This is sort of prime example of, at times, what South American Counter-Strike does bring. Just unbelievably momentum heavy, and that's what we're getting in towards this nuke so far. They get a little fortunate to start things off, but in the end, all that really matters is a solid retake, numbers kept alive, and in a really decent spot. I mean, sure, we can talk about silver lines for Red Canids. A bomb plant in that situation, you have 3 tech 9s. You're taking that to really kind of bolster up your buy heading in towards that last round. But ODDIK, the recovery, very impressed with what I'm seeing happen then. If they can make it a 6-4 game, this nuke now becomes very, very interesting indeed, because Red Canids, their mental state's probably actually a little bit feeble right now.
Yeah, look, you're going to be, I guess, from face value, you go into a T-side nuke and you're told, okay, you get 6 rounds on the T-side. You're not going to be disappointed, but it's just because of the context of it all. It's because Red Canids could have easily ended this half with 8 or 9 rounds. Information gathered on Togs, but with a molly dropped, it's just going to keep the T's at bay. And with Quez falling towards outside, look, he was like 7-0. He's now 10-7. Just those little fights towards outside have kind of flipped ever so slightly, and you can see how different it's made these rounds, because we're not seeing ODDIK kind of split with rotations and seemingly silent, but great find from Caselocks. 2 versus 4 now. ODDIK can quite comfortably find 6 here. What a response. What a ridiculous first half.
What a game we're getting here. I think this might be the story for the series, and I think if we're being honest, this one might have 3 maps written all over it, the way things are panning out so far. Caselocks tagged, but still alive. That's all that matters. Numbers game is so good here for us to play together. Uh-oh. What happened to play together, lad? They know where the last guy is, though. That'll help, and he is low. Vanzera is barely alive, but he plants safe. A smart plants. Oh, missed the shot. Woody, we gotta hit those. It's a freebie, but thankfully Togs there to bail out. My oh my, 6-all. What a half.
Yeah, look, I'm kind of stunned into silence here, really, because I was ready to say, congrats, Red Canids, you've taken map 1, well done. Now, okay, even if Ancient doesn't go your way, you've got the excitement of Trey. There's still the option and the quite possibility that ODDIK could take this first map, because we said a lot of what Red Canids' success came from wasn't necessarily the calling, wasn't necessarily kind of the strategy in place. It was just the individuals were just hitting crazily. Yet now it seems ODDIK have come to the table. They've kind of finally locked in here on this CT side. Individuals are stepping up for them, and you can see the real difference of Red Canids' T side from when their individuals are dominating to when it's an even, because I don't think ODDIK's CT side was relatively impressive with what they were doing, kind of with their decision making. Okay, yeah, there was that one round where Pank took loads of space and Nighty pushed towards outside. But even that was a 2 versus 5 at one moment. It was still kind of a big clutch that was required. I don't think ODDIK did anything massively special on their CT side either. It's just seemingly they've come to play now. So this second half is going to be very exciting, especially with ODDIK being on the T side. They can now set the tempo.
Oh, yeah, honestly, I am loving what I'm seeing. I mean, this round again, where things were... I think this round was so indicative of what the resurgence from ODDIK looked like, right? That was the one that really gave them all of the kind of the hope in a way. I mean, yeah, fantastic work that came through from ODDIK, and I'm really impressed with how they've been able to turn things back on its head. I hope it's not a situation where they're consistently a slow starting side, because you don't want to give Red Canids any sort of legway. But if they can come in towards the second half, ODDIK can just get a pistol. Doesn't matter how the rest of things go. We can just start one round at a time, thinking the real short term, get a pistol round. We're on track for something quite special here. So this round could be huge. For Red Canids, if they lose here, they're in a real world of trouble.
Yeah, massively so. And that's the real scary thing. And look, in one of their recent games on Nuke against 2Game, they lost 13-8. They won the T side. They won it 7-5, and they still ended up losing. So it's clear that their CT side is not perfect either. We have seen the first casualty come through on the side of ODDIK. It's a great find from Drop with the Julies. K-Slock's looking to aggress in. Needs to be cautious as the Julies are in play. And then the onslaught of the T's will make their way forward. It looks as though they just want to fight their way forward. They don't really care about the bomb plant, which honestly, I don't mind.
Yeah, pack mentality. I respect it. Just sticking together as a group and taking the fights few at a time. Dooley's trying to tap around that corner, paying attention. Flashbang is so good, but doesn't matter. The shots are better. Nate hitting a double. Oh my god, Red Canids from bad to worse. As down goes Ponta as well, and it's cold on that lurk. He should get a consolation, and he fluffs his lines. That is rough. Dude, that round actually sums up how, you know, that first half kind of felt for Red Canids after things fell flat.
Yeah, look, honestly, I feel like for ODDIK, you see the initial kill go against them, and honestly, they're just so fast down the ramp, but it's the fact that they are literally all playing shoulder to shoulder. Even if the kills don't come through, there's trade potential. We saw, I believe it was Quez, he closed the door, the flash is perfect, it blinds both the players towards the stairs, but Nighty's there to just swing through the doors, obviously not going to be blinded by the flash, and he gets just such a nice double. This is what we've come to expect from a team like ODDIK. I think both of us were quite kind of stunned and shocked by that first 6-round performance, because this is not what we've seen from ODDIK in the past. But the fact they are now kind of in their form, this is where things could get so scary. Ponta will get the trade, can upgrade, sorry, to the AK, but the lack of ramp defense is going to cause some problems for Red Canids.
Yeah, this is a good chance as well, especially if they can kind of send Woody in, they can really farm some cash up. Oh my, what a game we're getting gifted here. There we go, Woody and the Mac-10. Gonna get some cash on deck. Just keep sending him in. Doesn't matter if he falls as well, because he's got plenty of guns behind him. And we'll go down. Continue pushing his way forward. It's just cowards around this corner needs to be careful of. ODDIK on track for a 2-round lead from being 6-0 down. We'll keep bringing it up, and I know it sounds like we're kind of a stuck record here, but this is an incredible recovery.
Yeah, especially when they were kind of completely down and out. Red Canids looked as though they were going to be building up for the kind of the crescendo of the Nuke victory. 6-0 on the T side as well. And look, the reason we're bringing it up is because it's kind of crazy. And I think both of us are a little bit lost at how this has gone so wrong for Red Canids, because it was 6 in a row. Now it's 8 for ODDIK. And with that being the force from Red Canids, I doubt they're going to reinvest again. Obviously, Quez does have a... Ponta does have a 5-7 that he could drop across. Sadly, just kind of 1 kill away from dropping a rifle. Obviously, Quez can do that. I don't really know what you do if you're Red Canids here. Are you going to go for the investment, or is it just better to save?
Yeah, it's a real decent question. We've got an AK-57 MP9 in play here, but it still should be a pretty simple round for ODDIK. They've really got to hope that Drop can pull off some god-tier numbers, but Red Canids falling so flat. ODDIK, I am loving what I'm seeing, and I'll come back to what I said in the pre-show. If Red Canids lose this map, I don't know if they've got a chance in the series at all. Ancient's been a pretty solid pick for ODDIK, and especially the way they're playing right now. They're going to get up close. This first kill could be everything. If he's flashed around this corner, it should be a guarantee. Might go dry, though, which I don't love. But he wins it out nonetheless. Who cares? Down goes Drop, down goes the AK, and surely down goes the chances as the MP9 also follows suit. Nate as well. We'll see it off at the end there. So great work to, I guess, conclude in the end. I mean, my God, 9-6. I think we've got one more timeout as well for Red Canids. They might use it.
Honestly, I don't even know what you're going to be using that 30 seconds for, because from their point of view, they played kind of the perfect start of a game. Now they're just being kind of out-rifled. And And the devastating thing is kind of how we teed up Ancient to be so one-sided for ODDIK. But 90, 17 and 10. Pank's having a really good game as well. Brent fine from drop. Gives them that advantage. It's quite obvious that ODDIK want to head their way into A, but just with the utility, the damage, the kills, ODDIK have been shut out of this A play.
Yeah, you're right. From Zera. As an A anchor, it's tough at times to get involved. You've got so much support. 4 players in a way towards this top side. Togsy finds Ponta. Into numbers back level, but HP is at a real disadvantage for ODDIK. So surely this should be the first real chance. Kawez gets caught overextending though. That's not what we want to see. Venom Zero wasn't close enough for the trade. He also could be in a bit of trouble, or he is the trouble. 1, 2, not quite the third. Pank will trade.
Obviously, 49 points of health combined on the ODDIK aggressors. The problem is there's just so little control. We see the smoke in main. Obviously, Coldzera is just holding deep ramp from under Heaven. 90's out on the bomb site, so worried about Heaven. The problem is, Pank is yet to emerge. So many questions from both sides as to where these final 2 players reside. Already, though, Red Canids, this round's got a little bit out of hand. Even if they win it, there's going to be a struggle in the investment in the next. Drop should get a freebie, though. We'll find Pank. I think the chance of this round has slipped away now.
Yeah, I think you're right. This would require something quite special with 13 points of HP. Bomb still needs to be recovered. 14 seconds. I don't really see a world. He can get a bomb plant. That's more or less as kind of good as it gets. 5 seconds. He will commit to the plant. Will he get it down? The answer is no. Denied in the final seconds. So Red Canids back on the board for the first time in a hell of a long time. But the only big thing is over here, it just cannot afford to be a flash in the pan. They've got to now try and find consistency themselves.
Yeah, and the difficulty is there's going to be lacking in utilities. It's not going to be the perfect weaponry. I saw an MP9 invested before it cut to the replays. And I think that's the biggest issue. And even in a round that was so disadvantaged for ODDIK, the fact they bring things close, and obviously while it's that 2 versus 2, there's still that possibility. That's the scary thing for Red Canids. And we see that players are aggressing towards Squeaky. They're looking to find kills for Red Canids, even when they've got, you know, a hefty advantage. And that's a problem. You don't need to be doing that. Yeah, okay, you can forego a bomb plant. You don't have to kind of look to hold off ODDIK before they can even get onto a bomb site. You've got a 2-man advantage. You've got a low HP. So many players on ODDIK low HP. There is no need for them to look to get so aggressive on that CT side, especially after they found those frags.
Yeah, you're right. He's again going alone. Goes dry too, and he does spot one out, but makes a smart choice of just falling back. Is Woody elevated? Smoke's faded too, so how do you want to play this? The whole dry peeking thing keeps me very nervous. It's so reliant on you hitting your shot. There's the flash that comes through. And it's actually a really good one. Catching Cowards is super important. Oh my! Venom Zera dropped. Cold Zera all combined to shut down the A site, and that was incredibly quick.
Yeah, this is more like it, Red Canids. Welcome back to the server. Obviously, it's taken them a while, but I think they've got themselves once again deeply planted. 9-8 though, ODDIK. Certainly still within the question. Surely just a half buy here. Maybe some Mac 10, some Galil's invested on players like Woody, Caselocks, Togs. But Red Canids with a great opportunity to level up the game 9 apiece. And obviously with it being Nuke, we've mentioned how both of these teams are fairly even with their T side and CT side favorings, but we know that this map is CT sided. Let's not be around the bush here. So, ODDIK, they've had their streak of success, and now Red Canids back to the table. What are we thinking? Still up in the air?
Do you know what? Just because of how things have been kind of running, I'm actually still leaning in favor of ODDIK. I think where they're at the moment, yes, these last couple of rounds looked a little scrappy, and it does actually look like finally Red Canids are back alive, but ODDIK, I'm not going to completely discount them just yet. I think all it really takes is one hiccup for this Red Canid side. Economy goes a little bit awry, and that's where I think ODDIK can get back into their winning ways. So I'm still leaning with them. I still think they've got enough to take this map.
Okay, interesting. Honestly, right, I was initially vying for ODDIK when we saw that kind of 9-6. I think the way in which Red Canids dealt with that A play there, I actually think they're going to take it.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll have to see then. We've got Not too many rounds left in regulation. Ross has been made there. Cowers might have heard something because he did actually run across Nate, but no spam. We hit that minute mark, and there's no real decision being made here by ODDIK. It looks like they want to pop towards ramp, but they don't actually have to commit down towards B. They can even still wrap towards heaven if they want. Ponta, force on the angle. Nate will come down. Now they're going to chase, and Ponta does so well to get 2 out of that situation.
Yeah, the problem is because of Nate's position, he can cut rotations. He's still here towards Secret. Obviously, we have got that MP9 close by. Pank going to drop in and tap the bomb. But the drop opens. Oh, drop caught off guard, but still surviving. We have got Nate, and with that altercation going his way, Drop is going to feel so suffocated here towards single door. He has got a teammate now rotating in Venom's Era. They're going to go hunting for 90 and jumping around the corner. Oh, Venom's Era gets the trade, but it's not the cleanest. It takes some time and takes a little bit of damage. 2 versus 2.
They're taking a lot of time to get down here as well. I mean, this bomb's only halfway ticked. This is going to be a difficult retake. And this setup, they're ingrained in really difficult positions to kind of try and move off. But I really assumed Woody was holding the angle. Pank gets cleaned out of Cubby. My, oh my. What a retake. I was so sure Woody was holding towards ramp, but he wasn't. He was holding for the window pop-out, and that cost him his life. We're tied 9 apiece.
Honestly, as well, I don't really know why he's holding for the window. It's not as though he can, there's no problem. It's not as though his teammate is going to die from the locker's position. Ramp is the issue. Ramp is the problem. Especially with the setup they have. And with such limited time, honestly, they both could have tucked and they probably win that round because Red Canids would have had to go loud. They would have had to kind of really show their intentions, and there wasn't much utility going there for Red Canids. So, honestly, ODDIK, I think if they just kind of hid behind the cover they had, whether it's towards dark, whether it's kind of just at the back there, I think they probably would have won it, but no, it goes against them. Ponta playing at range, realizing the Tech 9s are coming, the Mac 10s as well. He gets the triple there, and coldzera close by. Backing away, great awareness from coldzera. Red Canids now should be taking the lead again. Obviously, it was Red Canids with that 6-0 streak. They are now back to the top. With only 3 more to find, money's not perfect for ODDIK. It will be the investment, obviously, but players like Woody investing a little too much in that last, so there could be a Galil, maybe even a Mac 10. And we can see the odds flipping massively here.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, honestly, this game is now really on a knife's edge for ODDIK. They actually might have squandered their real chance of taking this map. It was in their hands, and it might have just slipped through the fingers because Red Canids are back, they're kicking, and they're actually starting to hit their shots and look like a side who have got an idea here on Nuke.
Yeah.
Drop. To be the one to deny outside presence. Nate will come through a little late, but coldzera out range with the AWP again, making that AWP sing.
And obviously the funniest part of all of this is Red Canids. They were the team that we were talking about maybe throwing this game away. It seems like both teams, they've had the opportunity to kind of get themselves into such a strong position to confirm Nuke their way. Maybe the pressure's getting to them. Maybe that's a factor. Either way, though, Red Canids was a nice find onto 90s, the heavy hitter here for ODDIK, found by coldzera's AWP. And the lack of utility now is going to be an issue because although, well, Woody is being held now, they had an exit route, but coldzera is now holding. And it's just the lack of util. They've just got the one smoke. They're trapped behind red box. I don't really know what you do here.
Yeah.
I guess deep smoke towards Icebox, Molly main, and maybe you can get your way down, but you're not going about it quietly. And with Togs falling to Quez, this is going to be so tough here. They steer clear of coldzera's AWP, but they will go into the hands of Ponta. All this information, Gavin. Well, look, if you can go one and done, that's all you need. He gets the damage, not the kill. Not the greatest of sprays there.
If they can get a smoke molly combo, something down to get them coverage. There's a smoke. The molly to back here, so they're gonna have to fight war out here. It's super difficult. And K-Slugs gets caught by Cowers. It's now Pank barely alive and all on Woody, who's had a slow game to say the least. He's going to take first contact on the left-hand side of that smoke. Bomb will go down. That's at least a silver lining. That's money in towards the next round, but anything more feels unlikely. He's been overlooked. Oh, and Pank gets through. Oh my, ODDIK are back, and they're back with a bang. How have they walked away with that round?
Yeah, honestly, I love the positioning of Woody because he's going to be always an overlooked angle. It's the fact that because it's this triple ramp setup on kind of retake from Red Canids, ODDIK are going to be so worried about whether there's a player through secret, whether there's kind of a fast play down from vent, that Canids are going to assume that there is no way someone is playing that aggressive, because honestly, if someone's towards single door, double door, towards lockers, Woody's going to get taken down every day of the week, but Woody gets that kill, he takes all the tension away, and then Pank can get the double. That is disgraceful. That should have never gone the way of ODDIK. But somehow, some way, Pank stepping up when called upon. I feel like that's been his role throughout the whole of this game.
My 10-all. This map continues to deliver. We've got a banger to start off the day here.
Yeah, the scary thing here is this is a bit of a 2-for-1 type thing. Both teams, money's not great. It would have to be an eco in the next. So the loss in this round, whichever team takes it, unless if the CTs save, that's where I'm thinking, okay, well, Red Canids, if you lose this one and you don't have players saving, you're going to have to eco and give up 12, and that's where it gets really scary, especially with their loss bonus just being a 1.9. It means there won't be an ult for coldzera on their next full buy. Speaking of coldzera, though, looking to find a pick here. Not shying away from the early openers, but speaking of early openers, Quez will find it. He's continuing. This is a ballsy play. Oh, well done, Quez. This is what we've come to expect from the kind of the young gun that is Quez.
I mean, Drop should be able to get at least 2 here. There's 1. That's the bomb 2. That makes matters all the more worth for a second damage dealt. Not quite the kill, but if we're being honest, it should be job done. Case locks, forced to the hands of coldzera, all down to Nate. Not a lot he can do here, and he gets caught. Red Canids right back to winning ways, and actually in quite a dominant fashion too.
Yeah, no bomb plant either for ODDIK, so there's no kind of even question of, oh, well, okay, we could get maybe Galils, maybe Mac 10s, we could give a buy a go. No, it is just surely just going to have to be the full eco, unless if they want to take a huge risk that will cost them this one. Overtime, certainly a possibility, but Red Canids, they're just going to be so close to finding success. And look, you see Drop take that fight after he gets the kill. Yes, he does the damage. Okay, he falls, but it's still a 4 versus 2 with a low HP player to deal with. I think sometimes you'll see moments like that that could cost you, but Red Canids just so far favoured here. Idea to make their way down the vent. Togs has manoeuvred. Currently sat on the ladder.
They're just giving a look in just in case. Outside, overwhelmed Drop. Down he goes. Don't have the greatest of buys, but going to try and do what they can to make it work.
They certainly can. They've had Togs here for what feels like forever.
Yeah.
Quez is rotating down. He can slip past. And so can his teammate. Oh, this is going to be disgusting. Ponta's going to be the one to take that first contact. The double doors are open. Quez is here as an afterthought, though. This is the biggest issue. They don't even know about Quez. He finally activates. How have they not realized him? He's got no suppressed weapon. It's the AK, for God's sake. But Togs will get the trade. The nade could find him. Information on both these players now, 2 versus 2. coldzera with the AWP in hand. Togs looking to creep on closer. Will be taken down, though, by Venomzera. Low HP on coldzera. I'd love to see the CT just barrel their way out. Don't even give Nighty the time of day. And they will go for that approach. And look how frantic he is. Look how worried he is. But he gets the most out in a second. Somehow Nighty in the clutch can find it. What a ridiculous way for the round to end. And you see how he's just missing the initial shots. Red Canids should capitalize every day of the week. But ODDIK find 11. What is happening here now? I'm losing my mind.
Again, the exact same position that happened a couple of rounds ago. And it was Pank who stepped up in a big way for a double. This time it's Nighty, and that is ridiculous. Head hunting from lower sight. My God, what a round. But again, for Red Canids, on this B side, their retakes are just all over the place. They cannot seem to fathom ways. And they had Util, even if it's just a distractionary method, just do something to drag his attention away. But no, they fall flat, 11 all. And we're going the distance. The full 24 going to be required, and maybe and some to find out who's going to be winning this map number 1. What a ridiculous game. But to make matters all the more worse, money is shot. The Red Canids, they've got a tough task to make. Do we force buy here and hope for the best, or do we play for OT? They're going to opt for option 1. They're force buying in. It's a double M4 buy, double MP9, and just a pistol for coldzera. This could be the beginning of the end for them.
Yeah, look, I feel like they could obviously just look to eco and go obviously for the overtime, but it's not as though their CT size has been perfect. I think maybe a buy like this could really catch ODDIK off guard, but this is kind of do or die. You know, money's pretty broken for ODDIK. The victor of this round should win the whole game. Unless we can see these Tech 9 victories, which honestly we've been littered. They've been littered throughout this first map.
Just as long as it's played, you know, patiently, and we don't sort of try and overextend or do anything too kind of gimmicky here. ODDIK should have no issues. If they do as they've been doing well, play as a pack, they should be fine. Drops giving away his position. What are we doing? Why not use the loud Nate, pull your gun out. What are we doing?
Togs will get one. We see Pank
my.
finding coldzera in May. Smoke has landed towards May, but Quez rotating up. K-Slox needs to do so much, but he gets the double. And the Orb's in play with Woody just holding for Quez. Missed shot from Woody again. Woody's been really quiet this game. Woody's had a really tough time. Quez reload heard. K-Slox gets his third. Orb can be saved. Maybe Woody's questioning, look, don't even take it. I can't hit a bullet today. Keep the rifle. But that's 12 now found for ODDIK. Red Canids. The fumble in that 4 versus... the fumble in that 5 versus 3, I want to say it was, has cost them massively. Especially when we had such great setup. We had Quez there already on the bomb site, just fluffing his lines. Yeah, he gets a lot of damage and the 1 kill, but he should have found 2 and stayed on 100 HP. But ODDIK now, 1 more round away from taking their opponent's map pick and moving to H with a lot of confidence. And a fast play from ODDIK towards A. I love the idea, but the flashes from the CTs is excellent. Quez gets the first. Pank's been chipped away out, and the molly will hold them. A lot of damage dealt to Quez. Great nade.
Chaos. Absolute chaos, this game. Pank Togs low. Look at Red Canids and their investment. They're just trying to do something. And I actually kind of respect it. They've got nothing to lose. They can't play a default with this sort of a buy. You've actually got to try and catch them off guard. But at the final hurdle, they might have fallen flat when it mattered most. It's so unfortunate for them. But they can only really blame themselves. These are sort of maps that kind of keep you up a little bit. Damage dealt. coldzera somehow still alive. Somehow. I don't like that they're facing a Deagle. Maybe show him a little bit of respect. And venomZera has picked up an AK.
Look, this is coldzera. Let's not give him the time to shine, but he will go down. Information as well on venomZera. Caught off guard by Togs. And this is where ODDIK go back to basics. Pack mentality. 3 towards outside. You've got Woody as the lurk in lobby. And this is done. Ponta in a 1 versus 4 to salvage overtime. Red Canids, they were 6-0 up on the T side of Nuke. This seemed as a game impossible for them to lose. And his shoulder's been spotted. It's done. It's over. ODDIK, they will take it in probably quite the most chaotic game I've seen in ages. And honestly now, I don't really know how Atro's going to unpack this, but let's hear what he has to say, because there's going to be so much back and forth. Look, best of luck, fella.
My goodness, that was a beauty of a game. I'm gonna wait to turn it back to me though to start trying to break this down. Insanity, insanity. The last way it ends as well. Absolute beauty of a game. I really hope you guys have enjoyed. There's a lot to break down here, and I mean, the boys did it justice, and I'm here to try to do it justice too. What a better way to start a best of 3 than this Nuke right here. 13-11 is how we're gonna end, and I want to jump straight into it, right? Because we do start with that 6 in a row for Canids, right? It seems so easy. Pistol goes so well. And it just seems like the individuals are there, right? Great T side started their own map pick. After 2 rounds, though, they get recovered, right? ODDIK managed to bring it back together. We'll see it in the replays, and we'll get to talk about that as well. But it's not the entirety of ODDIK that manages to make that comeback, right? Red Canids are looking locked in for the first 6 rounds. I mean, the boys were already starting to talk about, is this going too far? Is this them just finishing it off too early and just going away with their own map pick? It's not, right? And the reason it's not is because Pank has been saving them time and time again throughout this entire first map. Pank has been that savior, right? He has had 3 double kills that have resulted in 3 different, very impactful and very important rounds. And we're gonna get to see one of them right here on the replay to start things off. Or I guess we'll not. There we go. That's going to be the first one, right? Pank brings it back. He manages to stay tucked in the corner. We talked a lot about this round. Well, the boys talked a lot about this round. And that's what kind of makes ODDIK bring it on back, right? So Canids take 6 in a row. They had 6 straight A pushes in a row, by the way. That's why things work. venomZera was just having a lot of impact with headshots. Ponta as well was just dropping on into those A hits. And the moment they start to work the other way, the moment they started going to B and their pre-aims weren't working anymore and they weren't getting that many bomb plants, ODDIK just struck back, right? Individuals seem to have completely turned around. Second pistol gets taken down by ODDIK. And it really shouldn't have from a macro perspective. We can dive on into it if we had the time, but realistically, everything just kind of starts falling apart, right? ODDIK take 9 rounds in a row, they bring it on back, but after a 2v2 that gets really close, Canids make a final stand. It's an impressive retake as well in round number 18. Red Canids make the score 9-9. They force ODDIK on a bad buy. It's starting to culminate as double digits get hit on by the Canids. Immediately though, Pank strikes again, right? We just saw it there. He manages to bring back another double kill, makes it down to 10-10, and then it's just a complete dogfight. It's clutch after clutch. It's a fight for a match point, and everybody starts getting a bit chaotic, a bit sporadic, right? Everybody just try to find openers, and we get to see this very fast kind of play from ODDIK that in theory, you know, it should be saving them, and it really did towards the latter side of this round as well. Cause does fall down, but the bomb still gets planted, right? And it's just that complete dogfight that Noitzi manages to save here. Beautiful from his perspective, by the way. We didn't get to see that. 11-11, turns it back around, and then it's just 2 straight rounds after Koyas doesn't manage to secure that 1v3 to give ODDIK the 13-11 that they definitely deserved out here. They really fought for it. When you're down 0-6 and still manage to keep your mental up to such a degree that you get this nice of a comeback and this close of a game, it's absolutely brilliant, and it's ODDIK to take that #1. But it's also me to drop the baton out here. I hope you guys have enjoyed this first map, because the series has got a lot more to give to you guys. And, well, I'm not going to be here with you to find that out, because CMD is going to be taking my place out on the analyst desk, and then the next best of 3s are going to be a little bit different as well. With that being said, though, I really do hope that you guys have enjoyed. It was a banger of a first map, and I'm glad I got to analyze it. I hope the boys are going to have fun with the rest of it. CMD is going to jump on in here instead of me on the analyst. And yeah, again, thank you guys so much. We're going to have a little bit of a break, and then it's map #2 to figure out if ODDIK can actually take it 2-0.
Hello everyone and welcome back to playoffs here. Second map in our first playoff series, ODDIK versus Red Canids. I want to pose this question very quickly. We got to watch a pretty chaotic map number one. I wanted to sort of say it felt like a game of two halves, but it did. It felt like a game of like 4 quarters really, as it was constant back and forth, but not in the traditional sense in terms of each team felt like they had a lot of momentum behind them, and then somehow the other team clawed their way back in and they had that momentum. But Nuke, you highlighted before that game went live that you think if Red Canids lose map number one, you think life's going to be a bit difficult for them. So I think it's only right that I pose a question towards you. How do Red Canids come back and win this?
Well, I think stability is probably, option number one. That just seems to be something they lack. You touched on it. It was 6-0 start, and they fall flat. The first half ends up being even. Then we go into the second half again. Red Canids start really slow, then come back into it, and then fumble. There's so many different miniature storylines in that one map alone. And you go in towards a map like Ancient, I just don't think they can afford to be kind of flip-floppy. They're kind of these flash-in-the-pan moments. They've got to find real consistency if they want to break down this ODDIK side, and kind of if they can play more similar or akin to how they did at the start of map number one, then I can start to believe. But honestly, I've actually liked what I've seen from ODDIK in the past in this map. It's been such a strong part of their pool, such a consistent part of their pool, that for Red Canids, I don't know if I have the belief, especially after how map number one ended.
Yeah, and Fred, obviously Red Canids in general, it looks like when we were watching them, there's a lot of individuals that we can see step up throughout the last few months. There's a lot of players to look towards, called Zera even, Venom Zera. I mean, we can pretty much list the whole roster, to be honest. But it does feel like with a lot of South American teams that are in a similar spot to Red Canids, form is a really tricky thing for these guys. And you never really see all 5 of them stepping up on the same day. The stats can sometimes be a bit misleading in that regard. But was there any notable players for map number one that you were like, yeah, Red Canids, maybe if they had someone stepping, maybe if Cold was there, maybe if Venom Zero was there, could that have made the difference? Was it just individuals that let them down?
Yeah, look, I think Quez was actually really good in those first like 6-7 rounds because he was looking to take space outside on his own. He was finding frags, he was creating space, he was creating like so many difficulties. I feel like Ancient, you don't really have the beauty of that, I guess, unless towards like a main and like the A bomb site, because sometimes that's poorly undefended. I actually really want to talk about the fact that Woody was pretty, I don't want to say useless, but he was very quiet. And he had the AWP in many engagements, just missed loads of shots. And the fact that ODDIK were able to do it without Woody stepping up, who has been a real pivotal piece for this team. Moving on to Ancient, a map that, Neo's already pointed out, and you can see just from the, the stats alone, he's a far better player on Ancient. It seems like that is kind of his home turf. This is where I'd be very worried for Red Canids. Obviously, Cold Zera can step up as well in his own right. Obviously, we know what player he can be. But I think it's going to be difficult now for Red Canids because I don't think Quez is going to have as much freedom as you'd like. I feel like it's not as though it's like mid. You can't compare mid on Ancient to outside because there's always kind of 2 sets of eyes and maybe a third player ready to throw utility on that CT side of Ancient. Whereas Nuke, it's a little bit harder to kind of deal with outside with so many players and still have control elsewhere. So I think it is going to be tough. I think if Quez can have that initial start, excellent. But look, I think for Red Canids, it's the fact that ODDIK finally came alive and it seemed like they were always playing chase. Look, they were like 6-4 up and it still felt like ODDIK had control of the game even while being from behind. So I think it's going to be a tough one for Red Canids. I'm excited to see how Ancient plays out. It's not as though Red Canids are useless on the map. It's not as though they can't play it themselves. But we do know the heights that ODDIK have hit on this map, especially when you look at some of the teams they've bested. 13-2s to Astralis, a few months ago. That's a ridiculous result.
Yeah, I mean, look, I understand that on paper what we've seen from ODDIK has been very good, but it does feel like you look at the whole map pool from Red Canids and there's no real consistency. That kind of feels like just the nature of where this team's at right now. They've got to make sure they sort things out for map number 2. Otherwise, that is going to be them eliminated here in the quarterfinals. But boys, Ancient is alive. Take it away and enjoy the show.
Yeah, look, it's a sad one. I would have actually really liked to see Red Canids either push OT or take map 1 because I think Train would have just been kind of crazy to see between these two teams. But look, I'm right there with you. Now, I think ODDIK should take this. I think it'd be pretty ridiculous if they don't.
Yeah. Well, let's see. Do Red Canids have any tricks up their sleeve to start things off? Apparently, yes. Nice shot from Venom Zero. Down goes Woody through the smoke, but a bomb goes down, and we've seen what ODDIK can do in these post plants.
Yeah, I think the difficulty is there's one flash here for ODDIK. They're going to use it to take this right-hand side, but the CTs aren't actually that close. It's good that the T's are jiggling, though, just to ensure that they've taken this control. This is going to be an absolutely chaotic next 5 seconds, but 90 gets one, and now K-Slox needing to step up will connect. So 3-on-3 now. Looking to aggress it. We'll find Coldzera. K-Slox so active here. Ponta will find, but the positioning of K-Slox and Togs, they can just play off one another so easily.
Oh.
And here it is. Yeah, this is the expectation of this round. K-Slox getting the quad kill.
I love that. Ring around the roses right at the end there. Just to guarantee it. Just to make sure it gets over the line. Brilliant work from ODDIK. Despite losing the first, hey, it's a bit fortunate, but if I don't say you take them every day of the week, that's a really decent post-bomb. They make sure to not only get proactive and get up in the face of the red Canid side, but they actually play time excellently. It's really, really good patience at the end there. K-Slox, impressive stuff. First round on the board for ODDIK, and they continue things as they finished in towards Nuke.
Yeah, red Canids, though, they want to press the issue. They are going to be going for the investment. Drop getting on the scoreboard early in this round, important. Gives them that mad advantage. And ODDIK currently just kind of splitting across the map. I hate the amount of max ends that they've invested in. I feel like you run the risk of, yes, okay, you can get the utility out, you might have that advantage, but they've got limited utility, they've got weaker weapons now. It's not as though they can just play things really slow. Drop gets the ding with the USP, puts 90 down to 34 points of health. This round gets really tough now for ODDIK, because it's not as though they have any avenue to work with. Okay, yeah, Woody might look to push towards A main. There's 2 players there. Even if he gets the first, he's going to get traded out by Ponta, or at least you'd assume so. Oh, Ponta, okay. Well, he's let Woody back away. K-Slox is looking to push it. And from a round that looked so stable for Red Canids, they've now got a big gap on the B-bomb site.
Yeah. What's happening behind? He's going to get caught from the side by Drop. This is falling very flat for ODDIK with 90 and Woody in tough spots, and a smoke to completely lock out option number 1. So a lot got to be done here. Veto nice shot towards Togs. This one's done. That's the bomb as well. Flash come over to try and buy him some space and for his teammate to get out. We'll get one, but only. And a great response from Red Canids on that fourth back in. They tie this game up.
Yeah, look, I think Drop does so much work there. He gets the first kill. He gets the damage, obviously, onto, I want to say 90, but I still don't know why we're seeing the AK looking to take that first bit of contact. He can just sit in red room, cut rotations. The B-bomb site was open for the taking. And I think that's sometimes where an individual takes things a little bit too much in their own hands. Look, the B-bomb site's open. They don't know about it, and maybe you want to flank, but surely the AKs shouldn't be the operative player there, especially with him being alone. He loses that pick. Even if he gets the kill onto the player in CT, he's going to get traded out by Drop anyway. I just feel like Red Canids, they were kind of gifted that round. Obviously, the reinvestment will be seen here from ODDIK, but Speedy from Drop here towards Cave. Drop is going to be such an operative player here from Red Canids in Cave if he's continuing to play with this level of aggression.
Oh, bank on the swing. The drive-by catches Drop. It's a nice kill. Not that it's going to make too much of a difference to this round, though. Down to 2. Hank and Woody. Not expecting a hell of a lot. Kawes, he's tucked around this corner. He's relatively low, so the back 10 could still be a bit precarious, especially when this smoke starts to fade. They're going to just double check as well. In comes the flash. He avoids it. The back 10 will still get a kill. We're back into a 2 versus 2. Damage is still very much in favor of Red Canids. Venomzera and Coldzera not taking any just yet. They still should be able to see this over the line relatively comfortably, but 2 versus 2, who knows?
Venomzera should have got that information. They should have heard the steps here through the water, so they can just rotate around now. Maybe a bit of misinformation. He hears the steps, and he's thinking it's coming towards B main, not away from. So look how much space it's been taken here from Woody. Coldzera still just jiggling. Coldzera could go down. This could be a 1 versus 2 now. He spots out the shadow. Can go for the peek, can go for the frag, and now it's Venomzera in a 1 versus 2. The misinformation has cost Red Canids. Obviously still a possible clutch for Venomzera, but
that's brutal. That really is. Tough to see. Look at where we're at now. Venomzera, he just got to save. He's just no way he can get back into this. I mean, he probably doesn't realize as well just how low they actually are, but unfortunately, that's what happens. ODDIK, what a great recovery. We saw them do this multiple times in that second half, late in towards the round, especially down towards that B site where they would make rounds at this stick. But how they get away with this one, I don't know.
yeah, it's tough. I feel like the player in kind of cubby of middle, it's going to be really tough. They know exactly where you are. There's a flashbang even coming your way. Obviously, he doesn't blind, but the flying Mac 10, it's always such an awkward fight to take. Obviously, with Pank getting that kill from the progression through a main, that's a problem. But we've seen this from Red Canids on Nuke so many times. And obviously, it's great that ODDIK are winning these disadvantaged scenarios, but the A main player doesn't really need to push.
Yeah.
It's just little things like that where they're giving up advantages. Like, okay, yeah, Ponta, if he gets a good timing, he finds them both. But in the same vein, ODDIK aren't going to be looking to get so aggressive. They are looking to hold for these kind of unnecessary pushes. And it's little moments like that where we have to say Red Canids, although you've got such a great start of the round, it's just the mid portion that they kind of, I don't want to say throw away, but they make things harder for themselves.
Yeah, I gotta agree. I really do. Look out, that'll just keep it at bay for now. Want to overextend by any means. It's a little quiet. Red Canids, of course, we have some level of a buy in around what venomZera saved. Of course, that M4, double MP9, upgraded pistols, half armor. So it's a somewhat workable buy. But if ODDIK just play this like a normal round, a default, they don't overextend, they stick as a bit of a group, they should be fine. They need to be careful. Thankfully, Woody's there, and he is awake and ready.
Yeah, the biggest issue there is that it's such a tight chokehold. They should know that ODDIK are going to be holding, and you understand you want to send the M4 there, but as you said, we've got these kind of upgraded pistols. I would have much preferred venomZera to kind of play off his team's contact. Ponta's got 2 there in K. What is going on? I feel like there's some slight remnants of that last game. It's just craziness. K-Slox will find Ponta, and it leaves coldzera and Quez so split here. I don't really know what they're going to do. I feel like you just got to wait out and see this round go the way of ODDIK. Quez hiding on the back of the bomb site could be quite nice, but I don't think he's going to be overlooked. I think Togs is going to be quite systematic with this clearing, and will eventually spot him. Togs. Finally realizing, yeah, there we go. But, yeah, I feel like sometimes when you've got that saved rifle, you've got to play off the deagles, maybe play deep towards cave where coldzera currently is, and contacts then taken from someone in one of the 2 kind of corners. It feels like Red Canids were kind of hoping for a gift in that one.
Yeah, I think you're right. K-Slox to the swing. And the fine good work as well, just at the end to see that one over the line. 3-1. Nice little start here on towards Ancient. Just making sure that these rounds are taken comfortably without breaking that much of a sweat as well. This is sort of what we want to be seeing and where we're at for now. The Red Canids, we need to just reset this economy. That's the big kind of first step for them, especially after the round that they lost earlier that kind of put ODDIK in such a good spot. The economy took such a big hit with it. And we see now, save comes through, ODDIK, a freebie of a 4th, essentially. They're in a really good spot. This is a very solid start to their map pick.
Yeah, I like that coldzera actually kept quite a lot in the bank, just getting the AWP out, the CT side, AWPing. Obviously, there's not many places where you can look to get overly aggressive, whether it's kind of an early peeking cave or you look to try and take some space towards a main. But it does just add a lot of kind of stability to that CT side, whether you're just posted up from CT towards ramp, something like that. Ooh. Timing is perfect for venomZera. Realization that it's pretty hefty stack here towards Red Room. Nighty's going to be flanking, but it's just a question of how long can he keep K-Slox alive for. Hank will get one. Nighty maybe looking for a knife kill. Speaking of the knife kill, yeah. venomZera gets one.
Yeah, you just see it. It happens, but my oh my. All right. You know, a little bit of cash on hand for Red Canids. We'll take that every day of the week just to line the pockets a little bit. But this is still a really big round. You know, all jokes aside for Red Canids, they have to win this round. If they don't, we're starting to talk about ODDIK building up more than enough of a first half that things are already in a hell of a lot of trouble. And that's not where we want to be at all. So, yeah, they've really got to kind of make this round stick and make it stick quite effectively.
Yeah, hopefully the AWP on coldzera can be that difference maker, but aggression here in middle. Flashes are great, but Tog's not blinded. Ponta found, or looking to find, sorry, but the kill feed's gone orange, and it will continue that way. ODDIK, yes, there's the dink onto Nighty, but it's a 1 versus 5 for coldzera within a matter of 15 seconds.
You hate to see it. I mean, just when I was saying, Red Canids, we need this round. To see it over the line, you fall unbelievably flat. And if we're being honest, you've got to quarter hunt here. You know they've force brought back in. Make it uncomfortable. coldzera at least get his consolation, his first kill of the map as well on towards Togs. Staying alive here is a huge ask. Gonna go around this corner. His barrel should betray him, but He's actually making a decent effort of this.
Yeah, it's a 1 versus 1 on the A bomb site as well. Woody
Uh-oh.
being held.
Who knows?
Oh, God, Sarah
buddy.
1v5. Sure, you've got to give this a go now, right?
Oh, of
I know,
course.
I know the idea is saving the AWP.
Roll
And
back the
sadly,
years.
Yeah, Pank's in a really good position as well to take him down, but coldzera, is he going to look? Is he going to check? Look, coldzera does really well to get the kill. Sadly, can't save that AWP. Honestly, after he gets that kill onto Woody in mid, I would have just loved him to rush the A bomb site. Although frantic with the AWP in hand, it's never easy to hit those types of shots, but a 1v5 going down to a 1v2. I guess that's coldzera in an essence, isn't it?
Yeah, fair play. I mean, I do have to give a lot of credit. Very, very decent effort that comes through there. coldzera showing a little bit of the prime time. His first 3 kills all in that round, but still, you zoom out a little bit. 5-1 ODDIK. Back to a low buy for Red Canids, so should be made 6 if we're being frank. I mean, go back to what I said in the pre-show. This is why I thought that Red Canids, they had to win map 1. They just don't think they have a chance here on Ancient.
Yeah, the difficulty is even though coldzera gets 3 kills in that one, it's just this half investment. And like if ODDIK play this how they should, and maybe they lose 1 or 2 players, the money's still going to be looking really good. So much utility sent from ODDIK to just take down 1 player in Cave. Venomzera's 5-7 will get 1, and look, pushing into Cave against a 5-7 is a risk that I don't think many should be taking. Pank's going to send the HE grenade. Venomzera falling to the frag.
Holding Woody, just in case the swing comes through. If he can hold in towards Cave side, he'll at least get the information so Togs is ready, but it should be fine. 5-7s are super scary at the best of times. He should get cleared down. He goes, and Togs, good reaction to spin. Catch that second, looking for the third as well. A known quantity Sakawa, I don't think has too much of a chance. It's a matter of time before he falls. Running low on ammo, so it might become a bit of a human flashbang. Down he goes to case logs. ODDIK make it 6. I mean, this is great work to see. This is what we expect from them on Ancient.
Yeah, and this is also what we're talking about for Red Canids, kind of with that start of Nuke. And I think the question is, and I think the difference is I can't really see ODDIK falling flat now. I can't see them kind of capitulating and it being a 6-6 half or something like that. I feel like we could be seeing maybe even double digits, however outrageous that might be from this first half. We could see kind of a 9-3, and that's where Red Canids, there's just going to be so many hypotheticals to fall into place for them to even get themselves back into this one. And obviously, as you pointed out, this is kind of do or die. They needed to win Nuke because of how potent ODDIK's Ancient is, and that's exactly what we could be seeing. Quez has already taken a lot of damage to the utility. Aggression down towards ramp goes so wrong. Pank gets the double. B-bomb site should be pretty open for the taking. Yes, they've got to deal with coldzera's AWP, but an isolated AWP should get traded.
Yeah, you're right. Again, Kawa is super low. Cannot see a world in which we make this sort of a round stake. Red Canids is so feeble, it feels at the moment. So easy to just put aside. Doesn't seem to be anything really on offer.
Yeah.
And it is difficult to see this. This is a side that we know had, you know, a lot of somewhat decent ideas, but there's just so little on offer at the moment.
Yeah.
It's seriously difficult to see.
I think the toughest thing as well is Red Canids they're looking kind of as though they want to get aggressive.
Yeah.
Every single round, whether it's players in middle, whether it's kind of aggression down towards B ramp, but the kills are just going the way of ODDIK. And it's not as though it's the preparation that's costing Red Canids. Obviously, we have seen the rotation towards the B bomb site. Flashbang looks good. coldzera, we're not going to have any flashy moments with him in a 1vx on the A bomb site, taken down quite comfortably there. But yeah, look, it's a tough one because I think Red Canids, they've certainly got systems in place. It's not as though they're a team that haven't played Ancient. It's clear what they want to achieve. The problem is it's just not happening for them. And a player who I kind of highlighted early on in this Ancient that I was looking kind of quite excited for being dropped, not really putting up that performance anymore. The kind of the ideas towards Cave are getting shut down quite comfortably.
Yeah. Exactly that. Ponta and Cowards, they can survive. That'll be something. And
great reaction
looks
time.
like the M4, yeah, will stay alive. Only for a brief moment, however. Togs on the trade. Togs got the right idea, not the right execution, however. Spam could be a little funky. Ponta's doing all right. Just getting some exit kills of any sort. Keeping that M4 alive. Desperately, and he will. 7-1. My, oh my. Normally, you know, you look at this sort of scoreline, not generally favored by Brazilians, but it seems like ODDIK are loving it at the moment. They are flying here on Ancient.
Yeah, and obviously Red Canids are now kind of applying their first tactical pause, but you know, we mentioned maybe should have been used a little earlier on. Obviously, Nuke featured so many timeouts just because both teams clearly needed that one up, that needed that change of step. It's clear that Red Canids, they know that actually it's not the tactics, it's not kind of the game plan that's costing them. It's just the fact that Pank can get like a double there while blinded. It's just little instances like that are just so tough to see, because it's clear that Red Canids, they've got a really nice idea of what they want to achieve here on the CT side, but they're just struggling for things to fall into place. And obviously we see ODDIK take the pistol, Red Canids bounce back, win the force button. I think a lot of the time you go, okay, well, great, Red Canids, you've done really well there. You can now build up a bit of a bank, a bit of just sheer rounds on their CT side, but then they lose to the P250s and Tech 9s. It's a tough one, but look, it's of their own doing. Quez going to look to aggress here towards A main, 90 holding and 90 finding. Woody now, missed shot here. Look, Woody's been really, really struggling on the AWP, I've got to say.
Yeah, I honestly think, you know, just for now, keep on the rifle. I don't even think it's a bad thing. And the way, you know, Red Canids' economy's been all over the spot, I actually think that's probably a bit of a benefit. Yeah. You know, they're bringing the 5.7s, the MP9s, these kind of guns where you want to be in the thick of it, a bit scrappy. I actually don't think there's that much of a benefit of opening on the T side right now for ODDIK. The way they're playing, the kind of the fundamental approach that they've got, just don't make life harder for yourself. At the very least, it doesn't look like it'll affect how this round goes, but Venom Zero could save it.
Yeah, not only is it the option that Venom Zera can save, Woody goes down really early on. Yes, okay, it's MP9s, it might be a save rifle here and there, but you're giving an AWP to a CT, and that's something that you really shouldn't be doing in these half-buy rounds, because I think we all know how much these rounds can turn so quickly, just with a kind of an upgraded rifle, a retrieved weapon, something kind of better to work with than just these pistols. Obviously, it's not cost them, as we mentioned, but ODDIK maybe, and kind of Woody as well, should just identify, look, the AWP's not hitting today. It's not working so well at the moment. Let's just put on a rifle and run up ramp.
Yeah, it's very true, because, you know, as much as we haven't seen him do too much, bar that one round, coldzera, the 3K that he did get earlier, it's at least showing that when he does have the AWP, he's pretty spot. You know, your CT economy is in such a bad spot right now. Why are you giving them a gift? And also, why is he peaking on his own? I see this quite a lot from Woody. It's like he goes to these big swings on his own, without the util, without kind of the proper kind of trade protocols there, and it's just too easy for him to fall. You know, if he was playing a little bit more of passer on that T side, as a lot of AWPers do, especially at that top level, we see essentially AWPers are basically pseudo support players. They're one of the best utility users. That's kind of what I want to see from Woody. Not entry fragging, not being one of the first in, but my God, look at those live odds, 1.02 to 10. I think they've got the same kind of feeling that we got. Red Canids are looking flat. Togs flying into the fight as well. Venom Zera will at least be given the luxury of getting away. Same can't be said for drop, however. And down goes Venom Zera to follow. Cold, with that saved AWP, does deliver a killing blow on towards 90, but the bomb will still go down. 3 versus 3. They actually didn't stop, at least for a brief moment, that bomb going down too. Now, second time of asking, it'll get planted.
Yeah, the positioning here is excellent for Woody. Obviously, coldzera is going to be maneuvering through middle, but he's going to be making a lot of sound. Woody's got a freebie here. And then after Woody gets this kill, this is where the CTs are going to be so worried. They're going to be looking to fight Woody so heavily. I actually don't know why he's looked to swing there. He could just be kind of a nuisance in the back of their minds, but it's given the CTs an option. There's still a molly. There's still 2 flashes. The setup is really good for ODDIK, though, and I think they know that obviously there's both these CTs here, so it's going to be so tough. Flashes coming through. Togs can just play anti. K-Slots can take contact, but going into this crunch, there's nothing they can do. Look, I've kind of pondered this and hypothesized it in previous broadcasts before. Red Canids are on the full loss bonus. They're going for these half buys where you get Kevlar, you get kind of, you know, the odd MP9 maybe, and then you go for the full buy, and it just means that you get 2 half buys and 1 full buy for every kind of 3 rounds.
Yeah.
I feel like it sometimes could be nicer to just go for a full save. You keep the 3.4. Let's say you lose the round again. It means you get a full buy, then you're sat on about 17, 18, 1900, and then you can get an investment in the round after as well. I've always thought that maybe some teams, but the half buys aren't panning out. The opponent's finances are so strong that you're not even going to make a dent in them. What a ridiculous moment for Pank again. It just seems as though he is just that guy today. But I think sometimes maybe you just need to go, well, the half buys aren't working. We're not actually dealing damage to their economy. We're not actually having the chance of winning the round. Maybe it's just better for us to get kind of 2 full buys out instead of these little scrappy half buys.
Yeah, exactly. They're really trying to force it and trying to make something happen, but nothing is coming to fruition. I mean, very simply, this should be a 10th on the board here. And I think it is safe to say this one's done. I cannot see a world in which Red Canids pull this back. And I'll keep bringing it up, you know, not to toot my own horn here, Zola, but this is sort of how I predict things will happen. If you lose that Nuke Mercy, I don't think they've got a chance in Ancient. ODDIK have really decent ideas and protocols for this. And I just think Red Canids, they look all over the place.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people would have seen that first half on Nuke from Red Canids and thought, oh, okay, maybe we've got a game on our hands. Ever since ODDIK kind of got engaged when it came to the individuals, came online and looked really good, it has just been ODDIK all the way. And I think we expected ODDIK to take this. I think maybe we were sold a bit of a false narrative after Red Canids were 6-0 up. We were kind of contemplating, oh, maybe more of a game on our hands. But yeah, look, ODDIK are performing as we expect on Ancient. I think it is tough that Red Canids did bring things kind of possible on Nuke and then to fall. You've got to imagine that's going to affect the mental, but not to this level. It's 10-1. I anticipated double digits was an opportunity, an option at that kind of 5-1. It's now 10-1 now. Red Canids, it's not as though they brought these rounds close either. It's not as though we needed 1v1s, 1v2s from ODDIK to put these rounds in play. It's been kind of 4v0s in nearly every end round. It's been a great performance from ODDIK, and look, I think they're going to be moving to that semi-final spot unquestioned and unbothered about who they're going to face, because the way they played here on H is sublime.
Wild times. Red Canids, they've got a lot to kind of discuss, not even just in terms of this like very brief half-time break, but more so post-series. What is going wrong for the side? I mean, we should be making deep runs in tournaments like this. We should be pushing towards making things like the finals, and well, unfortunately not. So, you know, they need to have a real kind of sit back, especially as we're kind of in and around that player break, and just think, okay, how do we actually turn kind of this team around? Things are obviously not going right.
Yeah, obviously we know that the South American region tends to be quite volatile, and we'll see kind of a lot of chopping and changing with rosters, and I think it's something that you know, certainly can work. It certainly can have a positive approach. I'd actually, you know, I'd hope Red Canids don't actually look at this game and go, oh, okay, maybe we need to change, because I actually think their roster changes, bringing in Quez, bringing in Pon to drop moving kind of to a leadership role, I actually think it can work. And I hope this doesn't really kind of force them to go, oh, well, back to the drawing board. Because, look, ODDIK are a very good team. They're a team that have been, they were at Astania. They're a team that have bested against some really, really top-tier opponents. We were talking and kind of alluding that this was a bit of a David and Goliath story from the get-go, and maybe the HLTV rankings are a little bit more, or maybe closer to what we'd expect. I don't really know. I feel like I hope Red Canids don't make kind of ridiculous, outrageous changes just based on this Thunderpick performance.
Yeah, I think you're right, but it's tough. They need to go back to the drawing board for Ancient. That is for damn sure. Would he? I don't think he should get a bomb on out of this. And no, he won't. So no post-spawn able to set up. It's a silver lining at the tail end of the half, but my God, Zola, we have got to recover and some if we want any sort of a chance of getting back in towards this. Times are not looking good for this Red Canid side, who offered up so little all the way throughout, but credit where it's due, ODDIK, man. That is a fantastic T side.
Yeah, look, to kind of put the perfect hypothetical in place for Red Canids, if they win the pistol, ODDIK look to force, they win that again, and then they win the first two full buys, obviously netting 4 rounds in total, they will still be behind.
Yes.
They will still be 1 round behind them, which is just ridiculous for that amount of hypothetical kind of perfect things to fall into place. The fact they could still be losing is ridiculous. And obviously they started that second round, that first kind of gun round, with the victory. I was expecting Red Canids to go on a great streak on this CT side. It just didn't happen.
It's tough, man. It really is super difficult to see, but it's not game over until it's game over. I want to give them the benefit of the doubt, but oh, Jesus, they've got to do such a big thing to kind of recover in towards this. I don't even really know now for Red Canids how you go about it. I think actually, generally speaking, when you're at a deficit this large, the way you've got to approach games like this, you cannot think long term. You cannot think about kind of what's happening. You've actually only got to kind of approach this 1 round at a time. Think, okay, let's win the pistol, then we'll go from there. Let's win the force buy, then we'll go from there. You cannot think if we lose this half, then we lose the series, then we're out of the tournament. You can't put that kind of pressure on yourself for no reason. Let's just wind our neck in a little bit, think in the most micro sense that we can.
And I think as well, because they are quite far down, well, I say quite far, they're very far down in this map already, I think there'll be a level of freedom that we might see from Red Canids' T side that could net them a lot of success, whether it's Quez looking to push the extremities towards A or looking to get aggressive in middle. I feel like you're so far down, and I think the in-game leader and the coach will have said in this kind of short halftime, look, guys, this is going to be tough. The way we're going to win it is we need kind of a bit of creativity. We need to go for those solo plays. We need to take some risks and look, see how it pans out, because it's clear that ODDIK, when it comes to the gun rounds, when it comes to the individuals, they have looked the better team. Let's not mess about here. It's not as though ODDIK have won loads of clutches and things have been really unfortunate for Red Canids. It hasn't. So I think now maybe on their T side, we are going to see a bit of creativity. We are going to see those kind of pocket strats that they might be saving for a rainy day on display, because they've got nothing to lose.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, at this point, like you said, without anything to lose, let's have a bit of fun at the very least. Make something out of this.
Yeah.
Try
exactly.
a couple of strats, just see if there's maybe something we can kind of work with going forward. But still, simply put, ODDIK, fantastic work. I don't think they're going to be pulling any punches. They want to get this done as soon as.
Yeah, definitely. Nicely looking to push down towards ramp. Seems like Red Canids have got an excellent lead on what they want to achieve. Nighty's got the information, though. We'll just be backing away. We'll see a rotation come through as well from Pank. But he thinks twice about it. Okay. Nighty's saying, look, no one else. It was just the one. Obviously, we know there's plenty more here for Red Canids. Flashing Cave, taking this initial control now. Nighty's still showing his hand. He's got to be a bit more cautious, as he doesn't actually have a teammate here as of yet.
Okay, minute to work with. Move back into mid drop. Pretty fortunate to get away with that one unscathed, as he does manage to get his way in towards the box, and he gets a dink on towards Pank at range as well. So not done too bad there, drop. Looks like we're going to finish towards this B site. One man here. Knight's got to go huge, and he falls flat.
My biggest issue with this round for ODDIK is there's not been a single player from Red Canids anywhere near A main. They've got a AAA setup. You've had a minute and 20 seconds of kind of Nighty just looking towards Cave. We've seen the odd fight from Pank in middle. If we just saw one of those players push through A main, this could have been a perfect round for ODDIK. Obviously, their idea is that Red Canids will go for an A finish, maybe through middle, maybe through donut, something like that. But I really don't know why they leave it all up to Nighty and kind of Pank to hold off such a large portion of the map and not go pushing towards A. Because even if you had all three players push through A main, realize it's completely locked off, and yes, there'd be a late play through B main, like a late flank through T spawn, it still means Nighty could just play very reserved. We could just see a more disciplined approach from the defenders in both middle and B, and then the flank could have had something. But AAA and you just sat on the boost, and I don't know. I don't love it, I've got to say.
Yeah, I'm with you. I am with you. And at the very least, Red Canids do the one thing we ask. Just get that first round on the board, and then we can start having, small doors open for us. So I'm going to go for a force buy for ODDIK. Yeah. Normally, I hate force buys. In this case, I kind of don't mind. You've got so many rounds to work with. Yeah. It's not the end of the world.
Well, look, obviously it means their first real weapon buy is going to feature the orb. It's going to have full utility. There's going to be no issues there. Obviously, that's conditioned on that they lose this. They've got the real option to take it. I like the boost here from Case Locks as well. Very cheeky way to get an opening pick. Gain some information as well. Nighty just tucked away here in Cave. Bit of a risky position to be playing not only alone, but with no utility. Let's see if he struggles, though.
Towards mid again. It used to be the default for Red Canids for now.
Togs is in a really good position. He's elevated, and we're going to see a rotation from Case Locks. If Case Locks can take contact from the bomb site, Togs is just going to be overlooked massively.
Yeah, it's actually a pretty decent little triple threat here. But flash in. The issue is if the split comes through donut and they actually prioritize the donut push first, then it might change things a little bit. Flash going to come round and just play anti. Ollie in towards black box as well. Case Locks doesn't need to move. Just don't go too early. I have to find the first. There's Togs as well. Down he goes 1 for 1, but there's still a man that they haven't properly cleared yet. Drop running on towards the side. Case Locks getting aggro, but that'll cost him his life. into a 3 versus 3. Woody's behind the smoke, and Drop has the right idea. How's the reaction? Very good.
Yeah, I really like that coldzera's discipline there. Realizes, well, I've got 2 teammates on the bomb site that can kind of cut rotations. I don't actually need to take this fight. Caselox is going to feel very isolated, and that he's going to have to push to me. So I can just be disciplined here. I don't need to hurry things along. So excellent discipline there from coldzera. I think actually Red Canids, it looked as though they were going into a bit of a stack, a bit of a, a nice gamble. A good setup, I guess, from Caselox and Togs. And I think they deal with it really nicely. I think Red Canids, it could have gone very wrong. If coldzera goes down, that's the bomb drop. That's a rifle that can be upgraded to from Togs. It could have looked really, really difficult for them. But nice discipline there from coldzera. Obviously, still 6 rounds behind ODDIK. And the live odds certainly not believers of this comeback as of yet. Oh,
with them. Oh my god, I don't like that. Swing into what? He gets a dink?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Who knows? MP9 and a Deagle. This could still be a little funky. This
Yeah,
also
spicy.
recoverable guns.
Yeah, I hate the fact that VenomZera is holding this on his own. Yes, there's a teammate close to get that trade, and Caselox has spotted 1 hit. Realizing it's not VenomZera's weapon, it was the Glil obviously that got the kills, and that was an AK. So they'll know that there's 2 players. Whether they'll put that together straight away, you'd assume so. And look at the space taken here. Togs is pushed all the way through A main. He's going to be a flank here. All that Woody and Caselox needs to do is just sit on the back of the bomb site. They could sit in the CT spawn. That's all that needs to happen.
Yeah. Oh,
He's all being sent. Oh, he's checked it. coldzera's had a look.
Oh, Togs got the kill. And he's got damage as well. Only a little bit, but my god, this USP, this could be the difference maker. No, he misses the shot. Deagle will deliver. 1 versus 1. Cowes is 1 foot in the grave.
Yeah, just 1 Deagle shot away from death. The problem is, Woody is thinking that every corner, Cowes could be there. Obviously, with the bomb going down now, he'll have some information. A rifle can be retrieved. Cowes 1 bullet from death, and now the question is for him, where does Woody reside? I like the idea from Cowes. You drop the smoke, you go through it. You got to take a huge risk in a round like this. Woody, 15 seconds, 10-15 seconds until that smoke fades.
Okay.
He's creeping towards A main as well, which is kind of the correct way to play this. You'd assume that's where Cowes is going to be residing. But the fact he's pushed into CT, no chance for this round now. Look, it's a nice clutch. The round has gone very, very wrong, obviously, for Red Canids, but they still find the victory. They still get themselves the round, so not the end of the world.
Yeah, you talk about silver linings, that's not bad at all. You've made it very expensive. You've hurt the econ a lot. You also recovered a Galil, and you're also forcing them, into quite an awkward rebuy. There's a lot of silver linings to be taken here from a round that wasn't the biggest expectations, generally speaking. Yeah. Still, though, it is 10-5, and we do need to start maybe just being a little cautious. This deficit is being chipped away quite rapidly because Red Canids have come flying in towards this second half. So as the guns come back in for ODDIK, they've actually got to make this round stick, or else we start to get in a bit of trouble.
I've got to say, when Caselox is pushing down the ramp, he spots the shadow, and you understand why he doesn't want to swing. He might be being held, but you're a USP. You're not really going to have that much success unless if you've got the drop on your opponent. You've got kind of the one up there. Nice from Caselox, though. Silenced weapon in this round, but it is the A1S, not just the pistol in play. 4v4, though. A lot of damage has been dealt to Ponta, and VenomZera chipped away as well. So a headshot should be a kill found with these M4s.
All right, what's the decision here? So on collect, it looks like we're going to still finish towards the A site. Woody is actually the only man here. I don't know if I love this. This is really overzealous, and it surely gets checked, of course. Shoulder spotted. Woody's now alone as well. Oh, he's gonna get out. Woody, what are we doing? Why do we have util out? Single-handedly has just sold this round for ODDIK.
Yeah, honestly, I think as well. I think if Woody drops the molly straight away while he's kind of deep still towards A main, you understand, okay, well, he feels a bit trapped. He actually gets out. Why is he looking to stay around? All he needs to do is back out of A main, drop the molly close, and you've won the round. Still a possibility here. 90 looks as though he's going to be rotating in. Whether he'll spot the player towards Broke, he does. A lot of damage dealt there. Spots another towards Big Box. So much information gathered. Pank does have a smoke as well. If we see the smoke land on the bomb, this round gets so chaotic here for Red Canids. We'll send it towards A main. Obviously, I think that's the second best option because that is where the healthy coldzera and the unknown coldzera lies. Still this low HP. VenomZera will get one. Kit retrieve now for 19. Needs to find the player in Temple. He will connect. Spam through coming. Tapping the bomb. Venezera surely to be found. 9 seconds on the clock. He's got to stick it if he wants to win it. There's just not enough time. Enough discipline from Venezera. No defuse. No weapon save from Nighty either. He will die to the explosion. So Red Canids, look, it's getting costly. It's getting close, but it's still rounds being found.
Yeah, exactly. And that's really all that matters, if I'm being honest.
Yeah,
I still
what
keep
is Woody
saying
doing?
it. Yeah, Woody single-handedly has thrown that round away for ODDIK. And this is the issue of Woody. You know, he had his time and his tenure at the top level, and obviously didn't work out. And it kind of feels like decisions like that as to why. I mean, what are we actually doing there? Like, he gets contact. He knows that they're going for a contact play. There's no util thrown, no noise made, and he spotted one. That's a contact play towards A. It's very simple to break that down. Fall away, has the opportunity to fall away. He wasn't even dropping the molly initially. He had a nade in hand. So it's like, what are we actually doing? I don't know, man. That could have been very easily recovered.
Well, I think as well, if he drops the molly towards the right-hand side and tries to back away slowly, holding the left, at least you can say, well, he's dropped the early util because he feels as though he's going to get crunched in on. But he gets out of there. It's so tough. Obviously, I feel like when you're in those moments, maybe he's feeling, okay, well, I've actually got a bit more time to work here. Maybe they're not looking to over-aggress because they think it's a bit of a pincer. There's 2 players here. I don't know, it's a tough one, but MP9 will get one. Nice from Togs. Quick rotation seen from K-Slox. Nice find. Man advantage now. Woody is on the AWP as well. K-Slox might actually just be a better decision to try and back off the bomb site. Woody's in a great position. Drop has to try and cross. The only way out of this is dropping the smoke in Temple before the bomb goes down, or having to drop the bomb across. This is so tough. Clearly a bit of miscommunication about who actually has the bomb, because Drop's in an impossible position.
How does he get out of here?
He doesn't.
Well, he won't. That's a simple answer. Down goes Drop, and this round should be done too. We've got a minute to work with. Venom Zero. Nice shot, save the counter. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. We now don't have to commit anymore. Pank over faces. This is basically a 2 versus 4 turned on its head. It's all down to Knight. You try and deny the bomb, and then he jumps at the worst possible time. Trying to take fights, and he falls flat. It's Red Canids who win another. What are we doing on it?
It's a 4 versus 2. They don't have to do anything.
Yeah.
Obviously, I think it's more actually like a 3 versus 2. After Woody gets the kill, there is the trade that comes through from Venom Zera, but still, it's the riflers taking fights for no reason. You're leaving the MP9s with no utility, no control in these long-range engagements. I feel like ODDIK, in rounds like that, moments like that, it's clear that they want to end this game before they're even there. Look, I get it. You're wanting to swarm, you're wanting to kind of overwhelm, but I don't know why we're seeing this approach. It's something that we saw from Red Canids quite a lot of the time on Nuke and kind of in portions of their CT side of Ancient, but Nighty's double gives them a hefty advantage. It is this kind of Furia by the MP9s. We know how well it can work, and we're seeing that on display here. 4 versus 2.
My God, finally, surely a round for ODDIK on this CT side. Well, we have seen them kind of lose these already, so I'm not going to completely say it's done and dusted just yet. This has been really scrappy CS, though, from this CT side. It doesn't kind of fill me with joy that, yeah, sure, they should get the 11th there, but it doesn't fill me with joy that they should be, you know, plain sailing towards seeing this off in regulation. This could still be a real bloodbath towards the end.
It's a really strong setup here, though, towards the B-bomb side. We've got Tog slowly flanking as well. Quez will get one. Tank takes him down, and Cold Terror falls towards ramp. So, look, the MP9s, they work really nicely. Obviously, there's a bit of a kind of a hedged bet buy with the option to invest in the next.
Yeah.
But it's just this double from Nighty. It's disgusting. He finds these 2 kills towards Cave. He's able to back away. Yes, Quez can get one, but just not ready for Pank. Now ODDIK just 2 rounds away from getting to the semi-finals here.
It's wild, isn't it?
Yeah.
It really is. Odds have come down quite considerably, though, it has to be said. I think sort of in agreement of us that a little nervy still, a little shaky. Not exactly the lights out second half that we sort of expected, a real plain sail towards a 2-0, but they're now only 2 rounds away, 4 rounds ahead. This should be more than enough of a buffer zone to see this over the line. Let's just confirm it now. Back in place, of course, what you want to see. No AWP in play, and in a way, I think that actually might work in ODDIK's favor, if I'm being completely frank. And the flip side for Red Canids, they don't have the buy to work with. They're playing here for the win. They're not going to try and hope and push for overtime, but similar to what we saw in towards Nuke, they fall flat here, that's it.
Well, it's because they've got no loss bonus. Ponta's he's got a Glock and a smoke. Just hoping that his teammates are going to find frags in middle that can kind of either get drop tech 9. It's going to be a fast play towards A. K-Slox is struggling to connect. We have got Togs ready and waiting. We'll get one. And obviously the A setup's excellent. They've got 3 players close by. Quez needs to find this frag. Woody's molly. He's going to force coldzera into the open, but missed shot seen from K-Slox. Woody has rotated in. It is a 3 versus 3. Woody just backing away. I think it's the right approach. Pank maneuvering here through Temple. Can catch off coldzera massively. That's just spotted him. Woody's been brought down to 9 HP.
Yeah. It's janky. It actually is. Well, low he is, thankfully. Knight and Pank will combine, and that'll probably dispel any doubts. This is a very difficult round now for coldzera. Taking damage, he should be dead to right, and is. Map series point, ODDIK.
Yeah, look, ODDIK. We mentioned that, look, 10-2 half, we kind of expected this to go their way, and I think finally now we're at the point where we're saying, okay, well, it will. But it hasn't been perfect, this CT side. A lot of mistakes have been made, a little kind of overconfidence. You see it, though, when it goes down to that 3v3, we're not seeing continual swings from ODDIK. Okay, yeah, they are looking for pot shots and kind of jiggling and pre-firing, but it's not as though they're just throwing themselves out into the open. But with 5 opportunities now and facing off against the Tech 9s, the timing on this utility could be disgusting. Nade and Molly combination. And look at the util, look at the damage. Woody's been blinded for the entirety of his life in this round, but Tech 9s are fighting. Problem is, 90's a nuisance on the back of the bomb site.
Still a chance here. There's actually recoverable guns too. Oh, I say that. It's a good spam from K-Slox. And all down to coldzera once again. We're going to roll back the years, Sunshine. 1v2 required. M4 recovered to keep them alive in this game. But Tog should be dead to rights mere momentarily. And he is. Kill found. Reload pulled off. And K-Slox nowhere near for that trade. So it's a detection game. Trying to figure out where they are playing. Nice one. That'll come down. A flash behind it as well. Spam is good. Damage dealt. K-Slox barely alive. Who get a first bullet? And coldzera does it jumping, no less. Of course he does. Keeps this side alive.
Again, though, why are we seeing the utility thrown from K-Slox? K-Slox has a good idea of where coldzera is. He's just taken down his teammate. You've got the one up on him in the clutch, and then you throw the smoke and the flash. Yeah. For what reason? What are you gaining from that smoke? Okay, yeah, you're blocking him off. coldzera could have moved around the other side by the time that smoke was dropped. There's just no value from K-Slox doing that. I think sometimes you'll see players in the clutch, you know, they might have been told by a teammate, oh, by the way, you got a smoke and a flash, and it just forces them to use it for no reason. There's no benefit for. He could have just hidden in cave, just jiggled for the bomb. Honestly, he could have just sat tucked in a cubby. coldzera had infinite angles to be worried about. Still, though, the MP9s, you've seen what they've done in the past. They will find early here as Togs takes down drop, looking to evacuate middle, and quite rightly is Quez and Ponta looking to take that space.
Can't believe it. Red Canids still kicking, still fighting.
Yeah, not quite the jumping double from Cold, but
that's just good enough. We'll take it.
Yeah.
Still got, you know, that little bit of that flair back in the locker, but
yeah.
K-Slox will drop down. That'll be noise made. Kara's got a fairly decent position here. You know, we've pushed in towards Red Room undetected. He can now just hold and wait.
Yeah, see, I actually feel like sometimes in these scenarios, because you're disadvantaged, you might feel, okay, well, I don't want to give up a pick. But when you've got such deep space so early on, you've kind of got to take that timing. Now that timing's not a thing. K-Slox is holding here. Pank's, you know, he's playing from kind of deep on this right-hand side, that if there is too much contact here towards Red Room, he can back away and help. The killing cave's actually going to keep Pank so much closer to this bomb site. Quez will find, and now it's on Woody. Got the AWP in play here. Easy shot. Ponta's Mac 10 now to be dealing with, but Pank, we've seen him in the clutch. We've seen him kind of in these big moments where he has to stand tall. There's 3 aggressors making their way now. Great angle for Pank. He dodges the flash. It seems like everything pans out perfectly for him, yet still cannot find and Woody to just save this AWP. 9 surely secured for Red Canids. And ODDIK, they've had 2 opportunities so far, squandered them both, especially when they were in the kind of the advantage scenarios.
Yeah, exactly. Just got to keep hold of what you've got. There is no point in giving this 1v3 a go. Red Canids fighting tooth and nail. They are far from dead, it feels right now. They've still got, bafflingly, tricks up their sleeve this late into a game with this level of recovery. And like we said, all we've got to be doing is taking this one round at a time. And that's actually what Red Canids are doing. They're not overthinking these situations. They're not overplaying their cards. It's actually fun to watch. They have Cross Woody. React in time for those shots. So a 3-round game. I'm not going to completely dispel the idea of an OT here.
No, certainly on the cards. And obviously with the money, the finances, it kind of forces ODDIK into a really weird scenario. And this is the kind of the perfect hypothetical for kind of my idea of going for the eco here and the double buy. Because if you go for the half buy, they're going to get a full buy in round number 23. And then they're going to be on the half buy again, obviously, in the final round. This is the perfect idea of it. The finances for Red Canids are going to be good. It's not as though you're looking to break the money by winning a round. You just need to win one round. You close out the series. I do not know why they're going for this half buy in this round. Yes, you can bring it close, but who cares? You can have 2 full buys if you just look to eco in this one.
My God, yeah. You are right. Feels like just take the step back to really see it over the line rather than kind of try and force the agenda with not the best weaponry. We'll see. Deep molly into his round. Woody has to spot Venezuela on the cross here. I don't know if Pank's going to be flashed in himself. He's playing anti for the time being. Woody holding for a jump up on that angle. He has to hit this first shot. And actually probably has to hit it and get away.
How has he not been seen? Surely there would have been like a cover or a question mark on the minimap.
Yeah.
The jiggle well finally been found. And the Orb's now kind of in a scenario that will take some time to be retrieved and have the action. Pank will get one here though. And the AKs are looking to go up ramp. Kind of just one by one. Oh. The MP9s could look to isolate there. There's a flank being held by K-Slogs, but timing couldn't be worse. In the open though, K-Slogs gets one. There is a flank here coming through from 90. Drop could be found. And Drop now getting flanked on. It's all on Quez. They know about his flank as well. 1 versus 2 for Quez. Minimal time as you mentioned. Spots the leg. Finds 90. And Quez does it! Another clutch for the Canids! How is it continuing to go their way?
What are we doing, ODDIK? Come on, guys. Time's ticking. Play together. It's honestly, it's the fundamentals that are killing ODDIK. This second half is, you know, even if they win, morally they lose. That's how this is kind of going to be put for me. The simplest things, you've got to look towards the calling again. What is the decision making? We know where this guy is. We know we can play time. Similar to when Cole got that jumping shot earlier. It's like, we know where he is. We've got the drop on him. We've got the advantage because we've got the bomb too. So what are we actually doing? Why are we facing him?
Yeah, look, what, are you worried that he's going to have time to pick up the bomb and go towards A? There was 20 seconds. Look, you could both be sat in T-spawn and have a better chance of winning that round. It's just because they look to take the fight before... You know, before Quez has even had the thought of what I'm going to do after I pick the bomb up. You've just given him these isolated fights. It's just quite unnecessary from ODDIK. But again, you can see this kind of frantic nature in these advantage scenarios because ODDIK, it's so clear to them that the only thing they're thinking is, well, we're 1 kill away. We just need to find the frag and we win the game. And I think sometimes it's just little moments like that where you can see pressure sometimes can get to these teams.
Yeah, my God. ODDIK. Making life so difficult for themselves. I mean, if this goes to OT, I'm saying Canids take it. We go 3 here. ODDIK are asleep at the wheel. I do not know what they're doing.
Yeah, it's just little things like that. They think of how many rounds that they probably should have won here that they haven't on this CT side. It was like Cold Zera clutch. We saw the Tech 9s kind of somehow do it in that 4 versus 2. The Rifles doing the 4v2. There's just been so many instances and moments where we're thinking, okay, ODDIK, well done. You've closed out the series. And then just such an unnecessary mistake.
So, the big hitters down of 90. Got to find a way to recover this sort of a round. 45 seconds. Slight damage dealt. Both Pank and Togs low. Pank dead, in fact. So this one looks like a surefire thing, but they are going to just...
I love the gamble.
Bolster up. Yeah, I think towards this is a smart call. Just gamble upon this and hope that things go woefully wrong. Togs, I don't think you need to be moving, though. I don't love that decision. And this round's fallen flat. It might even be flawless. Case Locks will actually get a couple. Consolation, potentially. Hang on. Hang on. Oh, the Molly just made life a little bit difficult. He's also getting pincered. Consolation kills, but we've gone the full distance again.
Yeah, look, when it goes down to that 5v4, there's low HP, there's low utility for ODDIK. I would have actually really liked to just see them go for literally a full gamble, have 3 players on the A bomb site, just hold red room from Temple, and it means that, look, okay, yeah, they had a probe towards B, they would have called that it was completely open here from drop, but then at least you've got these stronger weapons heading into the next round. But there's going to be limitations in the buy, and this is exactly what I pointed out when they went for that kind of half buy, in which, honestly, they should have won the game from. But look, we don't have full rifles in play, we don't have full utility, and it's because they wanted to go for that half buy. And I think, as you mentioned, Canids, if they can take it to overtime, there's no reason why they can't take this map.
Oh, man. My, oh, my. ODDIK have made life so difficult this now to come into the final round. Quad MP9. So, a lot of things got to go right. Woody, just not going to opt to peek. They might actually overlook this. It's not an angle that's been played too commonly in this game. Actually, I say that. He's going to get mollied.
Molly's not going to spread. It's not going to spread. Pushes through it. The flash is away. Woody can get the double. And he can upgrade to a weapon, but he doesn't want to yet. 90 rotating in. Quez will get one, but surely Pan gets the trade. Woody just trying to be a nuisance. It's all on Venom's error. It's another 1v2 needed for Red Canids. Nuke ended 13-11, and it seems like Ancient could be the same. But so many times in these ODDIK 2v1s, they have faltered, they have fumbled, they have fallen. Whether that will be the case, Venom's error. He's been the heavy hitter here for Red Canids throughout Ancient. Now called upon once again. Position now made known. And we're going to see a flank from Pank. And Woody's just going to stay disciplined. And this is exactly how they have to play these types of rounds. Finally, ODDIK. You're playing it the correct way.
Yeah, we don't need to peek. And finally, we see it over the line. ODDIK, you have morally lost this map. But somehow you've won the series. An absolute display in the worst cases in that second half. But all that matters is a win is a win. And a good time, better than ever, to bring in CMD to somehow, some way break down that carnage of a map.
This was definitely a strange one. Map number 1, I mean, just the action, how it went down, it doesn't get much stranger than that. You have Red Canids with a big lead there. Goes back and forth. I mean, map number 2, completely different story, though. You end up seeing ODDIK look like night and day the better team on paper there. And believe it or not, despite just watching that game and how things concluded, ODDIK were the better team. The issue is, as soon as it sort of got to that second half, we started to see some of that star power on Red Canids. We started to see the reason why there are all of these individuals on the roster. But that's the issue. It felt like it was just too little, too late from Red Canids, which is, I mean, mind-blowing considering they bought 24 rounds. But you do just kind of wish if you showed us a little bit more on that first half, if you just showed us something to talk about, we could have actually had a real argument for that comeback happening. And then not only overtime, but you maybe could have even done it in regulation. This is the issue that it feels like have played Red Canids for a decent bit of time. Form has just been really up and down for this roster. The boys on the cast there, they were discussing sort of the roster moves that they were making. I think this team in general is in a spot where they are trying just to make things work. Getting rid of Henny not long ago, getting rid of Phelps. You're bringing in, Fred said about there's a lot of chopping, changing in the South American scene. It feels like half of that's being sort of ran by Red Canids and the moves that they're making. Whatever it is, isn't quite working out on the server, but I think just look at that second half in isolation, and you can see there is a real team here. There's a reason why sort of less than a year ago, this team was pushing towards top 30. This was one of the big dogs of the South American scene, but it's not quite working out for them in recent time. And look, it's going to be a rude awakening for ODDIK. Look, they won this series. They've made it through to the next stage, to that semi-final. But this is going to need to be a long, hard look in the mirror and say, we should have closed this out 30 minutes ago. They shouldn't have even got this close. We allow Red Canids a chance to bring things to OT. And you even look at the final round in terms of how it went down. Sort of heroic play from Woody with a molly not quite spreading towards him. Real fine margins that actually allowed ODDIK to be able to bring it over the line. And these are things you can't normally rely on. So when we do see ODDIK play in that semi-final, which they'll be playing either against FURIA, FE, or Flamengo, I think they're really going to need to buck up their ideas and say, look, we're kind of lucky we got things over the line. Because there's really a chance we could have seen Train. And I know the boys on the cast are talking about what a thriller that could be if we get there. And I think if we made it to a third and final, that's where things are a lot more up in the air, especially if ODDIK went on to lose Ancient in the fashion that they did. But they managed to get it over the line. This is the bare minimum that they needed to do after leading 10-2. I'm mind blown we even got here. Like I said, I still do think ODDIK, believe it or not, were the better team on Ancient. I think, particularly their T side, it felt like they always had a read for what Red Canids were doing, and it felt like the CT side for the Canids there, it kind of was like everything they did, any sort of aggression they tried to make was just getting read. It was getting countered, and it felt like there wasn't those contingencies of what do we do when we are getting caught out. For ODDIK, it just felt like the decision-making was really off. It felt like the individuals just came alive for Red Canids, and ODDIK couldn't really go toe-to-toe with them. Felt like they got complacent out a lot of times. And I kind of put a lot of ODDIK's issues down to their own individual mistakes and decision-making, as well as player sort of, like Neo Kai said, sort of just slipping on the wheel, it felt like, on multiple occasions. But they were, for me, the better team. It felt like they had better game plan. I think they need to work on that CT side, because whatever you were doing today was miserable to watch. That was a really tough one there. And from a team that made such a resilient comeback on Nuke, on the CT side when you're 0-6 down, to be able to start things off the way that you did here, I think is very much night and day. So ODDIK, look, they're our semi-finalists, they're our first semi-finalists in this playoffs confirmed. It's going to be a big step moving forward for them, and bringing the boys back on the desk here. What a weird series we just got to watch. It was a 2-0, but it managed to get over the line. And before we sort of jump too heavily into ODDIK, I do want to highlight Red Canids slightly, because you guys were kind of discussing it on the desk lately. Fred, I feel like you've got a slightly different view to me, that you were like, you kind of hope this team just sticks with what's going on now despite the changes. Yeah. I mean, I never really quite put this team down to necessarily the individuals that were letting this side down. Because I think, look, second half, they displayed it. They showed us what they did. Even Cold Zero with a really bad map number 1 had that 1 versus 2 clutch that felt like it really spurred Red Canids on there. I'm curious, do either of you think this is particularly sustainable for Red Canids? Because form's really tricky for them. It feels like they're only really winning games when these guys come alive, and if they don't, it feels like we normally see that first half from them there on Ancient.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like ODDIK could have ended that game 13-2, 13-3, just with the way that the start of every round was going. It seemed like they were getting the opening kills, they were having so much control, and then they just decide in every single advantage scenario, oh, let's go for a fight. Let's try and win this game here and now. And it just didn't go their way. I actually think Red Canids, they were quite lucky to kind of get things back competitive. And honestly, I think a lot of people look at that series and go, oh, that's really unfortunate. Red Canids, they lost both games 13-11. They probably could have taken it. When you dig a little deeper, you realize that actually ODDIK should have closed out Ancient probably like an hour ago, or at least it feels it, because it was just poor decisions in the clutch. So I actually think ODDIK, if all they need to work on within the next couple of days is just let's sort out these advantage scenarios, I think they would absolutely roll Red Canids. But I feel like for Red Canids, if they want to kind of make that similar kind of move and in similar kind of position where they are kind of fighting for top 30 kind of thing, I think just give this time, because Quez had really good moments in the clutch. I feel like Ponta did have that impact that I mentioned where he's looking for openers and he's getting traded. I feel like Red Canids need to give this team time, because they've changed 3 players in the last 3 months. Are you really going to be saying 3 months is all it takes? You know, surely you've got to give more time to them.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta agree in that sentiment. I feel like this has been kind of Red Canids' issue. They've kind of been picked apart and changes been made so much that they've never been able to build stability. But it is that question mark, maybe that thought process of, is this the side that you actually want to build around? Sure, I think the core and the individuals, absolutely. But is this the kind of the full 5 that you want to be committing to long term and saying, okay, I think this tie can get us back to being, a competitor, even in for chances of making it to the MRQ? That for me feels like kind of a big ask. I don't know if they've got that under their belt. So I worry still a little bit about Red Canids.
I mean, look, hopefully we're going to get to see them in the future Thunderpick series. Hopefully get to see them sort of bounce back and show us what they can do there, because I think Red Canids has a lot of question marks about this side, like you said. But for ODDIK, they are going to be our first semi-finalist confirmed. And for the rest of the day, we are going to get to see the other quarterfinals and really get that sort of semi-final locked in just several hours or so. But we are going to be jumping into a break before we make it to our second semi-final quarterfinal, of the day, which is going to be Imperial versus Bounty Hunters. I'm sure we're all going to have a lot to say about that, but we will save it for the pre-show of that game. We're going to be jumping into about a 30-minute break or so don't go anywhere, and we will be back with our second series very soon.
Hello and welcome back. A little change in roles as I'm going to take over the host and the analyst side of things. CMD, you can jump on the cars. We're looking forward to game number 2 here of the quarterfinals after one of the quarterfinals of all time. I'm not going to say good or bad. It was there. It was something. It was an experience for everybody involved. ODDIK ended up getting a 2-0 in the end, but wouldn't say it was the best of Canada. Zola, how are we feeling heading now into game number 2? Imperial taking on Bounty Hunters.
Yeah, look, I think this is going to be an exciting one. Obviously, when you look at the namesake, when you look at the organizations, you're thinking, oh, okay, well, Imperial, they should take this quite comfortably, but we know that they made recent roster changes, and I think Bounty Hunters are on the rise. It seems like they're kind of synergizing really well, and I like to kind of see what they're doing here. It's clear that they've kind of worked well as a unit now, and they are making waves in these types of events. So I'm excited for this one. I think there is still going to be the slight favoring for Imperial. I think it'd be crazy not to think that, but I think we can have a banger on our hands. Hopefully something similar to that second or to that first quarterfinal, just on the basis of kind of the close nature and kind of the excitement that this Brazilian and kind of South American region can bring. Because I think we all know that's certainly what that first series had. Excitement was there.
Yeah, and CMD, we look towards this game as well, and it's interesting for a variety of reasons. Not only when we take a look at this bracket with how kind of like weirdly stacked the left-hand side is, it's quite evenly matched. You've got teams like BESTIA who obviously can play at a very decent level, as we saw, essentially quote-unquote qualifying for the major before she'd not be able to go. 9Z, a side who have also been able to make runs towards a major before. Imperial, same for them, right? So you look at 3 sides who've already been at that sort of top-ish level, or at least a tier 1.5, we'll say, of the South American scene. But where things are right now with this specific matchup of Imperial Bounty Hunters, Imperial are going through roster changes, so Bounty Hunters with a full lineup, this is probably one of the best chances they've got to actually really be able to defeat this side.
Yeah, I honestly don't even think this is the only series where you kind of can give that sentiment. Like you touched on Bestie, you touched on 9Z. Both of these teams in their own right are sort of going for a bit of a transitional period, it feels like. And there's a lot of teams sort of in a similar spot, sort of after the major, after things like that. We're in that sort of roster shuffle, roster mania move, where a lot of internal changes, even if it's not necessarily roster changes, there's a lot of movement going on in the scene right now. So it does definitely lead to a lot of series that I don't think they necessarily are guarantees. And I think Red Canids on map number 2 proved that, there's no such thing as guarantees in CS, has almost brought things to a third map. But between these teams, I actually really like some of the stuff that Bounty Hunters can show. I think they've got a lot of good pieces on their team. There's a lot of names I'm sure people are going to be aware of when we highlight that roster. And they do have the ability to take down some of these better teams. Not too long ago, they bested ODDIK in a 2-0 fashion. Like, this is a team and a roster that is capable of getting out a result like this. I am just questioning, are Imperial that team that can get shut down that easy? And I think that's something we're going to have to wait and see.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a bit of history, of course, between these two sides. They have played already once this year, and it was a victory for Imperial. It did require all 3 maps, though, as well, and that was back with a full lineup. So things do get kind of interesting heading towards this series. So give me a little thought on Bounty Hunters, though. Some decent names there. Turtle, been around for a while. Mayan as well, same for him. Zoc, all players who have played with him, kind of like RMR/MRQs or above.
Yeah, I think Turtle's been kind of a really key player for this side. Obviously, kind of been brought into the roster at the start of the year. It's clear to see what he's been able to provide kind of in the individual kind of fragging power. Certainly has that kind of clutch potential and can really dig you out of these types of games. I'm actually quite happy with how Freak's performing as well. Quite similar to how we kind of talking about Ponta. I feel like Freak is going to be kind of offering a bit more of a supportive kind of angle. He's not that kind of high octane fragger. And I think a lot of the times you talk about these rosters that do have kind of these 5 stacked rosters, they're just absolute fraggers all across the board, but then they don't really have maybe the most systems in place because everyone's this star player and you don't really have the more supportive and more kind of selfless players. And I think Freak definitely has that about him. I'm excited to kind of see what the Orping Duel has to offer, because I think Kaiser, you look maybe, I want to say a year ago when he was first in this Bounty Hunters roster, I felt like Kaiser wasn't kind of putting up the best of numbers individually. Now he is really performing. 1.12 rating. I think he's got the best rating out of everyone on this team. So I'm excited to see whether this Bounty Hunters roster can take it to Imperial. And as we've touched upon quite a lot, they've certainly got the opportunity to do it.
Well, let's touch on this Imperial roster. Quite literally, I'm just looking now, 7 minutes ago, they announced that Cello is returning. The good son returns home, as Imperial put it on their Twitter. He's back in the side. Of course, sure, we've already known that this guy for the last couple of days would be joining. I think it's cool that we're finally starting to see Portuguese players actually start to combine with these Brazilian teams as well. I've been saying for a while, I'm surprised it's not happened in the past, especially when Saw were going through changes. Why not look to kind of South American players? Of course, similar language. But now we are against see what that can bring. We've got Sher coming in, of course. I think he's actually been a very solid player within EU, and I'm interested to see what he can do now playing over in this scene. And then Cello, a wealth of experience to join Try No Way and Vinny. CMD, what are your thoughts? Talk me through the new additions in towards this Imperial side.
Yeah, I mean, you don't get much newer than this, do you? With Cello very much just sort of get introduced again sort of as late as it possibly can done. But look, both these guys have a ton of experience. Yeah, even sure in terms of what he has in EU. He's been around the block for a good few years now. This isn't sort of a new kid on the block type story. He's definitely going to have the experience. And I think this is something that Imperial have looked towards a decent bit, looking at players who not only still young in their own right, but also do have that experience to back it up and not really going to be as much of a shock into this scene. I think Cello, I'm honestly really excited to see this guy back. I don't think we got to see the greatest from him on his time on FURIA, but I think you look back to previously when he was on Imperial, this was a star. This was a player that there's a reason why FURIA picked him up, and I think seeing him back on Imperial, I think it's going to be really exciting to see this guy on the server again. I know he's going to bring a lot of sort of the individuals, as well as, like you said, got a wealth of experience that this guy has as well. So I actually really like these changes. Like, whether we're going to see it make an instant impact is always going to be a difficult story to really predict. But I do think, especially with Cello, not exactly being unfamiliar with these guys, sure, isn't going to be exactly ready for probably the new protocols and stuff, but it's certainly going to have that synergy, at least to a certain extent. And I still think Imperial, the players that we're going to see on the server today, I definitely think they can be the difference maker. And I think these changes that they're making, I think it's a step in the right direction.
Sure. Zola, we're talking about we're going to your kind of thoughts on these, introductions as well to these players. I mean, I think it's probably pretty safe to say that the strats are going to be a little loose, right? I don't think they're going to have a lot of time to kind of prep coming into this. What are your thoughts with Cello and Sher coming in?
Well, I think both positive additions, but I actually think the fact that they aren't going to have as much time in the server, it's not as though they kind of have so many strategies in place. I actually feel like it could actually work quite nicely for a player like Try. Obviously, we know the dominance he can show with the AWP in hand, and you just got to think on those kind of T-side defaults where you might have him play a little bit slower, look for opening picks. I think a lot of the time, you touched upon it, these AWPers are now kind of transitioning to very supportive while wielding the big green in hand on that T side, and obviously a lot of the time needing to be these kind of util heavy throwers. Yep, it seems like now when you might not have as many strategies in place, you're still kind of formulating what this 5 wants to look to do and the kind of the, I guess, identity of this team. It means that Try is probably going to have a little bit more freedom. He can be a little bit more vocal in what he wants to achieve. And I think a lot of the T sides actually might be operating around what he can find with the AWP. So I'm actually really excited just on the basis that, yes, it's going to be quite fresh for Imperial. Yes, they're not going to have many systems in place and kind of protocols in place for when things do go wrong. But I think we're going to see a very exciting game out of the 3 players, that have stayed on this Imperial roster, because I think we do have to imagine that there is going to be quite a lot of weight on players like Try, like No Way, who have had good performances in the last couple months. And I think that's where we get to see, okay, yes, the newer players, it might take them some time, but the building blocks that Imperial have with this core is still so strong.
Yeah, exactly that. We look at this, and I think for Imperial, I don't know your thoughts of this out of the bracket. If we look at name value wise, they're a side who actually should be going the whole distance. But do you think this is going to be a real true test of kind of where this side are right now? Because going from kind of moving and trying to be pushing in towards tier 1 and then coming down into kind of, I guess, quote unquote tier 2 and back into the online grind of things, it's kind of difficult at times to sort of motivate yourself in a way. But this is a side that really needs to build heading in towards the second half of the season.
Yeah, I mean, I think they were so close to being where they wanted to be, and you can't drop your heads. Like you said, it is difficult to sort of get back into that grind set type mentality, but I think these guys have proved that they can do it before, and I think they're going to prove that they can do it again. I think this event for them is going to be a real sort of litmus test of what this team is actually going to be able to achieve. It's very early doors. I don't think if we did see them sort of drop out here, we would be all too surprised to a certain extent. It is still Imperial. We are still expecting them to make a deep run, but I don't think we're exactly going to be hating on this roster too much for if things don't exactly go to plan necessarily as much as we were expecting in the server. But yeah, look, I think they need to make a deep run. I think they've got to make sure they keep their heads up. I think Cello, importantly for a player like him, I think he's going to be coming back into this roster with sort of a point to prove, with something to show. He was on FURIA for a good couple of years. Results were a bit hit or miss for him. I mean, don't get me wrong, he joined FURIA a pretty turbulent time. But look, I think there's a lot of players here, especially Sure as well, who's probably coming into this team with a lot to showcase in his own right. That I think, for me, on paper, all the names, it feels like combining. I don't think they're going to have any sort of motivation issues. I think they're all going to have the reason for why they need to show off what they can do here in the server. And I think there isn't a better event in South America that these guys can do it than here.
Yeah. So let's talk about the Veto. Nuke, Inferno, Dust 2 is what we're bringing to the table. Of course, Nuke is a map in which is played quite a lot within the region, but, you know, for Bounty Hunters, it's a very kind of, it's very well-repped map. There's not always the most successful, but it's a map that they play a hell of a lot. Then we look towards Inferno. I think especially if you are a team that are kind of trying things and you maybe are a little loose, I think Inferno is a pretty good map to go to, and Dust 2, similar sort of vibes. They're also very popular in the region and for both sides as well. So as a whole, this Veto actually looks relatively even, especially compared to the last one we just had.
Yeah, and I think actually Bounty Hunters could have had a big kind of step up in the vetoes, actually, because we know that Imperial, okay, yeah, it's quite fortunate that they get to ban Ancient. It's one of Bounty Hunter's best, but it's kind of even because Anubis is Imperial's one of their strongest maps. I really don't know why Bounty Hunters haven't looked to pick Train. It's a map that they've got better sample size, better win rate on. It's clear that Train's one of these newer maps that obviously brought into the pool. I feel like there's still kind of a difficulty establishing on how the meta needs to be played on Train. And I think with the team that, as we've said, have made their roster announcement 7 minutes ago, aren't going to be so well thought on maps like Train that I guess they aren't going to be seeing too much in these series. So I think picking a map like Nuke that, as you say, is going to be well loved amongst this Imperial team, I think it's a bit of a risk. I have to say, I think maybe we could have seen Bounty Hunters pick Train. We could see a dominant performance out of them. Then obviously Inferno, who knows, Bounty Hunters, they barely play it themselves. And we could have just seen, you know, Dust 2 come to play, because I'm feeling a similar sentiment as we saw in that previous series, where it seems like Bounty Hunters kind of have to take map 1, or we're thinking 2-0 Imperial.
Okay.
I mean, just sort of touching on quickly before that about Train. Look, I feel like on paper you're right, because we have actually seen them play it 3 times here at this event, and they have won it all 3 times. The issue is they just haven't picked it once, and it feels like there's a very sort of worrying sign from going to win your opponent's maps against certain teams to sort of being confident enough to pick the map. And I think that's the difference, making that Bounty Hunters probably aren't quite there right now. Maybe just haven't really played enough officials to feel like, yeah, this is a map that I'm more than comfortable to take. Look, don't get me wrong, I think if they really felt themselves as underdogs in this series, I would have loved to see a pick like that. But clearly, look, they're just trying to play their own game. They're trying to show off what they can do. And I think, like Neokai said multiple times here, this is a Imperial side that probably is going to be as beatable as they're ever going to be.
Yeah, agreed. Well, we'll be heading in towards the game sooner rather than later. All players on the server, just waiting for them to ready up and get the show on the road. So, fellas, I'm going to put you for a prediction. Who's winning it and in how many maps? Solo, you want to kickstart us?
Yeah, I'll be boring. I'll just say Imperial 2-0. I don't know whether maybe not as boring as many would think, but I think there is still a difference between these two sides. Yes, Bounty Hunters probably have the best opportunity to take it, but this is still Imperial, right? So I'd probably say that they take it 2-0. I really struggle to see a way in which Bounty Hunters will take the series, because even if they take map 1, even if they somehow lose map 1, take Inferno, whatever, if it gets to Dust, not only are you putting one of the kind of strongest assets here for Imperial on probably one of their best maps, one of the most AWP-centric maps in the pool, it's also, there is a difference. There is that 20% success rate disparity between Imperial. 82% win rate on Dust. It's clear that it's a map they're so strong on. And it feels as though they've kind of got 2 picks in this veto.
Sure. CMD, what are you feeling? Who's taking this? How many maps?
Not quite as confident, perhaps. I still am going to give it to Imperial, probably just due to the fact that maybe just the name value is too much to sort of force me off of the pick. I do think it's going to be a scrappy 3-mapper, though. I think we go in the distance. I think Bounty Hunters are going to show off what they can do to some degree. I think there's a lot of players on their side who can rival with them. And I think especially with these recent roster changes where things probably aren't as in place, I think it's going to be messy, but I think Imperial are just about going to take it.
Okay, I think I'm going to join as well. I think it might be Imperial, but in 3 as well. The only reason I'd even go 3 in this sort of situation is just because I really don't know how much synergy they're going to have together, right? Are they going to have the ideas of how to play together, how to play as a unit? Is it going to be a little loose? Sometimes a puggy approach can be kind of refreshing as well, and it sort of maybe feels quite akin to South America, but we'll have to see how it ends up in the server. We're just waiting for the ready up and get the show on the road. I'm quite excited, though, to see whether maybe this is the start of Brazilian Brazilian teams looking outside of kind of South America. You know, we've kind of, like I said, touched on this, how there's not been that many times that Portuguese players have gone across, but especially with, as we all kind of know, South American buyouts are kind of insane at the moment. Their wages are all over the spot. You look towards a lot of these kind of teams that are coming through. You know, Iberian Solo around. We got teams like, of course, Saw, who are kind of being gutted and are gutted. There's even been rumors as well about kind of how Ujox or Aristosh, one of which might be getting changed over towards NIP. I mean, this could be prime opportunity for a tier 1.5 side to make a move for a very solid European Portuguese-speaking player.
Yeah, definitely. And I think as well, when you look at 9Z, obviously it's not a Portuguese approach, but they brought in some European players. Yeah. I'm guessing it's now just an English spoken lineup. I don't know. Well, it probably would have been beforehand, but they brought in obviously Adam S, they brought in Martinez. And I feel like sometimes, the region of South America maybe doesn't have, I don't want to say the depth, because they definitely do, but maybe doesn't have kind of the amount of teams that are in this tier 2 space as EU does, just based on kind of the amount of events, just the amount of sample size and stuff like that. So I like the idea that maybe players are realizing, okay, well, actually, I haven't really found my footing in EU. It's clear that there's maybe, I don't want to say too much talent, but there's so much difficulty here. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try out the kind of South American region team. We're going to absolutely stomp everyone, and then we're going to get to the major and win it, kind of thing. So I like the idea in place there. But like, I think for both these teams, there's obviously reasons, there's opportunities, there's chances to get themselves to that semi-finals. I just think it's just slightly out of reach for Bounty Hunters here.
Yeah, agreed. Well, for now, as we are waiting for these players to get into the server, we're going to jump to a little bit of a break. It's taken a hot minute, and rather than us waffling, we'll throw it there and we'll jump straight into towards the action in just a mere moment.
Here we have it, first map underway, Bounty Hunters, it is their selection, so the T side will be where they start their conquest here. Nuke, a necessity from my point of view. I think if it gets to Inferno and they've already lost the first map of the series, it could be a real tough one for them, but thoughts and feelings here, Charlie? Imperial, are we thinking a dominant CT side? I feel like with the newer changes, the T side surely where difficulties could be seen.
Yeah, I think a highlight that probably after the pistol was already a lot of space being taken from the T's down towards the lower site, up towards heaven. All the controls supposedly in the T side, but apparently not so much. Still, Cello tucked away, denies the bomb. Disadvantage still, though, are Imperial, so have to really battle their way out. And Cello buys Lonesome, has spotted out Mayan, but can't quite connect the bullets.
Yeah, Cello, he seems very isolated. No way's been able to rotate down in time, which is so important. With Cello finding Freak, No Way can find Mayan. There was a moment when No Way, he gets that kill, obviously, kind of under heaven, and I would really like the T's to look to kind of heavily look to fight Cello there. It's a 2 versus 1. You know that one of them's low HP, but still, I feel like Bounty Hunters, the second they know they've got like 5-10 seconds of breathing room to get that kill and maybe get the bomb down. That's where they needed to strike. But Imperial, nice starter here, winning the pistol. No investment from Bounty Hunters. The lack of a bomb plant might be the causation to that.
Yeah, that was a real turnaround there. But you saw Bounty Hunters, they felt like they got all that space for free and tried to get the bomb down, thinking it was a sort of unmanned bomb site. But just delaying that bomb, Cello just finding that one kill initially, it really threw a spanner in the works of Bounty Hunters. But sort of like what you were saying about Imperial with the changes, you think it's going to be the T side? Honestly, I think it's probably going to be the CT side that I actually think could, in theory, be the one that they have difficulties with, depending on what Bounty Hunters T side looks like. I just think the rotations, if they're not spot on the CT side, honestly, this side can look a little lackluster. It can look quite weak in general, and it does give a lot of room for the T's to be able to exploit. But look, that question all comes down to what Bounty Hunters going to show us as much, because if they've got a pretty mediocre T side as it is, I'm sure Imperial are going to have no issues, but that's all going to depend on what we see here. Clean anti-eco, though, from the CTs, as they can keep all 5 survivors. So a little bit of extra cash in the bank, a lot of MP9s in played, a couple of M4s, but everyone's sitting around 3k. So money financially isn't going to be much of an issue for them.
Yeah, look, I think as well, SHR sure is playing towards ramp, and I don't know whether that was just because he had the MP9 in hand or whether that's just his default position here on Nuke, but I feel like if he's just playing as the ramp player, the first rotation's usually going to be to play on the bomb site. I feel like the core of Imperial are still in those rotationary positions, so maybe it won't have as much negative impact as you think, but I guess we'll find out. I guess we'll see. First weaponry investment, though, for Bounty Hunters. It's where they really need to put their mark on this half, because obviously we know the difficulties that could be seen. Nada the smoke, Cello not spotting anything. Vinny's in an excellent position here. And with the contact taken from players towards outside from main, this is where Vinny can get a freebie. Flashbang coming over, Cello not been taken down as of yet. We will see try find one here towards outside of Vinny, finally aggressing, caught off guard by Zoc, but he's got information of these final 2 as well. Tries just spotted here. It's found Freak. And 2 versus 4. The system in place here for Imperial is perfect. They've got a flank coming through from No Way. They've already got 2 players down towards Secret. No Way isn't pushing either, so might be an overlooked angle. And obviously Try can cut off anything that goes towards main, towards Under Heaven. There it is. No Way. He's got to find this kill. Freak found, and this is where the round already over. Imperial, a third surely to be seen. An excellent start to their CT side. Oh, the flashbang. Only banning Sure there. I'm sure he's going to be a little bit disappointed. Information about No Way. Zoc will still go down surely to the player top heart. There we have it.
Great start to the game from No Way, though.
Yep.
Looks to be in and amongst the action non-stop, and yeah, really thriving amongst that. But into the first weapon round in play for Bounty Hunters, and it gets shut down just by that outside aggression. Pretty one-sided from Imperial here. Yeah, it doesn't look like this is a fresh roster changes for them whatsoever. It's looking really sharp instantly, but just this half by here, we know on Nuke, a lot of fast A's, things like that. Fast pops can really catch up the CT if the utility is not perfect. So always need to be a bit apprehensive for something like this. Still a lot of util in play, and you can see Turtle towards top lobby lining up that util.
Yeah, obviously, look, we know that Try and No Way are going to be the 2 kind of heavy hitters here for Imperial. Not to say that players like Cello, like Sure, like Vinny can't have big moments, but we expect such big things from these 2 individuals. And the fact that No Way is having a really good performance so far and Tries yet to have the AWP in hand, and No Way gets a triple spray, BT50 in hand will connect as well. He's on for the A's. Zoc's low HP. Imperial 5-4, but it's just the fact that Bounty Hunters, do they have the ability, do they have the individuals that can rival players like No Way? He's 10-0 currently. We're in the 4th round.
I mean, he's looking like he's on outrageously good form. And the thing is, I do think Bounty Hunters do have the players that can rival players like this. The issue is, look, right now we've only seen 6 kills in total, 4 of which being on Zoc. And if these guys can't get warmed up into the server quickly, I mean, that's where an Imperial could run away with things before we really have much of a contest here on Nuke.
It's going to be another full buy here for Bounty Hunters, and already realizing that time to talk tactics is needed. Imperial, if they have a strong CT side here, that's where things can get really, really costly. Obviously, Inferno's a bit up in the air because we've only seen it the once from Bounty Hunters. It was a 13-6 win, but obviously that game was, you know, nearly 2 months ago. It's clear that Inferno is kind of their second go-to ban, or it's kind of a toss-up between Inferno and Anubis, kind of based on their opponents. So, yeah, it seems like Bounty Hunters have got this kind of half 7, half 5 map pool where, yes, okay, they have had some victories on maps like Anubis, like Inferno, but it's not been consistent. So I think that's the real troubling thing here for Bounty Hunters.
Well, second full buy of the game. An early utility towards outside. Having a couple of players looking behind it, but instantly Kaiser gets taken out of the round as Sher just spams through the smoke towards ramp and finds himself a kill. Without really anything being shown, already Bounty Hunters are a man disadvantage and have to try to battle their way out from around like this. Outside is starting to be pressured a little bit more. Freak needs to be careful. Bam's not far off from sure if he can find a second through the smoke, but in fact it's tried to do so. I'm feeling a little flat here from Bounty Hunters.
Cello. Looks as though, oh, Turtle's been able to find Cello there. Vinny's in a great position, but Turtle will finally fall. He gets 2 kills there. Freak's got a possibility for this round. Obviously, information on his position. We have seen the rotation down from Vinny. Bomb yet to be retrieved. And look, the money's looking pretty decent for Imperial. And obviously, Bounty Hunters, a bomb plant could give the idea of whether they want to invest if they lose the round. So I feel like right now, Vinny and No Way should just play this as the kind of just 2v1 retake. I feel like the idea of keeping yourselves in this kind of split decision could go so wrong. All it takes is just a 1 kill coming through. Freak's then in a 1v1. He's got the bomb alongside. Vinny is just systematically switching between the 2 angles. Sadly for Freak, he is going to have to open this door and it will just give up the game plan straight away. And that's the issue of heading down towards B over the A-bomb site. And with 8 seconds remaining, stick of the bomb, Vinny can open the door. We'll be able to deny it in time as well. So no benefit for the bomb plant. AK's been shot away as well, so no retrieval there from Vinny. But 5-0 start here, Bounty Hunters. We're slowly getting to a point where we're saying, okay, if they don't start putting rounds together soon, we could be seeing a very one-sided scoreline.
Yeah, I suppose that's one of the benefits of a bit more of a one-sided map like Nuke. Even if it does come towards the end, just a few rounds strung together, sometimes that is just enough to be able to sort of salvage a decent enough halftime score where you can make a response on the favoured side of the map.
Yeah.
But we do have try on this AWP now, searching towards Hut for anything to be given up. But it is just this partial buy again, like you said, due to that lack of bomb plant. Make do with the tech lines once again. They do have a decent bit of utility behind it, but starting to run slim as the smokes come down. The molly is going to delay, but Sure is waiting down here.
Yeah, look, it seems like Imperial have already got these little protocols, little gimmick plays in place to ensure control and victory possibility. Turtle will get the kill. Has to scurry his way back to retrieve the rifle, and in doing so, they've lost some control. Oh, nice idea, but we see Mine, in fact, find Cello. 3 versus 3 with a bomb down. A fair bit of space can be taken here, and tries on an AWP retaking, and some of the fights that he might have against a player like Kaiser is going to be difficult, especially with the elevated angles here. But Flashbang comes through. No one here to help out Kaiser. He's been spotted, but the Tech 9 in close range. We know what that can do, and Turtle finding a kill beforehand takes away the prong, or the second prong to this retake. Great find from Try, though, and now it's all on Turtle. He needs the quad kill for this round. He drops a smoke, in fact. It is going to be the stick of the bomb. Flashbang through the smoke, trying to deny. He will find. For some reason, it's the low HP rifle looking to stick the bomb, opposed to the full HP AWPer. A big mistake there from Imperial. A nice clutch from Turtle, but Bounty Hunters kind of gifted that round. Sure gets the kill in secret. After that kill comes through, I don't really know why he's pushing towards outside. I understand Turtle gets a fortunate bit of timing sitting in the smoke, but he can just stay holding the stairs. We see this kill come through from Cello. Turtle gets very fortunate to find Vinny here. It just seems like things fall massively into place. I quite like the smoke there from Turtle, allowing him to creep out of double doors, but I wonder why is it the low HP rifler looking to stick that bomb?
I mean, look, we said some of these synergies, some of these maybe clutch moments and retake attempts that can get a bit messy, a bit scrappy, and I think that's an example of it there. When time's ticking, you start to feel like your back's up against the wall, someone's got to get on that bomb, and it feels like, yeah, maybe just a bit of a indecision has cost him there. Cello caught out and all ready for that, as Zok and the rest of his team start to converge towards A, and it should be an easy second here from Bounty Hunters. Imperial certainly not going to walk away with Nuke. They're going to have to really battle for it.
Yeah, look, I'd forgive that clutch failure if it was kind of Sure and maybe Cello in that one, because might not have played with one another, completely different style of play. It was trying nowhere. These players, they've had kind of a year of experience, nearly 200 maps together. I think just little things like that shouldn't really be happening, especially you assume that these are the two top performers. These are kind of the two stars of this Imperial roster that would have been in countless of clutches together. Either way, though, Bounty Hunters not only getting the first with that Tech 9 investment, they double down, which is excellent. Really important for them as they can start to build this foundation on the C side of Nuke that I think feel like we amplify time and time again is so important. Just get yourself a couple rounds, because we know how turbulent Nuke can be at times. You know, you might have a half where you only get 3 rounds on the T side, but you can still win it. It's still very possible.
Yeah, got the question now for Imperial, whether they're going to opt to buy on this occasion or not. I actually think it's probably better if they don't. Now, it looks like that's what they're going to opt for.
That's the right decision.
Yeah, they've got enough money in the bank to be able to bring out an investment in the next. But you got a couple of 5.7s accompanying the saved weapons. There's still a chance that Imperial can give this one a decent bit of a go, at least.
Is the idea where I'd like to see kind of a double ramp push from maybe like Try and No Way. Try get posted up on the orb. You get the 5-7 crunching in on lobby. You can maybe have a Sure playing from heaven, looking to kind of cut off any players looking to maneuver down towards secret. Can show some kind of help towards the A bomb site. Obviously doesn't need to worry about ramp. And then you just have 2 of the pistols, or 1 of the pistols, yeah, 2 of the pistols maybe just looking to crunch in on Heart, and maybe there can be some kind of lobby shenanigans. I think maybe that's got to be the game plan, but Try, in fact, is going to look for an early peek towards Heart, which I do like the idea of, and No Way alongside him with the 5-7. It's the same kind of game plan, just a different position.
Here is this aggression. Try. Posting up, not spotting anything. Zok takes down Vinny. Opening kill goes away with Bounty Hunters. Imperial, any chance to win this, they need to get something back soon, and the Molotov's going to do a great job to force these 2 CTs back. And it's all on the USP of Cello. Gets this intel before backing away.
The C's haven't made a decision yet, and look at all this control being taken towards lobby from Imperial. They're going to push back into lobby. This could go so wrong. The AWP is here. Same with the rifle. It's all going to be about timing for sure, but he could get caught off guard. He just slips back in the nick of time. Zok still towards outside. Cello in a nice position. The AWP should find this shot seen, and Mine capitalizes. Sure is still in a good position here. Try's got to hit this shot. Got to take the fight, but Mine will get another. Spots out Sure as well. And now Sure's trapped. He's got Main and Mayan to deal with, and Mayan finding his 3rd of the round. It's a great setup, but it just falls so flat because well, I don't know how Cello's got that 1 kill, but surely that's all that will be found. 4K in this one for Mine. But if the AWPer decided, if Try decided to kind of post up from Squeaky towards the back away of ramp, I think it works out really nicely because Shore's deep in lobby. But the CTs take such positive space, and then they just kind of fall back a little bit. I don't really know why they've opted to do that.
I mean, that's the thing. I think they're probably thinking the same thing that we did. Okay, look, Bounty Hunters have all this space across the map. Surely they're going to look to take something, but instead they opt to double back. And I think that just completely surprises Imperial. They get caught out, but look, it was just that investment around those 2 saved weapons. There's not a huge amount of weapon in play, but Imperial do have the guns out again. Utility is a bit late, but obviously if Imperial lose this round, Bounty Hunters can level this game up 5-5.
Ooh, Try will find one. Sure is spotted, but Turtle gets a freebie. No way finding, though. Peeks into the molly and finds the frag. Excellent there. Flashed off the angle as Try. Man advantage still seen here for Imperial. And a split approach from Bounty Hunters. Mine, he's going to take a risk. He's got the bomb. If No Way finds him here, the round should be over. But No Way, Discipline, realizing he's got no teammates on the A bomb side. Vinny can find one. No Way finally peeking and finding Freak. And Mayan dealt with by Vinny. Imperial back to winning ways. And the difference is, you look at some of the rounds that Bounty Hunters have won, it's come from kind of that clutch from Turtle. We've had big moments from Mayan. It's been real individuals. Yet here for Imperial, that was a team effort there. And I think the issue is as well, is Bounty Hunters, every time they're kind of close to resetting and maybe forcing a full eco out of Imperial, then a round like that happens.
I mean, Bounty Hunters, they need to pick themselves up because they have a chance to not only make this sort of a standard Nuke half, they have a chance to actually really capitalize. Try does connect the shot, but just a wallbang leg. Turtle can peek at any time and take down Try, but he's a bit too disciplined and it allows Try to escape unharmed. And with Cello finding the opening kill here, going to likely be up to Kaiser to see if he can get a kill back with this AWP.
This could be a 5v3 as well. Try gets the tag there with the orb. So well kind of drilled onto the angle that Kaiser was taking. Kaiser, oh, it's all about timing. Spotted. Great information found here by Vinny, but now he's the one that feels a little bit trapped. Vinny, great shot there onto Turtle. And now it is this 5-on-3. Limited utility here for Bounty Hunters. Could get caught in no man's land as Kaiser, but he's able to back away towards the red box. Spots Vinny backing away. And this is where we just need to see Imperial play a bit disciplined. They don't actually need to throw themselves into these fights. We saw it a fair few times from Red Canids, where they were kind of in 4v2s. And then we saw kind of A-main flanks being held and little moments like that. Just going to be the save from Bounty Hunters. Obviously, Zok can drop over a Galil. Freak can invest. I don't mind the idea of this, but it's now the half secured from Imperial.
Look, they had a 5-0 start. They are still on the CT side of this map. We were pretty much expecting them to be able to win the half after being sort of 5-0 up, but it's now going to flip over, and our sort of eyesight is going to be on Bounty Hunters. How many rounds more are you going to allow Imperial to take? Because if you can manage to find 4 or 5, that's not too uncommon on this map. If you only sit on 3, though, that's where things do get a little bit worrying. These final 2 rounds of the half, really crucial in terms of Bounty Hunter's success on, obviously, Fred, their map selection.
Yeah, of course. Look, I think, 9-3 is where we talk about kind of the amount of hypotheticals that need to fall into place. But I guess you can say this is the heavily favored side for Imperial. For Bounty Hunters, obviously, they're weaker here.
As AWP is posted up, but no one on Imperial even thinking for a second about peeking into those sight lines. He'd like to be very mobile on this map. He's been in multiple different positions. Been towards Secret a couple of times as well, but it's not him to find the opening kill. It's Try on the AWP. Vinny has a chance to get another outside. Teammate in No Way by his side as well, and it looks like they are going to try to force these T's at bay. And the util between Kaiser and Zok isn't actually enough to get down Secret. They're going to have to cross it blind, but in fact, Turtle from the back line somehow strikes.
Yeah, he gets the timing there towards ramp. Mayan by his side. Obviously, this is the problem. Imperial leave a bit of a gap. Cello backs away. We saw this double rotation down towards Secret, but No Way gets a frag, and Cello now backing away. No Way doubles, so that's half the threat dealt with. Now it's the Heaven players. Great find from Turtle, though. Needs to double down, but No Way's the one, in fact, to find his 3rd of the round and sure to rotate in. He's going to hurt the drop and will find. Again, it's No Way. He's 16-4, Charlie. This is quarterfinals.
Yeah, he's Make it look like a DM server or something. He's playing out of his mind, looking really sharp individually. The amount of multi-kills this guy's had is pretty outrageous. But look, there was glimpses there that we were talking about in terms of the rotations on this CT side, about how it can be challenging. Positions that are overlooked. Look, Nuke is a map where you do eventually just have to give up space, particularly if you are disadvantaged or even just lose a player in a round. There's some sort of real estate you've got to sacrifice, and you always have to have in the back of your mind, someone could be here. And that's something that Imperial did just overlook, Turtle's position, but it didn't come back to haunt them, thanks to players like No Way.
Yeah, when you're trying to compare, yes, Turtle's 9-9, but we've got players on similar kills on Imperial, and we've got No Way 16-4.
Yeah.
I don't mind the idea of this from Bounty Hunters. Look, they've tried to make their way down towards Secret in nearly every round. Outside has been the really kind of hot contest throughout this whole first half. Finally, they have been able to maneuver, but it's because Vinny's already down towards Secret. He's not looking to fight from Credit. He's not looking to fight from Icebox. He's just jump spotting here. Vinny doesn't have, in fact, much util. I don't really know where all of it's gone, but great information now. Vinny, he's going to get swarmed upon this. It's going to be such a tough scenario to be in. So he's fixated here towards double doors. The problem is now control is going to be a problem. Flashbang comes through, not actually blinded by it. Great openers from Turtle again. Turtle has been the lifeblood of this Bounty Hunter side. He has been the real difference making nearly every moment. Missed shot from Kaiser capitalizes Cello 1v5, and he won't even get the first. So Bounty Hunters, they deny that 9-3 kind of outstretched scoreline. 4 rounds on the T side without the pistol. It's not the end of the world.
I think me 5-0 down as well, you'll certainly take it. Respectable response there from Bounty Hunters, particularly that 3-round streak. Do have to look at it though and say, bit of a shame that they weren't able to reset Imperial. 1 round away from doing so. And that probably could have been them at their bare minimum, probably finding 6-6 at a half maybe. So very close to being able to sort of one-up what is still a reasonably respectable scoreline from them.
Still, though, Imperial are certainly in the driver's seat. It's not as though that last round has kind of foregone any advantage or anything like that. I think we're still within the realm where Bounty Hunters kind of need this pistol round. Without it, it's 10-4 or maybe even 11 if we see some force by shenanigans. So I think this is still going to be a very tough half from Bounty Hunters.
Yeah, I think it needs to be said as well. We didn't really see a lot of players actually down towards the lower site from Bounty Hunters a lot. Look, you see a lot of teams getting a player down towards Secret, getting a player down towards Vent, and then just sort of being in the round to cause problems, be a nuisance, be this thought in the back of the CT's minds all the time. Didn't really get to see that huge amount from Bounty Hunters. You see a lot of teams doing it near enough every round. And just making the CTs feel very uncomfortable. But the only real round we properly got to see the full team down towards B, that's when they ended up winning the round. So maybe something that Bounty Hunters could have looked to capitalize on a little sooner. I mean, look, don't get me wrong, they were trying to get down towards Secret, just not great at doing so. But now Imperial on this T side, let's see what they can show us here on this pistol.
Don't mind the idea from Imperial. They just drop kind of the drip smoke. They're going to flash their way round the corner. Cello looking to be fast. Almost made his way down Secret. And with Freak finding Cello, this is where Bounty Hunters, not only have they got the 2-man advantage now, but they've got all this control of the map. I don't really know why Imperial have like 6 schools of thought. It's players looking to kind of stay systematic and keep themselves at arm's length towards outside. We then got 2 pushing down towards lockers, 2 pushing down towards Secret. It seems like there's just so many split approaches, and it's not really worked out.
I mean, we know how quickly these pistols can flip, though. Still, Bounty Hunters need to make sure they get it over the line. He's now grouping towards A. We are going to see a peek from Heaven. Fry is able to cross before any peek does occur. Seemingly, Vinny up against Zoc. Contact's being made. The players starting to rotate in now. The CTs are going to swarm onto this bomb site. Vinny needs to find a kill quickly. And just the one.
Yeah, look, the CTs are always going to win that. Bounty Hunters, when they get down to that kind of 4v2 scenario, it's so tough for Imperial. And as you mentioned, Imperial, they kind of needed to find a couple kills before even thinking about the bomb plant. Important pistol for Bounty Hunters. Just 3 rounds away from Imperial.
Yeah, no shenanigans with a second round force buy from Imperial. Just going to be reserved with the Glocks. Take things slow, burn the utility that the CT side have invested in, and then look to swarm towards a certain portion of the map, and that looks like it is going to be towards ramp. Freak is hit, the flashbang misses his mark slightly. Spacing is not perfect, but Freak can find a triple. Zoc has rotated in and will be able to mop things up for the rest of the round. They have elevated a player up and I'll retrieve that gun. I like that, just throwing the gun out of the map.
Yeah.
There.
Not a bad way to deal with it. Look, you're never going to win that
way
round.
to make the economy even more costly. Yeah, why not?
Yeah, look at the finances. Okay, yeah, players like Zoc got a decent bit of bank, but there's still 2 MP9s in play. Obviously, the difference in these investments is going to be Kaiser on the AWP. We saw Try have a lot of impact with the big green. It was really kind of a map of the riflers. It's kind of Turtle and No Way providing the goods. Smoke's landed now. Cello looking to be the tip of the spear towards outside, but we do see Kaiser finding here with the AWP. Certainly surprising. Here is Kaiser.
Yeah, hoping we get to see a little bit more out from him on this CT side. Not easy to AWP on T side of Nuke. I think there's a lot of different avenues on the CT side where you can find opening kills. Don't get me wrong, it's not necessarily easy, but there are a lot of opportunities. So hopefully we're going to get to see a bit more from that, from the Bounty Hunters AWP. Turtle aggressive here. Try just base out the AWP shots, or the MP9 shots, sorry, make his position known. But Turtle is able to back away unscathed.
Yeah, honestly, I don't know why the T's didn't swing there. Turtle's completely alone. Vinny is found here. No Way might look to reclaim this space. There is a flank from Mayan. Mayan, easy find for No Way. It's now a 3 versus 3 here. They've got a lot of work to deal with. They've just cleared out the vents, so they know that he's towards single door. The A bomb site is completely open. What a mid-round call here from Imperial. Ramp's still under the control of Sure as well, or No Way, sorry. So all they need to worry about is secret and vent. Turtle has slipped the net though. Great shot from No Way. He's just looking so crispy here.
I mean, that's the thing. There's no one really on Imperial that is stepping up to the same degree that a player like No Way is. So you, regardless, I think, what happened here on Nuke, I think there's always going to be a bit of a connotation of if No Way wasn't playing to this degree, maybe Imperial might have lacked a bit of that oomph that it really feels like they've got on this map.
Yeah, definitely. He's 19 kills. Obviously, with these 2 players saving, Zoc can drop over a rifle. Mayan can invest in like maybe a FAMAS. Obviously, can get out an M4 as well. The buy should be pretty decent here for Bounty Hunters. But that's Imperial's 9th now, 4 rounds away from claiming victory here on Nuke. And if this investment gets away from Bounty Hunters, no players saving, that's where we could be seeing 11-6, and that's where we might be kind of seeing the end of this chapter in the series.
Oh, we're seeing some aggression through ramp here. Vinny shots down the first. Vinny can't quite get the second. I like the change up that Bounty Hunter's attempt, but Vinny's just able to instantly remove the AWP. And Freak's forced to will that. He's been tagged down to 32 points of health himself.
Yeah, mine's rotated down, so has Freak. We're going to be out of timing here. Double doors have been opened, and that's been heard. Try is still towards top main. There's a flank from Turtle. Turtle's just holding disciplined here. We will get one. Doubles down. And now the T's are locked into secret. Great find from Freak. It's all from Turtle's space taking here.
Yeah, brilliant from him. And And it should be an easy cleanup on the Sure. Freak with the retrieved AWP finds a double, and sure, Imperial had a chance to break the finances of their opponent. Bounty Hunters are not going to fall flat like that. Not at this point in the game. But it's this second kill here on the try. Yeah, because it makes it near impossible for the players in the secret to really get that trade unless you push all the way up, really expose yourself, potentially get punished yourself just to take down Turtle. Really well done by him.
Well, look, Turtle's got full discipline. He spots out try on top of main straight away, and he realized, well, I can probably go 2 for the price of 1 here. We are still a little bit disadvantaged. You know, we don't have much space. We don't have much utility. I've got to kind of get 2. And it's the fact he is so disciplined, because although he gets the first in secret, it seems like Try's kind of questioning, well, is this an even fight? Does he know where I am? Obviously, he's got a suppressed weapon, so I know the rough idea, but not 100%. But it's the fact that Turtle can just instantly lock onto Try's position there. And again, Turtle with a double here, searching for more. USP in hand. Zoc has fallen to the block, but Mayan now rotating in can clean up a double of himself. So, look, Bounty Hunter's right back in this. Are we thinking Bounty Hunters go on to take this now? Look, they're on their favoured side. It's clear that Imperial's T side is where weakness really has been shown.
I mean, look, that's the question, isn't it? But they've got a bit more economy now after winning those last couple of rounds, only with 1 death on each of them. The loss isn't going to hinder them as much. I definitely think there's no guarantees in this still, but Imperial, they need to showcase a little bit more of what they can do on the T side to make me really confident that they can go on to take Nuke. Look, this is Bounty Hunter's map selection for a reason.
Yeah. But I'm happy that we're seeing a round like this now, because we've got Try on the AWP. I said for Imperial because they might not have as much structure on their T side. They might just look to allow Try to have these kind of early peaks, whether it's towards outside, whether it's kind of early peaks in ramp, in main, little things like that. It means that they can kind of dictate their T side in quite a passive nature around what Try can find. And I think that's going to be a really important piece for Imperial if they do want to take things on Nuke. Because obviously, they're still in the lead, Charlie. It's still a 9-8 scoreline. But as we've touched upon, the finances of Bounty Hunters on the rise. It's seemingly looking as though their CT side is, as expected, their preferred. And with the limiting time factor and lack of utility, Imperial, it's going to be a tough one. They've got, what, a molly 2 flashes to try and maneuver their way into a round victory.
The position of Kaiser, though, is going to be so strong.
Fade. Oh, kill out opportunity, kind of.
And instead went on to find nothing. His time is looking really rough here. We'll be able to find one, and just like that, a quick flurry of CT kills will wipe out any chance. Kaiser, he misses a lot of shots there, but he takes away 2 players' sort of pressure from that round. So, I mean, nice stuff, I suppose, despite missing the shots. 9-9, all square here. And Imperial, yeah, they're struggling to really get anything going right now. I'm sort of looking towards their roster and saying, who are we looking towards to get these opening kills? It feels like on this T side, it's mainly been Vinny.
Yeah.
But even then, it's only been sort of a couple of kills. Opening duel-wise, it's definitely been Bounty Hunters to find the main brunt of this success in these positions. And look, I was excited to see Cello play, and he's having a bit of a tricky time. I do think with Imperial being a side that probably aren't going to have a huge amount of strats coming into this one, Nuke's probably as bad a map as you could pick or have played in it. So I think it was a really good decision for Bounty Hunters to select this one. And I think we're going to see a lot more from Cello in latter maps, but I think this is a difficult start from him.
Honestly, I don't want to be that guy and kind of bring up maybe the obvious, but what was the reason of the Decenty benching? He's one of the better players here for Imperial. We see that, obviously, we brought in Sure and Cello. They've got 12 kills combined. Right now, I'm not seeing the framework. I'm not seeing the picture. What? Am I missing something here? Well, guys are certainly missing shots, but...
Yeah, I mean, that's the question, isn't it? There's always some roster moves that I think on paper you look at and you say, yes, it's a bit strange on paper. But look, it's clear Imperial weren't exactly where they wanted to be as a roster. Falling a bit short at the major, wanted to achieve a lot more from them. And maybe it was just the right time to make moves. Maybe internally issues were all around. But Try is in this 1 versus 3. We'll be able to get a bomb plant, but the nade exposes exactly where he is. And just the bomb plant to speak about, nothing more. Bounty Hunters double digits now on their map pick.
Yeah, I think it's tough because this is what the first map that these 5 have played together on HLTV. I think we know that there's going to be difficulties, but in the same vein, it's tough to see that these 2 new additions aren't really stepping up. Nobody's got 21 kills. Second on the board is Vinny with 12. Which really just goes to show the difficulties that's been seen. And obviously Turtle stepped up massively. He's kind of just 1 kill behind No Way now. And the difficulty is we don't have Try really popping off. We don't have Sure really stepping up. Cello, somewhat lifeless. He's 4 and 13. And this is maybe where an opportunity for Bounty Hunters can be taken. Because yes, there's recent roster change. And we were talking about how synergies would be the big issue there. It's the individuals that are lacking.
Yeah, that's always the part.
It's tough, right? Yeah.
That it does feel difficult. I mean, look, you said it in the first half. Despite Bounty Hunters sort of falling a bit short individually, and you had Turtle at the top, and you were sort of saying no one's really there to compete with No Way. I mean, Turtle's right up there now, and the rest of the team is starting to chime in. You had a lot of players in the first half who were very underwhelming, but since moving over here to the side that it's clear Bounty Hunters feel 10 times more comfortable on.
Zoc's in a perfect position. I doubt he even gets cleared. Well, was a little bit worried, but who cares? He doesn't need to be disciplined. Not only does he have a teammate in Turtle to keep him alive, but he's hitting the shots himself. Turtle now has surpassed No Way. Ooh, Vinny looking to creep here. Out of Heart will go 1 for 1. And No Way in a 1 versus 4. Bounty Hunters to find 11. Money to be broken from Imperial. And this is the problem, look, it doesn't matter how many rounds you get on the T side of Nuke. If you get at least 1, that's all that really matters, because we've seen now an 11-9 scoreline after heading into this half. It's what? 8-4 down? Imperial have got 1 round out of the last 8.
Yeah, they're trying to slow things down, play things sort of by the books on Nuke, but it is clear things are not working out for them in that regard. Yeah, and I wouldn't mind just sort of seeing like a fast A hit. Something that you don't need to rely on sort of what players are doing. Are players in the right position? Are they taking the right space? Are you sort of supporting your teammates the right way? Maybe sort of just bring it back to basics and see if something like that can work. Because slowing things down for Imperial, it feels like every round we're seeing like a 2-man advantage for Bounty Hunters, and they're just running away with things.
I love this. They've decided to wait out the clock and then look to hunt. All right, now it's at 0 seconds. They're going to look to fight aggressively. I guess for No Way, it gets a couple kills at the end, but that's about it. And now it's the question for Imperial whether they invest around this or not. And I think No Way has kind of solidly made that decision for Imperial. But I love that. We saw it from Zoc. He took that contact with about 35 seconds, just backed away. I'd rather kill you after time. Smart decision. I really like it from Bounty Hunters. 2 rounds in the lead now. With an expected third, unless of these Tech-9s can supply the goods. I mean, this is the issue with the T side of most maps when you make these changes, because you're going to be limited in the kind of the strat book. You're not going to have everything fully formulated, so it's going to be a lot of defaults. It's going to be a lot of kind of slow played CS, expecting individuals to kind of have these crazy moments, and it's not really happening.
I mean, it's definitely not happening, but it's even just positions like this. We've seen multiple players play. It just looks so easy for the CTs.
Yeah, far too simple. Try fluffing lines with the Tech-9. Util being sent out here now, and he's going to have to scurry his way back into Hut. 4 to face, though. It's just the fact that even on these little half buys, you're questioning if Imperial just rush ramp, just all 5 rush ramp, I'm expecting them to at least get 2 kills and maybe even a bomb plant. Albeit, they'll probably still lose the round, but... Oh, I see kills are coming through. Try and get 3 with the Tech 9. Zoc's in a 1 versus 1 now. What has just happened? Zoc's in a great position to find him, though. Try does get the jump. He fires the first bullet. How has that come down to a 1v1?
Oh, don't make me believe, Try. I thought the impossible was about to come through there. It did eventually get shut down, though. I mean, what a couple of kills we just witnessed there. But, yeah, like you said, Zoc's positioning, Zoc's HP, and with Try being 1 bullet from death, I mean, that would have been a miracle clutch. But it all comes down to this. Round number 22, and Bounty Hunters, they've hit map point, but Cello with an opening kill feels like a rarity to see Imperial find one of these.
Charlie, it was an 8-3 scoreline. It was 8-3 in favor of Imperial. Bounty Hunters now, they've got 3 opportunities to close out this first map and push to Inferno. Obviously, you mentioned, what is Turtle doing there? I respect the the humor of that play, but that's all that I'll give to him. Mayan, though, he's been so active here on this CT side.
Oh, that's unfortunate for Kaiser there. Does get the tag, but just the tag is all it is. The bomb is still dropped here towards lobby. Freak does a lot of damage, but too many angles. And Cello peaks at the perfect time. 3k from him being really quiet this game. Was sitting on 4 kills before that round. But I mean, I think unsurprisingly, it's the newer additions on Imperial that are a little bit quieter on a map like Nuke. And I don't think, look, I don't think that's exactly going to be catching us off guard. It is Nuke. It is a very tactical map. And coming into a roster where you're probably told by the team, we're going to play a bit more puggy, we're going to play quite loose. And on a map like Nuke, where it's not really easy to do that, I think these guys have sort of unsurprisingly struggled. But it's nice to see Cello get a triple there on the board. Hopefully this is something that can continue. It's going to be something that needs to continue. There's any chance of Imperial bringing things to OT.
Bounty Hunters have full control of lobby. They can just instantly rotate players like Mayan down towards the B-bomb site. All these steps are going to be heard here from Zoc. We're going to have a double secret setup. Door's been open. Freak gets baited in massively because of it. Not only does he get a kill, but he gets a kill and a half, and Mayan can capitalize. Man advantage now for Bounty Hunters. They're 3 kills away from taking map 1. And Kaiser, he's taken up the space here. Zoc can cut off all rotations from outside. Look, I guess the real positive, I guess, Imperial, look, it's your opponent's map pick. It's one of the more tactical maps to fall. Vinny gets a freebie onto Turtle here. If they even do fall, as you said, they're moving to Inferno and Dust, which are very puggy maps. Great find from Mayan. After Vinny gets that kill, I don't really know how they don't just head up towards the A-bomb, so I don't know why we're seeing this conflict down towards B. They give up that opening pick. Flashbang into main. Vinny can turn from it. Molly as well towards Secret, or Squeaky, sorry. Vinny's in a great position. He spots them both and finds them too. And now Try should have an easy find onto Kaiser. Money's not great for players like Zoc either. I think this is where maybe Kaiser wants into that 1 versus 2. The fact he's got no trade or nothing, that's when maybe you look to save. The push for OT is now a real possibility.
It all comes down to 1 round. What a performance from Vinny. I mean, look, this is what Imperial does have. That's one thing that they've always had. They do have this star power. They do have the ability to any time just sort of flip that switch and turn it on. We saw it in the last round from Cello. We saw it from that one in Vinny. And it all comes down to round number 24. Bounty Hunters are so close to walking away with a map victory on Nuke. And yet Imperial, they have the opportunity to bring things to OT, give themselves the 1 map lead going into Inferno. It all comes down to this, and money is good enough from Bounty Hunters, I think we can say at least.
Yeah, look, it's enough. It's there. We've got the AWP on Kaiser. Kaiser's had a really tough game, in fact. Overtime, so close. All that's required. One more round now. One slip up from Bounty Hunters. And overtime, and a chance at Nuke is a possibility. And for Bounty Hunters, Imperial's mistake is worth far more as it is this first map.
No one wanted to give up the first kill. Neither side wanted to make a mistake. All 3 series, all 3 maps that we've got to watch today all come down to round number 24. Will this one go beyond that? So we've seen him take up the position before, and he does find one, but the trades come through, and Kaiser falls to Sure.
Yeah, man advantage now for Imperial. They've got 35 seconds, though. Elevated position here for Freak. Might go unneeded. This is where there's got to be a bit of a gamble from Bounty Hunters. They have opted more for an A lean than B. And the amount of utility that's here, Sure's got a molly. Same with Try. They can just send these repetitively in Vent. Vinny finding Freak. Vinny gets another. It's mine in a 1 versus 4. Overtime is all but confirmed. The next 40 seconds are a formality. Mayan, there's nothing he can do here. Imperial, from a team that seemed lifeless, a team that was scrambling for strategy on their T side, they pushed and take it the distance. Overtime required. A few more rounds are needed to decide which team can take Nuke. Devastating for Bounty Hunters, but this is the issue with having such a poor T side yourself.
I mean, look, we say that. I don't even think it was that bad. Look, it was 12-9. We saw Imperial with a single T round. Just the one before they came up clutch with 3 at the end out of nowhere.
Yeah, Vinny's really stepped up. I think Try's had some better moments. Obviously, Cello and Sure, yes, they've gone a bit quiet, but when you think about it, they had a kind of impact in these final 3.
Oh, certainly.
But look, sometimes it's just how the cookie crumbles. And obviously, if Bounty Hunters, if they had 5 rounds on that, that first half, it would lead them to a much easier time of things. But all it takes, one little mistake, one oversight, and that's where Imperial can capitalize. And now we do it all again. The last 24 rounds, forget about them. It's all about the here and now. It's all about the next 6. Obviously, 16 being the operative number for victory here.
Look at Cello. He's on a Mag 10. We're in overtime.
I love it. Look at this. There's going to be no head armor. Turtle's the only person. Oh, Freak as well, in fact, is invested on it. But this Mag 10 could be disgusting. It's going to absolutely mow down at the heads here of these rifles. Ramp's open. They've got to realize there's already players down towards B. No swing here from Under Heaven either. But I love the idea of the Mag 10.
Yeah, it just goes for the speedy approach, taking all this space down towards the lower site. Control being smoked off. Freak behind the silo. Not going to be cleared. Has been spotted, but it's Cello's Mag 10 of all weapons. The push through the smoke is a bold play as the CTs try to punish, but Cello again with the weaker weapon.
You say the weaker weapon is against unhead armored opponents. All it takes is a stray bullet. And you can rip them out the server at certain ranges. I love it as well. Look, honestly, Cello's been really struggling with the rifles. He's been struggling with this systematic approach. Let's just go for the chaotic Mag 10. Get up in the face. Just be the menace that you know that you can be.
Are you asking him to bring out the P19X?
No, that gun's tragic. But the Mag 10, the Mag 10's not a hidden gem, but it's a great gun.
It can do a job at a time.
Oh, you know more than anyone my love for that Mag 10.
I mean, you love it. Certainly don't have as much impact as Cello with it. But yeah, that's a really big round. And you can see the game plan. It felt like, honestly, Cello probably just said, I'm having a pretty bad game right now. Send me in and trade me. Yeah, if I can find one with a Mag 10 and you can throw good enough util, brilliant. I can kick things off of a round victory. But just the fast nature and the steps alone forced the CTs down towards the lower site and forced them back from ramp. And it kind of felt like, okay, we got all this control for free. And you kind of look at it and say, okay, Cello probably would rather be on a rifle now. Still made it work with the Mac 10. Still, Imperial continued this streak going into overtime with the first round of OT going their way. And look, back to basic, Fred. A basic round, a fast hit towards ramp. Good utility on the lower site, and you look to take that space. There's nothing too fancy. They're not slowing it down. That was really the nature that was killing Imperial before, just slowing things down too much. Bounty Hunters pick apart your offense, and next thing you know, you're left in a 3 versus 5 trying to pick up the scraps.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think Imperial, maybe it's just taken a little bit of time to figure it out, but there's no point being fancy because it's not as though they can play off one another perfectly. It's not as though they've got all of these kind of things in place to deal with being disadvantaged. Just go for a fast play. But they go for the slower play, and now they're in that 3v5.
Yeah, I like the idea initially of what they were looking to do. Looked like they were trying to take outside with some speed, but slow down slightly. Zoc taking a headshot there. Sure, pushing through this and will find the kill. Turtle rotating into the flame, so has to respect it for now.
Yeah, B-bomb site is open for the taking. Bounty Hunters, they don't need to rush things here. Sure, we'll do a lot of damage to Turtle. Great information as well. Oh, I like the idea of the flash. No way being sent in. The flash not good though. Turtle's not actually there yet. And it's now a 1v3 for Try. We saw his 1v4 attempt with the Tech 9s come so close. The fact that the player from ramp is an AWP could be difficult, but Turtle just going to take contact first. Mine spotted, okay. And Try surely needs to realize that ramp could be a possibility. Realize Kaiser's there, he's heard the drop weapon. Kaiser not on his favored weapon, and Try's got perfect information. A 1 versus 3 for Imperial. How has that gone so wrong for Bounty Hunters again? They were in a 5 versus 3. They had a 2-man advantage going into it. They had a 2-man advantage going into the clutch, into the retake, but it just clinical shots from Try. He may not have had the best of games in comparison to players like Turtle, like No Way, but a moment like that is one to remember. We saw the opportunity he had with the Tech 9 in regulation, just wasn't able to get that final, but you give him chances in a clutch and he will provide.
It feels like Imperial right now is playing off of confidence, playing off of this momentum. Everyone stepping up when needed. They've got that star power, and somehow they can keep on delivering. A round that looked a little bit messy from them, losing those 2 early bodies, but it is Try to dig them out of a tough spot and give themselves a 2-round lead here, going into the final round of their T side. But Freak will find the first, surely to be traded.
Kaiser's there, ready and waiting though, so advantage stays here with the CTs. Oh, okay. Well, I say the advantage is going to stay with them. Turtle caught off massively here. Mine is very much alone as well. Kaiser rotating in, being held. Try to have information of Mine. Not the best of shots from No Way, but smoke in main, molly in vent. They've locked off this kind of portion, and that's why Zoc is maneuvering to heaven. I like the decision here, but No Way doubling. He's got 31 kills, Charlie. I know Turtle has stepped up in moments, but what a ridiculous game from No Way.
More ridiculous game in general from plenty of players here. Zoc finally pushing out of heaven. He can take down Try. Look at the HP of these final 2 players. The Molotov will spread. Doesn't quite take down Try though somehow. And he's out in the open and still can find Imperial with a flawless overtime T side. The side that they found just a single round before needing to win 3 in a row to bring things just to overtime. Somehow it feels like this team just clicked.
Yeah, look, we talk about how kind of overtime, I think a lot of the time, you've just got to forget about map siding, you've got to forget about everything like that, because I think confidence holds so much weight in overtime, and always, every single time, the confidence is going to be for the team that were down and out, that had no chance in the game, that we were saying that the rest of these rounds are just being played out because we have to, right? And it should have gone the way of Bounty Hunters. The fact Imperial battled back after winning 1 out of 9 rounds on their, 1 out of 9 on their T side, we're just thinking, okay, well, this one's done. But it doesn't. Imperial, they come back, they win those final 3 in regulation, and now they are just riding that high. They are continuing to have that level of success. And after a 1v3 for try, around that they had no right winning, that's just going to put that stamp of kind of approval that this game should now be found by Imperial. Look, we started off thinking it would go their way after that 5-0 streak. Somehow it's now back in their court. I don't really know what we're seeing. Very reminiscent to that first map that we saw of the day, where it's like we've had kind of 4 quarters here of success, I guess.
Well, let's see if Bounty Hunters can somehow do the same as Imperial, winning all 3 rounds on this T side. I find it hard to believe, but it would be quite the storyline if they can muster it.
Great find from Turtle, getting on the score sheet early doors, taking down the heavy hitter of No Way. I was touched upon the fact that this is a bit of an extended 1v1 between these two. The ultimate game of chess. Utility sent here towards the A-bomb site. Oh, Cello with a double mine. What is that spray? Try rotating in to find one. Sure can deal with Zoc. And Freak all alone in the 1v4. We had a heroic clutch from Try, but now Freak needs 1/3 of reload herd. 2 HP.
Counter-terrorists win.
It is done.
Just about it's done, but that is Imperial finding 16, and what a turnaround. Sort of as soon as they hit round number 21, it felt like we saw a different beast of Imperial entirely. What a showing from them. Absolutely brilliant response, but look, we've had Neokai waiting on the side to break things down, so I'm so curious in terms of what he can tell us about how on earth Imperial did that.
Well, we came in towards this game and we discussed about how there's a real potential for a loose play style from Imperial, and I think we did see that for a while. Unfortunately, the new boys on the block, sure, Cello didn't really get to show their prowess, but No Way. What a showing from him from the get-go, the best player in the server. And sure, Turtle, as that game progressed, had really, really good moments of showing just his level and what he could bring to the table. That was an indicative showing of No Way basically taking up quite a big leadership role in this side now, saying, all right, I'm one of the players who's kind of a surefire thing in this Imperial lineup. I'm somebody who's been around the block with a variety of rosters, and I'm going to be the one who's going to lead this kind of team going forward. He put out some serious numbers, and I think it's probably pretty safe to say, especially the way Bounty Hunters came back towards that tail end of the regulation, the way things are panned out, honestly, I think No Way, they might not even take that map. So credit to him, he stepped on a big way. I still think we need to see a little bit more out of the rest of this side. Of course, in particular, we need to see these new boys of Sure and Cello find their form, find their footing, find their comfortability in this side. But for now, I think as a new team with your first debut with this 5, I think just getting that map out the way under your belt, you'll take that every day of the week. Perfect way to start off this series as well. I got to give a lot of credit as well to Bounty Hunters. I thought they were a bit of a write-off at one point, especially, kind of coming in towards this game. I thought things really weren't going to work out too well for them, but they actually found really good ways to find kills, to find themselves impacting towards this game, and they looked actually really difficult to deal with. I touched on kind of Turtle a little bit, and he, of course, was absolutely flying all the way throughout, but I thought Zoc looked fantastic. He had a really decent amount of impact at times. Freak as well, same for him. These were guys that were stepping up in big moments, finding important opening kills or locking down moments as well. While things didn't start out well for them on that C side, they were able to find ways back into it. Highlights running through as well now, and you can kind of see just at times, it started so well for Imperial, but the back and forth affair summed up, I think, a lot of this map, especially the fact that we even went in towards overtime as well. I think we've got to look at this this map and say for Bounty Hunters, there's probably a bit of self-belief coming in towards this series, thinking, all right, sure, that was our map pick we've just lost, but we've actually just gone toe-to-toe with a very decent side, and a side that, in terms of name value-wise, definitely trump ours. You go in towards Inferno coming up next, and it's a similar sort of vibe, right? It's a puggy map. It's a map which allows you to really kind of let your stars shine. If we can see Turtle continue to play to that sort of level, I think that could be the case. And, that, for example, Inferno's always been a map which Turtle's been not too bad on. I remember back in the day, I think it was Daytona they were called, way back when, and he used to be a very decent force to be reckoned with on that map. So I'm excited to see what he can bring to the table heading in towards that. We'll be heading to a break in just a second before we head on towards Inferno. I do have reservations still about Imperial, especially if we're looking more long-term. This is a good map to get under the belt and a good way to start off, but Is this a replicable win? Maybe not. Is it a holistic victory? Definitely not. It's very much off the back of one man's insane ability, and I don't think that's the real way that Imperial want to be going forward. It's early doors, though. We'll more than happily give them the benefit of the doubt, and in all fairness, Bounty Hunters, they'll probably look at this map a little bit and say, we actually should have closed out in regulation, and we maybe slipped up when it mattered most. The fact that it even went into towards overtime shouldn't have been the case, but credit to Imperial, never took their foot off the gas, never had this belief that things were not going to go in their favor, and that's actually what you expect of a top-level side. I saw Zola touch that a little bit heading in towards this overtime. Cello struggling on the rifles, adapting on the fly, going for the Mac 10, and actually being just a little bit more proactive. Sometimes, if you can't get involved, then you can't be the numbers guy that your team require you to be. Being a nuisance, being a supporting element, all of these things can be a massive, massive help to get a map over the line. And I think, you know, he did the things, the dirty work. He wasn't really getting the numbers, so to say, but he was definitely there, definitely present. I just want to see a little bit more frags on the board for him, and then maybe we could have somewhat of a spicy one. We've got Inferno coming up next. It is the pick of that of Imperial, right? So with them got a map under their belt already, I do have concerns now for Bounty Hunters, especially considering if we see performances like that from nowhere, how do they shut a guy like that down? Well, we're going to have to find out. For now, we're going to throw this one to a break. When we are back, the boys are back, and it's Inferno up on the docket.
Slight delayed start, unsure as to why. Maybe just kind of players getting ready and everything like that. But into the action we go on Inferno. It's a selection of Imperial, obviously with them taking map 1. They've now got a very strong chance to close out the series. But I guess fortunately for Bounty Hunters, it's one of the CS classics, right? It's not as though it's a map that's kind of new to these players. So I'm excited to see this second map.
Yeah, well, I think both teams just needed a breather, needed a bit of an extended break. I think in particular, Bounty Hunters, the fact they weren't able to close out Nuke, that's going to really haunt them if they fail to convert Inferno now. Great call on the pistol, though, with a wrap through long. The smoke grenade blocking the vision of 2 players. No way does find Freak, and a low HP player in mini bit. The jumping block doesn't quite connect. But he will eventually finish off Zok, and that is a 2-man advantage. And Bounty Hunters is probably not far off thinking, we just save this armor at this point.
Yeah, well, Vinny, isolated, found by Mayan. We know how quickly these pistol rounds can spin, but Kaiser finding try. It's a 3 versus 3 now. Still a fair bit of utility. If a flash is sent over short and apartments, it can work out quite nicely, but No Way gets another. He gets a 4th, and No Way is continuing the form from Nuke here to Inferno. He was 10-0 within 4 rounds. He's now 4-0 with the first.
Wants the ace, but no chance of it. Kaiser not giving that one up. He'll walk away with a couple of kills. No armor actually on Kaiser, but well, he's got himself a little bit of extra money. Now we're going to see any sort of force play though from Bounty Hunters, unless they're really feeling something a bit spicy here. But I think one more kill from Kaiser. Oh, in fact, I actually think he can just bring out that AWP in the next round, can't he? Just glass cannon it if he wanted. So there is that option for him. Was he a little bit quiet on the first half of Nuke in particular, that T side, but I think starting here on the CT side, him on the big green, certainly going to be a weapon I think we're all going to keep our eyes on when he's wielding that.
A lot of anticipation of what Kaiser can provide.
I think there always is whenever you watch Bounty Hunters play.
Yeah.
It's always one of the star men you look at, but aggression here through Banana. The Mac 10 have tried, does find a single frag, starting to get overwhelmed. Everyone survives. Look at the damage dealt.
Kaiser can't glass cannon because he killed his teammate. That money's been taken from him now.
I mean, sort of medical bills.
Yeah, medical bills. That's a tough one. I don't think he would have glass cannon.
My head cannon is he was going to glass cannon.
Well, he doesn't have the opportunity anymore because of the TK. It takes away from the Mac 10's money made, I guess. You can look at it.
Let's all sit and spawn and kill one another. I don't know if that's necessarily a great game plan.
Maybe it'll take off. Maybe it's the new way to deal in these ecos.
Well, even with a bit of a bonus round here, with certain weaker weapons in place, still an opening kill for Imperial. This is the first weapon round in possible. Bandy and the flashbang is perfectly timed, and Vinny's Mac 10 will connect. Vinny's Mac 10 gets a second, and the utility from Try is perfect. Job done in this one from Imperial.
Charlie, I think we're going to need to have some kind of podcast talking points, because I think we know that Inferno is the save simulator, and that's exactly what this round will be. It's just 2 quick kills towards B, obviously the casualty in middle. We're going to have about 30 seconds of talking time, and I guess we can really talk about how incredible Vinny is there. He just gets flashed in, gets a lovely double, closes and confirms the round. Obviously, Bounty Hunters might get a couple kills here to bolster up the finances.
A decent bit more than that. I mean, this was a round that if Imperial actually just didn't hunt, those Mac 10s that they had, those weak weapons, are free upgrades, and they start to have this extra money in bank. So all the money that they have right now, on top of premium weapons, but instead losing all of these players, and you only take down one of the Bounty Hunters' saved weapons. Sure, Bounty Hunters aren't going to buy now, but it also does put you in a spot where you're kind of asking Bounty Hunters, when you start getting a few rounds on the board, we're sort of ripe and ready to be reset.
Yeah, look, I think if it was maybe later on in the game and maybe there's a better finances in place and higher loss bonus, I think Bounty Hunters would go for an investment. But look, even if all 5 of Imperial just look to sit on the bomb site, wait for it to kind of the round to finish, they'd be in a far better spot. And I don't think we would have seen Bounty Hunters invest anyway. There's no reason for it, no reason, no rhyme. But space taken here, Turtle, nice find, might look to go retrieve that rifle. Utility seen, Turtle gets another, okay. Can we show some respect to these 5-7s? Countless times we'll see them have this level of success, especially towards a position like half wall. It's a 2-man advantage. I think, fortunately, they can just drop their smoke towards Moto, and Kaiser might be denied of said impact. Zoc will be spotted and found by Cello. No way. Looking to aggress. Kaiser's close by on the bomb site. Flashed off the angle, but Freak can get one. Take all this attention and time away. And Kaiser can get another. 1v2.
Yeah, found himself in the 1v2. Paranoid that players have rotated it already, so while some of these bombs are actually down, the CTs are going to be hit. Turtle does have this AK towards the library for now. They know where Vinny resides.
Ooh, Vinny. After he got that first, there was a slight kind of delay in Turtle's peak. I'm thinking that maybe Vinny can give this one a go, certainly the chance, but the round goes the way of Bounty Hunters because we see Turtle get the double with the 5-7, then obviously Freak finding on the bomb site, kind of delaying, allowing Kaiser to have impact. Bit mismanaged there from Imperial, maybe some more respect needing to be given to these closer range weapons, and I think it's quite kind of compared to when there's a Mag 7 playing towards half wall or something like that. I feel like, yes, you can go sending players in, and the first player, quite rightly, you understand why Sure isn't going to be prepared for that, but why is there no flash to send in the second? I don't really know what's happened there.
I mean, look, it's always going to be a tricky spot when you're pushing into that bomb site when there are 3 players there, regardless of weaponry. We know what the A bomb site's like. There's plenty of crossfires. There's plenty of ways you can play off one another. And yeah, the trading was good enough from Bounty Hunters to allow Vinny just to get overwhelmed in that 1 versus 2. But we are in a bit of a cheeky way to look into apartments.
Yeah, a little bit of a boost.
I mean, it felt a bit pointless, but look, I like when there's
Let's pretend
some
it had
creativity on a map like Inferno, which kind of feels like it's been fully sapped of anything new.
Yeah, I'm just still waiting for one of those crazy boosts like we saw on Vertigo. Well, like maybe you can boost above and see down Banana, something like that. I feel like surely that's possible, right?
Get
Triple
to that
boost.
point, and I think the game's broken. I think the game's gone at that point.
Triple, but surely you could see a triple boost above first.
There did used to be a boost. I don't know if it still is a thing. On Bridge, you can do a triple boost and see into Banana from there. You are pretty exposed.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I don't know if it's still a thing, but it did used to be.
I still want to test out and see if that kind of ancient where you run boost outside B main and then boost a player above B main, just on like a little bit of a pixel walk.
I do love moments like that. I do think it's very cool when teams pull out sort of these cheeky plays. And you got Inferno, Overpass, where it feels like every round you see the 5-man boost.
Well, look, we are going to be seeing a bit of a cheeky play. They're waiting to fade out the smoke. Mayan can strike, though the Mac 10 falling, and now the game plan fairly evident here. No way can find Turtle, but they're aware that Mayan is still in the action here, still needing to be dealt with and found. One for Kaiser can fall as well, and a 4 versus 2 now. Surely the CT's just forced the save.
You see plenty of players look to push through the smoke towards B. Kaiser tries to do it to help his teammates, but in doing so, he's a little late to do so. His teammate falls. He's a bit by his lonesome, and with the AWP, even if he finds one, it feels like the trade's always going to come through. Good response from Imperial after losing the last round, and this was their opportunity for their finances to break, but not going to be the case here. Not yet.
Look, we talk about kind of the minimum and maximum rounds that need to be seen from teams, and obviously you look at the success of Imperial on this map in the past. It seems like they do quite heavily favor the CT side, especially with the distribution of rounds that they've won. What's the minimum that we need to see from Bounty Hunters here for us to say, okay, there's a chance for a third? Is it tied up half, or?
I mean, I do think it's tricky just because there's a lot of factors in this in terms of, look, we haven't seen Bounty Hunters play this map for a long time.
Yeah.
And even in the last 3 months, we've only seen them play it once. Sure, it was a victory there, but for the flip side of Imperial, this is still a roster where, look, it's difficult to really predict anything that can be done. That there's realistically, they probably should have been 1 map down in this series. So I sort of think putting a number on on a halftime score to give Bounty Hunters a chance. It's always going to be tough, but I think as long as they can keep things competitive, at least, I think there will be the chance for them. But look, things are definitely going to be difficult now that they've lost their map selection.
Yeah.
And I think the fact that we have just seen from map number 1 that even when Imperial are down and when they look like they're out, they still have that fight in them.
Imperial, though, they're 4-1 up. The investment is seen from Bounty Hunters. Slight limitations regarding the weaponry on players like Mine, like Turtle, but nothing too problematic, especially when Kaiser chimes in early with the AWP kill. And this is going to be the acceleration call now towards A from Imperial. They know, well, the AWP is here towards B. There's most likely 2 players alongside him. So if we can look to hurry our way onto the A bomb site, this could be really good for us. But I like the angle that Freak's playing, just the elevated valve. Seen the molly thrown from deep library and over rotation, I guess you could say. And if Vinny finds this pick towards Turtle, the B-bomb site's open for the taking. We understand why Bounty Hunters have rotated, and with the position here of some of the T's, you can understand that Imperial might feel a bit locked here, but Try gets 1. No way. Looking to aggress. We've got Zoc and Freak to find, but Turtle, in fact, he's the one who actually falls. How have we not seen the CTs capitalize? How have we been able to see Cello back away? This is ridiculous. Bounty Hunters, seems like it's a perfect opportunity for them to find those frags, but now the round's looking pretty done and dusted as Vinny is so deep here.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really chaotic moment there. You pretty much can tell when Vinny was calling for his team to rotate, but as soon as that sort of kill comes through from Vinny, that's when Cello pushes up. He's really lucky that he's able to back away, because you could see a world where if the player from Apartment just took 1 bullet, Cello goes down. That's the bomb dropped in an uncomfortable position, and Imperial will have to try to look to see what they can do with all of the CTs waiting around that bomb. But great kill from Vinny. Great decision-making, and a bit fortunate for Imperial to actually be able to back away that unscathed there. And Bounty Hunters are just going to save these weapons to look to fight another round.
Yeah, look, it's the right call. Obviously, I've kind of coined Inferno, and I say I've coined. I think we all have coined Inferno as the save simulator. You just have those moments where you lose the bomb site. As I said, all it is that fight between Vinny and Turtle. Whoever is victorious will completely change the outcome of the round. Vinny is looking for a bit of a hunt. Doesn't need to, but neither does Freak. He doesn't need to peek there. There's so many systems in place to keep that AWP alive. And now with the AWP falling, and now with only 2 survivors, you're thinking, okay, well, it's gone from a guaranteed weaponry investment to Bounty Hunters to a maybe, let's just half buy here. Which obviously can give Imperial a real leg up going into round number 7, as a 6th could be seen.
Yeah, not a huge amount of utility to fight towards Banana. They do have Mayan here with that full belt, but other than his util, there's going to be limitations in terms of how long they can fight this for. Freak in the apartments, though, will find no way. That is an opening kill. Drops the smoke to try to allow himself to retrieve that weapon. The 3 rifles on the flip side of Bounty Hunters. This might be the go call for the teams to try to look to exploit towards B, and a bit of a dodgy smoke.
Might be a dodgy smoke, but the kill was found through it. The way of the CTs, and although the nade of the smoke seemingly catches both of them out, it's again Turtle's 5-7 finding. Try hoping to connect the bullets, but it's Turtle again that finds. We can see 5 survivors here. This was just a half bite. Bit of a head scratcher here for Imperial, because the 2 rounds that they've seemingly lost on this first half have come from 5-7 success. Full buy versus full buy, Imperial, no problem, but the second there's some gimmick weapons and maybe some different style of play, that's where things look awkward, and 5 survivors there, kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Look, these half buys, and with those 2 rifles as well, they have a lot of potency, and it feels like Imperial just maybe a bit lackadaisical in their approach. With Freak finding the first kill, you get a rifle, you're disadvantaged. It feels like Imperial are locked towards B, set their sights there. Mine might have missed the smoke, but he read it perfectly. And at that point, you're on Inferno. It's not easy to try to break open a bomb site in general, and when you're disadvantaged, it just gets even tougher. But look, we've got a second round on the board for Bounty Hunters. We need to see them start to post a few more rounds if there's any chance of bringing that to that third and final. Though we haven't even really touched on Dust 2 all too much, but that could be a really great third and final map for these two to play out on, if we do make it there, of course.
Yeah, I think the favouring will be the way of Imperial of Dust, just because you just got to look at sample size, win rate. Statistically, they are looking the favoured side, regardless of map. And I think it just gives them that slight edge. But Bounty Hunters, at least they've got this second now. At least they can try and kind of look a bit more consistent on this CT side.
Back and forth, Veto being traded out, but Bounty Hunters have given up a lot of space towards Banana. I want to look to fight this too much on the front foot, as it seems that they're willing to allow Imperial to at least claim this initial portion of it.
Yeah, Molly and Flashbang to take top Banana here from Imperial. Retake Util coming through from Mayan. Imperial... Seemed like the utility sent there from Bounty Hunters was to force them forward, and that's why we saw 2 flashbangs sent. But now you can see the utility is very drained here from Bounty Hunters. No way, if he takes down Kaiser, could be the opener that they're searching for. We're going to be about timing between these two. But respect given and shown by both. Neither wanting to really kind of overstep and give up a kill unnecessarily. There's 30 seconds remaining. This smoke has been sent about 5-10 seconds ago from Bounty Hunters, so they've got no utility to defend them. Molly's going to force Mayan off. We have seen this rotation come through. Great utility here. They need to deal with a player towards Fountain. They should be aware of Mayan, but great find from Mayan. No way's looking to make his way through the back lines. They still need to deal with Mayan tucked away. But Vinny, great triple here. And the positioning of No Way. He can confirm that CT is clear. It is all safe. And the round will go the way of Imperial.
Yeah, it just looked really good initially there from Bounty Hunters. 3 players towards that bomb site. The final 2 that emerged, the players throwing the utility. Just able to kind of isolate those jewels. Initially, the player towards Coffins. Then you just got one at Fountain. It just becomes a bit easy for those 2 remaining players just to kind of 2v1 each angle that they clear on out. But do a really good job not to actually lose any player after that initial contact that was made. So it kind of doesn't give Bounty Hunters even a chance to go for it. If even one kill was found onto Vinny, onto Try, then maybe we see the 2 versus 2 attempt. But as soon as it's a clean sweep after that, yeah, it's just got to be backing away, keep these guns alive. Again, it's Imperial. As soon as we see Bounty Hunters get around, they instantly snap up the necks. Don't allow Bounty Hunters to string anything together. Keep their economy to a point where these saves feel necessary.
Nice find from Freak. Traded by No Way, though. And obviously we know how it feels that as trades come through, the T's are just going to be so far favored on the basis that some gambles are going to have to be taken, some risks are needed to be made. Speaking of risks, though, sure, looks as though he wants to be the one to take a bit of a risky peek here. Spots out Turtle, gets the dink, but not actually that much damage dealt there.
And another flashbang sent in from the CTs to reclaim this control. And with the smoke drop, sure is just going to respect it and give this up. The Banana being retaken, and it looks like we are going to see a boost over the top. Sure has escaped down Banana, but this is a lot of information from the CTs to get.
He's gone loud as well. Kaiser posted up here from long. Smoke thrown by Vinny. It's going to be the molly under balcony as well. Seemingly is where Mayan wanted to play from, and No Way's got this information now. Oh, Mayan with a missed movement. No Way searching for him. He's so aggressive that they will make their way out of apartments now. Or for Kaiser. Caught off a little. Molly sent now towards Library. Going to keep Turtle a little bit at bay. 3 versus 3. Bomb yet to go down. And the missed smoke in Moto. Bit of an awkward one. Planting for Pit now. Good setup as well now the T's have. Oh, Nade chipping away even further at players like Turtle, like Zoc. Boost above this smoke could work.
And does find that kill. They're aware that shirt is in the bomb site. He gets nothing. It's all on Vinny towards Grave. Hasn't been cleared, so he gets 2 for the price of 1. Places here as well. Has been spotted. The kill will come through, and there is time for the defuse.
Ooh. Yeah, here's a kid. I don't know what I'm oohing and ahhing about. I didn't think he had one, but still. Just the one survivor. Finances actually aren't that bad for bounty hunters. You'd assume it'd be a little bit more tough for them, but not going to be the end of the world.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's the patience there from bounty hunters. They don't try to force anything. They get the boost going and just wait to see if anything's given up. And as soon as they find the player towards mini pit there, they know that there's going to be one on the bomb site. Great find from Kaiser there. What a frag.
Kaiser looks a lot better here on Inferno.
Sure, doesn't quite take down Zoc.
Turtle doesn't have a gun.
This is really messy here from the CT towards the banana. They are pushing through this. No way does get found. Sure is here to get the trade at least. Kaiser is able to rotate in and get the shot off, but it doesn't connect. So the man disadvantage and the bomb down still with Freak towards A.
Just going to be the save again. Look, bounty hunters, the reason they've had kind of decent finances is they have kept players alive. They have looked to try and save as best as possible. It always creates for a bit more an exciting kind of half and an exciting game of CS. I feel like very rarely it's those kind of full ecos and stuff like that. There's usually always a weapon on that CT side. But yeah, as you said, a bit of a mismanaged defense. Turtle didn't have a gun. I don't know whether that was a HUD glitch or whether it was just he just didn't have one. Didn't really need it. It was caught with util in hand. It wasn't the biggest of issues. But 7 now found for Imperial. Gotta say, this isn't the start that and the half the bounty hunters need, because obviously they are trailing in the series. They are a map down.
But it's again, isn't it? Look, bounty hunters, they can win around. They just can't string anything together. Imperial instantly have a response, and this is even with Kaiser finding the initial kill. But it's banana setup. Sure gets great timing initially. Does so much damage to one of the players there, Banana, and Turtle just feels like he tries to fight so heavily to support his teammate that in doing so just kind of gives up Banana and gives up the bomb site with them both going down. Ooh,
so much damage hurt. Yeah, this is going to be really tough now. And Cello's looking to push through this smoke. He is being held. Has been found. Turtle pushing, can find Vinny, and from what seemed like a near perfect round for the teams with all that information they had, it's fallen very flat. No way's going to look to take this space. A lot of damage here to Freak, to Zoc. The kills just weren't seen. Imperial, look, they had great information. I don't know why they don't just wait for No Way to activate. You don't need to be pushing through those mid-smokes. It's such a risk, and as we see, it just didn't pan out. We've now got this quad A setup. Kaiser just holding any lurks from CT spawn because the bomb's dropped. Sure might go on a bit of a recovery mission. Knife in hand, he has retrieved the bomb. Somehow he's been able to get out of there. Okay, sure we'll get one. No Way creeping on out, but found by Zoc. Just too many angles for No Way to have to think about. Sure can't find another, and it's all on try. It's a 1v4.
Yeah, it felt a little bit like they heard that 2 players were getting ticked by the mollies. They probably knew that they were low HP as well and thought, okay, let's just exploit towards middle while they're still in apartments, but just weren't ready for Turtle to be holding the angle. And his reposition after finding the initial player of Cello to moving around to find Vinny as well was really, really great from Turtle, because if he goes down, you've got 2 players, 1 bullet from death. So I like the idea from Imperial, just the execution wasn't quite there.
Yeah, honestly, I don't really know what happened. It's the fact that they get so much information that these players push through the molly in apartments. And you kind of question, well, if they just wait for No Way, he gets 3 kills and moving out of apartments, but they lose the bomb and they lose 2 players as well. It just causes so much difficulty. Either way, Imperial, worst case scenario, they end the half with 7, which obviously this being their unfavored side is going to be really important for them. I think consistency has been a bit of an issue for both these teams. We have had a bit of a back and forth here now.
Final round though, can it be another 8-4 in favour of Imperial? Sure, lucky to be alive. Tagged away at Vinny. Low HP as well.
Yeah, look how much damage has been dealt already here from Bounty Hunters. Obviously, without those first 3 rounds for Imperial, it's been that 4-4. We have had some kind of chopping and changing regarding round success, but they go into the crunch, they go into the meat grinder. And they might be able to come out of it with a 1 versus 2 on the bomb, but sure, not quick enough. Priest's just going to drop the flash, of which Sure is in front of, and 1 HP in the dream. Bombs dropped. 7-5. That is what should be the case, unless if Mine has given away his position. Kaiser spotted. Oh, I love this. I love every single second of this. Just needs the first. Oh, but Mine finds him. Crosshair placement not good enough.
I mean, what a clutch that would have been.
It
really well played.
Well. Obviously, they knew he was towards the bomb site. If he wraps through library there, the timing would have been maybe even better, but unfortunate. 7-5. I think it's definitely doable for Bounty Hunters, right?
Oh, yeah, it's doable for both teams still, yeah, 100%. It's still all to play for. Got to have a look at Imperial's T side. I felt, yeah, it was pretty solid most of the time. It was a pretty basic game plan. They looked to exploit towards Banana on most occasions, take that space, very fundamentally sort of standard, I suppose, in terms of just their space taking. But Bounty Hunters, look, they did a good job to bring themselves back into the game. The final 2 rounds of the half as well going their way was a big difference maker in terms of just giving them 5 rounds to play with. But obviously this is a map that we still haven't seen a huge amount from Bounty Hunters. Their T side is going to be something that we're really going to be looking at under a microscope. Last time they did play this, obviously it was a couple of months ago, it's against your didn't actually lose a single T round. They went on to win 7 in a row to close out that game. I don't necessarily think it's going to be as dominant for them there, but at least positive signs of when they did play this map, they were able to get a T side going to some degree.
Yeah, I felt like the comparison between Yawara and Imperial are a little bit out of reach.
It certainly is quite the difference, but
I'm sure Yawara will be happy being put in the same sentence as Imperial.
Well, let's see what this pitch round does. If Bounty Hunter can win this, we could have a leveled up game out of nowhere.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the scary thing for Imperial, because obviously we know that their T side was a bit troubling on Nuke, and look, it's a half of Counter-Strike. This is a team that this is their first game on HLTV together. There's going to be difficulties, and look, we said that the rotations could have been an issue on Nuke. We're going to be saying similar things here on Inferno. I like the setup though. Anti-flash from Cello. Try just sat close holding for Apps. It's a great position for Try. Absolutely excellent. Utility's going to be coming down in a second. Steps heard in apartments. Cello still playing anti-flash. There's a flashbang that Kaiser's going to be sending in a matter of seconds, and here it is. Cello can get 1, and Try's Julie's combined to find 3, make it a 4. And, well, Bounty Hunters. Unfortunate, but you go into the grasps of Try, especially with the Julies at that angle. Not really much you can do.
Yeah, I mean, Try, he had a bit of a masterclass with the pistols, to be fair, today. That's some pretty great moments. But with Imperial finding that, it'll be that 9-5, very close to knocking on the door of the semi-finals here.
Yeah, obviously. We are second semi-finalists. Obviously, ODDIK being the first. We won't have the kind of the matches, or the kind of those two teams are going to have to wait a little longer, as BESTIA versus 9Z at 9 CEST, 8 PM UK time. And then to end the evening, we've got FURIA Female against Flamengo.
Nice find there from Tri. I mean, obviously it is just up against the Glocks, but still.
Honestly, I've got to say, I really dislike when the Glocks just play for this, let's be super slow and burn util. Look, I get it, you're on Glocks, you don't expect much, but if you rush towards B, you might have a chance. Things could go nicely, players get caught with util in hand. I feel like when you just go for the slow approach, you're not really going to be gaining much.
I mean, that's kind of the issue. Imperial took so much space that they kind of had no choice but just to inevitably die. Obviously, on paper, how it's meant to go, slow things down, let your opponents play it still like a standard round, burn utility. And then once you feel like it's all done, then you push them somewhere and hope it works. But yeah, really nice anti-eco there from Imperial. Kept the deep bit of their util alive as well. The MP9s get sent in. Vinny, man, is fully blinded, but as is everyone else. Sure, it's one bullet from death. Just about escapes.
Yeah, Cello's looking to stick around here. Shure's going to send the flash. Timing looks good, but Turtle not blinded. Because the flash comes through, he just holds mouse 1 because he's assuming there's a peek coming through, which obviously does happen. 5 versus 2 with a very short time period. Honestly, the banana take looks very, very kind of amateur. I don't love the fact that it's the MP9 throwing the util. I'd much prefer to see it Shure sending his teammates in. Maybe the MP9's looking to get right up in the face, but the return fire utility from Bounty Hunters was just good enough to keep Imperial guessing.
Yeah, a bit fortunate that a couple of kills come through while fully blinded, but sometimes how it goes. Hold down left click and hope, and did pay off on this occasion, but it was that 3-man B setup. Probably were hoping for a little bit more from the CTs that. Bounty Hunters will deny double digits being found from Imperial. I'm going to keep this one close. We've had some super close series today. Even the first series that we got to watch, like, it was a 2-0, but it was still a very close affair on both maps. Took all 24 rounds. Seems like we're having a similar thing here.
Yeah, well, look, it's the playoffs. This isn't kind of the group stage. This isn't where we're going to be seeing kind of dominant 2-0s throughout. Yes, okay, we could see 2-0s feature, but it's not as though we're seeing kind of 13-5, 13-4 scorelines. I think we will see a lot of these OTs, a lot of these games going right down to the wire. It is the investment here from Imperial. Obviously, the last being a bit of a bonus. We've got the AWP on Tri. We've got rifles on the rest. Utility's pretty decent as well. Sure. He's got the utility lined up for Vinny. And he's going to send a flash of his own. Perfectly timed flash. Turtle not blinded by it. But obviously, Vinny going 1 for 1. Not bad at all. Does leave Shirt a little bit alone. Timing on the nade. Not great. Has been gifted utility. I believe there's another smoke and another Molotov for him to throw, which I always feel like is a great way to play Inferno. You just leave one defender here towards B, cycling through utility. Yes, it means that you probably got to take some space towards apartments, but util coming over. Sure. Needs to drop this molly soon, otherwise the T's could look to go through it. And here the util will be raining down. They blow open the smoke. The molly might actually be a bit too deep, yeah. The molly far too deep, so doesn't force the T's, doesn't hold them off. I don't even know what that was. I don't know why he's not playing from CT. There's more util for him to pick up.
I mean, that's sort of the issue, isn't it? Imperial were very static towards A. So they didn't look to actually take any space. With no contact being made anywhere, I think they probably had to, sort of after that initial smoke came through, think to themselves, okay, we've got no contact towards A. Maybe we have a little look somewhere. There's a player towards brackets. I mean, I wouldn't mind maybe just a peek down mid. Something like that. Maybe someone looking to, like you said, push for apartments. Because it did feel like Shure was very much by his lonesome. I think even if the molly did land properly, I'm pretty confident he still gets taken down to the first player. Looked quite oblivious of him. But 2 rounds in it.
Yellow Bounty Hunters. I feel like throughout this whole game, they've been playing chase. They've always been 2 steps behind, but we've got an opportunity to draw it a little closer. We've got a decent buy here, though, from Imperial. Obviously, they've kind of a bit of a hedged bet investment. If they do lose this round, they've still got the opportunity to invest in the next, and they've still got a decent buy for this one.
I mean, that's the thing, isn't it? It's regardless if you have been trailing pretty much this whole game, Bounty Hunters have kept things competitive.
Yeah.
And the longer this game goes on, the more chances Bounty Hunters can have to flip the script on this one.
I've got to say, I still want to see more from Shure and Cello. They've been really quiet throughout this whole series. Try will go down, that is the AWP. Cello now very isolated. Oh, Cello! So much damage, just the 1 kill though. 4 versus 2. Shure has retrieved the rifle, retrieved the AWP in fact. So this one will be the 8th for Bounty Hunters as expected. Yeah, I'm still waiting though. I'm still waiting. Honestly, it's going to sound quite harsh. I'm still waiting to see as to why we've seen the change from Desenti to kind of Cello and Shure. Desenti, such a young player, that there were so many kind of expectations on what he could do, what he could provide. 1.18 rating in the last couple months, and obviously that's against some top teams. That was at the major. I know it wasn't the performance that obviously Imperial wanted from the major, but he still put up a good performance in his own right. I'm still unsure. Imperial, you've not sold me on this decision yet. You really haven't.
I mean, that's the difficult thing, isn't it, though? It is only one series that we're seeing them. I think Cello in general, you're looking back to his time on FURIA and say, sure, you can have some series where he's really, really strong, some series where he's a little absent, but take away FURIA from Cello's catalogue of teams. And this guy, I mean, has just been unbelievable throughout his whole career, pretty much. And we saw it on Imperial.
Yeah.
And I think, look, maybe Imperial realizing, sure, Cello's not in the greatest spot right now. We need a bit of a change up. We bring this guy in, and I think he can get back to that form. And I really do think Cello can. And I think with it being a first series, I'll be honest, I don't really think any of the maps in this series have exactly done any favors for Shure or Cello. None of them really are maps where you kind of can just hug. And I think Dust 2 probably would be the only indication of maybe a looser playstyle for these guys now. But like I said, I think it's been a bit tricky for either of these guys to come in and really do a huge amount of work. Kaiser actually gets his second team kill, taking down Turtle. Sure buys lonesome towards B, will be able to find Mayan, but does get traded out instantly. Imperial again, very far away from the action.
They're quite slow on these rotates for Imperial, and the issue is, it's not as though there's players deep towards apartments or anything like that. Maybe they're just expecting a couple fakes to be seen here. Bounty Hunters still have quite a lot of utility. They've still got a Molotov that can be used for ruins, 3 flashes that can be sent as well. Speaking of util, though, there's so much for Imperial. There could be a molly in dark, a molly towards new box. The flames could be the real difference makers here, but seemingly not sending that util as of yet. And now there's just not enough time. They had, what, 2 smokes, 3 mollies, and HG grenade? I don't know why we're not just seeing a smoke towards Banana, a molly at new box, and molly at dark. But the issue is they don't feel they have enough time to set up that kind of trap and set up that approach because the rotations are so late. The bomb is already down, and we still have players on the A bomb site. What are we thinking?
Yeah, I am there with you. I think Imperial need to sort out their sort of positioning slightly. It always feels like whatever site Bounty Hunters are hitting is always the more undefended bomb site. And I feel like the easiest way to be able to get your rotations correct is by getting the info to do so.
Yeah.
But
exactly.
Imperial seem very, very hesitant to actually look to take any space anywhere. Haven't really seen them take banana. Haven't really seen anyone look to explore in apartments at all. Maybe even go for some second mid aggression. Maybe even look to send someone down mid in general. And it feels like we're lacking a little bit of that. And that's costing them in these rounds. Because look, Bounty Hunters are doing a great job to delay utility across the board, burn the util of Imperial, and then hit a site, and just with the sheer numbers, break it into the bomb site. Look, that was a 2 versus 2. That was the trade. But that was enough time for them to get onto the B bomb site, get set up in a post plant, and Imperial were left none the wiser.
Yeah, this might offer a bit more stability here. Getting the AWP on the B bomb site. It is going to be this play through B from Bounty Hunters. Try. We'll get a freebie. Teammate can send the utility now. Try. Force back off the angle, but with the util sent here from Shirt. Excellent. Shirt might be overlooked, but the flash is excellent. And now Try gets one more before falling. Again, we see all this contact. We see this utility sent from Bounty Hunters. We see Try get the first kill. And there's still no control taken from Imperial. So they're having to kind of go for these 3v3 retakes without any control. This is just so tough. Cello will find Kaiser. The smoke can be thrown. There is an HE grenade on Cello to blow it open. Molly going to be thrown towards Dark. Smoke on the bomb, in fact. Great find from Zoc, though. Spots the other. Cello surely to fall. It's Freak finding. The lead now taking here from Bounty Hunters. Honestly,
yeah, it's exactly like you said, though. Look, but the thing is, the setup actually initially felt really good from Imperial. Look, we see the first kill from Try, and then we see the second play drop the utility to delay. But the hit is already being called. The execute is already in motion. We know it was planned to be a hit towards B, which Imperial should realize, okay, there could be a lurk here on A, but should that keep all 3 of us here? Yeah. Probably not. Exactly. Or even if there's a lurk, let's look to take space and maybe take him, or look to send someone in. Yeah, it does feel like the rotations are really the killer here right now from Imperial.
Yeah, it seems like the difficulty of Nuke is we talk about how the rotations are tough, but I feel like the rotations is whenever you lose a pick, you look to kind of take that space back from a CT standpoint. Yeah, here in Inferno, they just lose a pick towards B, and they feel like, oh, well, what if it's an A play? What if we get caught off guard? But not losing a pick in this round. Cello finds one. Zoc taking down Try, so it is this 4 versus 4. No way. He's ready for Zoc, but needs to be a little bit more ready for the players pushing up onto the bomb site. He is so trapped, so torn between what angle to hold. And this surely should be the 11th foul now from Bounty Hunters. Honestly, it seems like Imperial have just kind of bought that Inferno CT side for dummies, but because it seems like there is no strategy, no game plan at all. They've just gone, well, most people play 3 towards A and 2 towards B, so we'll do that.
Yeah, but you see it again. It's like what I was saying a couple of rounds ago, where it feels like every execute we see from Bounty Hunters is towards a more undefended site. This round we have 3 towards B. Guess where Bounty Hunters hit? And as soon as Try goes down, you have just that one player on the bomb site torn between so many angles. Long's being taken, so the rotations can't easily come through. I mean, it's really good calling from Bounty Hunters, but it is a little easier, it feels like. I mean, you look at how the very, very, very old Na'Vi used to play this map. Sort of when they were led by Zeus. They used to gamble. When they lose a player, they just gamble to bomb site. It used to be really gambly, their playstyle. But they used to win rounds off of it because you have your opponents, your T side, pushing into a bomb site, not realizing, wait, all 4 players are here or something. Or they've got 3 towards this bomb site and just solo defending the other. There's a lot of gambles that can be made on this map, but Imperial just feel a little too scared to actually make those risks.
Yeah, look, I think this is just coming from a place of a team that maybe aren't as kind of well ironed out on this map. I think it's clear to see Imperial, it was the individuals of No Way that helped them so massively on Nuke, and even that was a close game that took it to overtime, and now we're not seeing the kind of No Way getting 30 kills in regulation kind of thing. We're seeing the difficulties, we're seeing the limitations, and the kind of irregularities of victories here, and Bounty Hunters, not only is it a team performance, they are playing the most basic CS ever. Look, let's go as a pack, you go together, you know, we win it or lose it, and that's literally it. There's not been much fancy here from Bounty Hunters, but it's worked out perfectly because Imperial on a map that rotations and gambles are so required, so necessary, and space has to be taken. Imperial are opting for a kind of a static and passive approach, and that's where it doesn't matter. They could have 3 on the A bomb site every round. Bounty Hunters could hit A every single round. It's still going to come down to a 2v2 clutch most times, and in that, the bomb's the kind of added ally for Bounty Hunters. But Freak will find Try here. Looks to aggress on his own towards A. The remaining players on Imperial on the B bomb site, so Bounty Hunters shortly to secure a 12th.
Yeah, it feels destined for that. I did say I think it's going to go 3, and it's going to be a scrappy game. I mean, it's certainly been scrappy in the terms of Imperial have not played the greatest CS. No way here. There's going to be a lot of contact, and with a half HP MP9, he's got so much work to do. Gives his position up. Swing does come through, a couple of spams, but will be able to make his way onto the bomb site reasonably unharmed. 24 seconds, but it just feels like this heat are making this map feel really claustrophobic, but taking too much time perhaps.
And it's the one round that I feel like Bounty Hunters have kind of outgamed themselves. They've outplayed themselves by trying to be a bit too tactical. I literally just praised Bounty Hunters 5 seconds ago about playing the CS basics. Look, we'll go fast, we'll play together, we'll just win the trades. Just doesn't happen here. Imperial now finding 10. From a lifeless CT side, they find kind of a modicum of success, but whether they can bring it through, whether they can have that success again is the question. Because remember, Charlie, Imperial, they won the pistol. It was the eco. Ever since the weaponry's in play, it's been, what, 6 in a row for Bounty Hunters.
Yeah, I mean, look, it does have to be said in that last run as well. Look, they were disadvantaged, but they had 3 players towards A and Vinny rotating in. And he was there by the time the hit came through. I felt like with these weaker weapons, they were more willing to actually make the risk. 1 round in, it's still plenty of opportunities for both teams, but Imperial really need to shape up if they're the ones to take it.
Nice nade onto Vinny. Oh, he's going to get sent in. The timing could be perfect. 4 players blind here, but he only can find the first. Molly sent now. Sure, he's ready and waiting. He gets the first. In the Molotov, force forward in Turtle. There is another Molly sent from the CTs. Sure, taking the aggressive approach. And for the first time in forever, Imperial, not only are they taking the fight, but they were hitting the shots. They're getting the utility lined up well. Bounty Hunters are the ones that feel forced into a tricky scenario. And look at the buy. Bounty Hunters, they're calling a tactical pause because they don't know what to do. Do we give up 12 to our opponents and potentially lose it in regulation or maybe overtime? Or do we force ourselves? And if we lose, then we're absolutely screwed. This is so turbulent. I don't know how this game has come to this scenario. Bounty Hunter seemed unbeatable. The second weaponry was in play. Imperial just looked as though they were struggling on this CT side because they had no clue of what they wanted to achieve here. But a turn of events that I don't think either of us were going to be ready for is Imperial still right in this game.
And look, you were asking for it. Big moments from Cello and Sure. There's a big one from Sure. 3 kills from him. Able to drop the Molotov, 2 plays in front of it, find them both, and then take the fight. And find his third. It's really good stuff from him, but Imperial are not dead yet. And Bounty Hunters, their money, they have fully invested. Banana's been taken, it's like they've covered up.
Yeah, look, finally we're seeing a bit more of kind of an aggressive standpoint. And now Vinny could just be left here. We're going to have this quad A setup. Imperial, maybe it's just taking them a little bit of time to realize what they want to achieve. This shot from Try. No way, Pit will get 1 before falling. It is going to be this acceleration towards A. Try in a tough scenario, but he's got Cello alongside him. HE grenade to land towards Shore. Timing on it is perfect. So much damage dealt. And with the money being broken now for Bounty Hunters, Imperial are at 12 to 11 now, facing off against Mac 10s, Galil's, Tech 9s. How is this how this game's gone?
And it's Cello and Sure combining to find 4 kills between them both. I mean, it feels like it's just like what we saw on map number 1. Imperial, somehow they look so out of it, and then they just hit their second wind. And everyone starts to come alive. Everyone starts to believe in what they're doing. Can they do it in regulation, though, or are we going to overtime again, like map number 1? Try, miss shot, needs the smoke. He wants to get involved. He wants to look for a pick. Nothing's nothing towards middle. This is going to be big info for all the banana players.
It's just a jiggle here. And Molly sure does have an HE grenade. He's got the flash lined up. He's just going to be popping it through in a moment's notice. Apartments is being held by Tri, so at least they've got some form of information. But here it is. Here it is. This is going to be the play for Vive, and he gets 2 while blinded. Zoc gets a team kill. It is a 5 versus 2. Bounty Hunters have gone from the ascendant position from the best scenario, winning 6 in a row on the T side, to being in a 1 versus 4 for survival. Kaiser surely to fall in a moment's notice. Imperial from the most lifeless CT side I've seen to the victory found. I'm out of words. I'm out of sorts. I don't know what to think, but Imperial, they are our second semi-finalists here.
Yeah, and what a mad way for them to bring it here. Every single map of every single series we've watched today have been insanely close, but we've got Neo Kai with us. What on earth just happened?
Yeah, I mean, we've got to talk about what is an incredible crumble. And actually, you've got to look at the series and say both maps. Bounty Hunters actually, you know, if you take away the last kind of few rounds of regulation, and if someone's watching it and they go away and grab a drink, you're thinking Bounty Hunters are 2-0ing this. So how are we sitting here and saying Imperial have done it? But Zola, you called on these guys to step up, right? We want to see a little bit more out of kind of Sure, want to see a little bit more out of Cello. And sure, they weren't lights out, right? But towards the end, we've really started to see impact. I think Sure towards Banana actually looked quite locked down when we needed him. And he was actually doing quite a good job of just being a bit of a supporting element towards Vinny, which is what we want to see, right? So this is where slowly but surely we're seeing Imperial start to find bits of their form. I think this map, I think, is pretty indicative, and now it's a bit of a known quantity that they don't have a lot of strats up their belt. They are playing quite loose and just hoping things work out for them. And thankfully, they squeak by. I think long term, especially for the length of this tournament, I don't really know if that's going to be working out for them. But as a whole, I think they should be happy. As a debut, a 2-0 under your belt, so I think you're pretty happy.
Yeah, look, I think it's a great performance from Imperial on face value. When you look at, okay, yeah, they were kind of a little bit down and out on map 1, a little bit down and out on map 2. Yes, they've done kind of the dirty work, and yes, it's looked a little bit grubby. It's not been perfect, CS. Honestly, I think it's so tough for Bounty Hunters as well, because they're a team that I think we came into this saying they're the underdogs. We say, okay, well, the Vetos look, you know, quite tough for them. Maybe they could have moved away. They could have looked to pick Train, but who knows? Nuke then so close, should have taken it. Inferno the exact same. It's so tough because I think in another world, as you said, we'd see Bounty Hunters be the team to make their way through to that semi-finals. And look, Imperial, okay, yeah, they made these roster changes. Yes, they are a beatable team now because this is the first 2 maps that we've seen from both Cello and Sure. But honestly, I think Imperial, they're going to be walking out that series not thinking, okay, it's a 2-0, we should have deserved to take that. They are quite lucky to have not foregone that series already.
Yeah, they'll be very happy with that in the sense of survival more than anything. I think it goes without saying, CMD, off the back of that, there's a lot that needs to be done for Imperial going back to the drawing board. I mean, this is a side that are meant to be regarded as kind of one of the most dominant sides kind of in this region. And we see them here where, yeah, like things are not looking to the level that we want. A win is a win, sure, but it's not a win that's going to fulfill this side with loads of confidence. They've got to actually really spend a fairly decent amount of time in the kind of the server and really work on actually how do we set up as a side, where do we want to play, what are our positions, and how are we going to make this side become once again a bit of a contender in the region.
Yeah, I mean, look, this isn't something that is going to happen overnight, so I'm not exactly expecting the semi-final to see a completely different look to Imperial, but it is going to be something that this is a step going forward. This is the first series that they're playing with this new 5 now, and at least it's a win. You stay in the event, you keep fighting, you've still got a lot more to prove. And look, give yourself some time to practice. Reset for the next series. We saw glimpses of Cello. We saw glimpses of Shirt. Yeah. There are reasons why these guys were brought into this team. It is just going to be all the stuff that you can't directly do on the server that needs to be improved. The stuff that's in the practice server, the stuff that's in the scrims, that's in the team discussions. I still think we're going to be waiting for, and I'll be honest, we're going to probably be waiting for at least a month or so, probably before we actually get to see a real look at this Imperial side. But most importantly, they're still in the event. They can still go on to make an even deeper run. And if they can go to the finals or even go to take the whole event with a brand new 5, I mean, what a statement it is for this core now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that would be massive for the side who actually, I mean, obviously the hope is with these sort of changes is going right back to the top of the region. But of course, that's 2-0s for the day. ODDIK picked up 2-0 earlier against Red Canids. Also a little scrappy. I think both series proving that, yeah, little uncomfortable at times. A story of multiple halves and quarters, as kind of you put it. And we look at this as a whole, and it's 2-0s on paper, but that doesn't tell the whole story. It was really quite uncomfortable at times on both sides. I want to say as well, sort of for Bounty Hunters, I think despite the loss here, there was actually quite a bit to like for them as well. You know, for me, I looked towards Turtle across the series. Obviously, map number 1, he was fantastic, but also kept it up in towards map number 2.
Yeah, of course. Look, in these 2-0 games, we've seen, obviously, ODDIK, it was 13-11, 13-11, both maps. Here it was 16-12, 13-11. You know, this is the closest these 4 maps could have been, which I think is always really tough. I always much prefer it go down to the 3rd map and kind of you see that excitement where it's a level playing field and stuff like that. But look, you pointed out in the start of both these series, I feel like for the underdogs, if they don't take their own map pick, that's where they fall 2-0. That's exactly what happened today. Much closer than I think we anticipated. So I think you do have to say, for both Bounty Hunters and Red Canids, there's a lot of positives to take away. Because honestly, guys, Imperial ODDIK, that could very well be our grand final.
Yeah, which would be wild in a way, but also kind of cool to see. I think, you know, this tournament now feels really about recovering from, I guess, maybe some off moments and off kind of maps, but also about trying to find consistency in towards a tournament, which seems to be a real point in contention for all of these South American teams. No way walking away with the MVP. CMD, talk to me about this guy. I mean, obviously that map number 1 was absolutely lights out.
Yeah, honestly, I think No Way's probably the only reason that they didn't go 1 map down. I think without him putting up consistent numbers, I think Imperial probably falls short on the first half of that map. And I think if they fall short and it becomes a bit closer, I think we probably do see the comeback actually get completed there from Bounty Hunters. I mean, this guy, like you said, was absolutely lights out, 31-18. And towards the end of the game, we did start to have other players stepping up. Vinny was a big piece, Try as well, and we got to see a couple of glimpses from players like Cello and Sure. But yeah, it was pretty much No Way all the way throughout Nuke. And I think he was a really key instrument there for how Imperial were actually even able to win this series. Because without him, I think this team was lacking in a lot of firepower that I'm sure over the next sort of month or so, we're going to get to see some players like Try actually perform slightly better than he did today. Not that he had exactly an abysmal series, but going to get to see more from Cello, more from Sure. But I think, yeah, when the chips were down, No Way was the guy to dig Imperial out and just about allow them to clinch that series there against Bounty Hunters.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Zora as well, you know, you look at this team and the way Imperial now set up, and actually there's going to be a kind of renewed amount of importance on No Way as well, right? Yeah. This is a guy who's actually going to be required to step up more so than he had to in the past. Obviously, Imperial were a team littered with stars. Now we look towards him and saying, you know, this is a guy, obviously, before he got picked up at this side, was a little bit more of an unknown kind of value. We didn't know what his level was at, and now we actually are sort of relying on him in a lot of times for numbers.
Yeah, I think as well, especially while Cello and Sure are kind of still trying to weave themselves into this roster. I think a lot of the time when you see these newer players join the team, they're still having to like cognitively think of what they need to do. It's not as though they've spent kind of, you know, 2 years playing with the same guy, same roster. So, you know, you've got your systems in place. You don't even need to comm kind of thing, you know, and all it's needed is the strat at the start of the round. But I think you do have to say maybe the reason that Cello and Sure haven't had the best of times is because it's still a new roster. They still have to really think about what they've been told to do. And kind of, I guess that's something that is always going to take a bit of a toll. So obviously for the next couple months, while Cello and Sure are kind of getting themselves back in, that's where, yes, a lot of weight is going to be on players like Try, like obviously No Way and Vinny. And honestly, those three provided today. Vinny was really good on the openers. I thought he had a really good game on Inferno as well. Obviously, No Way on Nuke was disgusting. And like Try on both had that impact. But I think this is a strong-looking team. I think they certainly can take it. I think the semi-finals is going to be exciting. Obviously, they are going to be facing off the victor in the next game, which is, 9Z against BESTIA, which is, that I feel like that's probably the closest game on paper here, right? 70th versus 77th. Both these teams have kind of had a bit of a proven past. I'm quite excited for that one.
Yeah, I gotta say that one is a bit of a spicy one. There's gonna be a fairly decent amount of a break until we get in towards that. Of course, we're done with our shift for the day, so we're gonna be taken over by a couple others before heading in towards that one. Of course, it'll be BESTIA taking on 9Z, followed by FURIA Female taking on Flamengo. So join us back in roughly about 40-ish minutes, something along those lines. You'll catch all that Counter-Strike action. But for now, for myself, CMD, and Zola, we're done for the day. We're gonna throw it to a break. When we're back, another banger up on the screens.
Welcome back to the Thunderpick World Championship 2025 South America Series 1. We've already played 2 of our quarterfinals. I don't think any surprises there, but now see who else will join them in the semifinals. My name is Freddie or Grimmy Runner. I am joined by the one and only Vincent and Get the Bag Mark, which is it's arguably the best name in Counter-Strike. How are you guys doing today?
I'm feeling good. I'm ready to go, man. I'm excited. I sent you a message when I saw that it was us 3 on this desk, and I said it's gonna be a good time.
I'm doing so good, Freddie. Of course, no. How Vincent serves it up, I think we're gonna have a really fun day. And to be honest with you, me and Vincent were, chatting along, debating on whether we got the better games or not. I think we did. It's gonna be a great afternoon, Freddie. Excited to hop on it with you.
We got the better games because we have them together, and that's all that
Absolutely.
matters. Well,
Absolutely.
the dogs are about to be released. Do we have a bracket graphic? If we do, we have a schedule, even better. As I was mentioning, this is the 2 last games. We had ODDIK versus Red Canids and Imperial versus Bounty Hunters. I guess the kind of interesting thing there, right, was Imperial. You're kind of looking at it and you're like, who's actually playing on Imperial? So, an interesting one to see. I guess their debut, if this is their actual roster so far, off to the races. But Vincent, how are we thinking about our games? And I think this first one especially is going to be a bit spicy.
Yeah, I feel like this is a prove-it game, actually, this first one for BESTIA and 9Z. Both of them, I think, on shaky ground right now within South America. And that's considering the fact that I think that there's a pretty wide-open possibility with all those Imperial changes, with Red Canids looking pretty rough in a lot of these games. And with ODDIK, though, they took that win in a transition period where they've benched a guy, brought him back, all these types of changes. So I'm interested to see that one. And I think the fact that FURIA FE get another opportunity to best Flamengo, a rematch from around 16 game just a week ago, that's a banger storyline in and of itself.
I like that phrase. This is a prove it game. I really like that because I think I completely agree with this BESTIA 9Z. And let's go take a look first at BESTIA, because Mark, we were talking beforehand and you were saying how there's a few individuals that you find for BESTIA are maybe slacking, and that could be the reason why this roster's not doing so well. But there is one player that's kind of holding them in there.
Yeah, certainly. Obviously, a team that's, been in the limelight for, the wrong reasons in the last month and a half. Weren't able to be, at the major, and then are coming into the last competition and just losing out in a grand final that honestly had a really, really tough run to get there, Freddie. And, through a couple of the reasons that I think it's been really inconsistent showings from players like Luchov, who you seem to, to be honest with you, when we probably get to head to head, excuse me, he might be the player that you see into it. He is usually right at the top of the charts for this team, but in the last 11 maps since they've, ripped back from, not playing in those events, he has been pretty cold, like just around a 1 rating. And I mean, kind of around, guys like Thomasin that want to get that ball going. In the green room, we were talking about how, about 6 months ago, he was the guy coming out of Argentina and has, slowed down. But there's those flashes of it. But I think where the brightest part of that flash on this roster has been Kaysen, the guy that honestly has been at a lot of conversation for this BESTIA roster, where, I mean, there's been a lot of, roster changes around those back 2 rifles for some time. And I think Kaysen is finally getting comfortable with what's around him. He has been, I think, putting up like a 1.2, really had some consistent games there, Freddie, in the last events that they have been playing since this all to go. And Noxy has just been under all sorts of stress. I can't imagine what this guy had been feeling through the last week and that playoff run, and not coming out with the win just must have been insane.
Yeah, it's just been, like, in general, quite a stressful time for BESTIA because, as you mentioned, their kind of antics on social media and them not able to get to the major is probably the majority of people, the only reason why they know BESTIA. It's not for the Counter-Strike they play, it's for kind of their social media presence. And I think that definitely does actually tie into just, like, their Counter-Strike efforts. I think it's something that shouldn't be neglected, of like they had a heartbreak, they had their kind of jewel of a season, of a career ripped away from them. But regardless, this is a tournament where they have another opportunity to at least qualify for a big event. And against 9Z, they've been pretty much losing it always. Vincent, you were talking about Thomasin, right? To me, do you think we're going to need to see him more so, not flashes, but like the old Thomasin, to see if they win out today?
I really do need to see that level from Thomas. And I think if you look at the stats, like it's a little bit hard to see some of the struggles, but you know, he's pretty much always been in some of the tougher roles. But in general, I feel like you know, on the eye test, I haven't seen the same level of consistency from this guy. And I think, you know, to be fair, he's one of, if not the youngest guy, you know, on this team. And so talking about like the outside the game type of situations could affect him a little bit more. But I also kind of tie that back to where, you know, some changes were made, especially with how much resources he gets on the T side when Timo joined into this team. So I don't know if it's like all necessarily up to him, but I need him to at least be, you know, a piece of that puzzle on the CT side in particular, where I feel like he's been a little bit more missing as of late.
Heading over to now their adversaries, 9Z. It's a team that on paper look really good, but when you look at their results, it doesn't quite shape up that same way, does it, Mark?
No, it does not. Playing in playoff series in CCT last week, they played against Dusty Roots in a 3-mapper that I think we all kind of know that should not be getting that close, even in the way that it does go. And then going up against Crew right next door. Vincent and I got to cover that series, and to be honest with you, Freddie, it should have been Crew taking it out 2-0. It really was a kind of a lazy feat from the 9Z squad where it was stretched out. I think it was very, very bright to begin by players like Martinez, players like Lucan right off the bat. But as that series went along and the rest of the supporting cast, as I think we're about to tee up here, is kind of the main reason that we have an issue with this 9Z squad, couldn't step it up. They stepped out kind of immediately of that in the quarterfinals, I do believe. But, you know, coming into this in the group stages, they've had 2 clean affairs. It was only 1 map they had to play against Game Hunters, to where they had to forfeit, the Game Hunters, that is, had to forfeit that second map due to technical difficulties. They get a clean ramp here, whereas for the Bestia side, it's just been a disaster class in those last couple of days.
I mean, to be honest, when I look at those results from 9Z in the like kind of group stage, expected. That shouldn't be like a
100%.
Congratulations. That should be you've done the bare minimum. But Vincent, Mark just touched upon the supporting factors, and that being potentially one of the reasons why, not even in just the series you guys watch. Do you want to talk me through those supporting factors and maybe why, what's been struggling, what's been going wrong with them?
Yeah, I think it's sometimes kind of hard to put your finger exactly on the pulse of like what is the particular thing, because for me, I think it's a, you know, occasionally, not even occasionally, just a half where you'll just see like an individual that's normally really strong, like a Lucan or you know, Martinez, who's been a stud in general, but particularly like Adam S, I feel like, and we'll also peak occasionally, they'll just take a half off where it can't happen against these better opposition, and so that's why for me some of the games that it should be more automatic, like that game against Crew, like should have been, you know, gimme type of game, you know, but then Buddha gets his revenge, you know, beats the team that cut him, like, and is the star of the show on the other side, and that's thanks to some missing pieces. So for me, I think it's about some moments where these supporting individuals, right? I talk about supporting, but I'm just saying like Adam S also peak, you know, and occasionally Lucan, I feel like are just not quite there. I don't know necessarily what the reason for that is, but I do know that it's something that I keep on seeing, and that's a problem.
I think you were mentioning as well, Mark, that they've added the new or like the ex-MIBR coach, but I believe there's probably like an issue right now of just he's only been there for a couple months, like a month or something like that. So do you feel like that's actually going to have much impact? Oh, sorry. Yeah. So do you think that's actually going to have much impact on them?
I don't know if it entirely is yet. I think when I was serving up this storyline before, it was in the sense of, you know, trying to bring that sense of ease to the roster. I believe Yell actually did retire, if I am correct. So, you know, getting a new voice in there by Bit, who's been active, right, with MIBR over that, you know, decent stint. I think it's been, you know, where I try and serve that up, but then it's, you know, 2 really hectic 3 mappers to go. You know, to be honest with you, Freddie, I think that it's sort of a really good, as Vincent put it when we first ripped into this, a great bounce back opportunity for 9Z to, you know, serve up a scenario like that. If they can get a quick 2-0 over Bestia today in a, like, you know, competition that has routinely gone the way of 9Z, then I think you can serve up that confidence because, I think Imperial is prepared to go on a hot trot. They looked good in that series. I know both those maps went to overtime, but I'm excited about those moves with Cello and SHR all the way in there. So it's going to be a lot of fun where that goes back in, but I'm going to need to see a solid game calling from Max, and, how that comes to kind of operate with Bit, I think is fine, but I will throw it to a conversation about, where we were getting in those head-to-heads just now before we get into the veto. Gotta wonder how it's going to be Kaysen burning off against Martinez here, but where do we actually get off to present those offers, Freddie? It's on that Dust 2 right away.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely perfect, right? Like, the AWPers are in the talking position. Dust 2, straight up to bat. It's the pick of 9Z. They've picked it previously against BESTIA. And I think there is actually an interesting narrative of just completely throughout this year, 9Z have been the better team than BESTIA on LAN, online. But you'd almost put BESTIA as like, well, just simply put the better team in general. But with this veto, Mark, do you, like... 9Z have beaten BESTIA on these maps before, apart from Mirage.
Yeah, and so, I mean, we will talk about that series, right? You just mentioned on LAN. They beat them in the subway station, if you'll remember correctly, Freddie. It was that cool. LAN, which was amazing. But I think particularly where that stabs in, it was that Dust 2 last time that was, a pretty clean affair, all things considered, 13-8 over the head of BESTIA straight away. But to be honest with you, to bring some praise to 9Z where, there wasn't, Adam S is a guy that I don't really think is ever going to, really pull his stats so far into the page for the praise, right? He's a guy that you're going to have to praise with the eye test. And as an anchor, on this Dust 2, I think actually did some really good work on that map 3 versus the crew where, it was actually questionable right off the bat. And you saw him stretch into kind of a better rest on the back 12 there. So I think to get excited about pieces like that is where 9Z can, clean up on that CCT affair and, move into this Thunderpick with confidence.
Where with this veto, Vincent, and with the general conversation, where do you kind of place this series? Because it feels like we've kind of talked down on both teams rather than up on either of them.
Yeah, I think that's the case. And to be fair, I think that is the storyline. Both teams kind of on shaky ground right now, and they need to solidify their feet, very much for different reasons. For 9Z, it's about losing to crew, a team that has the guy you cut, right? Like, just last year and losing that game, that one was very shaky. And the same for BESTIA, who had the easiest layup for a CCT championship ring with regard to like who you could find in a grand final, and they couldn't find it. They couldn't pick it up. And so that's a huge problem for them, especially considering how shaky they looked all the way through those playoffs. And now they come directly into a playoffs once again here with Thunderpick. All of that being said, as to answer your question about where this best of 3 sits with the veto as it's gone down, I think it's kind of tough to say. What I think personally is that this is set up well for 9Z. They have the advantage if there's an advantage to be had, and that is specifically because of their games on Dust 2 and what we've been seeing from them more recently. Once though we get out of Dust 2, I think things become entirely hard to call. Mirage has been actually pretty good here for BESTIA, and man, Nuke has been a powerhouse for both sides. So the fact that that's our decider, if we get there, I honestly am not even sure where that's going to go. And I think that's kind of perfect considering, I opened the show by saying this is a prove it game. Well, both teams come into that Nuke with a 100% win rate. One of them got to prove that 100% is for real.
Is this a third map banger, Mark?
I mean, I certainly hope that it is. This is like the exact same veto that I think BESTIA had in some order versus the crew. But like, I don't even think we've hammered home so far that like, they just lost a grand final. Like, I know we've like touched on it, but like it was out of that semifinal that Vincent and I were covering that they just speed ran that third map. And it was a 13-3 on that Nuke. And it was, I mean, I felt like, totally kind of poetic for, it to calm down for BESTIA and to maybe have an easy ride in the finals. Freddie, they hopped in the finals and played 60 rounds on Dust 2. They nearly played Dust 2 3 times. They better be ready to, I think, put down an easy, like, kind of calm performance on that and then clean up their Mirage as well. This has the perfect scenes for BESTIA to go ahead and, I think, wrap up those skeletons in the closet too.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, if I'm BESTIA right now, I'm feeling probably a little bit difficult about the recent proceedings. It's like you don't make the major, and then okay, sure, like the grand finals is not like too much salt in the wound because that's not what they're going to be aiming for in the grand scheme of things. I think this tournament probably has a little bit more importance just because of that qualification to the Thunderpick closed qualifier, which is like, you know, that's to the big leagues, right? But damn, that grand finals actually probably got to hurt a little bit because of just how lengthy and how close it was. But we do unfortunately have a short little delay. If I'm not mistaken, someone's having some electricity problems, which you know, I like that doesn't seem like a quick fix to me. You know, if we're talking about having to get technicians on the spots, that feels like it's going to be quite lengthy. So in true South American fashion, it follows us all around the circuit. We're going to be sending it to a short little break. And when we're back, it will be Dust 2. It will be our third quarterfinal of the day. And it will be 9Z versus Bestia.
All right, we are here right at the beginning of this thing. Vinny, I bet Imperial have been watching alongside. They've had time to get lunch. They've time to get settled to watch who they're going to play tomorrow in a semifinal. They got 9Z, they got Bestia, and a 3-mapper that, as we discussed, probably will go the distance. I'm hoping that it will. We just had a 2-0 go to 2 overtime. So in terms of price of admission, I think you could be quite happy.
You keep talking about that. How much is that price? Like, how much does it cost? I just wonder.
It's a lot, actually. It's a lot right now. Yeah.
Cool. Kaysen's in a good position. First contacts go. Or hits you later.
Oh, yeah.
How about another one? That P250 looks good in his hands. The A side is falling thanks to Wasso peeking. Yeah, pretty much chalk this one up unless Loot Shop's got something crazy.
He might, considering what exactly has been thrown in this round. And a bit of an update as you may be looking at these names on the Bestia side, wondering, well, where's Thomason? Lucan may just throw it to a even more sour start to the IGL right away. Lucan wants to just net his 3rd, and he does. It's clean under the head of Noxy, but we had a bit of a delay, excuse me, obviously getting into our first map right here. Our friend Thomason had some power issues reaching into the beginning of this series, ladies and gentlemen, and unfortunately, you can see he's not here. We pulled Joe Tag up from Bestia Academy.
Yeah, and listen, I this is a guy that we've actually seen quite a bit of. We got to see him over the course of 2024 in different academy colors, and I would say like somewhat notable. I don't think that this is a good situation, unfortunately, like last minute for him, but hopefully he can, just, I think basically it's just like, don't be a liability. Like, I know that feels maybe harsh, but like that's kind of the mindset for me when I talk about like expectations for something so fast moving like this.
Don't hold your team back, but give your team a reason to believe. Give this Bestia organization a sample of it, right? They brought you on to this academy roster, and a situation like this is always possible when you're, in that backup. It's next man up, and that's what's going to happen today. It's a quarterfinal, and there's no playing around. If Thompson can't get back to join us, obviously a guy that we put a lot of pressure on in the pregame too. And alongside that, I think a guy that we didn't really get to talk about in the pregame too much was one of the younger members of Bestia, Timo, who had, a brief stint on Velox and, came here and ends up making the major. And actually in this stint, when they've came back to have these online tier 2 games, Vincent has had a pretty good rating. So when Thomason leaves the field, it's got to be that next step up in experience where you have that gone. That's the food chain.
Yeah, I have more to say probably about Timo, but we got the A attack coming. This is the 4 spy for Bestia, so you got to keep that in mind. Max is running and gunning, no, unable to connect, taking out the 1-man on the site. 2 in defensive long. These are good flashbangs, and they're going to net Max a whole bunch of cash and probably the round victory as well. Timo last standing, and probably not for too awful long.
Nope. Maybe a rough go about it for the young man. We'll see if he can't just grab himself a Huandig or 2. Would love that myself, Vincent. But it's going to be a measured start for 9Z. Bestia already feeling those flashbacks. They're ready for a 60-round go about it. No real chance at the defuse here. With the 10 seconds, unless he hopped on it yesterday. And that's not going to happen. Maybe a free one onto the Romanian. It's not going to be so free after all. No casualties out there for 9Z.
He just wouldn't sit still, Marky. Doesn't he know? Just sit still for a second so I can shoot you in the side of the head.
Yeah, Simple didn't listen to that either. Nico asked quite politely.
Yeah, yes, he did. Oh, my goodness.
Remember that one time.
I do remember that one time. I think this really changes the complexion of this conversation, though, as we jump into an eco round. I set this game up as a prove-it game for both Bestia and 9Z. I think now, especially if this is like the whole series is going to be Bestia with this 5, I think that changes a lot. It's now more on the 9Z shoulders for them to kind of show what they've got a little bit.
Yeah.
That's not really a statement about show tag or anything. That's just a reality of playing with a stand-in at the very last moment. There's like no time for any preparation.
Here comes that bend around the corner. Max continue to farm on that Mac 10, but Not enough left of the lead, and he's got Luke and Martinez ready to get a slice of it themselves. It's a good measured start here for 9Z, who are running pretty bright here, but I mean, with sort of the allotted time, what space was taken for Kaysen to get out financially, it's this op and shared alongside with the double between him and Noxy. This is going to be quite a start about it. They want to go aggressive, and I think that they want to, you know, put a early vibe of control into this Dust 2, where it's at a very questionable stint now with, of course, Joe Tag and not being able to close it out against 2Game.
I fear Noxy might be falling into old behaviors here, but hold that back. It's Kaysen who's boosted. The flashbang sufficient to force him back and off of the angle. 9Z, where I think some of these little details sometimes were missing for me in a couple of their Dust 2 outings, but you know, they were able to batten down the hatches pretty well after you know, a round or two of frustrations. That was something that I think you should keep your eye on. They're basically out of utility, Bestia. Not even at the 1 minute mark, and they've got one flash left.
Gotta let those guns do the talking, Minnie. Flashed up Cat, that's their next stint to go. Martinez also toting the big green. Noxy with the responsibility of making sure nothing is doubling through the door. And that second scope is going to be up here clearing upper ton. So, I mean, they are going to have to sort of get on the hitch of it here on the rotation, because it's now going straight up Cat with 40 seconds to go. It seemed like it was the dive considered there by Wasau, but they're ready to send this up in a measured stint. But Jotak, time for his stint in the limelight. He gets a little bit of support, and when you're facing off against Lucan, well, that's a welcome to the big leagues moment for the young man. It's Martinez that connects onto Luchov. It's going to have to be the IGL here to get his hands dirty, and they're going to be washed by Lucan.
Really got to deal with Timo right now. Ott comes back in, and missed shot from Kaysen, but Timo under fire. How is this possible? Finally down is Timo, and now they know where Kaysen's located. Both now wielding an op. There's 3 ops in this 1v2. A wild time. As he jumps off. How about another try? This shot from Martinez for Lucan. Everybody's whipping, but Lucan finally puts the finishing touches on that round. What are we watching? I've got no clue. But what I do know is that despite 9Z giving a lot of time for Bestia to rotate in here, they still win the round.
Yeah, in a brawl, all things about it. I get slippy for 9Z, where it is Timo stepping up. Love to see that out of that double directly on that. Lucan seems to be in pretty ridiculous form right at the beginning of this series. That's something to really get excited about. If you're a 9Z fan coming back your direction, double nades is going to pepper down Martinez to a soft start.
Yeah, that's actually something that, you know, when I'm talking about some of the struggles for 9Z, hold on, freebie there for Wasso. Nice refrag, at least. But when I talk about some of the struggles for 9Z, I feel like on the T side in particular, times where 9Z are in tough form is when Lucan's really having troubles on the entry duty. That's where I think it's hard for 9Z to kind of find the next guy to take some of that space and have that type of success. It's got to fall into Huaso Peak if that happens. And so it can be a little bit tough.
Tough push, tough timing for the Academy player. Lucan continuing to roll. This is going to be an easy 5th round here for 9Z. Glitchov just right around the corner. Do not even face this man. Kaysen is going to hold on this AK the best he can, as he does waltz out. May meet Max up top, who was quite pleased with how Lucan and the rest of 9Z are getting along at the beginning of this first map.
Kaysen's going to settle in, held on to this AK. You know, when I said that I'm a little worried that Noxy might be falling into old habits a little bit, what do you mean by that? Yeah. Let me further explain. I think that whenever he was wielding the op, it was a great decision for him to put it away, because most of the time, you know, sometimes he was fantastic, but oftentimes he struggled. And I think his calling really suffered when he was, you know, wielding the big green, because he would call aggressively around himself. Now Bestia kind of cool off a little bit, and the calling's a little bit more measured in a way that I really liked. So seeing what feels like Noxy, you know, going for that double op immediately, that's what I was scared about, because I feel like that puts him into a position where he's typically at some of his worst when he's calling.
maybe symptoms of Bestia trying to overdo it. They know the circumstances that they have here.
Exactly.
As we spoke about it with Thomasin, right? I mean, he could be one of the sharpest. You get him on that right stint, way to kind of, throw the game plan out of whack. You're missing him. Here's Noxy. If we're to sing his praises, he fades away with an opening kill over at long, but that's not the extremity that we are particularly worried about. There's Wasau Peak with a huge entry, breaking down this B door. Joe Tag and Luchov just put into the grinder again.
I mean, this one's almost got to be called off right here and now. This 2 ops trying to retake B. If Kaysen had maybe made his way into position to catch this cross, then we could have had a different conversation. But now as Max brings the bomb back over, yes, this timer starting somewhat late into this thing for the bomb plant. I still just don't know that this is very reasonable to actually go for this. They're giving it a look, though, Mark. I'll give them that.
When were they, I think, are kind of just doing their due diligence, want to find something easy if 9Z is going to hand it to them, but I don't think they're in a giving mood in really any stint at all. This is their map pick. They are screaming into it. This is a great start by Luke in 10-1, and last out of that time gets to have his, chance to go. It's Bestia that are really being put through the washer here to begin, and where it's Joe Tag, 0-6 start is not going to bring confidence to the Academy player. We obviously give him a lot of slack, but right on the other side of that coin is Luchov, a guy that we do not need to see a better game out of him. That was a lot of the talk in our pregame.
Yeah, let me be fair to like either of those individuals you just talked about. Nobody really doing a great job right now for Bestia in the fragging power department. So it's a team struggle at the minute. And that Noxy opener seems like a huge relief, only for Huaso to get this double entry onto B.
Gosh.
They're poised. It's almost as if Bestia kind of fall right into the trap of looking to fight for long right there. They get that opening and unfortunately rest on their laurels just slightly to give Huaso the opportunity.
I mean, it was almost in quite similar fashion that it was the Lucan double that opened up the B bomb site just a couple rounds before. Bestia through 6 in a very quick 6. It feels like, Vincent. We have just been thrown into the middle of this first half.
Oh, he's cooked.
Opening up the smoke, and oh my gosh, just so close to it. Martinez just a hair off the body of Kaysen. Right here, it's Noxy still posted on Cat. We'll give it some regard. There's not a whole lot of utility to actually hold this back on anybody but him right now, so he's gonna give it just the helping it deserves. There's 9Z getting organized for their next steps.
A little bit scary. Luchov actually had a good vision over the top of that smoke a moment ago, but looks like 9Z are going to wait things out. Should be anticipating the double op, so just seeing Kaysen's AWP at mid, not going to necessarily be enough to make 9Z comfortable. He's already repositioned. Great lurk smoke. That's going to allow them to start the scale a little bit more easily if they want to through 40 seconds as this Molotov phase. They're not going to have much of a choice.
Giving that respect, and Max is going to take so much attention here. This is the problem, but it's Joe Tag that gets a really good fight out first, wins it, but it's just Kaysen that's going to have to do so much more than drive-by on the 5-7, but is that even necessary? He gets 3 out of the window, and that's going to be perfect for Bestia to pull up and sink this one through the net for their first.
Yeah, normally you have to rely on somebody like Thomas in the small sites to really step up and have these multi-frag performances. He's not here, so Kaysen takes the cake, dominates there from the back of the B site. That was lovely stuff, and how he gets this second, I mean, it's beautiful. That's why the 5.7 is the best pistol in the game, my friend. Oh, and it's so bad to worse, and worse to worse. Jason's alone, he misses the shot, and things are going wrong, Marky.
Jumping with these oppers and a couple of these close misses to go. Wasau needs to go deep with the nade, and that should be clean. If the bullets get there first, then he'll take it any way he can onto any trap, and he'll throw it down on the hand at long. It is off limits, and Wasau Big has a great connection onto it. 9Z back on time after an exhilarating round win for Bestia. That was just a sweet dream.
So, listen. A lot of times you don't need to invest that smoke. Sometimes an 8 will do. But if you're going to invest the smoke, don't invest 2. And then how unlucky, man. Martinez still gets the cross through the smoke.
Oh, man.
He still hits the shot. Like, that's so unfair. Oh, my goodness. And also picks up the pieces. Feels like Bestia were destined to lose that round.
Look, asterisks aside, with the sub, you have it. I think you're exactly right. This is probably the same type of, I think, team vibe that would be put out with Thomason as their 5th. I don't think that's really too spicy of a take right now, being the fact that they really need a little bit of energy in the water. I mean, they just had an adrenaline pumping round, so I can't say it hasn't been there at all, but it's 7-1. This is going to be really a tough go about it back for Bestia. Still with the op in 2 sets of hands. I mean, with the way that they are managing their economy, they're certainly not lacking the resources to, find them opportunities. A flash up to long, rather onto that short take. They're not going to find anything on the other end.
Yeah, it's these good details from 9Z. Even though this game has started to fly by, 9Z has still been pretty consistent on getting the right utility in the right places. JoeTag, that smokes. I mean, unfortunately, one of those rookie moves where it's just going to give away his position. Jason now on an island.
Oh, man. They're just running them down one at a time. This B site they figured out, and that was a long time ago. Admat's going to plant this bomb down. Bestia better get ready to save. I mean, maybe Luchov can throw his hat in the ring, but at least Timo and Noxie got that $50 out of their pocket. This man has nada. See if he decides to poke his head in. For DWP, let's see if I can get a free kill on it. Luchov, he likes what he sees. Now he's going to go further on the investigation, but he's a loud boy about it. He's certainly stomping up on the course, man. This op just can't get closer to him. Martinez finally put out in the end. Hopefully for the sakes of every Argentinian fan that is not supporting Lukin. See, that's where you can find your national pride out here, because for the rest of the bases, it has been thrown away. Luchov doing some miraculous things with that pistol for literally just a moment. And there is no prisoners that the 9Z allow.
Yeah, things going from bad to worse right here. The one round that Bestia have is just based on that, incredible case in multi-frag with the 5-7 and the op from the back of B. Outside of that, they've been all busted up. Those saves have what's allowed them to sort of maintain the illusion of that double up setup. Well, now it's gone. Only scope for Bestia, the CTs, or a scout. Noxie starts at 33. Oh, ooh. Boy, it's worse.
Oh my god. We're just running this down. I mean, Bestia are going to be wondering where this speed was a couple days ago. They just played practically 3 dusty maps. Noxie walking through a smoke. As I mentioned, even, with the ones that didn't go into probably, I think that's 6 overtime, 7 maybe. Who the heck knows? They were all 13-11s, right? I think it's been a while since the last time Bestia has gotten this type of waxing here on a Dust 2.
Yeah, and you add those caveats that we've been talking about throughout with regard to the last minute swap in to JoeTag. But yeah, 9Z, almost like Bestia come into this a little bit off kilter because of those technical difficulties, and 9Z, they were winding up like a spring, ready to pounce as soon as this game started, and it all unwinds at the same time. And it's punches with nothing held back that 9Z are throwing.
But I really hate that it's, 30 minutes of technical difficulties, that, completely wipe out the, storyline of Bestia trying to avenge what they did in the, previous online playoff series that they, brought to a grand final, and, through a really rocky road. We're hoping to find that chip and, have it actually be a better day at the end. But I mean, they, slipped up kind of the hardest in the grand final, some would argue. Here goes Lukin to go ahead and take another gold 8 entry. Been a couple of rounds since we've seen this. Detecting something on the other side of the smoke. This is different form here by Lukin right now. He is just different in this Dust 2. Then they're locking Bestia out. JoeTag will maybe try and pull one off the top shelf, but I think we're going to be dusting this one away for double digits.
Yeah, I mean, he's 16-2 right now, Mark. Like, it's hard to kind of contextualize or even put those numbers into some sort of reasonable parlance that is more understandable. It's absurd the way that he's finding these entries. And if it's not him, it's Waso Peak on the other side. I think that, 9Z, I talked about some of the missing moments in form that they've had. Well, it's not this. There's not one of those missing pieces. Not at the moment, not even close.
Once for his 17th. Don't you dare give this man the 18. All right. We'll keep him away for the moment. The Romanian will go ahead and grab his 7th alongside. And yeah, you might as well taunt them alongside now. They are walking it as I just presented it. They are certainly talking it across this screen. 9Z and BESTIA have had many showings. The last one, very peculiar. It was in a subway station, but 9Z 2-0'd him. It was closer than this. It was way closer than this. There is no excuse for the waxing that's here, sub or not. Technical problems are not right now. 4 or 5 of these players, including their coach, right? We're just in the grand final right before this. You gotta see them turn up. But only the pace is being turned up by 9Z, and it's catching them off guard.
These some good flashes. That's going to help out immensely. They know somebody's in pit, and if he didn't before, Max just visualizes onto show tag. So, still a duel for long. This is maybe one of the best cases that they've looked like. There's still 2 more here at long corner. Everyone's here. Basically, the whole team is fighting for long, and unfortunately, that fight has now been lost.
I mean, they're literally just so close to even spamming out another one of these 8 site members. Lichov, he floats back and has Noxy alongside. They should have a good approach for this to potentially get a second here. But with how much control 9Z have, they have all of the map to work with right now. Luke in long range is just magnetic and terminates BESTIA's hopes out of this first map. If they don't turn it around soon, it could be for all of Series 1 here in Thunderpick.
I know it's on the nose, Mark, but Lucan's playing FPL right now. Like, he's just out here,
this is
having a good time.
Ridiculous.
It feels like, and for good reason, that he's not afraid of anything. He shouldn't be. He is.
The Argentinian scene may be not loving him for this, but they should be loving this, right? Still gonna dog in this race, but I mean, gosh, for BESTIA, this just hurts to watch. I mean, for 9Z, a team that really struggled in, their previous playoff affair, it almost feels like when we were talking about the shaky turns for either of these sides, for a team that made the grand final and lost, even for that course, right? It was still BESTIA, the team that we were serving up to potentially be on, like, DEFCON 3. Gotta move it up to DEFCON 4 right now. This is dangerous territory. But I think it's down to 2.
I've always been confused at how that works. Maybe I can do some research, figure it out, because I actually don't know. But
well, on the Call of Duty Zombies map 5, it goes, I'm pretty sure, to 3 to 2 to 1. Following those DEFCONs. If you're familiar.
Yeah. But like, can I trust that?
That's a pretty good source. Pretty good source.
Source, trust me, bro. That's basically the source. Oh man. I don't even want to say it. BESTIA, I think they just need to think about map number 2 right now.
Yeah, it's Mirage, which I bet they like better.
They do.
History would support this. Noxy gone. Lichov to be the spear end of this on the short approach, but Martinez has been now boxed right out, but not completely sauced. He's got 2 health on it. And Adam has to rotate in. He's trying to pop a couple of shots, but this is complicated up here for 9Z. So much space they've given up. But what's one round? What's one round they can sit around? It's a pair of dualies that's going to be it all here. And it's in the hands of Luchov. I would resist this temptation. Luchov, he is hot. And you are just so damn cold on this dust too. Let's see if Caden can raise the temperature here on this site. But it is a wishing well. One more in for that to go. It is 12 for 9Z that they just dot up in the pistol round.
You know, the problem is, Mark, I would agree. Don't test Lucan, especially not against dualies on cat, but they don't have a choice. There's no chance. They've not taken long. They don't really have the freedom to take CT, so they kind of need to fight this. Like, they could have done maybe slightly better at spacing, but I genuinely feel like they had no choice. So, tough luck. As much as that sucks.
9Z are looking, BESTIA look like any team that you would play in a Swiss stage of any tier 2 tournament in South America. You know, at a feat. This is a performance right now that is up for a whole lot of praises, but we are wondering what the mood is within this BESTIA camp. What did that grand finals loss do to them? Is it the circumstances of it today? Either way, you're not done with this. You're going to have a damn good response on map number 2. Why not serve another highlight up on the reel? It's South Peak that goes out and can continue to grab. There's one more here to potentially grab for a 4th, and working on it. Would love to re-peek. Kaysen has got that on his scout. Let's see if he has one more in the case here of Long. Doesn't continue to crawl there. 1v3. Kaysen versus the world.
Well, hold on. The world might be falling all apart for 9Z. Thanks to Kaysen.
Easy repeat. No, that was right on his head.
Looked close.
The scouters around the world, they are not loving this. They may just falter. 9Z, they are so damn clean. It's a 13-1 over BESTIA, who just lost out of a grand final in a tier 2 space, and now they are being embarrassed. This was a playoff invite, perfect out of the playoff stage. We're going to need Freddie to break that down in either one of the longest or shortest segments of all time. I'm not too sure. Passing that baton to Freddie right now.
Known for my fairly lengthy segments and my general ramblings, but they're not giving me much to work with right now. I'm not gonna lie. That was a pretty one-sided game. And just straight off the bat, like before we talk about anything to do with the actual scoreline, we just already have to like understand that that game was played with a individual who's quite young, who hasn't got much experience in the form of Jotag, that's what I'm talking about, and replacing of Thomason. So just right off the bat, when we're talking about this with this result, you already know it's going to be fundamentally more difficult for BESTIA, because one of the main guys we were talking about, it isn't in the server, and they've replaced him with someone who, you know, it isn't, I think, realistically on the same line of caliber. But so that's just right off the bat. Got to have that in the back of our head. 9Z, they start off the map well. This was also Dust 2. It's 9Z's map pick. Regardless in this series, we were always putting 9Z as a map, as a team that were going to win Dust 2. It was just kind of like, how are they going to look confident doing so? And first few rounds, fantastic. Like, you know, first gun round, a little bit messy, granted, but it was messy in the latter stage of the round. The opening stage was perfect, and I think that's what the main thing for 9Z, how important, how well actually they played, was they only lost 2 opening kills out of the first 12 rounds, and I don't think they lost the opening kill in the last 2 either. So they only lost 2 opening kills out of 14 rounds played, and one of them was in round 7. That was the only round that BESTIA won, and that draws quite nicely into a point I was wanting to make about Jotag playing, was that when we look at this on paper, BESTIA, they're playing with a stand-in. What needs to happen? Individuals step up more so than would necessarily be previously required. So you're looking at a Kaysen, who else would you be? Yeah, you're looking at Kaysen, you're looking at Luchov, and then Timo is kind of a third, I suppose. I think that's the kind of 3 that you'd be mainly looking at. And apart from that one round by Kaysen, which, by the way, nice round, very poor from 9Z. Kind of look at it and you're like, how are they not trading him? Like, it's a 5-7 for God's sake. Outside of that one round from Kaysen, there's not even like remote success for BESTIA individually. And to be honest, to me, that's kind of insane. And I think that's where the crux of, I think, this analytical segment on the negative for BESTIA is going to lie, of just like, as I mentioned, obviously playing with a stand-in. Obviously, it's very unideal. It's a stand-in that's not also been prepped. It's very last minute, and it's a stand-in that's not of the caliber of this gameplay. But for Christ's sake, are we really going to be getting 3 kills in a map? Like, that's the issue with this. It's not the fact that you were playing like with not your full squad. It's just the fact that individually it was not even comparable. And that's crazy looking at this Bestia squad with the individuals and what they're aiming to achieve in the Counter-Strike space, that they're okay with these issues, just came in and 9Z just outclassed them without even, you know, it's not even competitive. There's one lucky round from a 5-7, but apart from that, it was 5v0. They were just getting opening kills. The pace was being quickened from 9Z. Like, 9Z also, by the way, played really well. Like, that's also something you gotta, I think we gotta touch upon, of just like 9Z, they played a fantastic Dust 2. And like, sure, they played really well, but wow, very negative from Bestia. And unfortunately, there's only so much to say about it, because they'd have 3 players on a B bomb site and just no one would get a kill. Like, there's only, like, you know, they had the setups, they had the reads in place in parts, and just like, they just weren't getting anything done with it. And I don't like sitting here and ever looking at a result and being like, oh, the main issue is that they didn't individually play well. Man, if you're getting 2 opening kills in the first half and the player who got them only got 3 kills in the whole game, there's probably, like, you kind of got to point at individualism. Kaysen, yeah, he had that one round. We got like 4 kills, and he was able to build off that outside of those rounds. But individually, if you've got 3 players on 3 kills and 1 on 4, there's only so much you can talk about tactics and like how they played, because they were in the right position at times. No one was hitting their shots. And it's very hard when you're not having an individually good game, where Lucan, on the other side, 23-3 with an 152 ADR. What was his HLTV rating? I've been waiting for it to update, because I was looking at his best games. I've got a sneaky suspicion that this might be rated in definitely like one of the best, because that was like an insane performance from him, and that is not something I think we're expecting out of Lucan. And like, dude, he was just running an absolute mockery around Bestia. And one of the main talking points that I think I kind of had at the very but a 2.69 rating. Sorry, that is firstly funny number. Secondly, that is his highest rated game ever on HLTV, joined with a game in 2018 against Malvinas. You know, we don't count that. Like, that is not a countable game. So this is his highest rated game ever on HLTV. Firstly, oh my god, like, give him his flowers. Doesn't matter, the scoreline's 13-1. Bestia is supposed to be a team that's playing at a major standard, and Lucan's just dropped a 23-2 rating. Like, that is kind of ridiculous. I honestly just don't believe it. You know, Wasso Peak also done well, but by and large, the team was just, you know, fundamentally better 9Z. And something I was kind of thinking in the pre-show, and I think either Vincent or Mark mentioned how they're playing Imperial next, where obviously it's an Imperial roster that didn't look clean against Bounty Hunters. They had a full 24 round and then an overtime map win, and it's an Imperial with roster changes, but they are pretty good roster changes. This is certainly the harder side of the bracket in the Thunderpick World Championship, with Bestia and 9Z playing up against Imperial. And in this matchup, I wanted to look at the teams and like this point to prove game and be like, whoever wins this has to do it in a distinctive manner, and they have to do it with some sort of like vigor. Like, I want to be seeing a team worthy of playing Imperial tomorrow, and right now I've got that with 9Z. And again, you can sit there and you can say, oh, but Bestia played with a stand-in. Dude, they got rocked 13-1. 4 of the 5 players on the team didn't get more than 4 kills. There's nothing to do with a stand-in there. That doesn't matter. 9Z fundamentally look like a fantastic team on Dust 2, and I'm just hoping to see if they can continue that on map 2. And that, for me, sets up this really exciting, banging matchup. And for me, it also, with this point-to-prove game, 9Z, they're proven a goddamn point. And BESTIA, well, they didn't make the major. They lost in the grand finals of the previous CCT, and they look like they're about to get absolutely blown out the water. Mirage is up next. It's their map pick. I'm not sure if they're going to have their full 5 back. I'm not sure if Thomason's going to be back on the server or if it's going to be Jotag again. But I'll be honest, I don't think that matters because just no one even stepped up to the plate in that first map. 9Z, they're firing on all cylinders. They are looking to get semifinals. They've had a pretty difficult season, all things considered, with roster changes and instability, and they're looking to see if they could end the first half of this year in style. Come back after this break. We're going to have Mirage to see if 9Z can close it out 2-0, or will it be forced to a third?
Thank you. Well. Here we are. And this has a vibe about it, Vincent. I don't want to say it. Is it where this could kind of rear its end for Bestia? This is their map pick. Couple of 13-11 losses in a row on this Mirage. They got to make sure they turn this around, Vincent. This is, I feel like, a lot more than just their Series 1 life on the line.
Yeah, I think that is unfortunately kind of where they're at right now. Bestia, it's not their day with the tech difficulties, but even beyond that, they looked asleep at the wheel a little bit. Lucan's gonna grab his one. Does open up the B side at least for a bomb plant.
I mean, Jotag with potentially one more map of opportunity here. That's a storyline with progress here, as it's a quick step that he has that is lengthened. Here where Bestia gets the bomb down, and now it's up to their caller to try and go with the 1v3. It is not gonna happen. Not today. Bestia are ran back right to this T side with a little bit of worry. It's a pistol round that is stolen by 9Z.
Yeah, I think it kind of goes back to what Freddie was talking about on the analyst segment. Like, bro, 9Z just were like out firepowering them on top of having all the details in as well, and Bestia not showing up. Like, it just was all the things at once going badly. And whilst I don't think all of the things necessarily are going to continue to go badly, it's just hard to bounce back from a game like that.
There's some teams that can do it. There's some teams that can get 13-0, not win a single round. Roll out of like, what, the green room, the hallway. It could be their own bedroom after a 10-minute break into the next map and be fine, right? But yeah, I gotta say, I don't think the forecast is going in that direction. Potentially the wind up Khan this round. It's a 3v3 as Bestia, they go into middle and actually pull up with a bit of confidence. But if you're talking about confidence, well, this has been the man in front of it all. Noxie now with the hardware to go for the clutch, but the bomb is not down yet. Got to get past the lines that the Romanian is holding so fine. It's a quick round that 9Z, they dice up, and the force is denied.
Yeah, the force started to look pretty good when Bestia were able to find 2 kills in middle, make their way back over to A. And despite the fact that Max gets that kill, I think Bestia in a good position, but yeah, don't want to meet Lucan at any point. Not in the form that he's currently in. 2 kills. He's up Adam nicely for the clutch up there. And he had the backup, should it have been necessary. Everyone on some deagles for Bestia. Triple nade.
Nobody home. And that's what happens. Swing and a miss. Can't blame a guy for trying. But this is, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Vincent. They also bought back up on Dust 2, where at the beginning it was just kind of rolled into a quick 3-0 start, just like we were seeing here. 9Z right now have Lucan on the other end of this hook, and he is going to be pulling away his 4th here. 9Z with no casualties are off to, I mean, I would say the same speed of where they ran out of Dust 2, which is at quite a damn pace right now.
Yeah, they did force buy like the same way on Dust. You're right. I don't know that was like a problem necessarily, but certainly the start of a spiral. First time guns, you're gonna have all AKs. Take towards mid for Bestia. They are allowed to mostly do whatever they would like here. All this supportive utility enough to force 9Z back.
Yeah, I already kind of feel like they're puffing their chest a lot better here at the beginning of this Mirage, kind of in that stint that you just pointed out, where it's this middle that they're not afraid to operate in, have a lot of utility to go ahead and do so, and they're seeing their next steps up catwalk here. Jotag can be a really important part of the process, looking to potentially have to kill this anchor right here as they're pushed into apartments, but with that frag right into the window, it's not such easy of a cut. 4-3, you see that on Wassau's side, Luchov flips over and takes care of the young man's job. It is all the way pushed out into the bomb site, and Luchov continues to put that blade down. Luchov must have listened in to what we said in the green room, had to get that all the way on. That first map performance inspiring enough. He is online here in this 4th round.
Yeah, it's a little bit different, right, for Bestia now that they're on the T side, actually, because it feels like they can define themselves a little bit more effectively, can dictate the pace of play, how they want to approach things in a way that they couldn't when things were starting to spiral out of control in the first half of Dust. That's the CT side that they were on. So, and I think that Luchov definitely going to feel the positive nature of that. He extremely good on these more aggressive tacks. He can find the duels himself. Everyone taken down in the end for Bestia's first victory on Mirage. They only got one of these back on Dust. And it's a lot earlier, looking a lot better, I would agree.
Because I agree with what Freddie pointed out, right? It was also a really good 9Z Dust 2 performances where Bestia, I mean, it really must have been quite alarming at the beginning of that series. You had to pull in a sub. You're Lucan pulling in 2 frags on the extremity, and this guy still just an absolute turret in the server right now. Timu trades out Adames, but here is Martinez trying to get back in, but getting right past the connector player, well, that's another problem. Lucan has just been a terror, and here Wasau gonna go for a wide swing. Well, Lucan's out of bullets, got Max in the back pocket to help you out. Now Luchov is going to try and go long range, does have a trade, but doesn't have much else. It's 9Z to get that round right back.
Man, that's just not a good round from Bestia. I really don't love the try to catch the timing here, like just walk out the palace smoke on a timing with not a lot of supportive utility, really not a lot of anything. And then, bro, what is Luchov doing? What's he waiting on? Like, I guess he's looking for the mid player, but
2014 get right lurk right there.
Yeah, it really was. It really was. I don't know, just really separated.
Peak to be taken this time. Ooh, catching him slipping to go, but nothing really to be too concerned about here. It's just Bestia can't lose this energy, right? Even if it is discouraging results here, still got to be walking around like this is their house, this is their pick. And here it'll be Adames to hear this all. These footsteps to just draw the lighted peak and hop it outside of it. He's seen so much, Vinny.
Yeah, big information. Where he confirmed at least 2 towards the top of mid, and to be honest with you, I think he's got further confirmation on the man that was underpass there for a moment. They're going to regroup Bestia back towards this A site. Look at what is available, though, for this A attack. It's the 3 smokes, 1 Molotov, and that's it. There's no flashes for them to work with here. I think going to likely be a tough task up ahead of them. Good news is that Martinez's op is nowhere to be seen. That's all the way over at B, so that's not going to be a problem for them.
Yeah, but it's the demon out under. And it's Max that just has to draw a couple eyes right now. The setup has more nuance than I originally supposed. It's jumping right out and creates a trap for Lucan to just throw down. That's beautiful out of it, but this is the Academy player stepping up with a triple. Joe Tag showing a flash in the pan. Some good individual efforts to pepper out, but just, I mean, too much to accomplish there in the 1v5. That's really great work on that A site between the anchor, making it spicy between the two. That is going to be so difficult for Bestia pulling apart. It's so unpredictable.
Honestly, couldn't have been better positioning, though, for 9Z on the site proper, right? They get all 3 smokes down, Bestia, but the problem is those smokes are irrelevant if all the threats are internal. If they're inside the site proper, you're not really locking anyone out. And a great setup when there's no Molotovs outside of the singular one. It was tossed in towards stairs. That's the issue that Bestia had to contend with. And 9Z, like I said, in perfect location to deal with it. So happened to be the case. Continuation of Lucan's domination. Maybe not so many of those deaths. This is what Lucan will be looking at, but he's still fragging up a storm.
Of the power company gods revved up for potentially Tom is in. No, it is a mouse issue on the side of Max. I was getting my hopes up. So, I don't know, man. Joe Tag just showed his best work in the series so far. It was cool to see a good slash like that. And this is a player that I did get to cover over in CCT Season 2 last season with FURIA Academy, just briefly. They didn't really have too great of an outing. But I mean, acknowledge where exactly he was, landing on a couple of the big name academy teams from FURIA Academy, not a BESTIA Academy, is always a good ride. But it has been BESTIA Academy really not active at all. Of course, with this all to go in the VRS, they kind of have to make that up themselves to get back into these tournaments.
Yeah, that's always going to be the goal. I think going to be tough for some of those academy rosters in South America to find ways to get back in.
We need WePlay to come back. We need I think it was like Freddie, talking on Twitter recently, that was like, we need a place for, some of these academy rosters to go ahead and get to work. I'm gonna have to confirm that it was Freddie. I can't just be throwing out names like that. But somebody wise and cool said that. And I really agree, especially being that I'm a North American and I want to see more North American teams. Stanislaw, please stay. Please stay.
Oh my goodness. We don't even have any academy teams, man. We wouldn't be involved. Lucan.
Oh,
isolated. What a clear, man.
Gosh.
That's crazy.
The Deeks have came to town. It's quite a show. Martinez pulling up, and he did not buy a ticket, so you're not getting in. Need to actually make the Sabron back down in middle. Adamat's going to serve it up properly, but surprise, surprise. You got Joe Tag out here still making it a problem. Lasso with limited range here. The MP9 has got one more in the case for you. 2 deagle shots out of Kaysen and Luchov. And Bestia, now that's going to be an adrenaline pumping round. They just got to hold on to it this time.
Yeah, I mean, a little something to hang on to, that's for sure. Break off a win out of nowhere, forces 9Z's economy into the bin. It's actually devastated. Now, Max and Hosal, both of them are sitting on deagles as well. That was deadly, and I thought Martinez might be the one to pick up the pieces, but he too gets sidelined thanks to Luchov. That was insanity.
Okay, yes, it was Freddie's. It was Freddie's quote tweet that was talking about the Navi Jr. situation that I remember reading yesterday and was like, man, I love this Freddie guy. He's so smart. Saying that these academy, teams and players got to have somewhere to go about it. But, start grinding your ESCA league. Here's what you need to do. There's always, there are still open qualifiers and opportunities like that. It's just going to be, a little bit difficult for, a couple of those teams trying to get off of the pan for you. So not everybody can buy a core.
Play the
Now can we?
Advanced quali or some such.
Yep.
Lucan.
Something like that.
Always under pressure and overwhelmed. Recovered the AK, only for it to fall moments later.
Now, bending this back to B. Got a couple of deagles over here as well. They've got your names on them. 5-7's got that range too. And Max, coming back from the mouse issue, has no issue about it. A headshot perforating through the back of this bomb site. And now it's all up to the young gun, who is hot seemingly. Gets that immediately in a trade with this deagle. Will just continue to just hammer at it. And he's down to 11 HP now, and you are surrounded. Come out with your hands out, young man. 6 and 5. I'd like to add a couple more to the tally, but he's going to go out fighting. I think that's the vibe here. That is where Bestia need to put themselves, at a point at which they are never going to see that out. Unfortunately, where I come to answer my prompt of exactly how this was going on before, it is Bestia that do let go of that adrenaline pumping round of theirs and are going to have to get creative financially.
Yeah. And it's 9Z that do, more with less in this case. Those 2 pistols on the backside of B, really deadly. And I think it might be on to Jotak, who misses a bit of a timing. He needed to be a threat there in the apartments, as opposed to just more of a passive viewer, whilst his teammates are getting dealt with on catwalk. Double swung. Tunez aggressive tact for the first time, and it's a miss, but it isn't the punish.
Yeah, this hasn't been the peaking Martinez that we've seen before, but I think the longer the series goes, this is a guy that is going to get warm just as the temperature raised here in A. He has to probably approach within this Molotov right now. Not missing. He's got one more in the clip, and he hears just one long range right next to him at default. That's going to get settled. Noxy, 1v3, and they're all going to be bleeding right from this cut from CT. 35 seconds. 9Z meet you right on the track, and Now they're up to 7, Vincent. This is quite a pace in this series trotting along.
Yeah, listen, man. Lucan is just not taking his foot off the gas in any possible way. Martinez not having exactly a brilliant time, but some good combat opping. Somehow Bestia missing some key bits of information. Something getting lost there in the audio between the communication, I guess, is kind of what I would imagine, but not realizing that Martinez has fallen back into Ninja. And then Lucan playing Overwatch gets the triple kill whilst Martinez is able to pluck out 1 or 2, dancing around default. Like that is a situation that you think Bestia in perfect position to actually take advantage of and take Martinez out without him getting anything. No, not going to happen, and that's mostly thanks to Lucan and his capability of playing around Martinez in that moment on A. It's easy to take the tack off the back of that, funny enough, but Bestia still in bad state.
Noxie hits up Max to go. I think that's only really the first thing he's had over his counterpart IGL in this series so far, to be frank with you. It's a great opening kill he's got there in the Deagle, but now what do you got?
I mean,
One
just
smoke,
give
a
him
molly.
Deagles.
Sheesh.
And the crawl out A here isn't a bad look. Lucan's
Now
in
it's
a
this
little bit of a
unnoticed.
trouble.
I don't think there's any help here on the util. It's going to be a dry look for Lucan, and I mean, he's just straight up caught off guard. Nobody to serve him up that support anyhow, but it's a bomb plant right behind Triple, and it's an easy adjustment for Martinez. May have to pick off a second branch here, just barely around the missile pillar, and there it is Wassow to get that from long range. This to be just put out in a worrisome fashion. Teemo can't go ahead and get a double. That would have been what it would have required. Kaysen, he reads his opposing opper like a book. And now this page turned to Wassow Peak. Let's see if he can read the lines as well as he did on Cat right now. But Kaysen, he just looks out, and it is just a swayed glance right through. And it is the accomplished when the slide right there. Not how you exactly prompted up, but he gets the cherry on top, Vincent. At least the ingredient he needs, a 9th for Kaysen.
I mean, Kaysen really, you kind of described him as what's become a very consistent piece of this Bestia team, and I would agree with you. That's something that it's been a journey to get there. Initially was a little bit more shaky, but now seems to, get his no matter what. That was true back on Dust, and another 1vx there that he's put in, and he delivers big time. Covers the big green. It's very bad time to be broke here for 9Z. They've sort of got a force buy. And that means that round 12 is going to be a force no matter what as well. Oh my goodness, Max. Not aware that he's bumping knees there inside the smoke. Somehow comes out better for 9Z.
Now all is calm, all is cool. This bomb got to be collected, though. A certain stint about it. Bestia, well, they're going looking. MS is going to get, well, I mean, nothing on the other end of this investigation in terms of kills, but a whole lot of info. Where this could be headed. Right to the A site. And it's Martinez with some type of cannon, hand cannon. Out on top of the palace. It should get support in with a Wassow Peak that's pretty damn close, but I mean, with plenty to cover in his own right. And now he's surprised. Luchov on that contact has got that out. Molotov's right out. This is Bestia getting a whole lot of respect in the bomb site, but will they expect at a mess? Showtag not ready for it. This could quickly turn into a double, and it does. This is trouble right here, and it's going to have to be back-to-back 1v2 clutches for Kaysen. This time with the op that he has just stowed away for this opportunity right now. In a post plant, a nade to potentially go ahead and grasp on the smoke. That's how he's going to go and tap on the bomb. Got to look for where this is headed. A refresh that's going to get him nothing, Vinny.
Might just stick now. He's already used that. Hustle. Oh my gosh! Tracked down twice over. The spam into the smoke, and he finds it. It is back-to-back for Kaysen. It's clutches for the man in this one. And Bestia, oh my goodness. Where would they be without him in this half? Barely nowhere. Probably should have been a 9Z round. The lack of a kit, though, really painting them into a corner.
This is a great individual effort right here. I mean, those clutches are going to stand up on the stats and exactly be the reason why. I mean, so far, you don't really have to look forward the last month of play here for Bestia. He's been the brightest spot, and it's where you've needed to see guys like Timo, guys like Luchov take the pressure off. And here it seems to be that we're all eating good today. After clutches like that, Bestia, they're starting to warm their hands together in this Mirage. They're going to pull together a 7-5 half and have their best to go about it on that CT side. It was a struggle for them on Dust 2. Really couldn't find the rhythm, but now the music is here. They can dance in this second map, Vincent, potentially.
Yeah, it's giving them a chance. It's giving them an opportunity. We'll put it that way. You know, Kaysen pulling them up, I mean, singularly in this half, generally speaking. It's that multi-frag. It's an eco round, like with pistols, those deagles. Luchov has some big moments in that. But then Kaysen's back-to-back 1v2 clutches is what really gets them over the line. Sets them up for a 5th round as well. That is stunning work on the Opera for Bestia.
Even for the praises of Bestia trotting along, you've actually seen pretty good work out of Joe Tag. I mean, actually, like, someone involved within this Dust 2. Honestly, the way that I put that is almost kind of dismissive of, you know, where this has gone. But it's, you know, step within step for this Bestia team where at points they look to be exposed on this Mirage. I think it, you know, calls to the character how they're actually bringing a lot of this back in terms of one man, but where they're actually, I mean, getting a collected result of the 5 at the end of this. I think it's something to be happy about, even if what they stand on is exactly what I just stinted. I mean, they combined in 5.5 with 2 clutches, really getting their hands dirty here. Get a breath of fresh air with the pistol round to go ahead and get. And it's just going to be this academy player on the site alone who is not going to be just a 3 gimme right here until Lucan has something to say about it. Literally the only man you ought to fear in the server today. Noxie with another, but they're setting up quite a bulletproof post plant.
Honestly, maybe had some openings there that could have been found if Luchov survived a little bit longer, but Max sends him all the way to spawn. Timo, pair of dualies, good for this type of positioning, but against 3, all different locations, just going to be very difficult, especially with the ninja position. Smoke might have given him a little bit more space. Ooh, not going to matter. Swapped out, tried for something on the USP and got nowhere fast.
Adam S. letting them know. Letting them know at the end as well. We are still going to be right at the trunk of this tree here on this Mirage, hurting you from the roots, and that round will put it up to a really big call here. Bestia love themselves a force, and that's what they go for.
Yeah, it's 4 pistol round victories, right, for 9Z. That's the other thing to kind of keep in mind. They're unstoppable on those in this series thus far. And it might be the end if 9Z can close right here. Quarterfinal number 3 could be done and dusted fast.
And as Freddie talked about, I mean, it depends really the tone of this second half, but I don't really think the tone of this Mirage switches up. I think you get a little bit more character from Bestia, but it really doesn't feel like 9Z are going to be lenting off the foot of the neck too brutally. I know that's quite a morbid image, but I mean, here it's been nothing but for 9Z. Quite a terror they have been staring across the server today. It's a site they're going to pick on, and it's going to be loud, right to go. So get prepared. Luchov going to be under Balk, teed up.
Got Kaysen as well. Timo comes in. It's a lot to deal with all at once, and Luchov even continues up and out there from under balcony. There's the flank, and Nox takes another 1v4 that Adam S now has. He's taken the first 2. Bomb collected. And 35 seconds remain. He can sprint away.
Yeah. guns to be had here, potentially right into the hands of Jotag, and he's not exactly on the run himself. It's going to be Luchov up here to potentially collect the timing where it's poached on stairs, and now Luchov, knowing his HP, is not going to be just looking for exactly when Adamas hops in the bomb site, just wants to see it back turned, and it's perfect here for Luchov. It's Bestia that dive back in to this CT side, and damn, it's going to give them a great couple of trips right back to the house. It is 1 AK they were going to be carrying alongside. Couldn't quite get that to Jotag.
I really don't love how Bestia play that 2-on-1. The fact that they separate is, usually a bad play. That being said, I think Bestia feeling the pressure of being down, not to mention the fact that they're down in this series, that this is a must-win map, that they're facing elimination, all these things. And I think Luchov makes what is the riskier maneuver, one that is the kill shot. So, whilst I don't exactly back their decision-making there, I can get behind the understanding of what they're thinking.
Just a brief check into it. A couple of clicks. It's usually good for the mind, good for the body. Means we're headed away from that pause, Vinny. 9Z, I mean, they may have been out of the limelight, ripped back into it on that pistol round. It's a Whiplash, Bestia, really here on this Mirage, so it seems. Would love to get this, I mean, to be the series that it was, but I think we were just serving it up, right? If 9Z could finish the way they were, that's the temperature that, we had Remy Renard talking about in our time to see who would exactly really walk in confidently against Imperial, right? There's a lot of namesake there, and they played well today, but it was a shaky outing they had as literally their first stint with this 5.
I don't think hard to kind of take away too much from that, considering the fact that it is their first look, but regardless, pistol investment here for 9Z. Not quite the respect deserved at that connector peak. Martinez gets his, but it is a bloodbath at the bottom of connector. Middle, the bodies fall, and it's in Bestia's favor.
Well, Max will get a head turned. I love that. It can get tricky here down below, and it will. Bestia, they go ahead and take care of the aggressive pistols, and they put him down, Vinny. It seems like we're going to get a Glock round here. I wonder how you feel about these Imperial changes. I'm really liking to see Cello back into things straight up. I think this is, been a little while since we've seen him on FURIA. I think when we did see him on FURIA, get benched, it was, to make some moves that were, obviously a little bit unpredictable for people.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like Cello's a good shot. SHR is the one that I kind of have question marks about. I feel like that's a big change for a guy like him who had some big moments in GTZ, I think it was, but unfortunately really struggled on Saul. But it's hard to say because everyone was kind of struggling on that.
In that very last tournament at Cluj-Napoca, part of their fairy tale run there at a decent rating, I think I remember. Here's Jotag sprinting it about. MP9 is gonna get nothing into the piggy bank, Vinny. Is this a concern? Can we see a bit of a bomb plan here into the hands of the Romanian and then fumbled out? I answered my own question.
Yeah, no biggie. Blocks get 1, nothing further. Equalizer for Bestia as they take 2 straight. They continue to build a little bit on their CT side economy. That's good news. Now 9Z put the pressure onto their shoulders. See what their T side has to offer. All of the question marks that I've been having, right? Talked about that in our pre-show. With regard to 9Z, none of them has been surrounded. Max's calling. I think that has been the most consistently decent to good to sometimes even great, despite some of the struggles. So
Max gonna be under a lot of pressure here. Now gonna be exactly drawn back. Gonna be a big half required of Timo here, fighting in and out of this catwalk position. He's traded out by the Romanian. Now we're going to throw their hats right into the B site where Noxie, great time for a rotation, but he's only going to get 1. And Luchov on that dime, it's gone. all pressure goes onto the shoulders of the AWP player back at this bomb site, and you are not expecting SELVA to be where he was. Time for JoeTag to have his time to go, and you just saw a fadeaway player into this corner at Get Right. Potential 1v2 for JoeTag now, but which card is pulled first? It is such a clean swing that it gets onto Adamas, but SELVA has got the triple in this round, and 9Z back on the horse on this T side.
Yeah, it starts off a little rocky, a little bit difficult, where Max is devastated in the opening mid-fight. Very difficult. That recovery made. Teemo falls, and it's a fantastic work to get out of B with 2 players on less than 10 HP for 9Z. Some good movement for them to get there, and they really rely on Huaso to make sure that he's the one to take the contact, and he does. That's good stuff. And the follow-up 2-on-1 played tactfully. A rare situation where Bestia CT side lose the round, but they have the better buy.
Starting to get thin on those nades, though. Oh, and Max, the way he just boxes out the cat player is disgusting. Kaysen now alone, a feeling he's familiar with by now. But Martinez is going to track him into the corner, and this should be an unmissable shot, but heard something tricking along there from Cat and had to give it the attention it so deserved. Do they even go for this? I mean, it's just a temptation to go ahead and drop this. It's 2 AWPs. We're really reaching for the stars right now, but with the way that shot comes down and the reposition by Kaysen, they may not be done here. Forced to go ahead and reposition. Kaysen is going to have to sprint towards CT, and especially concerned here is no kit to go. They're really about this with the 2 snipers.
I mean, that Molotov's well placed. It's going to displace the 1 man on default, but time is just of significant problems. And they don't have the kit, like you said. I think the kit was the killer from the very beginning. Honestly, they're very fortunate that they didn't lose more out of that.
Easiest 1v2 of Lucan's life. Didn't have to really even give it a look. 9Z, they get double digits just like that. And here, I mean, at least you're really not losing both of the bodies, you know? It's one that no kit is going to cost you. Bestia pulling up to it, I think. Honestly, maybe you can look at the better side, the bright spot of people being willing to go for a round like that. Maybe their confidence is back, really.
Yeah, I mean, that is maybe the upside that you could argue. Kaysen with the opening duel.
Ooh.
That's a secondary up that Noxy was wielding going down, though. That's towards A. There's just 1 man. It's Luchov in defense, and he's just been double volleyed.
And wallbang. Hard knock life, specifically. That is tough. Down below. And then you've been clipped on the extremity. I'm a broken record. Kaysen practically the only man that could do it. But look at this. Wide open for Teemo. With an op in his hands. Just seen the shoulder... shadow rather of the bomb planter right now. SELVA has quite a tripwire line that he is going to hold, and Lucan is going to come in for the flank. 9Z want to put Bestia out on the mats. They don't want to see him get up. Kaysen right alongside it, forced into the crosshairs most likely. SELVA, he's jacked. I mean, he's been as automatic as he was in upper tons on Dust 2. Barrel spotted. And he's looking for him, but bested. Teemo alongside, throw bodies at the problem, try and get rid of these AWPs. I think they've done enough work. You may still see it tracked alongside. No way. Adamas, he heard it. Let's see how far he can take it. 1 more for Teemo. Hide. And he is saved by the bell, but Izzy, it's 11 out for 9Z, and in that fashion, they are bloodthirsty and ruthless.
Yeah, but they couldn't afford to be that bloodthirsty, really. 9Z didn't have a great economy. They still don't. It's even worse now for them. They now don't have an AWP of their own. 9Z go for the killing blow, but in the process, forget themselves a little bit. Bestia still interested in just kind of letting this one slide. Ace stack in the meantime. The Eagles have been good. Kaysen set up for success. Run away. Get out of here.
Oh, no. Yeah, you better turn this car around. Lucan, he's going to get a shot back like that. Protect the VIP. That is Max, who's got the bomb on his back and now has no security. He's going to be loud about this, and Nazi is just going to be seeing to his opposing IGL, and now that is a taunt of a round back. It is one casualty that they experience, and that should be the heart that gets pumping back for Bestia. That is an electric round win.
Yeah, 9Z making some big mistakes right now. I mean, you talk about going on a hunt when you can't afford it. Now look what it's done. Also, Bestia, bro, what the hell? Just buy Deagles. Don't buy anything else. Stop buying rifles. Those things don't work. It's Ops and Deagles that these guys need to play with, it seems. I don't get it, but sort of set in stone. 9Z have to force buy and continue doing so.
Well, there goes that Tech 9. Now down to 1 HP. Lasal is going to have his body threatened by a nade. Kaysen with the op right next door is farming right here to 24, but it's not going to matter. Bestia can't stand on this stint and push it to 10 themselves. It is a worry out here for Lucan, who has no support. There's not a flash of the belts right here. This would be one hell of a thorn in the side if he makes this a problem out here for 9Z, but maybe in your dreams. Kaysen on the other end of that is not going to make it an issue. Adam S takes it personally. This Galil in the limelight now and fades away just to get enough time for cover. Kaysen just going crazy on that other side, and with the protected plant, it's going to go ahead and cost them. It is Bestia, the fine double digits, but Adam S was heated in the clutch attempt.
I mean, a valiant effort. It's actually the team flash that helps Adam S make that doable. The problem starts to occur when 9Z aren't really prepared to get the bomb down onto the site. They take forever to actually get those numbers punched in, and by that time, the utility's starting to fade away, so they can only plant for default. Lucan, as you highlighted, was very alone. No support available to him. Not even a flashbang to facilitate the Tech 9 swing in towards DT. At least the bomb plant going to mean a little bit more threat this round. We're definitely going to be seeing 11 for Bestia. This is a tough time for 9Z, but they have at least that little bit of a lead that they can build back into this.
All because they wanted to take away a couple of ops.
Well, because Bestia are just nutters on the Deagle, actually.
Yeah, I'll vote that.
That's the
Good
third
verbiage.
Deagle round that Bestia have won this map.
You called them what?
Nutters.
Huh. What a scene. What a scene. I don't think you're wrong in any capacity. You've nailed it on the head, my friend. The Eagle's in the pockets right now. It's right here out hot. If this Deagle, rather if this AK goes down, it does eventually. We'll see if we can recycle that. Just up top, you may have that issue, but Martinez may seen into an opportunity to go ahead for a crawl. It's a spar down below. It's considered in those apartments. Shots to go ahead and, just get Martinez back. Jotag not finding anything going alongside. It is Kaysen that finds a leg and breaks it onto Lucan. Bestia got a tied game on their map pick, and they want to force this nuke. That's where they sprinted alongside into the grand finals versus crew of CCT. That's where they could get it done. Here versus 9Z, they are bargaining for that chip. They want a map 3.
Yeah, they certainly do, especially after the, tragedy that is drawn up on Dust 2. 28 frags for Kaysen, though. It's taken a miracle in many ways to even get into this position, to get into this possible chance. And it's just a fight for 12. It's not even a fight for victory right now. Blowing it down on 9Z. They take their time about this mid control, but you know what? Mid has been a bit problematic for 9Z as a whole.
Oh my gosh.
Just constant pressure applied through the top mid smoke.
Keep digging, you might find a little bit of gold, man. Keep pushing on that spam, you don't know what you're gonna find. Gets an opening kill. Teemo just has to reel that in on the line and find something wonderful. Minute 10, and the calling of Max will be into consideration here. Doing it beyond the grave, he has to, Vincent. The play called out. It's going to be simple. It's going to be sweet towards A, where I think they're literally just going to squeeze this out after the smoke goes.
So nice, though, from Bestia. Noxie's just cleared mid. Now Kaysen knows what's coming for the most part.
They have a flank development. Very quick first shot, Vincent. But they have Luchov in the fire. That has to force him to fight. But he has enough space to breathe. And Lukin still waiting for another shot. Will Noxie even get there? Might as well let him have that slip. It is Bestia that find map point on their selection. They want to put it into a best of 1 versus 9Z here on Thunderpick. I think that is the heights of competition we were all wanting to see out of arguably our greatest quarterfinal matchup. And it's living up to it right here on this Mirage. It is Bestia that aren't going easy, even with a sub.
I mean, it's Teemo who's been stepping up big time on the CT side. I think he finished the half at like sub 5 kills for the T side. And he's now brought this one back to very reasonable stances. Max has to call the A exec once he loses so much towards middle. It's just problematic. I don't think that they had a choice, but they certainly boxed in, painted into a corner with 9Z. Now, that corner, it doesn't expand, it shrinks. Because they have worse weapons, and they're up against map point.
Spoke about how in the pregame, I wanted to see, Martinez put it up against Kaysen.
How many options
obviously
Martinez
had. Absolutely. But here on this 13th, I mean, exactly where we check back in for Lukin too. Been quite quiet as these last 6 have been, dominated by guys like Teemo, like you said, Kaysen, of course, consistent beat on that op. Bestia is certainly feeling the rhythm out of the rest of this map, and with 50 seconds to potentially make this the deal about it. They're trying to test on this B lane, but it is just a tease, and they're not going to be fooled by this. The Academy player sees one trying to reach through window, but it's a quick trade you're going to have onto the bomb site. Noxie, he was the one that just faded away. All of this towards A in the previous affair, but he is being bombed, blitzed. He is gone here on the site, but 30 seconds has been the time given to JoeTag to just rotate to CT when necessary. They're all smoked out. But what type of problem does JoeTag just play about this? A protected plant right on the other side in that smoke. Not bulletproof though. Wasal Peak with quite a chance, and it's the only chance that 9Z will have to carry this on to overtime. Through regulation, they will be cut, and Teemo has that down with quite a rotation from Cat. Bestia from 13-1 put respect and pump their chest in this second map. We're going to Nuke. And we got Freddy waiting down in the wings. I'm sure he's dying to break this one down. All 24 on this Mirage.
Happy to be breaking this down. But I think other people and you guys can sit here in agreement with me where I look at this and I'm just like, wait, Bestia won? Wait. But because like the whole game, it looked like 9Z were going to be winning that. And the main reason was because they were winning significantly more gun rounds. And the only times they were losing was when Kaysen got a 1 versus 2, which happened in back-to-back rounds, by the way, which is kind of crazy. Or a Deagle round from an individual. Teemo and Luchov and Kaysen were kind of the main peripherators for that. But like this whole first half, it felt like it was just like, 9Z off to the races. And then you sit back and you're like, damn, that was a 7-5 scoreline. Like 9Z fundamentally looked like the better team. They had really nice setups over towards the bomb sites. And Martinez had a good start, which I think is one of the more like specific notes, which is then something we can come on to in the later half, is that Martinez did actually have some like glimmers of hope at the beginning, and he was hitting like these kind of nice quick scopes, hitting like good defenses, Like this round in particular, you have a fantastic read from 9Z. Like Bestia simply outclassed it, a bad default, and 9Z had like a really, really nice site setup. And then from here as well, it's like the only times Bestia would win a round was either on Deagles against an Eco or a 1 versus 2. Like that first half, the only reason why they even were able to get the score lines like even remotely close to each other wasn't because of Bestia being outclassing their opponents on the gun rounds. It was because of them winning Deagle rounds. And you know what? Fair enough. Like I can't sit here and hate on a team for winning 2 1v2s and 3 Deagle rounds in a game. Like it obviously is. It's like a bad sign though to both teams that firstly Bestia can do all of that and it still be 24 rounds. But for 9Z, the fact they win both pistol rounds, they win the vast majority of the gun rounds, and yet, especially when they go onto the T side, it felt like they looked really flat towards the end. Like these executes feel very unimaginative. They feel very much like, oh well, nothing's going right, so we're just kind of going to run towards the A bomb site, which was very different to a Dust 2. Like on the Dust 2 on their map pick, they were getting the opening kills. The executes looked really crisp. There was a lot of different change of tempos in their play as well, which is something that I praise them on Dust 2. You look over to Mirage, and I think Vincent and Mark both mentioned at times that mid just was like fundamentally not working. And it felt like for 9Z, there wasn't a plan B, which sometimes you can look at that and be like, okay, this is a map that, like this is evidently a map that I think we can agree that 9Z are not the best on, and Bestia should be better than them on this. But the systemic breakdown for me and how kind of like badly it all fell apart for 9Z is worrying. And then you bring that into the fact that they're not playing against Thompson and they're actually playing against Yotag, who also went 11-5, by the way, 50 ADR. So you're playing kind of like a 4 versus 5. But as you fair, Max and Martinez kind of crap the bed as well. But like, you're playing against a stand-in who's 19 years old, doesn't really have much experience, and you have, like, fundamentally, you're playing a better game of Counter-Strike, and yet it just all falls apart is super, super worrying for me in not only this series, but the grander picture. Like I was saying for 9Z, that especially if they're going to play against Imperial in the semi-finals, I'm expecting that a team to look like they're ready to play against Imperial. This is the game, this is the series of a point to prove. And right now, I have no idea what to think. Because when I look at Bestia in this series, map 1, like, Jesus, enough said. Done, and like, what was that? And then even on Mirage, would it have been won if Kaysen had not only got a 1 versus 2, but alongside Luchov being the main reason why those Deagle rounds are won? Obviously, Timo stepped up massively in the second half, as we mentioned, but Kaysen was like basically the main reason why that game was won. And like, especially the first like 15 to 20 rounds, literally every round, if we still had RWS, his would be insane. Because the rounds he was doing well in were the rounds they were winning. He was having massive impact, and he was causing just direct game like rounds to be won, especially alongside Luchov. I think Luchov cooled down a little bit, but like genuinely a crazy performance from Kaysen. And at the end, there was a comparison being drawn between Kaysen and Martinez from Vincent and Mark. And yeah, like Martinez had a pretty good start. I think he had like some flashes of brilliance in the opening few rounds with the AWP, but then not only was he struggling, he had to have the 8OP out because they were losing so many of these stupid rounds, and because even when they were winning rounds, they weren't saving anyone. Kaysen was doing it on a rifle as well. Like, you know, we can't sit here and say it not for all 24 rounds, but Kaysen was the only reason they won their only round on Dust 2, and he's basically the only reason why they won Mirage. So especially with Pomazin coming back into this game for the third map. He's back, by the way, guys. Jotag is going to be, he's off. Jotag's come. He served his purpose. Didn't have a great game, truth be told. unfortunately, but you know, he tried his best. Thomason's back in. He's got his electricity sorted. So you've got Kaysen who's firing on like all cylinders, and Thomason who's probably got a point to prove and is like really eager to be successful in this match. I'm worried for 9Z because it's honestly an absolute shutdown for them on Mirage. They played like the better team, and yet you have Max losing 10 opening kills. Max, he died first 10 times in a game. Do you know how impressive that is? Like that do you know how hard that is to do? Like, that's actually impressive to be the first player to die 10 times. It's actually nuts, by the way. Like that's impressively bad. And it's also like the penultimate round, dude just like walks out top mid. Okay, he gets spammed, but I remember watching it, just be like, what are you doing, dude? Like, what are you actually, what was the game plan there? And I don't know, like 9Z, super disappointing. And I don't understand how they lost Mirage. They were fundamentally the better team, and I just kept on seeing the rounds tick in favor of Bestia. And sure, okay, yeah, like 9Z couldn't do a mid default. All of their players kind of started sucking a little bit, and Kaysen dropped 30 kills with 110 ADR. Like, that's probably the reason why they lost. But I'm just kind of sat here marveling, like, they had everything exactly where they wanted, and they just fumbled it completely. Next up, our deciding map is Nuke. This was from the outset described as an absolute barn buster. This was a game that was set out to be a point to prove matchup, with Nuke as a perfect decider to distinguish these two great teams. This is a very even map for both teams, and right now I honestly have no idea where to place this, because 9Z I would assume are the better team, and they have shown this series. But the end of Mirage is so disappointing to me. And Bestia, they've been given a lifeline, a massive lifeline. They've got their like star player back. That's going to massively improve their ability to win this. And if Kaysen can continue playing the way he is, I've got my money on Bestia. But with that in mind, we're going to be throwing it to a short break. And hopefully Max isn't the first player to die 10 times in map 3.
A nuke decider, Vincent? I don't think they could have served it up better for us. Here, 9Z and Bestia, one of our most heated quarterfinals that we have had on the stint here this afternoon. It's our third. Imperial, got to see one of these teams walking out of it, and maybe quick into the conversation. We're already going out onto this A site, and Noxy from the back of it has a great stint. Here's Thomason back into the server for the Academy player that did his best to serve up this map 3. Vincent Bomb going down on Luke's hands.
Oh, that timing on Case and that swing out is so massive, and it's what lets Bestia right back in. That's devastating. That smoke actually just barely covered Kaysen enough so that Martinez didn't see him there at door. That's ridiculous. And it's a round that, honestly, 9Z had all the fixings to a victory that's pulled back, stolen away. And that is exactly the line that I want to hit coming into this. Bestia stole Mirage away from 9Z. That's what Freddy was teeing up. That's what I would like to describe it as. Now Bestia looking to steal the whole damn series.
Both teams, I mean, seem pretty bulletproof in terms of winning percentage on it. We got to watch this 9Z Flamengo nuke just a couple of days ago, and it was sharp, you know, from that stint out there, Vincent. It was a good rain that, you know, 9Z put down. But as Freddy, you know, touched on it just as the beginning to the, as he was getting on in his first stint right there, I believe he put it as the bare minimum that they should be putting that down, right? Those clean wins on those picks, getting that down. So I think it's a good expectation here. It's who's getting on with the energy up to begin. It's a buy back to try and, I think, get back on that catalog here for 9Z as it's very active outside, and we're going to need to see the Dust 2 Lucan that we know and love fighting out here, and he does have respect, but it's Wassout Peak. We want to see the best of him so far, and he already is cooking up to have a great series here. The rest is out in lower, but Bestia, they should be back on top of this at least.
You would think that, but there's a lot of space to work with. Wassout taking a very long time, though, to get these numbers punched in. Martinez takes a little bit of an active duel. Out the single door comes Thomas in, and unfortunately, it's a dynamic duo. It's Wassout and Martinez, one that is absolutely deadly. A little bit disparate there are the two Bestia members, both trying to catch a timing, and both failing to do so. This is Lucan. It's the single rifle, and he's the one-man army that they needed out in yard. He pulls both 2 kills and 3 bodies that are trying to deal with him that entire time. Wassout dealing with the ramp side of that. It's 2 deadly individuals on either side. And why wouldn't you? It's Bestia's force buys on Mirage that basically, I would say, won them that map, you know, in addition to Kaysen's 1v2s. It's those 3 force buy victories, and then those 2 1v2 rounds.
Oh,
that's what changed the game.
Cashing in. That's going to be a good stint. I'm remembering that one round from Dust 2. That triple on the 5-7. It's actually Kaysen, the only standing MP9 member right now around this corner and trying to get the timing off, but it's a no head armor, and it's going to be just cracked down by 9Z. Sight in their hands, Noxy and Timo may decide to save this armor. We'll see how aggressive they do decide to grab.
This has happened like a couple of times, man. There's just some miscommunications happening for 9Z about getting this bomb down and like in a timely fashion. It's happened there once again where, you know, it doesn't matter this time, but you know, basically somebody drops the bomb in order to take a little bit more space, and like it comes down to, you know, nobody quite getting that communication. So I don't know, it's something to kind of look towards. That happened a couple of times on Mirage as well. Made life very difficult. Doesn't matter this time. Yeah, Bestia. The fact that they're in a map 3 of this series, I think, is incredible. They are by far, kind of to tack onto what Freddy was saying, by far the worst team in this best of 3. And they won a map.
Currently living on a prayer right now. USP's on that other end. And it may just drop to a 3rd against them, but at that moment, I mean, it was a waxing on that Dust 2. I think, you know, when we ripped into Freddy's segment, he said, "Oh, did Bestia win that map?" Yeah, that's the audience feeling that it's perfectly nailed on the head.
This is a kind of a tough situation for Thomasin, actually. I want to give it a little bit more time on this eco round, and that is the fact that, man, like, obviously it's better for him to be in the server right now than to have Jotag.
Lucan is insane.
USPs. Okay, Mark, USPs.
You see the way he's gaming right now. You see the way that's going off. That is not what you want to feed the beast with. You're getting the dog excited, Vincent. This is not exactly how you want to get on this stint, but yes, continue, because I think you're making an excellent point.
Yeah, I think it's kind of tough, you know, after the stress of like trying to figure out the situation, not being able to do anything, and just like kind of sitting and waiting. You're not going to be feeling the way that this series has been going. Like, and not to mention, I don't know how long ago he got power back, but he might be cold as well, which like is very frustrating. So I think that could be a limitation, some difficulty there for Thomasin, even though we've set high expectations for him on the comeback in the third map of the series.
Maybe in a spiritual sense. If he lost power, maybe he lost air conditioning as well. So it's summertime, baby.
Okay.
You feel that. You feel that. Down the platter. Lucha Long into the stint point blank by Max. And now it's a bit of a rumbling down below. And, I mean, 9Z are set up perfectly here to try and, you know, catch a bit of the rotations. But, you know, in a certain part of the rotations you get down for BESTIA, they may be wishing they had the numbers on the site. We'll see how exactly that is organized. It's going to be all to the ramp right now.
That's right. I'm going to take it and probably keep moving with this thing. Matter of time for BESTIA. By the way, winter did just begin in Argentina, just for the record.
But yo, that is facts. That's facts, though. That's facts.
Sorry. I only did it because I thought it would be funny.
I would like hit you with the stinking nerd line, but like I actually appreciate that knowledge.
If you're, well,
so yeah,
probably
maybe
no one
it's cold.
It's early in the winter. It just started.
Maybe I should
like,
hashtag get educated.
Yeah, maybe on that one. 4-1. 9Z certainly look educated about Nuke though, and BESTIA pulling off a attack pause. Excuse me. Onto this one. Unlikely to be able to buy too much out of this, though those deagles are within reach. So be careful.
Sheesh.
It's like the most devastating weapon. I think even if you like looked at the stats, that probably like the second most kills were with a deagle for BESTIA on Mirage. Yeah, twice over.
They're really hashing it out right now. What do you think the conversation is?
I don't know. I think for me right now, 9Z haven't had to really dive deep into their strat book. I think for BESTIA, it should just be a matter of talking over how to reinforce their own CT side. Maybe the bigger issue at hand is just some of the individuals not showing up, like what happened on Dust, but they will rustle up whatever they can afford. Includes a scout for Kaysen. That's MG for Thomasin.
Good to have him back. All things considered. On this third map. Not a better time to show up, I would certainly say. BESTIA on these deagles now. You served them up to be quite sweet, Vincent. We'll see type of scoop they're trying to hand out here. Nobody so above this smoke from heaven. They know what's coming. Lucha predicts this smoke all the way through, and I mean that's going to be pretty good timing on it.
Right now, a little bit of a pause being called here in the middle of a round. 9Z, they have themselves a good look. What's Max doing? Bro, we're not on land, dude. Did you see that?
Bro thinks he's still in the subway station, Vinny.
Yeah, don't know that he could hear much else in the subway station.
Train goes by, your monitor like flies off of the desk. They had to have had them nailed down, man.
Yeah.
This shot right up. Thomason trying to throw his body at the problem. Somebody's got to get aggro here. And what, it's Kaysen back at the site with the scout. It's going to be dunked on. A brutal end to that. And it may be a similar feat for the IGL. He's being burnt back. Timo with quite a headshot. This opens up a catalog from Hut. But with that door closed, it's really telegraphed for wherever Timo decides to fight. But telegraph not the problem. Just got to hit the shots. 1v1 served up, and Max, he wants to hold on to a lead, but it is Timo that continues to turn up the temperature. That comes back from his wheelhouse of ramp. It is a great second round that BESTIA put up on the board. A 4K for the newest member that came over from Velox a couple months ago.
Yeah, I mean, that's fantastic. And it's beautiful even beyond that because of the fact that BESTIA were kind of half invested to that round. I actually was a big fan of how 9Z handled the tactical side of that. They almost just waited themselves out. Like, they got all of the basic space on T side that you would want. They got down secret. They had yard. They had lobby. They had, you know, some semblance of ramp as well. And then they just sat there and waited for BESTIA to make the next move because, you know, figured that they're probably going to look for some information. That did happen. But it's thanks to Timo, who, you know, stays with it the whole damn time and best Max in the 1v1. They come out with the victory.
Really giving it the emphasis outside right now. Luchov trying to fade within that smoke is going to come out successfully. Continuing to fight here onto Mini. BESTIA been exactly ramping the course. Haven't had every tool in the shed to fight back outside, but now Noxu, the sharpest, out from Unbreakable. Adam S all alone on the island in a 1v5. He is going to be netted up himself. It is BESTIA with a great CT side look, not a casualty in sight.
It's a really interesting round from 9Z. They basically, like, the strat there, if you want to call it that, is like, let's search for timings in yard. Let's try to find something there. It just kind of doesn't work. And the only other positioning that 9Z had that round was Lucan, who was quite deep over into the door position. But he's often very good there. But if he struggles, if Thomason starts to get heated up, that's the opening duel that Thomason won to give BESTIA the early lead in that last round. A couple of points to keep in mind and look at as we move forward. Proactive change for BESTIA as Luchov is instead gone over into secret itself. They don't want to become readable. 9Z have gathered a lot of information on how BESTIA play yard over the last 2 rounds.
Big round calling wise up for Max, and has a great shot back onto Luchov, who just put out so much. For Mini, early rotation is now going to be down a member. BESTIA, 50 seconds to go, and readying themselves on this A side. Here's Thomason down to 16 health, doing great work staying alive at the Nitro wall and getting such an important kill as this comes along. Kaysen was about to go down the ladder, has made a decision to come back up top, and Kaysen ready for this, but still going to be decked by WASLP, who's continuing to turn this up. And Noxy, what a find, literally sees the top of the head and rips it off. A 3v3 right here, and now this was exactly the linchpin to go. They were waiting for it to come up heaven. Thomason takes that next step. Vincent, this is where it comes to get fried. Timo online. He's 9-4. I have never seen this young man in this form.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. I actually have, and it's Timo who kind of came into BESTIA with this type of form in a position where I really didn't understand it at the time. I feel like we've seen the cool-off factor for sure.
Boy found a gem.
But I mean, he's had plenty of time to kind of learn and figure that one out, I'll say.
Am I wrong?
Not at all. But I will say this for BESTIA, a masterclass of rotations in that last round. Really smart, further, first anticipation. A lot of talk about Max and some of his struggles in the opening duels. He delivered an opening victory in that round, and they still lost it. Another change up curveball outside for 9Z.
shoulder onto Luchov, and where is the full pitch? It comes out of the other end of the Romanians' AK right here. It's never quite came through many like that. Thomason needs to exactly match the energy. Kaysen with the investigation in the hut, and Lukin, he's going to be cutting that first down back turn. Now has, and jumping Thomason into the arms. Now this is going to be taxing for the A site, but they can't find this awaiting member that has just gone around the corner into hut. It's all a timing to when they could potentially find Noxie. It's Timo with a back turn to heaven right now that could also be caught, but now it's Timo versus the world.
Yeah, unfortunately, Bestia just like have no information at this point of where they could be. Hold on a second. Timo's found a little bit of an angle. Lucan's separated.
Timo 1v4.
A little less low. Adam S is up above, and I mean this is nearly unwinnable with the time now, but
no kit, yeah.
They were so separated. I was seeing the vision.
Oh, goodness gracious. Talking about getting heated, talk about where it's going to come through from Adam S. It was, during our conversation in the pregame that I like to, point out for, some guys, we can't all, exactly be in the positions of guys like Thomason, who when he has a really good game in the positions that he does play, I mean, that's going to show up in the catalog. Adam S, plays different spots than that, right? Adam S is a guy that's going to get 1 or 2 kills just like he did, gets that big rip into mini and finds that on the fadeaway. It's not exactly going to stick its nose out in the scoreboard, but, when we watch it and we give the eye test right here, Vincent, I mean, that's why we praise players like Adam S so much.
I'll tell you what, Tom isn't actually in some of those tougher roles right as well, and I think that's why it's sometimes so impressive. Speaking of him in particular, bro, he gapped Lucan for 3 rounds straight there on door, and it's Lucan who actually has a little bit of a resurgence towards Hut that actually is a big difference maker for 9Z in that last round. He gets a double up.
I'm writing a letter to Max right now.
Okay.
It's saying, please take Lucan out of lobby and put him back outside. Signed, Vincent Cass first, and then because if this goes wrong, the blame's on you.
Interesting. I don't know. I don't know about that.
It may not get there in time.
Maybe
Maybe
a first-class postage.
Very confusing letter. By the time it reaches Brazil. Nice shot out by Kaysen onto Adam S. With no utility right now, Bestia got to stand up in the spots they are. Thompson got to be a next couple of confident steps out of Nitro Wall, but he finds nothing. Kaysen here, back of the site. He was toting this angle before with the scout and was actually pretty successful. You're done. You're dusted, Lucan, for even giving that a chance. It's Martinez 1v4 with 55 to potentially see to his life. Where does the Spaniard C2 next?
Into death. It's a quick one at that. Kaysen, 3 kills in this round. I think that you really could make an argument, and probably I would have at the beginning of this this show. I didn't quite have the time to do it, but I was going to mention how I think Kaysen needed to have a good series because of how solid Martinez is as an AWP player. But bro, Martinez has had almost 0 ops, it feels like, over the last app and a half.
Gotta be able to get the funds to see into that scope. Like I always say, Vincent, a campaign runs on dollars. You gotta get that down, so why not open the door with the Galil? He does certainly in this round. It's wide open on ramp, and it's a quick stab back. Adam S in a similar scene, but Kaysen's still on it. But getting those rotations, one after another, Noxie in the mix. It's Bestia staying active to help out.
I mean, Bestia's rotations have been actually phenomenal. They've been very, very active at getting themselves into the right positions. And it's particularly, with understanding of even some of these rounds that 9Z have gotten down into secret too. They've been very effective. I'm very impressed with that. Kaysen, how about another one? 3K possible. And he will put the finishing touches on that. Triple kills in back-to-back rounds. The op dominates, but 9Z, it is important, Mark. 5 rounds already on a T-half for Nuke is not bad at all.
No, it is not. I think, though, that, when they had that, really great start, And then you really, to be honest, did not see a whole lot of nuance. I feel like, you know, beyond exactly where they were trying to be dynamic with those 3 smokes. It was, you know, really predictable for BESTIA to be able to play within this. And I feel like they're the team that's currently burning brighter. Currently with the set that they do have, I think 9Z could eventually get a gallop to get BESTIA off guard. But, I mean, now trying to walk these pistols down into lower B. Hopefully the spams don't take one of them out. Lucan with a really good find right here. And he's going to put the vent on lock. So that's the first step. But doing that, it makes the rotations come faster. Both of these players are going to be here. But that may actually work out right now. Get these kills done early. And Kaysen, he's going to try and shine through and actually does land up a really good spam, Vinny.
Bro, get the bomb down, man. I just feel like there's...
nobody else came through with it.
Yeah, I don't understand. This is the situation that I highlighted right at the beginning of the map here for 9Z. A couple of times, it's their scaling. Once they're like halfway towards the site, and when they try to get there, then it's so questionable. And it's going to be the end of the day there. The biggest problem for them this round. Kaysen toying with that one, but Luchov takes the final victory. 7 for BESTIA. And a puzzler for 9Z on the final round of the T side. I just don't understand why they're not scaling together. Just doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, that's a miscomm. That's a chaos within the VC.
It's just happened a bunch.
Getting lit up right now.
Mirage as well.
We're going to make sure we are on the same page of that damn textbook, Vinny. But now they get to, I feel like, at the easier end of it. I mean, dude, it's only been BESTIA to take this one pistol, right? For that, shooting 100% in that series, at least on our second map. And with a chance to potentially, you know, really grasp a little bit of financial kind of, you know, domination to begin, to where you can kind of get yourself falling even on, you know, a bit of a worser half, and, you know, where that can come to actually bargain with you.
Well, and I want to, you know, contextualize quote a worser half here for 9Z as well. Like 5 rounds is still great for them to be working with. This is not something I'm too worried about right this moment.
It feels like they were just as confident, right? Like ripping in to get those after the pistol is won by BESTIA. It's like, where did that farm go?
And I think it can be chalked up to BESTIA having a good performance here. I think the turn up there from Thomason, I talked about it a couple of times, but that duel between he and Lucan.
Oh, my gosh.
Over on door, like that's a very important back and forth. And in a couple of these rounds, 9Z just slightly lost, not like entirely lost, but like that one right there, round 7, one where I think likely Freddy's gonna have some opinions.
Always love to get those after, but I think we may be trotting along kind of quickly out of this nuke, no matter how it ends. We'll get a brief stint back into Freddy and his thoughts, and we'll get into our next BO3. Kaysen ripping open the second half. That's that P250 that was so damn hot to remember in that second to go. That's it, kicking out that door immediately. Hinge is gone.
Yeah, and it's Martinez that goes down. Another moment where that head-to-head, you know, we didn't necessarily get to talk about comes flying at you fast. BESTIA kind of have their pick of their litter. Where do they want to go now? Lucan isolated. Reaction is going to be to head out towards ramp after Luchov falls.
Fight a brick wall here. Inside of J Hall, Lucan snapping to these heads. It's been consistent all damn day. Don't waste a performance like this. Lucan has a triple out here. It seems like the grill is hot here to go into the second half. Quite a sear they have already made on the BESTIA.
Yeah, I mean, 19. That's 5 out of 6 pistols that they now have. So a stunning stat line for a best-of-3 series. Not going to stop BESTIA. Hasn't done in any of these previous maps either. Pistol losses. They still go for these force buys. And sure, not quite what it would have been if they got a bomb plant, but lacking that, they'll still go pistols and armor. Still take Tech 9s for the majority. feel like if this was the move, I would expect the Deagles, but second set of smokes to get across goes in. It's mostly uncontested. Bestia get down onto the bottom side.
BBTM, Vinny. Could be the move. Could be the move. There's Tech9's right outside. There's that flash right up into the grates, and it's going to be a complicated spray out here for Max. Better make sure those are on tight. Has to run away pretty quick, and at this distance, at this range, it should be maintained quite well. That FAMAS keeps going back to it, but that smoke out, you could see the potential. I think just safety for a bomb plant not happening today, and this is 9Z really getting a good look in here. No bomb plant is really going to do the worst to Bestia.
Yeah, Will, I tell you, 9Z are very fortunate that this doesn't go wrong. Some really rough sprays there from the MP9 of Max. Like, had some pretty awesome opportunities that just fall by the wayside. Could have gotten complicated because of that. Thankfully, not the case. All right. This is a move, I guess. Bestia put their trust into Thomason. Hero AK. Around where they have a few Deagles as well. Try to toss those around, a little bit of utility. Maybe add to the spice.
And now a pistol pulled for Lucan. Probably the only thing that can stop him is his own devices. Out of bullets. Thompson going to be leading his team down below, and it was just a FAMAS out from the Spaniard, now into the hands of the IGL that caused the problem at lower just in the previous round. The man that holds the bomb literally is a Glock in his hand, trying to defend yourself against this. Max has a little bit of security, has a problem up top, but it's Kaysen that is going to have to come for the 1v3 clutch. Here at this point, he could potentially find these heads off guard, just have to punish them, but there's not enough bullets, again, to be found here on this CT side. To be roped back in, it is 9Z that rather take this 3 in a row to start the half.
Yeah, but it's not a real big sacrifice to get that AK out to, you know, have a chance to do more damage. Damage that that Bestia did successfully have against 9Z there. And so the only big sacrifice is going to be the firepower there for Thomason. They get lots of utility as well.
Sprinting at Lucan. Yeah, man, not today. Not today, Houdini. You cannot disappear into that smoke. It's going to be quickly, and it's going to be the red carpet laid out for Bestia into this lower sight. A bone in 9Z's body is going to tell him that not even worth attempting this.
No, not at all. Like the call from Noxy, trying to, you know, continue to put pressure on to Lucan, who we've talked about as a huge factor for this whole best of 3. Well, you know, frustrate him a little bit, make it difficult for him to kind of build back into that confidence that we've been talking about. Tested and removed, and you put Thomason up at the forefront. He's got the SMG. And as you highlight, 9Z called the safe. Martinez thinking, man, I finally got an op. Can I please use it? Pretty please?
No, you may not.
Not allowed.
To want to teleport to J Hall and help Lucan out. You're ready to the back ramp. Look at us. Only Noxy that have that 3 health they can offer them. We're healthy enough to be here. And confident enough to be where they are. To be honest with you, Vincent, I don't think I should be surprised at the time at which we are looking out from a 13-1 to then a 13-11. We should have seen that turnaround. I think every single stint of the South American events that we have worked in this new season have been unpredictable, to say the least.
Very much so. The one thing that probably can be predicted was this Nuke being a barn burner.
Yes, correct.
Like we've been highlighting, a little tech here, it looks like both these teams come into this Nuke with a 100% win rate over the last 3 months. And some big wins on both sides. You know, Sharks able to beat, or sorry, Bestia able to beat Sharks on this map. That's a favorite for Sharks. And then it's, you know, Imperial that 9Z beat on this map. It's the beginning of May. So, like, and, you know, that's another one Imperial very much like. So, some heavy victories. But I would say that 9Z look looking better in those victories. If I had to pick a side.
Get a chance to check out that ODDIK Red Canids series this morning. A tough one for the Canids fans again. It's 2 back-to-back 13-11s that they lost.
Yeah, I'm no longer a Red Canids fan.
Wow, he's pulling in the towel. What is
I
Poncer
am.
gonna do now? What is Poncer gonna do? Him specifically.
Yeah, why him specifically?
I just felt like it. He's a man
Fair
that's on
enough.
the up and up and would love to see that go. And it's been a good move for them. Jokes aside.
It's true. NMS very active.
Hmm? Max gets that versus Luchov. Elsewhere,
No.
Peak is going to have to be so active. This is a Hut player seeing onto so much room here. No Molotov up top and going to be able to cause so much distraction. All of a sudden, it's all left to Thomasine alone. And now just going to be clowned outside of the vent. It is 9Z with 4 players alive that are going to be ripping back to a 9th. Is seen into ramp and then ramp again. Tested back into lobby. That's a gimme that Max gets. And then this rotation back by the Spaniard. You were commenting that, you know, is Martinez that really has not been able to use the AWP. I mean, still really hasn't. That's like the one opportunity he's had to take a shot and he nails it.
Yeah, and you know, Max under a lot of scrutiny after the last map, some of his struggles. Well, you know, that's now a couple of times that he's been able to pick up some opening duels, some successes in that scenario. Good for him, good for, you know, the build up. Where'd the bullet go? Martinez looked locked on, and what an adjustment. Timo might have had the surprise factor. Kaysen doesn't allow his escape.
Be this meetup here into lockers, and it's Luchov that puts Lukin away. That head-to-head has been deadly, but dominated by one man. Finally, you're going to be just flipping it onto its head, closing that back door. Nothing to flank through secret. Max here stands strong in a flash that is going to try and tee him up, but it does for success. 21 HP. Max fades away, and it's all kinds of time that he has bought here under the site. But gone, kicked out. He has been regulated from it. And now the Romanian, to just chalk up a clutch right now, Vincent, needs to.
I mean, Max gives him a chance. Spotted on the first. Is he going to anticipate it? Stick around here in heaven. Well, he makes it easy. There's a smoke for the bomb as well. He got the look, and he knows what's up. I'd have messed with a 1v2. A big victory for 9Z. A breath of fresh air, it feels like, as 9Z couldn't win a clutch on Mirage. Now they've got one here on Nuke.
And it's one that we may look back at a game, third map like this, and go, this was the round. This was it right here. Max to see him up for a clutch like that, a multi that he was not favored in. It was a 2 versus 4. And Bestia are meant to put out rounds like that.
Oh
Did
my.
Kaysen just get right-clicked and T-spawn?
Yeah, I think he did.
Bruh.
It's a lot of damage for the right click. Normally it's like just over 50.
That looks proper to me. I right-click my teammates quite often.
You do
on
do
purpose.
that, actually. It's true. Adam S has heard that run, though, surely. He's kind of in trouble, actually. If they're careful...
I'm not sure that he saw the member that was creeping above.
Definitely don't think he did.
Luchov has gotten here quite fast. This could be
Scary.
I was about to say scenes were an A hit, but it's like, yeah, we're all running out Hut dry. And now we're running out ramp dry into Lukin, who is going to tease them back. Now, at least for this stint, they're going to try and just go on the dynamic timing. But last out peak drops to the back of the site. Luchov with that pepper motion back, and he's got that good. It just depends on where this bomb plant goes and where Kaysen remains. And at the back of this bomb site, it's going to be the spray that connects. And it is all the way plugged in for an 11th here on 9Z. And the bank is going to be broken for Bestia.
Yeah, that's, you know, I talked about good rotations the BESTIA had on their CT side. This is really intelligent from 9Z. They basically give A at the beginning of that round, not the beginning, more the middle stages of that round. And, you know, as much as that was a fantastic position down the vent to get early on, it almost doesn't matter because of how 9Z, you know, just look to take back ramp control. And then as they do that, they get that, and they arrive back onto the A site in time to play defense. So they almost don't need to, like, commit those bodies to A for as long. Everything moving all at once throughout that round for 9Z. Starting to run away with things, Mark.
Well, if you're a fan of that sprint, we'll get excited because these pistols, these Galils, they're going to be off to a pace. Martinez, though, plucks one right out, and I mean, that may feel like they are even locked out. I mean, in a 4 versus 2, that's going to be the grasp here. Knowing that this could be a time to slip up onto their backs, I think BESTIA will take the safer route. Wrap themselves in this bubble, Vinny. They are not getting hurt here, holding on to these guns. They will bunker down.
That's a good call. I mean, the money is pretty complex right now for 9Z. As much as they've had a few wins in a row, they've been close. It's that ADMS clutch. It's that last round where it comes down to 2 survivors. Not been a lot of time to build up economically. And even this, I mean, there's a decent buy in here, but it includes mini MP9s. So I think this is the right decision. Get in with what they can. Max having a fantastic CT side right now. With Martinez standing up and maintaining his AWP. Look to him. Try and facilitate something a little bit more.
We're getting it right down back to A, and ADMS, what a spam, but this to all be turned right into BESTIA's grasp. But what is this? Luke and Max, great finds as they were pushing the envelope in through lobby. This time it's going to be a bit more within the stance now that Kaysen is going to be ripping back. They can hear this from inside. I mean, this is going to be brutal back. But what the hell is the timing here? Oh my gosh. 99 times. That would be just bottled up and completed. This is the one that is going to provide Kaysen and Avenue down to B.
Both still topside. 9Z not really ready for this. Not sure why Noxy is separating with the bomb here. There's 50 seconds, and I guess that I get my answer. I just don't want to make this obvious. Prepared to go A instead, and now 9Z, they're gambled. This is just going to be A. It's going to pay off big time.
You can jump, you can fade away, but it's still Martinez that should make you pay. You're going to get past the ticket booth. Not here, but it's finally grass. You got to know that HP is low, and you got to know there's no time to think. Kaysen just flicks over. It's automatic. He just let his instincts do the job for him. It's those instincts that pull BESTIA to double digits, Vincent.
How can 9Z make so many good decisions in a row and then make such boneheaded ones? 9Z, excuse me. Martinez, I just can't fathom why there's a need to be swinging there. Your teammate is flanking. You're low. I just don't get it. I can't defend it. I simply cannot, Mark. That decision from Martinez really making it very difficult for 9Z.
Stacked up in the... I'm working. Stacked up in the ramp. That's it down. Here goes that flash out of the huts, and now they're going to be pouring this out onto the A site. It's Noxy that is leading this spear and is just a little bit cautious about it. They're going to make sure that the stack is going to be not here where it's predicted. And they get this bomb down. It's clean. Kevlar out for Adamas and Lucan. I was about to suggest that you're probably going to see them out of this, but there's Adamas out, and there goes Lucan under the microscope as well. Bestia have a tied game here at the end of their third map.
I mean, just a really incredible series that Kaysen is playing right now. This is a team effort, though. The anti-eco keep it very clean. Yeah, 9Z. Some head scratchers. A couple times over this map that we've been talking about. One happens at the worst possible moment. They could have put the finishing touches on a map point, a series point, or 3. Now they're fighting around 23. Bestia gonna get across. Their job down into secret, uncontested.
Our second map, go all 24. Now to get us there, we are all seeing to get to the course of who is going to be pulling through right now. A Molotov, a double flash that Bestia have to work, and the brute force behind this into one man. The other Argentinian in the server. It's Lucan that's looking back on the other side. The AUNS that is primed for the taking. Out, I guess, by Tabazin. It's a great headshot in the cleanest kill that he has had back in this series. But Bestia, they pace this one out, waiting for the rotations. They want another stint to go. It's a rotation down by the Romanian. And with 45, how do Bestia engineer this? They have all the time. They have all the space. But where are they to go?
They're calling the bluff. They stay stacked up here towards A. This is very scary. Oh my lord! Kaysen, it's a no-scope to get in here, and it's a 3-man swing. It's a crunch from 3 different angles, from heaven as well. Adamas, a 1v4 that now is cut to 3.
The pressure situation. Not biting off more than they can chew, Bestia. They had to feel this round out for 9Z. See exactly the stint that they were bringing, the vibe of that CT front. And it was just clean there to go. Heroics by Kaysen. Above 25 frags in both of these last maps is having a masterclass. And now to try and punch his ticket to another series in a semifinal, it's going to be Bestia that gets to do it first. 9Z are going to require overtime to stay alive here in Series 1.
Yeah, they don't even get to save the AK. They don't get to save anything. 9Z, I mean, this is about to go down. It's just a horrific loss for them. What a ridiculous no-scope. And that's a round for 9Z where they had all 3 players on the upper bomb site. Bestia are walking in, and yeah, it's a good take. Like, they have like 3 different angles of attack. 4, actually, if you count Heaven as well. So, you know, credit to Bestia for that, but man.
May go quick for it. Lucan gets a good chance to go and actually be able to uphold what they want on these SMGs, but it's nothing. Nothing that's going to stick here. Bestia have stuck together through thick and thin. Obviously, you know the story of the last month, but not many know the story of the last week. A hectic placement that they had through their last playoff race in a grand finals, and a grand finals that went 60 maps, 60 rounds in their first map. Lost it close in 24 in overtime. You're wondering when there's going to be a little bit of sun back into sunny Argentina. Here for the Bestia camp, it's going to come in the quarterfinal. And I don't think they're going to be wanting to let this go. Bestia are just going to be on the brink of a date with Imperial here, Vincent. Unless Hasselpeak has got something else. But, I mean, track through the smoke. They may just get it done.
The HP is so low. There's not much really to think about. Boss out. He'll give it his best shot, but I don't think it's going to be very good. Look at the setup as well. 180 degrees away. And Luchomp puts it to bed, puts the finishing touches on Bestia's semifinal berth. The quarters are done, and they make their way back. Reverse sweep 13-1 over on Dust 2, but Mirage and Nuke are theirs. The whole thing required. But they do make it through.
Certainly do. And it's in great standing as well. It's a nightmare out for 9Z to start off today blazing through a 13-1, 2 13-11s back-to-back. Freddie, how do you face into a result like that now is going to sit with you?
Man, what an incredible troll by 9Z. Like, that whole series is just such a troll. Like, it's crazy as well, because I think we can be in agreement that the literal reason why 9Z lost that map was because of also the Tech 9s. It was because of that Tech 9 round down towards B. To me, it's like, that's so many low buy rounds they lost. They were fundamentally a better team by BESTIA, but it was these like stupid little rounds that always kept on getting them slip up. Like, I think you said it was at the end of that first half, that like weird round where they went down B, and then just like I think Vincent, you were like, oh, Freddie's gonna love it, and I actually had to watch it back on the YouTube stream to be like, what is going on? Like, what were they doing? But yeah, I don't know, guys, but I think we're both in agreement. We're all in agreement. I would assume that it's like BESTIA lucky to get away with that one, right?
I mean, I wouldn't call it lucky. I think, you know, you could definitely put it that way, but bro, I think you really got to highlight Case in here. I mean, he's dropped what, probably 60 frags between the last, you know, 2 maps of this series.
Stupid result.
Like he deserves a lot of credit. It's the multi-frag that he provided. You know, yes, 9Z part of that, but you know, they're not here without Case.
And even the clutches that he had on Mirage too. I mean, those back-to-back 1v2s. He was doing it on the rifle. A guy that was really heating up. But I think, you know, a guy that may have actually disappeared kind of in the end of Nuke, but was a guy that, you know, really prompted BESTIA for the reason to, you know, get going was Timo. And really burning off hot there to start was, I think, pretty encouraging. I think Luchov ended up finding a bit more identity in that back line, but I think finishing out, it was 27 for Kaysen on that final map. Freddie, I think on Mirage, it was 30.
Yeah, I think it was exactly 30. And even on map 1 as well, right? Like, he had 14 kills and the next person had 4 kills. Yeah. So, Kaysen, and it was also the one round, like, this is what I was making the joke of, like, the RWS. But, like, his one... The one round on Dusty they won was because he got a 4K hold with the 5-7, and then you look over at Mirage, and it was the 1v2s that you were saying about. It was also, if you look back at all those like Deagle rounds that they won, he either got 2 or just 8 kills. Like, he was always getting kills in these rounds they were winning, and then boom, you head over to Nuke, and it's the exact same like sentiment. And we've spoken about the clutches, and it's like, hey, he got a super important 1 versus 2 in like the kind of the final third of the game, which was also horrifically played by 9Z. But it was more so the fact that like Kaysen, you know, clutches, opening kills, just general support into the rounds. This BESTIA wouldn't even be remotely in this conversation if it wasn't for Kaysen.
Yeah, and I don't think there's anyone even close to like the level of impact across either side that like you could even start to talk about either. I am blown away though. You know, to go back from what we're talking about here in positives to some negatives. I mean, 9Z, like, this needs to be studied. I genuinely just devastating. Like, this round, bro, what is he doing? Man,
like, what is he doing? I wish you guys had me unmuted because I literally went, what are you doing?
Yeah.
I mean, this is just like one of those tough times where, you know, you can make a mistake, but bro, like, it's such a critical round, and every time one of those mistakes came through, it was at a time where 9Z are broke in the next round, and BESTIA can like close the distance, start to claw things back. It's a combination of that Kaysen incredible game, you know, 2 maps in a row, and then the 9Z just, I don't even know what to call it other than silliness.
It's really like it's like just a coordinated kind of choke along with it, because like I think the point of like where it actually is the most disappointing is like I think the supporting cast did step up. It was kind of a tough day for Martinez, but he never really disappeared, right? I think it was really good stuff out from Adam S at times. Lucan was untouchable at ramp for, you know, 75% of the game, you know, like it's really tough for me to like walk out and talk about this, because even Wassail Peak, even on Dust 2, was like great because I honestly think that if, you know, they're the team headed versus Imperial tomorrow, they probably are at some point the better team in this series altogether. You know, I don't think that's too out of a take.
Yeah, I think, to be honest, you're kind of bang on the money of, like, you look at a series like this and it's like, okay, there's no one individual for 9Z, and like maybe Max on the second map, but you know, he kind of made up for it on Nuke, I think, in part. Yeah, sorry, like I'm really kicking that boy while he's down. But
quite
like,
a stat.
yeah, I actually don't think I've ever seen that, not gonna lie. But
hey, I had his back. I had his back on Nuke.
Yeah, you back the beef. But it's like, yeah, like I don't think I look at a single individual. I do think Martinez, you're giving him a little bit too much grace. Like, he had a pretty stinky series, I'll say.
Yeah.
But then even like towards ramp, it's like very unfortunate that we were saying like, oh, the ramp hold for 9Z really good in the CT side. Oh, guess what? Penultimate round, they go ramp, he doesn't get a kill. So it's like ramp hold fantastic, but then in both in both maps, Mirage and Nuke, it was the final hour, the final like 5 rounds, where in both occasions 9Z's money was broken and they just couldn't close out the map, and it did just feel like everything shut down systemically and individually in those kind of like final hours for this squad. But guys, any final thoughts on this series, because we are going to be heading into our final game soon? So any thoughts or any more glazing of Kaysen?
I actually do. I feel like we've done a lot of Kaysen glazing. I think he deserves that.
It's hard
glazing.
not to. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, 70 frags over a series is just like, it's so impressive, genuinely. I think my final thoughts on this series, though, for me, is that it's what I was saying coming into this, where I was really struggling to put into words what exactly was going wrong for 9Z in some of the games. I mean, I've watched like 3 or 4 best of 3s, casted 4 or 3 best of 3s of this 9Z team over the last week or two, and I was struggling to put into words like what exactly is going wrong. And I think it's really clear in this best of 3 what's going wrong. It is exactly what you're saying. It's those bigger moments. It's the, you know, must win angles. It's the times where, you know, they need a clutch and they just can't find it, where they are in a situation that should be unlosable and they manage to lose. That's where this 9Z team is struggling, and you can't point at any one individual. It's a team problem.
Yep, I honestly think that is a good way to sum it up. And Kaysen also 71 kills while losing the first map 13-1. That is, it makes it even more bonkers. But one semi-final has been decided. Imperial will face off against BESTIA. The question is, who's going to be playing up against ODDIK? FURIA FE versus Flamengo on your screens. The final quarterfinal in the South America Thunderpick World Championship Series 1. Do not go too fast. We'll be back very soon after the break. Welcome back to the final quarterfinal in the Thunderpick World Championship 2025 South America Series 1. We've already got one semi-final decided, Imperial versus Bestia, but now we're looking to see who will be matching up against ODDIK, FURIA FE or Flamengo. Boys, how are you feeling about this game?
I personally am feeling like this is a spicy chance for FURIA FE to kind of show what maybe they didn't last time they got to play Flamengo.
I've heard great things about that series. That Anubis was electric out here, but it's been Flamengo that I think has really liked getting this core into a better stance, Freddie. It was Cuts and the boys that were, primarily on Padina Stay Ferrari last season that now bring in a little bit of experience that replaces some youth over from Max. And of course, VSM to be, so automatic here as, he has a star to be, in the tier 2, always, putting up these highlights. But I'm excited to see this rematch in here. But Flamengo have been really dangerous over in CCT. They're, only other go about it. They only lost to top 4 teams at the tournament, that being Bestia and Crew.
Yeah, we can take a look at Flamengo while we're also, I think, explaining that previous matchup and the current position Flamengo's in, because it's a team that, in all honesty, I don't think I've seen too much on. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I have seen this roster, but in its different names, because it has changed name quite a lot. But they've been struggling to find a fifth. They've kind of settled with Del Boni, but the star of the show is VSM, and he's certainly also, well, actually not even him. It was Del Boni who came alive against FURIA last time, but VSM so far has been putting some insane numbers, hasn't he, Vincent?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's kind of the problem, though, is that sometimes is the only thing that Flamengo have going for them. And that's kind of to talk about. Like, I feel like Misfits, struggles in general a little bit on the ops sometimes. Dinoco can have some really big moments, and I think it's got to be the, Dinoco Del Boni step up in particular to kind of support VSM in that attempt if this is a successful looking Flamengo tonight. But in general, I think for me, I'm a little bit out on Flamengo because the supporting cast surrounding VSM is just so consistently missing. And I think that, that's considering that I think Cuts does like a decent enough job as well, like in the calling department. So I think for me, this is an imminently beatable team in Flamengo. That's how I would describe them. And I know that sounds really dismissive, but in general, I think that Flamengo doing well to get to this point in the tournament.
To be fair, this part of the tournament for Flamengo, they've only played like the same team twice. They kind of got demolished by 9Z, and they've played against Keyed Stars, who I don't think are kind of like, I don't know. I don't look at that roster and I think like, oh wow, what an upset. And they beat them twice in a row. But we're saying that they're a beatable squad. Mark, FURIA, on the other side of things, did contest them in that CCT quarterfinal we were mentioning. And FURIA, to be honest, right now, are maybe in the best position this squad's ever going to be in, right? Do you feel like this is the opportunity they're going to be able to seize?
Yeah, I mean, exactly what you mean by that is, obviously coming off of a Season 7 victory down there in North America, Vincent and I got to watch them shine on the stage in BO3 versus the Supernova Comets, where, you got to see them. In order to go into a reverse sweep and actually have to get that out there was, not easy task. And where that does come to balance a whole lot of experience here for FURIA FE. I think that, while they do have this VRS ranking, we know that's the game right now, Freddie. And so, to have this invite here into Thunderpick is, of course, a really big opportunity here. And especially for a rematch, a team well could be, opportunity all on its own to, see into a semifinal versus ODDIK. But where this comes to go ahead and grab, I wonder if we're going to see, exactly where that goes. We're going to save that Veto conversation for later. But I know it was, I talked about some of that experience. COD did kind of struggle on that AWP in that initial series where, we did just kind of give a little bit of criticism over to Misfit, who in the very first series that I got to see Misfit play in CCT versus La Champions Liga was, probably his, best rating on paper in his last 6 best of 3s. He really struggles versus some of these better teams. And it was, that same stint versus FURIA all the same. So I want to see both of these oppers step it up today.
I think particularly where Misfit struggles is like against structured opposition, and I think Furia really does provide that. Like, I think that's the thing that Misfit like particularly has an issue with, at least from what I've seen. So I think that probably is something that they could probably look to take advantage of, especially if it can be a better day, if you will, for Ka.
And it's, but yeah, like you're talking about structure. I think Furia, that's kind of the main reasons why they're doing so well. They've been together for a year as like a full 5, but the core's been together for over 2 years. And especially in the women's scene, you don't tend to have rosters staying together for that long. But I think for Furia, there's been such a clear, like the path they've hit now is not a mistake. Like I felt like it was time to dethrone Imperial Valkyries, and it was very evident it was gonna be Furia. Not only were they doing very well in previous seasons of ESL Impact and continuously backing themselves as a second place, but you could see that the roster was like progressing massively, and especially Bazina, her progression and her improvement, I think, is the main reason why Furia are in the position they're in now. And also, guys, they're the first team to have beaten Imperial Valkyries in a best 3 on LAN, not at ESL Impact Season 7 finals, but the year prior, literally a couple days after the Season 6 finals in Stockholm, in Brazil, they beat Imperial Valkyries, and they did so looking pretty convincing. So it's a team that's evidently on the rise, and Bazina and Ka are 100% the 2 players. If you're not familiar with this roster, you want to be keeping an eye out, and then kind of Isa as that 3rd member. But Nuke and Nubis as the first 2 maps, and an Ancient. It seems, if I'm not mistaken, this is a pretty similar Veto, apart from the decider. But guys, enjoy it. Nuke, map 1, Flamengo. They picked it last time. They won it last time. Very dominantly. They're looking to do it again the same.
Send it out on A.
I feel like we were just here, Vinny.
We just left.
Even in this lower site, right? We're right back to it. It's our first map of our final quarterfinal here to go. Flamengo versus Furia FE. And they got to get it settled here on the lower bomb site. And these Glocks will, particularly up close and personal. Gabs can't exactly go back and stab, but Lulitins can. She's got that second on the USP. Now it's all down to the IGL to go ahead and get this started off on the right foot for Flamengo. Seeing through control. It's a winnable 1v2, but it's to make his presence known. It could be a clean shot that he gets onto those dualies, but looking for information on the Lulitins.
Yeah, he doesn't know that she's actually dropped into Dark there as well. Between her and Ka, it's a pretty decent enough crossfire if Lulu can get out just a little bit, and that's what she does. Picks up the frag, and it's a triple kill for her. Mind-boggling that Flamengo don't get a bomb plant. I know maybe I'm already getting a little bit of a flashback moment, but yeah, like they scaled to the site, but they didn't get the bomb plant, which is it's troublesome because the T side force spike can be so effective here. Going to be a little less so thanks to the fact that they don't get that bomb down. Regardless, fantastic from Lulitins to pick up that triple kill. And great repositioning that she was able to make to get back into the dark, so that's a much more difficult crossfire to break for the Kutzmaret's 1v2 attempt.
Certainly so. And I think it's a good as place as any for this to get back to it. It's obviously, a really big score line that was put up on that Nuke before this in a 13-3 victory that you were having from that Flamengo end, but it's a Nuke that I think I rate pretty high for this Furia squad.
I fear we're dead.
Yeah, I fear as well.
I'm gonna assume we're still working live, at least until I'm told otherwise, simply because of maybe the game crash type angle.
It does happen.
See, this is why you assume.
Old genie.
Yeah.
Now we're back.
It looks like it wasn't just us. VSM caught out as well.
No. There was a casualty in the mix. We
did miss a little something. That was the force buy by the look of things that Flamengo put forth, and were knocked down pretty handedly as well. Furia handled that with ease. Unless the round got reset, I don't know. I will figure it out. I shouldn't make. I just got done saying I made assumptions, and now no, I don't think I should be. I do want to ask.
We're all good. We're all good, I believe, on the technical end, and seemingly so is VSM. We have learned.
That's good news. I'm going to toss the question out there. Maybe we'll have to take a pause on your answer, but you know, is this a situation for FURIA FE where you think they can take advantage of you know, the huge victory obviously in Dallas that they got, but then beyond that, it's a step forward that they're going to have to make in tournaments like this to continue to build on that VRS that boost that they get?
Yeah, 100,000%. And it's always going to be, you know, challenging to go ahead and, you know, I think for, you know, impact teams that are getting this VRS ranking to be invited to some of these tier 2 tournaments, I feel like for, you know, any team trying to, you know, improve out of the, you know, tier 2, 3, that you would, you know, almost prefer like a Swiss invitation sometimes, so you can, you know, actually get some more, you know, in like series under the belt, excuse me. I mean, here it's going to be, you know, extended for about as long as you can queue. And, you know, just for the coincidence of this being the matchup, I think it's a great affair. Here on this Nuke breakdown, we put a lot of pressure onto the shoulders of this young lady. BESTIA going to have to sprint away, and sprinting to the bomb site are Flamengo, and they are going to get caught right up. Pistols are out right here, and it is going to be clean all the way down for it. But I can't even really say that, honestly. It's 3 casualties out here for FURIA FE. But I think what we talked about, you know, just to finish my spiel, was with all the structure that a team like FURIA FE has, and, you know, certainly with their individuals absolutely can burn red hot in some of these series and, you know, absolutely take over. That's what happened in the first map of Anubis in other series, Vincent. It just takes them getting right to go in this quarterfinal, and it's not as impossible as you make it out to think on this Nuke right away, where it's a big challenge.
How are Flamengo doing, man? I'll get back to that in a second, because the Pony's actually gotten down the vent, which is, I don't think, like, fully known. Certainly have an inkling of that. Big missed opportunity there for Ka. She's going to have to fall back on 1 health as well. But a good amount of firepower available. Investigating the Pony, hoping to find him, but oh, there we go. He's been found. BESTIA, she's got that one unlocked. And now return down onto the lower site is Gabs. FURIA, some very good rotations. I actually wanted to highlight their rotations last round too, where they were able to get BESTIA help like relatively quickly. Unfortunately, Isa is going to be going down. Not much you can do about that one. Cuts from Rets and VSM, now the surviving members of Flamengo, with a bomb plant available on A.
DSM is not a guy you want to put in an opportunity with a post plant in front of him. Well, I'm going to go down here. Already a timer allotted out from heaven. You're not going to be able to touch that for the next 10 seconds. All of FURIA technically separated. BESTIA does find the respect of the vent that was so closely held by Cuts before. Trying to spam out into that second vent to go. Not finding anything on the other side of that hook. It's VSM that will continue to sink, and he gets that down. How the hell has Cuts found his way here? Gets that down into heaven, and now, with the kit recovered and this kill in the grass, it's going to have to be BESTIA that instantly finds Cuts. But that is a lot to ask for. A triple out from Cuts right there. And that is a great round that Flamengo puts up on the board.
Yeah, I just talked about FURIA and their swift rotations. I think Flamengo actually deserve a lot of credit here for understanding what happened there in round 2 as well, taking advantage of those rotations. Cuts in a great position to catch Isa off guard, and then you follow that up with the fact that they get the bomb down. Really ambitious preemptive rotation where Cuts is going all the way back through ramp and then walking up into heaven to get that freebie. That is fantastic, and he ends on a 4K. FURIA, multiple times over, they were tested on lesser buys. Flamengo, on their 3rd opportunity, finally convert.
One M4 on Delulitens that's going to be aggressively put out to investigate outside. That's from Mini. And Flamengo just are pretty passive in this stint. Want to catch FURIA looking for something. This is what they're looking for. An aggression and a good kill that they just batten down the hatches in lobby and trying for toll. Here goes Cuts with, I was about to say, really probably another opportunity to get a triple at 3 pistols pushing. They stay in place, and it's going to be the A site for the full attention.
Cuts might get that opportunity that you were just talking about. Oh, but it ain't pretty. Gabs, she's happy with that. Bazinia's still here. There's a threat to be had. So Pony in a pretty nasty spot. Bazinia, she drops on for another. Misfit gone. And now Devoni's position known. Danoko is there, but now he too has fallen. Bazinia, she's a one-woman army just dominating with the MP9 dropped on the head and made sure that they could not speak of it anymore.
A superb round, and then it rains, it pours. Right before we just went into the replays right here, I saw Danoko DC. So hopefully not anything too crazy right here, but, you know, that's certainly a direction. Xenia with the MP9 is just a menace. And now FURIA get a chance to breathe here, and, you know, it's exactly their structure showing. And they seem to be sharp right now. This is Flamengo that, in a serious stint of, you know, having to get this gone, I think, you know, a lot of our conversation was, you know, where we do have the praise and confidence in this roster. It's in Cuts calling straight up. It's just where they have been, you know, thrown back and forth from these buys to actually get this going. FURIA have been dominating the economy game.
They really have. And to be fair, Flamengo have kept FURIA's economy down, you know, somewhat reasonable the whole entire time. That's why they continue with these force buys. But as we just saw, FURIA capable on lesser buys themselves. So, you know, that's not exactly a win condition for Flamengo. Just break the FURIA economy and then profit. Xenia showing exactly why she's the go-to individual that we've been talking about. That, you know, Freddie ended our death segment, kind of pitching up and saying, "Watch this space." It's a round from Xenia that is one to remember.
Loud about it down here through Secret. Cuts up the vent potentially. I mean, at this point, it's got to be obvious. Xenia to get that check right down, and it's not just going to be a free route back down here. FURIA on this stint are particularly separated and are wondering where they're actually going to have to reach on the investigation. A beautiful smoke that is just going to be refreshed at the door, and Lulitins gets to hold on to A for a bit longer for free here. They got to be ready for anything. VSM finds the awaiting anchor, and now there's going to be a whole lot more attention on this A site.
Attention, sure, but not anybody actually standing there. So it's actually going to come through on the timing, hoping that that flash can help, and up the Vit comes Bazinia, and devastated is Ka. 1v2, or 1v3 now, cut to 2 for Gabs. She can make this happen. Misfit up close, that's the bomb. Oof. But it doesn't get caught. Finalized by Flamengo and by Misfit.
Diabolical out of Danoko. That last shot onto the AWP player is just crazy here. So fast about it as well. It was that type of stint. I think that bang action before that FURIA were able to take advantage of, that when those pistols are out, when the chaos was available, that's when they were able to actually shove that over. Same damn game that Flamengo play.
Yeah, finally FURIA, they decided, hey, we're kind of done with this, like, economy battle. We're just going to eco, not play so risky, get our econ up, and Customer, it's a big surprise. Oh my lord. DSM tag down.
Pistols are trying to get this down at ramp. Misfit warming up his AK, a 4K. And Ka, pick your poison. Maybe the ace, that's the most potent, and it is. A Misfit into this roster of Flamengo outside of the core, was brought into Patina Stay Ferrari, and he's speeding along to a third here in Flamengo. This jersey looking good on this member, and it's even with the rifle, Vincent. That's not where we're looking for him to take off, but that's a beautiful bonus.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, you'll take some eco kills.
Eco ace.
Yeah, every day.
Yum, yum.
I certainly love me a few of those. Well, it was all for this full buy. FURIA, it's It's not ideal, actually. Xenia, once again, about to be at the forefront if they fight through this smoke.
That's trying to spam, and Xenia is going to have to work for it around the wall. Just enough bullets in the A1S, thankfully. But it's going to be obvious as to where this does crawl. Dinoco trying to investigate, and now it's really going to be obvious. It's going to be 3 players down here into the stint of Caw, but just legging up one, and it's going to be right back down here into the lower site. And an op now into the hands of Delboni. He looks up onto U-Haul for the moment, but it's Gabs that can potentially go ahead and can carry this onto that second player. It's enough done on that HP-wise, but it is the incorrect prediction as to where this bomb went down in all of this process. It's been one more op kill that has just seen this into a 1v2, and you would have to get across an impossible line. And whose turn is it now for Flamengo? It's Delboni with the highlight round.
That's a 3v5 that Flamengo has just recovered into a victory. And I really got to say, I hate that positioning from Caw. I think that, you know, when your teammates have done so much heavy lifting where Xenia, where Iza have both gotten an opening duel, and then you're just on an island where there's zero way for you to fall back. I think she needs to be playing a little bit more defensive, even if that is like a tight angle or something that's a little harder to hit. Unfortunately, misses the shot and isn't able to escape.
Pistols measured up for it. This could be Flamengo taking your lead right now. As they did before, they take it slow. It was prompted on top of the AC unit last time. These pistols are piling in A. U-Haul will find nothing, Vinny.
I was going to say, just to kind of maybe shape up a little bit more of the history of this matchup, we talked about it as a chance for revenge for FURIA FE. Well, last time it was Nuke. The first 2 maps, you know, the same as Freddie mentioned. It's Anubis and Nuke. FURIA pick into Anubis again. That's the map they won in that series. Nuke, though, was a dominant Flamengo victory, 13-3. The only difference being Ancient will be our decider. Inferno was last time. I know the smoke's kind of complicating matters, but Misfit handling business. So, despite...
It's a tedious spot for sure.
I was going to say, despite a good start for FURIA, I do think, you know, keep your expectations reined in a little bit for what this map has to bring. I think FURIA currently doing a good job, but Flamengo last time very dominant here.
Not only to keep their foot on the gas, too, when they know they're financially vulnerable here. Carry out these last couple of pistols. There's Cuts that was even being hunted right too. Contact in from the USP, and the 5.7 could potentially find him running out of ammo. And it does. Get on your Nikes, Lulitans. Get that AK, not happening. Flamengo, they win the round. And it's FURIA that start off. They show us their, I mean, really great structure to the CT side. I mean, it's exactly why it's one of their best in their stint, but it's exactly trying to, you know, work that out while they can. It's another gun round opportunity here for FURIA that they need to stand on.
Yeah, this is a very important gun round for me because I think Flamengo likely to start to run away with this a little bit if FURIA can't post one here and now. It's been a couple of missteps from Caw that we've talked about, and that's despite Xenia having a fantastic game. They take the tactical timeout. I say that, is there currently, does FURIA actually currently have a coach? I don't have one written down in my notes.
I don't believe they do.
Yeah, their coach recently moved on. Yeah, JNT was there. Went over to MIBR.
Hudson nosediving down the vent. Finds a whole lot of space. What's he going to do with it? And picking on this lower site and sending so much outside of those smokes before. Gabs here are going to have to do her best Lucan impression from the beginning of that map from 9Z.
Yeah, not the back end.
Yeah. Double Molotovs. Hard knock life. Op rotation down, burning in it for a moment, down to 60. Where is the final go about it? Lulitans in a really good timed investigation right here, but it's how the smoke fades. It may cost them back-to-back at this door. It's Isa and Lulitans. They see everything behind it right here. The second fight, Isa got to win it. 2 more players on that other end, and it's going to be just the numbers advantage right here. As now it's going to be Gabs that follows Flamengo right out to this site. We take advantage of this. A tease on the timing, and she's trying to land on the spam. It was Misfit behind the entire time. With 4 up for Flamengo, they're starting to really get in a step of this T side.
Yeah, that's actually really nasty. I feel like Gabs had a good timing there. Unfortunately, Misfit caught like just a leg or something, or an elbow as she walked around the corner. So, got the information early on. FURIA knocked down economically once again. That's sort of been the story of this half, is economic struggles throughout. This Flamengo find a way to filter through. They stand tall, caught on the other side of the AWP. I think Misfit might have heard me.
Then they snap into action. Standing with about 2K per player here. FURIA are going to get a good gun round opportunity to push this to 5 rounds. Right here, I'll tax this one for 7. I believe Gabs is going to do her damnedest to find out of the round with this AK. But knife build here in the cuts. No AK for you. It'll be Flamengo that are really getting off to a great pace now. This is sort of the stint that we, saw in the, series to go. Alongside within the group stage that they had versus 9Z, rather the Keydstars the first time around. And I mean, just practice to the pavement straight up. It's a great 7-round half and maybe even 8.
FURIA with their best buy in quite a while, though, to stand in the way of that. Gabs actually grabs the AUG and calls back on the trusty big green. Look to her. And I think that's been the missing piece for FURIA in these gun rounds personally. Footstep heard on the top of Mini, so now on notice for FURIA about this yard control.
Fully called out of the pocket right now. They're trying to stint into a little bit of A coverage, testing a set and trying to see what will get brought back. FURIA with a whole lot on the line that they can still reel in.
Bro, that's the fakest A hit I've ever seen.
I think the point of that was to drop 1 smoke or 2.
Yeah.
Give me a Molotov in response.
They've got 1 player down into the A side proper. That's Isa. Kind of filling in the gaps where they'd left a little bit of an opening previously. Now Flamengo start what's going to be the actual attempt. And there's Cop off the rip.
Flying member out to Unbreakable. Xenia, well-placed incendiary. That's going to turn him around. 30 seconds here. And FURIA can potentially be set up for exactly what they want, which is the A site positioning to get this back down to a 7-5 half. 20 seconds to make it happen, and now you got to clear out Mustang. It's VSM that waves the wand for a triple, but Xenia's got some tricks of her own. Up the vent has taken care of the problem. That's VSM down, and now it's to a 2v2, but Gabs, she's just flashed up, and that's unfortunately by Xenia. Gab's going to have to revisit this with the AUG, and you're going to have to dig 2 holes here, back-to-back for Doboni and to go for Denico. They are not going to separate. VSM, this is why he is so high within our praises in every conversation. He makes something out of nothing.
Dude, I hope we get a replay of that from VSM's POV, because I don't understand how he got all 3 kills. Bro, like, Mark, he killed Mustang.
Ridiculous. Yeah.
Killed Mustang, backside heaven in like less than a second. What a stupid spray transfer that had to have been.
Just the VSM things. Why the troop got signed, Vinny.
Maybe this is it. Look at this. Bruh.
Oh, bruh, indeed. That is too spot on for me. Didn't even have time to react to the a winning Vent member. And then the way they play this is just so diabolical too. Back to back. Not going to have a trade like that in hell. Waltzing into the second half, it's a bit better of a look than, the 13-3 would suggest out of the box score of the previous series. But it's really going to require a pistol here for FURIA and Isa to call it a great second half.
Yeah, I think the trouble for me for FURIA there is mostly
we got a
that
wild card fan, maybe the only wild card fan right here.
yeah, I've returned
North
my wild
Americans
card
are mad.
stocks.
Oh, they're mad, including us. Why,
Um,
Iota? Waving my fist.
Yeah, me too. The concern that I have for FURIA there is that when the gun round started, they really struggled to find gun round victory. So, yeah, this pistol is very important.
And it may be quickly washed away. Dualies that are going to go back and forth. Isa and Ka with a great couple of kills. Just going to be all onto the IGL now. Is actually working with a good stint, but caught reloading. VSM going to go ahead and put this in full throttle for Flamengo. Now to hopefully sprint to 10 rounds here. There's no bomb plant from FURIA to say otherwise.
Yeah, seems doubtful that you would want to go in for a force spy considering the situation on hand as well. Yeah, that's exactly the way FURIA, if you are feeling right now. The big performance right now to Misfit, but basically no one missing in action here for Flamengo. Kind of a team effort. That's more of a rare look, actually, for this Flamengo team.
See a measured approach. And you got to see, I feel like, as solid as a result as you can. It's ODDIK that's not going to be an easy work from this. BESTIA, what are you doing with the Glock? Mine is not shooting whatever the hell she's got up in that clip. 2 that she gets down from the top of many, but it's all a footnote in the round. It's still 10 for Flamengo, and they are so close to the green and putting this away.
I mean, it was not a surprise for me to see BESTIA like that. I mean, you and I were both there in Dallas watching the grand final, them against the Supernova Comets, and she was having a crazy game there as well.
Certainly. Had to match that of empathy. Well, that Ancient was just insane to get that started. We talked about the reverse sweep that they did have to tend to, man. It was tugging on our North American heartstrings, but it felt like it was kind of the expected result if it wasn't going to, be a team like FURIA in terms of the storylines where you were looking for FURIA to pick up that championship. And, even in North America, it almost felt like the Comets would have been the ones spoiling their championship, right? And they took it out in a 3-mapper. And, I mean, you remember the support that FURIA came out there with. We saw them back in Austin a couple of weeks ago. They move with quite the entourage.
That they do, man. That's true. Yeah, it would have been. Listen, you know who I was cheering for in that final, but
yeah,
it would have been maybe a little bit sad. FURIA putting on the fantastic performances over the previous seasons. The only ones kind of competitive as well against Imperial, and then they beat Imperial finally.
We didn't even really get to talk about it. They just removed Zaz. There's going to be some movement there. Honka to maybe join that stint. She played like a tournament in the offseason with them.
Yeah, I mean, you got to do something if you're Imperial there. It's just not acceptable after that level of success to be going down, but...
I want to chase perfection. We're going to chase them back into this A bomb site too. It's Flamengo that have a lot of nuance to this, even with the 20 seconds to go, that really they're going to take to their benefit at the moment. Can hardly turn this corner. What are you going to jump into the fire either? It's going to be so limited here, only with Denoco to make the difference, but it's still going to be this bomb down in time by BESTIA. And it's VSM, just get hands on an AK, but is literally going to have to track back to the mountain to get this done. Had just gotten back to the lower bomb site. By the time he gets there, I'm not sure it's really even going to be possible.
Yeah, he doesn't have a kit either. I don't know where it's safe, though, to be honest.
It is always possible if it's VSM, actually. I take that back.
All right. You can continue your VSM cope. I'm going to call it impossible. What's improbable is him getting out with his life right now. He's got 5 health.
Yeah, it's a big bomb. Small world. He sprints away. It actually may be okay. We'll see how far
You'll be
Wade
okay
does go.
now, but Vizinia's on the hunt. She's heard this. She's gonna leave it as is. But a massive gun round win. I think you could call that Furia's first real gun round win as well. You know, they got the pistol, or they followed up and had some big performances, but that was on the you know, the half buys or the force buys more accurately. That one was rifle v rifle, and to be honest, Flamengo had such a good setup. But hey, I'm blown away that Furia found a way to break through that. It's good patience being shown by them, not overcommitting, and I think good communication just based from the outside.
And they're going to have to play a classic brand of Brazilian Counter-Strike, I feel like, right now. It's just going to have to be straight confidence dealt out by Furia. And that's what a round called up like this, I think actually serves up quite well. They just say, we're going at you on A, and, you know, at Flamengo, they just win those fights. It's a great play. I think, honestly, called up by Isabel. I think trying to knock on the tempo is the right move, but it's Flamengo that were just that much prepared. And what I was about to mention as well is that, I mean, when you're staring back at the CT side, as you mentioned, right, I mean, it was, you know, down and, you know, completely targeted for, you know, Bestia to keep running at Lucan, even when he was burning brightest, right? I mean, it was that ramp position they kept going and picking on. It doesn't really feel like there's an easy choice to pick out one site or one member to go ahead and really try and rustle the feathers of on this CT side, Vincent. It's really tough for them. And now Pistols to separate from 12.
Yeah, whilst I really respect the call, I think that, you know, maybe a slight lack of understanding at what the win conditions, though, are for Furia there. I think it's about, you know,
like
using
this.
You know,
Oh,
the
goodness
strategic
gracious.
depth that Furia have available.
Second eco ace in the tournament here for Flamengo, or is it the spoiling stab for Misfit? I think that was the most he made.
Yeah, I think Misfit might have gotten up to some troublesome, devious acts if things continued.
A little troll. Trying to knife in an official.
You love
Definitely not something I support, and I think you should do every time.
Yeah, caught right there. Click 4K. That was the camera.
Thing I was cheesing. Here we are. If you're a Flamengo fan, then you should be smiling. Maybe a quick one to discuss again. Gabs with really great routing into the site, but Denoco finds that in a miracle stance. Stalboni is so good right now and has a triple here. Moved on from Max Flamengo. I mean, it's not fair to Max, a player that's still developing here, but unfortunately, you just need to see into more experience. They completely flipped the project on that end and brought in the 27-year-old with all types of experience, and with a 4K back-to-back with VSM that puts out Furia. It is a sprinting Flamengo right now here through our quarterfinal, our final quarterfinal, exactly, to get this out. We have Grimmy Renard waiting in the wings to break down this nuke that was a quick one.
Yeah, what's up, guys? Unfortunately, it was, to be honest. That was one of those maps where, like, it starts out and you can feel like there's a bit of competition. You know, especially, like, because I think it's very easy to watch the first 3 rounds of a game, especially with the pistol, and be like, oh, Furia are onto something. But it was more so them winning the low buy when, you know, okay, we see it so often. A team wins a pistol, converts a few rounds, and then ultimately, like, it kind of catches up to them. But when Furia were able to at least as well then win, like, kind of challenge the force buy wars, I was starting to get a bit excited. I was feeling, okay, there's a little bit of something brewing. Apologies, guys. My internet left and then came back on. Not too sure what really happened. But this is a game of kind of so getting back to the action at hand. This was a game of two halves, but the first half being very quick. The first half was FURIA actually contending early on, and I'm really glad as well. Kind of the one player that I highlighted, BESTIA, also massively stepped up individually. You could really see that she was a very important factor for FURIA winning some of those early rounds. Like kind of massive individualism from her in the clutches and in the low purchase. I think by the time of like round 4 or 5, she had 10 kills. And then up until it kind of stayed at around that for the rest of the game. And I think that was a pretty similar theme for FURIA in general. As soon as we hit like round 6, when it was 4-1, it just unfortunately went completely downhill. And you could see here as well, like look at this round, it's round 12. I think this is the instance of, unfortunately, you can just tell Flamengo are a little bit different class than FURIA. And in these instances, there's maybe a little bit of a like, I don't know, pressure potentially, because it's like you've got 3 players on the A-bomb site, none of them get a single kill, your team flashing yourself in the 2 versus 2, and it just seems like it's a bit more of an unfortunate systemic issue. So sure, okay, Nuke doesn't go very well for FURIA. Realistically though, and I don't want to sit here and cope and kind of make excuses for FURIA, but it does feel like we were maybe anticipating this coming into the matchup, because last time this series was played out, Nuke, the map pick of Flamengo, that was a couple of days ago, the map pick of Flamengo, Nuke, was won by Flamengo 13-3, but it was Anubis, the map pick of FURIA, where they did so well on. And that's also the second map for FURIA, and it's the likes of BESTIA that I was mentioning that did really well in that matchup. 5 opening kills, kind of top of the scoreboard, 1.52 rating. Like a really phenomenal performance. And I would like to see FURIA contend, because unfortunately it just didn't seem like they did at all on Nuke. And it felt maybe at times as well a little bit easy for Flamengo. And you can just kind of see that there was like that kind of outclassing from Flamengo. Like, as someone who is a big supporter of the ES Impact scene and quite active coverer of the South American scene, specifically in ESL Impact, ecstatic to see FURIA kind of get their flowers, because they're a team that have a very interesting narrative of like, I think it was season 4, they didn't even make it to the ESL Impact finals at the end of 2023. And it was when there was only one South American team to qualify. They were second best to Fluxo at the end of 23, and then you look at 2024 that is, and it's like, okay, they're undoubtedly the best team in Brazil, but they're just struggling to kind of tow it over the line, and they were always second best in the world to Imperial Valkyries, and it was kind of just like, oh, are they ever actually gonna be able to break through? Is ever any team gonna be able to break through? And there was a massive uptick from FURIA. You could see that they kept mostly with their same roster. And just they just got better and better. They aged like fine wine. And BESTIA, I've mentioned her a lot, steps up in a humongous way, and really is the one player that I didn't actually expect to be the one to maybe rise up. I was kind of looking at Isa at the kind of last year, second half of last year. I thought Isa was going to be the piece that unlocked FURIA, but it ended up being BESTIA. And she's ultimately actually right now actually kind of dwarfing over Car. Like, I think Car and Younger back in the beginning of ESL Impact, in kind of like also 22, 23, they were the 2 best players in Brazil. 2 AWPers, 2 best players in Brazil for ESL Impact. And right now they're not really. So I think that's also maybe an asterisk over this FURIA squad, especially in games like this, where Car does go a little bit missing sometimes. And I think the performance I saw from her when I first got to watch her in like 22, 23, I'm not really seeing that level out anymore, but understandably so. A lot of the riflers have not necessarily picked up the slack, but have changed in a positive way that they're also being utilized better. But kind of the very long-winded point I was making is that like FURIA have done their job as being the best women's team in the world, and they find themselves at an awkward crossroad, like many women teams do, of like, but we're the best team in the world in women's scene, and that's something that you evidently want to make sure you hold on to. And the best way is to compete at these open events, the CCTs, the Thunderpicks. But you always got to have those kind of tempered expectations though, because Flamengo, like, it's kind of showing a different class individually, and so do a lot of teams in this like in this tier of Counter-Strike. But it's not something that should ever discourage a team like FURIA, because it should always be used in their path to securing themselves the best team in the women's scene continuously, and also for them to build upon if they do want to make that leap kind of into like competing against teams like Flamengo on a more consistent basis. But with that in mind, like, I'm not saying they haven't competed against Flamengo, because look, they did it a couple days ago on Anubis, and guess what is the second map? Anubis. So kind of hoping for maybe a bit more of a closer affair as FURIA go onto their map pick. We'll be looking at the likes of Car, we're looking at the likes of Bazina, but if Flamengo continue the way they do their reign of terror, it could be very hard for the undisputed best team in women's Counter-Strike to contend up against them. To not go too far, because Anubis will be up next.
You heard the flick of those knives, Vinny? That means we're on. That means we are into our second map here. It's an Anubis that FURIA previously took out in this affair last time, but it's a Mirage that went the same way. It's just, you know, how these were flipped. It was that Anubis up first, and now here with a little bit momentum, we will see if Flamengo is able to catch themselves.
Yeah, that's the goal at the very least. Flamengo already onto the B site, and it's Cuts with an intrigue to Bonnie in the same boat. And that's a tough retake, too. Cuts is actually in a, I was about to say good position, but he's been sidelined. Meantime, Lulutens is going to fall. Great flashbang. Delboni dodges. And oh, Piscina unfortunately eating a little bit of that flash. Makes it Delboni's job easier. Dinoco puts the finishing touches on the pistol victory.
They do, and it's a good pistol victory straight up to begin. I mean, we know the classic story. It's this T side here on this Anubis that's going to be so far in front of the microscope that you're going to be putting so much pressure on it, right? It's where, you know, Flamengo specifically are going to be within their bag to start, where they don't want to, you know, catch out of another Anubis again. It's this third map they got time for this afternoon.
Yeah, and it was a really good CT side that FURIA were able to pick up last time on this Anubis. 7 rounds to begin with. So, even more pressure when you're talking about that. All right. Gabs helping out the enemy, meanwhile also getting one. So I'd call that like a draw, you know?
A draw, straight up. That'll be good for him. But it's a 2-0, and the money's telling VSM something right now. It's quite a call that's coming through from Cuts and the rest of the group. But to be honest with you, I think sort of like their, you know, start on that nuke, I think it's best for you to start as simply as you can, sort of from a calling standpoint, to exactly get this ball rolling, being that Anubis can feel pretty nuanced. Almost, I feel like, constantly. It's never one that you're really going to get an easy round in. But this MAC-10 is going to try and tell you otherwise. He's been turned away from 2 stints here, and now just being flashed up. This is going to be a tough go about it in the middle. Not for free indeed.
Yeah, a really tough one for Bizina, who I think kind of had a timing there. Great shot from Isa, and maybe she could get more. No, Misfit will put her down. DSM follows up through the smoke onto Lulutens. It is trouble here for FURIA. The B site falls once again, and now with rifles, there's something worth hanging on to maybe, but Gaps is already in a tough spot.
Oof.
Feel like FURIA set for failure, unfortunately, with how successful that mid play is for Flamengo. Get all that, and it's just a quick reversal back out towards the B bomb site, where there's not a lot of potential for support considering mid control in Flamengo's hands.
And unfortunately, not able to get away with this one. Not that M4, not in heaven. It's going to be perfect for Flamengo right here. And, you know, unfortunately, a couple of their gun rounds on Nuke did look like that, where, I mean, it's really brought for, and it's a great battle that FURIA are, you know, upended in right at the beginning. It's not one that they're completely out of, right? But, you know, through that being then chipped off, it was then quite a wash from Flamengo, but they're going to be forcing up. It's with their 2K per player on average that they're going to be holding up with Kevlar and 5.7s.
Yeah, it's not quite the full invest, though, at least. Big fan of the 5.7s. Unfortunately, Isa's not going to be able to use hers very often, as that round starts off less than stellar. SM forcing a duel and taking the victory. Yeah, I think you're right. Flamengo making a couple of those later rounds on Nuke, you know, look as if they just on an individual level really playing well. And I had a lot of criticisms, I think, on some of these individuals for Flamengo that, you know, sometimes it can just be the VSM show. That was not the case on Nuke at all, Mark. I think that that's something that FURIA are very concerned about, as they should be. Because when Flamengo are all on target, they are a much more dangerous team.
No, they certainly are. I mean, that's why they did get signed to this Flamengo organization. It was just the fact that you're bringing in a really good core, and I think you're bringing in a couple of great side pieces with this. VSM and Zaboni bring in plenty of Plenty of experience, plenty of firepower. You really saw that out the end of Nuke right there. Daboni, even the 4K to put it away here, is off to a 6-3 start alongside VSM, who's 7-0. That's more like it.
Can I be a side piece for your organization, Mark?
Excuse you.
I just want to know if I can. Like,
The answer is no.
why? Why? I would be a great asset.
This man is in as a 6th man. Dude, put him on the Paravision bench. It'll be one more.
True, true.
And quite a catalog.
It's a deep bench they've got.
It is. They got a damn basketball team out there for CS. It's actually wild. BSM with the double. Consistent key, and you just got to measure that one up perfectly. It's a great wallbang headshot. Aka's going to have on the other side of this. I'm thinking Gab is going to need something longer range as well. Is not really going to have the opportunity here. Smoked off and pushed away through street.
Yeah, it's tough when VSM just like owns an entire half of the map. 3 entries on to be his site, and Gab's backs away as that Molotov in her face sort of dictates that. Yeah, I think Freddie talked about it a lot, talking about Ka, but I think in general, like for this series too, got to see a little bit more from Ka if FURIA are to win this Anubis. You know, Bazinia had some really big moments. I think Luluten's actually had a lot of big moments too, but because for me was that missing piece for Nuke to be a bit more competitive.
Oh my god!
Nice flick.
What did he just like get a ding through the wall on the op?
I think she flicked all the way to a leg shot.
That'll happen. That will happen. 5 in a row. It's a CT side that FURIA stood up in right up off the bat where this came in last time. You're rolling into a map pick of Anubis at any sort. You better expect the picking side to go with this offense every time. It was greatly resisted, but here it's a different tone that Flamengo have said here at the beginning of this game.
I mean, VSN 10-0. I like don't even need to say anything more than that. Like you already kind of understand where Flamengo are at when he's at that score line, yet to die 5 rounds in.
Pretty good, man. Pretty good.
I would say that's pretty good.
Misfit 3-0. You know, some would say that that's even impressive yet to die.
Impressive.
Even on his 3.
Indeed.
That was the leaks, wasn't it?
That's what
which is an interesting one.
the rumors are saying.
That's what the kids on the street are saying.
The
But no,
grapevine.
that removal of MIBR is very interesting because they've had a
Get this one rocking and rolling once again. Apologies for that delay, but we're back in business. FURIA picking up the first round just a moment ago. Fantastic one, led by Ka and Lulu10s. There you go. We'll see if he can recover. BSM has been disgusting on this B site. How about another double injury, Mark?
Yeah, it's 12 and make it damn 13. I don't know what was coming through this Flamengo camp this morning, whatever the chef cooked up right now. VSM fueled for this fight, 13-1 here in the second map. Absolutely took that previous Anubis outing personally. Here it should be 6 that is thrown up onto the board pretty quickly.
Are you suggesting that Flamengo have like a personal team chef? Because
Yes,
if so,
I am.
I would like to join Flamengo.
You could be
I
piece
can
for
be
this
the-
organization.
I could be like the team.
team
I
vibe.
I am the vibes guy. That's what they say about me. I was trying to figure out what that the sticker was on Kaz, on the scope of Kaz gun there, but anyway, can't figure it out. Unfortunately, she's not going to be able to hold on to it either.
Yeah, I'm not going to be able to rebuy that for a while either, unless maybe Lulutins, maybe Iza here for, I mean, really no kind of reasonable feat would buy up a op and hand it over to her. Both rifles are going to be coming up out of the, arms that can extend them where it's, financially viable. And FURIA are going to mix for some sort of force here.
Setting up a very positive conversation. What FURIA could be looking like here on Anubis right now, that's just not come to be. And no small part to VSM and his domination on the B bomb site. Mid control. The pistols for the majority isn't going so well. Fortunately, E's are going to have to lead from the grave.
Gab still with all of this information around the corner, and Dinoco can't catch her. Here from T-Spawn, it's VSM. Now all alone. Would have to net this up to 16-1. Unfortunately, FURIA are facing the wrong way. Looking to come through a main here. Maybe the final player, Molotov, is going to be seen here. Now they got to be committed to finding this back through the canals. And now VSM has all the time in the world to set up shop.
Yeah, but no utility to play with either. So, keep that in your mind. No armor for Ka. This might be a little bit tough. I think Ka going to play Sacrificial Lamb.
Got to, and they can't line up. That's the only issue here, trying to jump on that peak. And VSM, he is automatic in this rain. This is his Anubis, and he's got 16 frags to prove it.
16 kills in 8 rounds. I mean, VSM is just a literal wrecking crew, it seems like. Good setup there in mid, actually, for FURIA, just while we're talking about this. But, and honestly, don't even do a bad job at all of trying to bring that back. VSM just does a phenomenal job of actually converting that 1v2 into victory. There's that scope we've been talking about.
Easy entry here for Delboni. Smoked out. Yet to come from camera. There's lane here to make this an issue. Here for the scene, it's the entire FURIA team here behind these smokes. Iza and Bazinia, they're making it happen. And Misfit right behind, he's blinded. He is gone. Done and dusted. A 1v3 for Cuts Moretz now. And he would absolutely spoil the hopes of every FURIA fan if they couldn't even pull this alongside. But it will require even a better clutch than VSM just posted. And that in itself is a challenge.
It really is. He's got time, though, to wait the smoke out. Bomb is down. FURIA sit on it. Oh, and how about another smoke? How about third smoke? Iza's got one, too. I think Cuts is probably in for a long waiting game here. That flood back into the A site felt like it could have gone like really wrong, honestly, for FURIA. If just a couple of sprays had gone differently, but the fact that they get there so quickly is such a surprise. And then they get back onto the site proper. I really love how swift they are there.
Oh my God, I thought he got knifed. A backstab of some nature. Internet service provider, man. You're supposed to be helping me here, not hurt me.
At least he's back quick. Money's pretty bad here for Flamengo. I mean, they'll be buying because VSM's got cash. Misfit, pretty flush. But not exactly great if FURIA continue to find round victories there.
The first half of Nuke, they were grinding their way and it's actually halted to an 8-4 right at the end with a Bony 4K. Rather the double up under the vent. That was the end of the game, I'm remembering. They were boxing that so much forward to go, but it was a clutch round that denies them that 7-5. Here, the same real estate available. 3 rounds here that they can move on, and this one would be one of the most potent versus this Flamengo side, where economy would be literally a problem for the first time in round 11.
I mean, Ka's really heating up. She's been able to deliver opening frags multiple times now in the course of this half.
Peek from
that's
up top
phenomenal.
and down below. That nade should have Issa, but she actually dodges it. Bazinia, not going to be so easy. There's going to be an investigation out from A as well, trying to see through more of this. It's Gabs that is going to try and go for the big flank around right here. Moves past canals, not going to have to pay mind to this, but Pod is upping that temperature like you said. Well, she's going to need to get the gimmies, and that is damn one of them. FURIA within their lanes are trying to exactly see out of the system. It's a good kill that you find down below, but you've lost the element of surprise out here in B due to Lulitens hearing this so close, and now Cuts is going to get to sprint to A with the bomb on his back.
Oh, this is a really important bomb plant, though, that Cuts is going to get for free.
It saves them economically, absolutely.
And I would say this very unlikely, but technically quite winnable. Look at how separated they are. Iza's already low as well. And she's been heard. That one's going to be pretty simple.
But they connect.
Thankfully.
Yeah, by Lulu 10's up top. I was about to see if Ka was going to jump on that bomb right there. No kit. Got to be the opposite hand to give, but it's the third that is right to be earned. It's still not going to be an easy feat for them economically, but I would doubt if Flamingos don't fully just batten it down into kind of the best of both worlds here. A couple of upgrades and the bare minimum. They go for the maximum here. They're going to be buying all the way down.
I mean, to be honest with you, if I'm Cuts from Reds, I would be giving that AK.
What's the
over
worst?
to
A
VSM.
7-5? I mean, they win this. It's a 9-3. I'm kind of loving this, but I agree. Get that AK to the hands of VSM. What are we doing here?
Yeah, and I also like the amount of utility. They really haven't had to like exec anywhere. It's been, you know, mostly the fragging power. These defaults have been successful. Here we go. Pistol's gonna close the distance.
And Molotov to the back of the stage. VSM with the dink and Luli tends to go, and they just clear house. Saving simulator just buttoned up for Ka and Gabs. They're gonna be chilling here on B, and the villains are an A. Just to be clear.
Ooh, this is. Listen. She got the kill, but I really don't like that swing from Ka. For that reason.
And the greed.
Yeah, I just don't think there's any reason to risk the op. Now, risk twice over, lost as well. It's so much more valuable in Ka's hands. I mean, I've been so positive about how she's been delivering these opening picks. Can't do that when you don't have the weapon.
Fit to go for the stab, and there's the headshot. Recovering even the AWP. It's double digits up for Misfit here. It looks to be where they are exactly getting on the course, like 9-3, 8-4. Would love the 8-4 if you're a FURIA fan. This is still a very dominant first half that Flamengo have put out.
Yeah, it's not too big a deal, especially if they do pick up this fourth round. FURIA, they've actually found a way to get caught an op. I actually didn't think they had the money for this.
Pulled all their cash together.
Yeah.
That's one that is going to be
How did
absolutely standing up in the books. I have no clue how Iza teleported that quickly into Canals. Xenia trying to follow that up with an aggressive play through middle, and that the same is going to be caught. Here, it's a 9-3 scoreline. Flamengo in this distance before. We're neck and neck between FURIA FE and this Anubis in the second standing, in the second sight for Flamengo and FURIA. Flamengo are trying to make it a different tale today on this second map.
I feel pretty similarly about that round from FURIA as I did about the like fast upper hit that they pulled off on that gun round on Nuke, where you're kind of talking about, you know, it's a good change of pace, and like I agree on paper, but I also feel like that's not where I feel like FURIA have their biggest victories. That's not where I think that they'll be able to pull this type of win off. And I feel that way about that round. Just felt like FURIA really trying to toss it, all of the problems directly at Flamengo, and Flamengo poised to receive.
And where the CT side gets tougher, I mean, you know, it really helps that two of your opponents are, I mean, starting off the game, what, like 14-1 for VSM? That is, I mean, you cannot anticipate that.
No.
And I think the rest of the force coming on just as strong as they need to alongside, right? Misfit really gets to, you know, do well in the catalog next to Cuts, Boney, and the rest of the crew. I mean, poor Dinoco hasn't really had a time to shine in the limelight here, but somebody's got to, you know, stand in the cut a little bit for him. Flamengo, they'll be 4 rounds away from an ODDIK quarterfinals, rather semifinals appearance that they would get down, Vinny. We need one more team. The reservation to go.
Cuts is alone. Cuts is like very alone. He's getting some support coming in soon. VSM coming into the back line. Fantastic shot from Cuts. He's able to trade. Bomb's not
This is it.
here,
This is the
though.
round. This is the round right here. If they can get this off clean, I think FURIA can do it. At least they've gotten past. It's the bomb there that was all the contention. Lulington's going for a clean plant right here. She is just around that corner. And now it's going to be on to the shoulders of VSM. Can he get 20 in this pistol? Check that. Mark off the box. And now you can get this down into a 2v2. They're so close about this. They want to go ahead and meet you in the ring, center of it. It's an aggressive play. They want to take this blood sport versus VSM, and they do. It is FURIA with a full house between Lulitins and Isa to reach into the second half with confidence.
Yeah, I mean, that's lovely stuff, especially from Isa, who's kind of had a generalized, struggle in the series. So getting her heated up, involved into the mix, it's a good one to see. Nonetheless, very impressive. Good post plant as well from FURIA. Flamengo, I don't think it's much of a surprise that they're going to force buy-in. They've got the round count to work with. They've got the map up as well. Not that big of a risk for them.
Force back up for Flamengo. Dinoco, MP9, spoke about his time in the limelight. Didn't mean for it to be lit by the fire there. It's going to be a short stint, and now even more so for Cuts, who gets back in. It is so great here by FURIA. It is 3 automatic entries.
Yeah, he'll take those every single time. Lovely work. And it's a team effort as well. That's other positive signs here for a improving FURIA. Serve VSM up a little bit of humble pie, too.
Tickling back and forth. 9 seconds to trickle this out. It's a good test for it. Keeping these numbers up. Back turn. Gabs, unfortunately, back into the unfortunate scene. Maybe a Mac 10 she'll have to go ahead and grab. Nope. Easy upgrades.
That's not nothing either for Flamengo this round. They've got a few deagles in the mix. But the test for the T side, I mean, it already began, but it continues. It's just going to be a flat-out brawl over on the A-bomb site.
Let's give this look out, but Mac 10, the Galils are going to be all over the place. It's a quick sweep up. Bomb will go down by Isa. And I gotta assume they're going to save these full sets of Kevlar.
Yeah, that would be the right thing to do, at least numerically.
Following the rules, yes. Oh.
Delboni now known, though.
Quite an off angle. Chilling in the water.
This is true.
Should add swimming to Counter-Strike. I'll never forget when they did that to Call of Duty. I think in like one of the Black Ops games. I think it was in Ghosts, actually. I'll get that right.
Can I serve up another hot take?
That game doesn't get a lot of praise. Absolutely.
I think COD fell off when they added swimming.
I think that's the farthest from their worries, but there may be some sort of inclination there. I don't know,
man.
Trying to get them lap within lap. It is FURIA starting to catch up now, but I mean, it still kind of feels like they're going to need a Phelps-like effort to be able to, come back in the series. And I'm not talking about the Counter-Strike player. The swimmer.
I was just convinced that you were talking about a bench player.
Nope. Fortunately not.
Jokes aside. First chance as well for the CT Zod op for Flamengo. Light on utility, that's for sure. This Flamengo roster. FURIA uncontested right now. This is ambitious. It's got Gabs for support.
These are the type of timings they're going to try and just take advantage of. Trying to race around that corner now. It's going to need to be even brighter. Gabs needs to have a great double entry right now. Pulls out the Glock to make it a deal. But right now, Misfit in the red is basically job done. Lulatins goes and confirms it. All of this chaos to come here at E-Box, and yet not even the final lay about it. Cut's gonna go in front of the smoke. Now they're gonna be screaming in the VC for this. Lulatins with a quick adjustment, and she's got that on. Gotta stop this freight train now, right when it's on the tracks, but it is caught. That will seen all the way down. It's their itinerary continuing to run here on this offense. They're 2 away from Flamengo now.
Some fantastic game sense from Kaw, actually. I really appreciate that. Just before that Molotov goes down, you know, thinking about, all right, we're going to probably see this flank come through, drops the molly, and, you know, maybe a misstep when you're talking about taking the knife out, but has Lulatins right next to her, so it's no big deal. Preemptive jump just to look at the scaling towards the street, take the victory off the back of that. FURIA looking very real right now.
Great double opener. Through Canals, they wash up 2 opening frags. Gabs and BESTIA were a huge reason why that B site was turned inside out right there. Flamengo want to fall back and catch themselves at 10. Re-aggression here through middle. Famasses are going to give them a good look, but it's clean onto Misfit, but the incendiary to box them out.
Oh
it's
Lord.
actually Delboni that sees out of this thing. It was Dinoco that got that kill. They should know about a second player here. Cut's trying to stand right deep in, but it is Iza that lopes right behind him, and this should be seen from heaven up top. That's why the snap comes down here, and it's a big burst that comes here with the triple to finish this round out. Dinoco in the details gets that done.
Yeah, I mean, it's very tough. You think that you've handled business with that many players flooding back through Temple side. You think there's probably not someone today because it feels so risky for Flamengo to do that. You can understand where FURIA are coming from, but unfortunately, the incorrect cuts plays the timing game, and Dinoco finishes the job. Big win and double digits for Flamengo. How about that one from Delboni?
How close it got considering the double opener last time. This is a much better foot. Let's see. This is going to be even more of a contention through E-Box. Misfit on that same line. Down to 46, but alive. Kaw found out trying to creep on these smokes. It's now a point of contention to check this out. Make sure that there's nobody trickling in. It's going to be a second visit back to E-Box in the smoke. And now it's got to be this stint. It's 2 eyes that actually lay towards this direction, but it's contact made first. And now this is perfect for Dinoco to put them in the shredder. It's the whole mood for that on Flamengo's CT side. 11 rounds. They get these 2 back. And I got a feeling this is a streak that they're going to want to finish out this Anubis with.
Yeah, it does kind of have that vibe about it. I'll give you that. But, you know, FURIA just 1 eco round away from another full buy. That's the good news. And, you know, I put it that way mostly because it can be tough if you're full reset. That's not what happens here. So whilst Flamengo probably certain to have a 12th round, FURIA going to have a chance at that comeback up against the series point, up against elimination. That does ramp the pressure up pretty big time.
Don't want to just give it to him for free, though, behind the smoke. BESTIA getting the worst of it. She's the only member with Kevlar, which is a bit of a bummer. Strength in numbers, though. They're going to try and deathball this down middle. And unfortunately, it is just going to be not exactly the look they want, but it's the reality of it. 12 rounds stamped at the top of this, making 1 more space for the 13th. It is Flamengo that want to join ODDIK in this semifinal as our 4th quarter finalist to qualify.
That seems likely, given this point. Well, back in time a little bit. I'm going to peek it, though. All things went in that round. This is the cleanup on aisle middle. All the bells and whistles of utility at the very least in FURIA's hands. really love to see a more drawn-out round where we get that full execute style from FURIA. But maybe they don't need it.
Misfit hero right now to potentially see into a new chapter. Yeah, maybe in the next issue he'll get his chance to sit and go. But this is incredible Gabs right now, swinging in with a double entry, bomb down on this B site, and they're locking away the rest of Flamengo. They're gonna have to get active in another round. I think this streak is over.
Really see why there was a need to fight this, and Nuke likely to go down too. He's going for this. Oh, hold on a second. Maybe it's somewhat viable. Flanked. Oh my gosh, she's been heard.
The 1v1 set up now. He does have a kit, but Lulitins does have the positioning, and I think and feel in her heart that this is a round that she is not going to want to lose by any margins right now. FURIA trying to push this as far as they can back are now going to have to see into quite a stand. It's going to be Flamengo with the gun round now.
They got money for one more. There's at least that, but I'm so surprised to see Flamengo even like start to go for this. I think that just smacks the confidence that they're currently feeling.
Misfit with a great opening shot. Almost was served far by them back, but ease it down to 17. Trying to refresh this on the E-box. They just want to continue to shake these branches. I think it's a stable look. They get alongside Vincent. Lulitens knows that her positioning here in middle is so important if this is to go through A later.
I mean, that's what it shaped up to be. You know, later towards mid, Gabs putting a little bit more pressure towards A. It's going to cause a rotate. VSM comes in. And he crosses without FURIA getting any spot off. Speaking of, VSM spots the early indicators. This mid play.
Nate, that goes far. And that's just going to box this out. VSM through the dust and out here through the smoke. He's going to do absolutely his best with Flamengo. They bounce back from that previous Anubis affair. It's a 13-8 and a 2-0 that Flamengo have over FURIA FE. They will be joining ODDIK in the semifinals.
Yeah, come back in from the 2-1 that they had before, and Flamengo, I think, with a little bit of something to prove, able to put this one away in 2 and showing up in a big way on an individual level as well as we bring Freddie back in. Yeah, it's a little bit of a impressive showing there from Flamengo. Oh, see you later, buddy.
That's unfortunate. Right, run the replays. Run the replays. That's unfortunate. Yeah,
I thought that was like a hello piece, like, hey guys.
No, it was a hello. It was actually a goodbye. So yeah, let's get the replays up. Let's cover that one up. Yeah, no, that was an incredibly one-sided affair where FURIA, they did make it look like contestable at one stage, right? They came into that second half and they at least had some fighting form, but it did feel like it was all kind of it was eventually going to end off in Flamengo's favor. And to be honest, they've had a really good couple weeks, and it's a good showing from them in this affair, especially with the match against ODDIK, that they're able to this time against FURIA make it very clean and basically have no issues whatsoever, while also the individuals just absolutely soaring, specifically VSM, right?
Yeah, I mean, VSM was like unstoppable in that first half. I don't know what you do when he's getting like triple entries onto the B site, like alone too. It's not even like they were particularly supported.
Yeah, I just don't know if you're gonna like have an answer for this guy. I feel like VSM's worst enemy is probably himself, and like some of those games that, I mean, he does slow down in, which I mean really isn't like all too often. We're criticizing him for kind of a poor performance or whatever it is. It's kind of just a mid performance that BSM puts up at a worse for wear. So it's really great here that, you know, he gets to play within a system with Cuts Moretz, you know, has been bouncing around and kind of, you know, a couple of the troops, right? The trope at the taco, and then he brought his own name into the conversation. Freddie, I think he's loved playing under Cuts and the boys here, and I know that it's got to be a familiar feeling, same feeling for Flamengo and Misfit, the rest of the group too. I mean, feel this carry a little bit. Like I can't describe it as anything else.
Yeah, it's sometimes sometimes can feel like that. But you know what? I've seen like Cuts Moretz at this level of South American Counter-Strike for quite a while, and it feels like he's finally kind of getting over that hump right now. But we can actually go pull up the bracket. If we go pull up the bracket for the end of the day, I am here, I swear, but I've had an oopsies. But if we go take a look at the bracket, we can take a look at our matchups for tomorrow. So today we configured all of our quarterfinals. Imperial versus Bounty Hunters was actually quite close, even though it was a 2-0. It was an overtime and a full 24 maps. Bestia 9Z, obviously we saw that was incredibly close, but the other two games seems a little bit more one-sided, favorable for the victors. But tomorrow, that's all the actions going down. It's going to be an exhilarating day of Counter-Strike. It seems like there isn't the times yet for which ones are going to be played which, but you've got Flamengo versus ODDIK. Whoever wins that will be in the grand finals against Imperial versus Bestia. This is going to be very exciting. Final also tomorrow. It's going to be extremely fun. You do not want to miss it. But right now, Vincent and Mark, it's been an absolute pleasure having you guys alongside me for these two quarterfinals. We've seen some really good Counter-Strike. Commiserations to FURIA FE and 9Z. I think specifically 9Z, because that's going to really sting their loss. But with that, good night, God bless, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for Championship Wednesday.
Woo!